Chapter 1. My fate is determined by myself, not by you. In the grand hall of the Yu Dynasty palace, a middle-aged man adorned in a golden dragon robe wore a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly as he cast a cold gaze upon the rebellious son kneeling outside the door. Beside him sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman, elegantly dressed in a refined attire, her expression one of indifference tinged with a hint of disappointment at the son's shortcomings. Nearby, a young prodigy exuded an air of confidence, clad in a rugged outfit, his demeanor marked by a certain arrogance. Additionally, a young girl in a flowing white garment wept inconsolably. Changsheng, bewildered, withdrew his gaze. Before he could ponder the situation further, a torrent of memories surged into his mind like a vivid carousel. Have I traversed into another realm? He recalled that just a moment ago, he had been working in a factory, tightening screws. Suddenly, an electrical malfunction sparked wildly, and a steel beam overhead loosened and began to collapse. In that critical moment, he had pushed his father, who was also engaged in the task of fastening screws, out of harm's way, only to be struck on the crown of his head. His father had named him Changsheng, hoping he would live long due to his frail constitution since childhood. Yet, life had taken an unexpected turn. Is this what it means to traverse realms? At the very least, his father had been saved, and their bond as father and son would not be in vain. Now, he found himself kneeling outside a grand hall, surrounded by opulence and the solemnity of the palace. So, it appears I am to take center stage? The thought filled Li Changsheng with excitement, for he considered himself a seasoned enthusiast of online literature. In the past, protagonists often faced ridicule, starting from a position of weakness and gradually honing their skills. Nowadays, it was all the rage to begin with invincibility, wealth, and privilege from the outset, indulging in luxury, reveling in the embrace of beauty, and wielding power over the realm. What a delight that would be! However, a moment of hesitation struck him. What is happening? After absorbing the memories, he realized something was amiss. His father, the emperor of the Yu Dynasty, was the legendary god of war of the Eastern Wasteland. The head of the esteemed Li family, a lineage of cultivators with a history spanning millennia, was none other than Li Yuan. He was among the most formidable warriors of the age, establishing the Yu Dynasty as the first line of defense against the encroaching barbarian tribes threatening humanity's northern borders. He had led an army of 100,000 against 1,000,000 barbarian foes, achieving a resounding victory and earning worldwide acclaim. He was a beloved monarch, revered by the people, and honored as the guardian deity of humanity's northern frontier. Yet, within Li Changsheng's memories, there was a stark truth. He was a good emperor, a steadfast friend, a devoted husband, and a worthy adversary, but he was not a good father. 20 years prior, when the Yu Dynasty was not yet as prosperous, internal factions were rife with turmoil, and external battles against demonic forces were met with relentless defeats. Faced with the impending collapse of their realm, his father had placed the 5-year-old Li Changsheng on the negotiation table as a hostage, trading him to the barbarian tribes for 20 years of peace along the borders, a pact that would come to be known as the Crown Prince's Agreement. Li Changsheng, under the protection of his family's elite guardians, was sent to the barbarian tribes as a hostage. However, upon his arrival, those protectors withdrew, leaving the 5-year-old boy utterly alone. For 20 years, he endured relentless abuse at the hands of the barbarian tribes, who vented their hatred for war upon him. Had it not been for a mysterious woman, a spirit with ethereal butterflies surrounding her, who secretly aided him in the final year, he would have perished from their torment. Finally, the 20-year term had come to an end. The original soul was filled with anticipation, longing for a reunion with his family's father, mother, younger brother, younger sister, grandfather, and grandmother. Yet upon his return, he found his princely residence usurped by his brother. His father, overwhelmed with affairs of state, could not meet him, and his mother, ailing, was unable to see him. The once adoring brother who had followed him around now coldly instructed a eunuch to find him a stable to temporarily settle in. The original soul had dared to voice his grievances, only to be publicly beaten by the eunuch. With a frail constitution akin to a flickering candle in the wind, how could he withstand such treatment? He could only plead for mercy. The eunuch demanded that the original soul crawl beneath him before he would relent. Having suffered abuse from a young age, with no one to protect him, the original soul had grown accustomed to compliance in exchange for survival, enduring this humiliation of crawling beneath the eunuch. A dignified prince reduced to such a spectacle. After nearly half a year in the stable, he received no attention. Starving for 3 days, he was forced to beg for scraps from the palace maids to survive. Yet, those who had once helped him mysteriously vanished. Former courtiers of the prince merely cast a glance his way and quickly disregarded him. At last, his long-unseen sister came to fetch him, claiming she had just learned of his return and intended to welcome him properly. However, before he could even savor a pastry, he was accused of intruding upon the inner palace to spy on his sister while bathing, resulting in his immediate binding. Subsequently, he was brought before the emperor, as the crime of spying on a princess was grave and a family scandal, necessitating the emperor's personal judgment. Just as mealtime arrived, Changsheng found himself punished, kneeling at the doorway while the royal family dined. After the meal, they would slowly deliberate on the fate of this prince who had become accustomed to barbaric habits. Starving for many days, the original soul ultimately succumbed, dying before their eyes. It was at this moment that Changsheng, who had been tightening screws in Blue Star, crossed over. Who was Changsheng? He was a child raised under the protective love of his father. Although his family was poor, he never lacked affection. He knew all too well the difference between love and indifference. To him, his 20-year existence as a hostage was nothing short of a joke. His brother and sister enjoyed lavish lives, guided by esteemed mentors, surrounded by servants, and protected by powerful guardians. And what of him? The barbarian tribes forced him into labor while at least providing him with a morsel of food. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. The original soul, having been separated from his parents, could not fathom the concept of parental love, believing that enduring suffering would eventually lead to happiness. Rest easy, you have borne my suffering, and I shall take my vengeance. Coming to this realization, Changsheng tasted the bitterness of despair and smiled wryly. Yet, in his current state, he became an eyesore to the royal family of Li Yuan. You beast who spied on your sister bathing. You lack the decency to atone for your sins, whining about hunger as if you have not eaten in centuries. The Yu royal family could not tolerate such a disgraceful prince. Now, he was merely grinning foolishly, bringing shame upon them. Whoosh! A teacup flew towards Changsheng's forehead. Though it was but a simple throw, it drew blood. The surrounding eunuchs and guards shivered slightly. When the emperor was enraged, someone would surely perish. You wretched creature, how dare you laugh? The overwhelming aura radiated from the emperor, sending Changsheng stumbling back, nearly gasping for breath under the pressure of the peak warrior's might. But this oppressive force was directed solely at him. His father was considerate enough to spare his brother and sister from collateral damage. Weren't you just lamenting your hunger? How is it that you now possess the energy to laugh? I, of the Li family, have practiced the way of cultivation for generations, a lineage that has endured for eons, safeguarding humanity's northern frontier. Each of us is a dragon among men, a great hero, a paragon of virtue. Look at you. After 20 years as a hostage, you have shown no effort in your cultivation. Half a year has passed since your return, and you squander your days in idleness, assaulting eunuchs and maidens, hiding corpses, and sneaking out to indulge in debauchery and vice. And if that were not enough, you have even set your sights on your own sister. Changsheng listened in disbelief. Was this truly directed at him? His suppressed anger surged within him. Who had placed this blame upon him? Was his father blind, unable to see the battered body that had endured torment for 2 decades? Did Li Yuan truly believe he was merely playing a part? Yet, upon seeing the smug expression on his brother Changjian's face, everything became clear. In this new life, Changsheng would not allow himself to be wronged. He was about to retort, to vindicate himself, when, ding, the life choice system has been successfully loaded. Wait, a system? Changsheng suppressed his rage, realizing that if this system had arrived even a moment later, he would have confronted the god of war of the Eastern Wasteland heathen. He turned his attention to the system before him. Key life junctures unlocked. Choice is activated. Chapter 2. Your tyranny demands your abdication for the sake of virtue at this pivotal juncture in life. Choices unfold before me. Choice 1. To proactively confess, vow to repent, and strive to become the exemplary child that parents speak of with pride. To endure the humiliation of being a deposed prince, yet still exist. Reward. Supreme boned admit fault, bow down, bear the burden of unfounded accusations. Choice 2. Remain silent, wield the power of patience, endure it all, and wait for the day when the emperor recalls the injustice done to me and seeks a remedy. Reward. Heart of the tortoise, allowing one to digest all grievances, injustices, and bullying, fostering a sense of self-optimism. Tortoise. Upon seeing the second life choice, Changsheng rolled his eyes. You are the tortoise. Your entire family embodies the tortoise. Previously, my speed in tightening screws was insufficient, leading to daily reprimands from my supervisor. If not for the modest salary of $4,000 to $5,000 a month, would I endure such indignities? Having been reborn, I can no longer tolerate even the slightest injustice. Enough is enough. Choice 3. Tear away the facade, denounce their hypocrisy, refuse to accept this baseless injustice, and renounce my royal ties on the spot. To relinquish the title of prince for the sake of freedom. Reward. Celestial demon relic. Contemplating these 3 life paths, how should I choose? The first choice offers the supreme bone, which is undeniably advantageous, granting effortless mastery in any pursuit and a future filled with promise. Yet, it requires me to obediently conform to the ideal image of the good child in my parents' eyes, the compliant darling. As for the second option, you are the tortoise. Your entire family embodies the tortoise. The third choice, however, resonates most deeply within me. Point 1 lives for a breath of life, and I, Changsheng, a hostage of the barbarian tribes for 20 years. Have no shame before the people of the Yu Dynasty, nor the Li family. From this moment forth, I choose to live for myself. Ding! Choice successful. Obtain the celestial demon relic. Received a starter pack for pursuing my own life. Please check your inventory. Oh, a life starter pack as well? Changsheng felt a surge of delight. Realizing he need not fear for his life any longer, he immediately sensed the presence of a small walnut-like relic within him, continuously radiating energy, revitalizing his previously weakened body, alleviating his hunger. Changsheng marveled at the formidable celestial demon relic, which operated autonomously. Just as he was about to unwrap the life starter pack, a voice thundered. Unfilial son, do you not know repentance? Do you think silence can absolve you of your sins? Upon hearing this rebuke, Changsheng lifted his gaze, his eyes turning sharp and cold. This piercing look momentarily stunned Li Yuan and the Empress Zhao Xuanji. How could this rebellious son dare to gaze upon them with such defiance? They were filled with disdain, perceiving him as a scrawny, pitiful slave, were it not for the bloodline's secret confirming his lineage. They might have believed a foreign tribe had returned a mere cat. The neglect from his parents and the slander from his siblings had persisted for 20 years without contact. Changsheng knew he was an outsider in this family. They had grown accustomed to their harmonious household, and his unexpected return disrupted their idyllic rhythm. He recalled a pair of renowned brothers from his past life, named Xiangzhua and Xiangyu, who, like him, experienced parental favoritism. After a bitter laugh, Changsheng seethed. Repentance. What wrong have I committed that warrants your demand for repentance? Do you still regard me as a descendant of the Li family? Even the barbarian tribes see me merely as a pawn for negotiation. I returned by a stroke of luck. Have you publicly acknowledged my return? Are you worried the populace will learn that the success of 20 years ago relied on this prince before you, rather than your own prowess as a war god? Changsheng's sudden rebuttal plunged the palace atmosphere into a frigid silence, and one expected him to challenge the emperor so boldly, especially by striking at the emperor's pride. Li Yuan was taken aback that the prince would dare defy him to such an extent, and he never anticipated his achievements as the war god of the northern frontier would be questioned. His dissatisfaction with the prince flared anew. You wretched boy, we are discussing your peeping on your younger sister bathing and the murder of palace maids. Moreover, sending you as an envoy to the barbarian tribes was for the sake of the greater good. A royal duty, as long as you are the Yu Dynasty's prince, you shall not perish. You may endure some hardships, but you have returned, have you not? Li Changsheng was momentarily stunned. Listen to this. What nonsense. You reap all the benefits and leave me with all the suffering that a mere you have returned is supposed to settle everything. Yet he quickly found solace in his resolve he had lost interest. He wished to sever ties with the royal family. How ridiculous! Do not place the burdens of your misdeeds upon me. I, a dignified prince, have been a hostage for 20 years, returned for merely half a year. And you have not even glanced my way. I reside in the stables, have been humiliated by eunuchs. Are you even aware of this? Which maid brought me food, only to be mysteriously murdered the next day? Such clumsy framing. How can you, as emperor, remain blind to it? Your incompetence demands you abdicate for the sake of virtue. Silence. The palace was eerily quiet. Who would dare to demand the abdication of the Yu emperor? Was this an act of rebellion? Even the second prince, Li Changjian, was momentarily stunned, yet inwardly elated. Why, dear elder brother, how foolish you are, seeking your own demise. Li Yuan was indeed furious, pounding the table and reaching out with a powerful grip. He seized Li Changsheng, clutching his throat. Rebellious son, do you wish to incite rebellion? However, as he drew nearer, he noticed the scars, burns, and injuries that marred Li Changsheng's body beneath his clothing. That it was evident that nearly every inch of his skin, save for his hands and face, was damaged. Having worn clothing for so long concealed these marks. But now, as his garments were slightly lifted, the truth was laid bare. One could only imagine the life Li Changsheng had endured over the past 20 years. Suddenly, Li Yuan released his grip, pushing Li Changsheng 5 steps back. His expression darkening, his thoughts in disarray, he said, "In these past 6 months, the floods in Jiangnan have kept me preoccupied. It was unavoidable that I could not summon you. As your father and sovereign, you should understand my circumstances. Yet they all claim you spied on you or bathing. Are they all mistaken?" Gasping for breath after nearly being choked to death, Li Changsheng quickly regained his composure thanks to the energy from the celestial demon relic. As someone who had experienced life before, he understood the reality of parental favoritism. To be unwanted was a form of happiness. After all, he had crossed over. His emotional ties were virtually non-existent. Li Changsheng could not be bothered to explain. He simply wished to bring this to a close. He retorted, "Indeed, it was all my doing that I am unworthy of being a descendant of the Li family, unworthy of donning this royal robe that I request the emperor to demote me to a commoner. From henceforth, let our relationship be severed, and we shall have nothing to do with one another." His words plunged the surrounding audience into silence once more. The second prince, Li Changjian, could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He had coveted the throne for 20 years. When the prince returned, he had been filled with dread, but now it seemed that a slave raised by barbarians was indeed a foolish waste. Anyone present could discern that Li Changsheng was speaking in a tone of reckless defiance. The Empress, Zhao Xuanji, felt profound disappointment. She never imagined that her once obedient, polite eldest son would evolve into this audacious rebel. A vicious rogue, he had become a prince who spied on his own sister bathing and murdered palace maids, yet refused to admit his wrongs. Her younger son, Li Changjian, was known for his honesty. Could he ever lie? Comparing him to her younger son only deepened her disappointment. Her younger son was intelligent and accomplished, praised by ministers and even lauded by eminent figures from martial arts sanctuaries. This year, he had even become the saint's son of the Brahma temple. With limitless potential ahead, in stark contrast, the useless Li Changsheng was utterly detestable. Zhao Xuanji patiently implored, "Do you not even wish to acknowledge your own mother? Apologize to your father, vow never to repeat your mistakes, and renounce the barbaric customs you learned. Let this matter be settled. You are no longer a child. You must act with maturity. You have been back for half a year, and I arranged for your brother to accommodate you. Is this not acceptance?" Li Changsheng scoffed, "To occupy my prince's palace and force me to live in the stables. Is this your notion of acceptance?" Li Changjian interjected, "I cleaned the palace for the prince. It was he who insisted on sleeping in the stables, claiming he had grown accustomed to it. What could I do? I sent a eunuch to invite him in, and he beat my servant, claiming he was the one who was beaten. Mother, I am the one wronged." At this moment, the weeping Li Yuan also chimed in. "I knew the prince was suffering. I invited him to my quarters to offer him guidance." But who would have thought he would invade my palace and spy on me bathing? Mother, father, you must seek justice for me. Emperor Li Yuan gestured left and right, his expression one of exasperation. Look at your brother and sister. They are so well-behaved and understanding. They do not hold your barbaric tendencies against you. Do not act unruly. Li Changsheng rolled his eyes. Let it all end. I am weary. Chapter 3. I shall sever all ties with you. Li Changsheng gazed at his aggressive family members, his brows furrowed and his eyes cold. He glanced at his arrogant father, disdainful mother, and the second prince who sought to frame him, further affirming that his choice was indeed the right one, that what is unruliness? For your grand ambitions, I have endured 20 years of hardship as a hostage, to be born and yet neglected. Am I then the one acting unreasonably? Am I not the prince of the Yu Dynasty? Have I not sacrificed 20 years for the Yu Dynasty? You are correct. I am filled with barbaric habits, ignorant of royal etiquette. Unlike my younger brother, who has been pampered and spoiled since childhood, guided by esteemed mentors, and surrounded by an abundance of treasures, he need not fret over the cold, nor suffer from hunger, nor endure beatings that why presence here is superfluous. I shall take my leave. Allow your family to dwell in harmony, for I am magnanimous enough to grant you this favor. I shall ensure that you are remembered as a wise sovereign and a virtuous empress. This statement struck a nerve with Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji. How could they justify expelling the crown prince, who had just returned after 2 decades of being a hostage? What would the world think of them? He is the god of war from the northern frontier, the greatest monarch of the Yu Dynasty. How could he bear any blemish? Such crudeness. You, who once studied the classics, how have you come to adopt the selfishness and disobedience of barbarians? Li Yuan's face flushed with anger. Had he not seen the multitude of wounds on Li Changsheng's body moments ago, he might have struck down this rebellious son with a single blow. The grand hall of the palace fell into an oppressive silence. Zhao Xuanji clutched her chest in exasperation, lamenting how her eldest son could utter such treasonous words. Should this get out, it would tarnish the royal reputation and disgrace the Li family. Her own esteemed reputation as a mother would be irreparably damaged. Li Changsheng had no desire to contend with such vile individuals. Rising, he made his way towards the exit. He could no longer remain in this palace. The second prince stood up, furious. Who gave you permission to leave? You are utterly disrespectful. Kneel before me. Li Changsheng felt a wave of murderous intent wash over him. Turning back, he saw the brother who had once wept and begged him not to depart. And he scoffed coldly. Kneel? A prince dares to command the crown prince to kneel. It seems this world has indeed become surreal. Li Changsheng mockingly pointed at Li Changjian and laughed heartily. Look at this beloved son of yours. So well-versed in propriety. How dare he demand that the crown prince kneel? Is he not crude? The word struck Li Changjian, whose face stiffened. He realized he had acted impulsively. Yet he glanced towards his parents, who remained silent, and he proudly puffed out his chest. Witnessing this, Li Changsheng felt a deep sense of disappointment. Indeed, those who are favored often become emboldened. Li Changsheng taunted. What qualifications do you possess to admonish me? Having been raised in an ivory tower, without the support of your family, you are worth nothing you truly believe yourself to be inherently excellent. If our roles were reversed, you would fall short by tenfold. This statement directly undermined Li Changjian's years of effort. Inciting his fury, he roared. What are you, the crown prince? A stable prince? A lowly prince? Do you possess even a semblance of the Yu Dynasty's crown prince? You are unworthy. With that, he struck Li Changsheng publicly with a palm. The attack breached Li Changsheng's defenses, which he had anticipated, aiming to incite his wrath. Li Changjian, utterly disregarding their brotherly bond, struck Li Changsheng's chest with full force. The impact sent Li Changsheng hurtling out the door like a kite severed from its string. Pain surged through his body, and he felt as though he were falling apart. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Changjian! Up on the dais, Li Yuan was momentarily stunned. Zhao Xian, the sedan chair, proceeded through the watchful eyes of the masters within the imperial palace, making its way to the residence of the esteemed Xiang family. Upon confirming Li Changsheng's destination, the messenger swiftly returned to the palace to relay the news. Night descended. Fatigue began to envelop Li Changsheng. With a loyal old minister to safeguard him, he decided to spend the night in temporary repose. Originally from Blue Star, his memories were filled with the life of a slave bound for tribute, leaving him unfamiliar with the Yu Dynasty and the vast expanse of the human realm. In order to exact his revenge, he first needed to enhance his strength and comprehend this world. He hesitated to dwell on the past, for each recollection seemed to bring forth the pain of his scars. It felt as though the memories of the last 20 years threatened to drag him into darkness and endless suffering. Let us first examine the grand gift of life that awaits me. Despite his situation, Li Changsheng possessed a certain confidence. Having severed ties with his former life, he still had a significant boon at his disposal. In the solitude of his chamber, he commanded, "System, activate the Life Start gift package." A chime resounded. "Congratulations, you have obtained the supreme magic art. Taisu Mo Shanju. Congratulations, you have acquired a heavenly demon transformation pill. Congratulations, you have received a blood demon clone." These three gifts were of utmost importance. The transformation pill, in particular, was a top-tier elixir of this world, which he had previously encountered among the savage tribes. Individuals with poor innate qualities, congenital ailments, or those whose foundations have been damaged could consume this pill to restore their vigor, and they might even emerge stronger than before. The system manifested as a beam of light. The three items materialized upon the table. Changsheng's current physical form was frail, having suffered from 5 labors and 7 injuries, rendering him unfit for cultivation, and he was further afflicted by his deficiencies. The pill was perfectly suited for him. He consumed it without hesitation. Gulp. The pill dissolved instantly, and within a mere quarter of an hour, Li Changsheng's body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Wisps of white mist coalesced in his silken threads, enveloping him like a cocoon. He felt a tingling sensation as his flesh and bones rejuvenated, as if his internal organs were sprouting anew. After half an hour, a hand burst forth from the cocoon, which stood taller than Li Changsheng felt as though he had been reborn. The hidden pains throughout his body vanished, his breathing became easier, and even the broken bone in his left foot had healed. The only downside was that the transformation was internal. Changsheng's exterior still bore the marks of his past. His grotesque scars and burns remained unchanged. He mused, "It is already a blessing to restore my inner self. One must not be overly greedy." The blood demon clone allowed him to create an identical duplicate of himself with just a drop of blood. Such a miraculous artifact was undoubtedly a unique treasure of this martial world, serving as a means of life preservation in critical moments. Changsheng carefully stowed it away. Finally, what Li Changsheng anticipated most was the Tai Suimo Shanju. As the supreme magic art, it would synergize splendidly with his heavenly demon relic. Upon opening the tome, the script began to pulsate, as if alive, and burrowed into Li Changsheng's mind. Within an hour, he grasped the essence of the magic art, as though it were instinctual. The techniques transformed into an inscrutable scripture. Changsheng marveled. Indeed, it is the supreme magic art, rarely imparted to others. This was not merely a method of cultivation. It encompassed the abilities of soul-searching, bloodthirst, and skill acquisition. Notably, due to the presence of the heavenly demon relic, after a week of cultivation, Li Changsheng would no longer need to practice actively. The art would cultivate autonomously, maintaining a unique system akin to a heartbeat. Li Changsheng rejoiced. "Heavenly demon relic, I truly made the right choice that in this world." Martial cultivation was divided into various realms. Body refinement, Qi, martial master, martial sovereign, martial king, martial monarch, martial emperor, martial saint, martial venerable, and martial sovereign, collectively known as the 10 realms of martial arts. Each realm was further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. Generally, reaching the martial emperor realm marked one as a formidable figure among humanity. For instance, Emperor Li Yuan of the Yu Dynasty was at the pinnacle of martial emperor. His brother, Li Changjian, despite enjoying abundant resources over the years, had barely attained the late stage of martial master. Having mastered the techniques, Li Changsheng's body began to cultivate autonomously, allowing him to rest peacefully that moment. Within the royal study of the palace, the emperor cast aside a pile of petitions advocating for the abolition of the crown prince. The crown prince had been taken by the esteemed Minister Xiang. "Your Majesty, How shall we deal with this rebellious son? The court officials were abuzz with speculation. Since my ascension, I have swept across the realm, repelling the savage tribes from the north and subduing the demonic legions from the west, resulting in the current prosperity of you. Why must my son force my hand? Empress Zhao Xuanji grasped his arm. Speaking softly, Your Majesty, Changsheng is indeed ill-suited to be the crown prince. Though Changjian has not explicitly stated it, his ambitions for the Eastern Palace are evident. However, we have wronged Changsheng, and we must make amends. Li Yuan snorted coldly. If he possessed even half the understanding and capability of the second prince, I would not be so troubled. Seeing this, Zhao Xuanji shifted her approach. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Yet, matters of state cannot be trifled with, nor should they be dictated by emotions. That I see this as an opportunity. If Changjian were to assume the position of crown prince, perhaps he would harbor less animosity towards Changsheng. I shall keep Changsheng close, guiding him properly, ensuring that he does not tarnish the royal reputation or bring disgrace upon the Li family. This way, Your Majesty will not bear the blame for deposing the crown prince. What do you think? Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Empress, let us proceed as you suggest. This will serve as a lesson for him for defying me, and he will remain by your side for proper cultivation. And he shall lack for nothing. What grievances could he possibly have? Tomorrow morning, let the officials deliberate on this matter. He will always be my son. It is not for him to determine his fate. Chapter 5. From today on, I will no longer endure. As the sun rose and the roosters crowed, Li Changsheng awoke from a deep slumber within the residence of Minister Xiang. Sitting cross-legged, he felt as light as a feather, his limbs powerful, and his spirit markedly transformed. As he moved, his bones emitted a cracking sound akin to popping beans. Had he truly achieved the body refinement stage overnight? Drawing upon his memories, Li Changsheng realized he had already reached the initial stage of the Qi realm. The effects of the transformation pill, combined with the merits of the heavenly demon relic, ensured that his body was in a constant state of refinement and elevation. The process of condensing energy into qi was something that had taken many years for others to accomplish. Li Changsheng, come forth and present yourself to the emperor. Suddenly, an arrogant voice pierced through the air outside his door. A face he found utterly detestable surfaced in his mind, the eunuch who had tormented him during his 6 months back in the palace. Naturally, this was orchestrated by his brother, Li Changjian, but the executor was equally loathsome. Outside, Minister Xiang expressed his displeasure. Eunuch Shi, how dare you address the crown prince so casually? A resounding slap echoed through the air. Minister Xiang, you are foolish. Even a most skilled physician cannot save you. Do you not know that we detest the foolish? You, a eunuch, dare to strike a court official. Do not think I fear you. You powerless crown prince's tutor. I have even struck the crown prince himself, making him crawl beneath my legs. Xiang Long, this crown prince is but a burden to be despised. You know what they're discussing in the morning court today? What are they discussing? To abolish the elder and establish the younger. To appoint the second prince, Li Changjian, as the crown prince. Minister Xiang, this is the fruit of 20 years of waiting. Your Majesty, you are mistaken. The laws of our ancestors cannot be altered. At that moment, Li Changsheng emerged. Upon seeing him, Eunuch Shi's face twisted with disdain. He raised his chin, mockingly stating, Li Changsheng, the emperor summons you to court. Suddenly, Li Changsheng flicked his sleeve, revealing a kitchen knife. With a swift motion, he struck Eunuch Shi's shoulder. Splash! Blood splattered 3 steps away. You dare strike me? Eunuch Shi gasped in disbelief. After tormenting him for 6 months, even making him crawl beneath the pants of the cowardly crown prince, now he dared to act violently in public. Li Changsheng showed no fear. Previously, he had been unable to retaliate solely due to his frail original form, having neither trained in martial arts nor the strength to stand. But after the transformation of the previous night, he was now a practitioner of the Qi realm. A mere eunuch lacking martial prowess was nothing to him. The other eunuchs stared in shock. Such an occurrence was unprecedented, leaving them at a loss for what to do. You worthless crown prince, do not think I fear you. Eunuch Shi, injured yet determined, attempted to suppress Li Changsheng once more. He was a trusted aide of the second prince. who had garnered much support and favor from the emperor. This useless crown prince had just provoked the emperor's wrath. How could he escape the consequences of his actions? Yet, as eunuch Shi lunged forward, Li Changsheng effortlessly countered. Crack! A bone shattered. Ah! Eunuch Shi knelt, howling in pain that he could not comprehend why. After just one night, this useless crown prince had gained such strength. Changsheng unleashed a barrage of slaps upon the eunuch's face. After enough punishment, he pressed his other hand against eunuch Shi's head, a sinister smile on his lips. Today, I repay the humiliation of that day. With that, he activated the magic art, invoking soul-searching. A fragment of eunuch Shi's spirit was drawn forth. Bloodthirst. Through his palms, he incessantly absorbed the vital energy from the body of the eunuch, transforming it for his own use, thereby accelerating his cultivation. In an instant, the eunuch was reduced to a lifeless husk. Subsequently, his soul was bound to a tattered cloth, condemned to an eternal existence devoid of rebirth, subjected to relentless torment. Water immersion, scorching sunlight, blade stabbings, and boiling were mere hellish tortures. The onlookers were paralyzed with horror at this macabre spectacle. Was this not the method of the demonic clan? Yet, it mattered not, for soon those who had tormented Li Changsheng would meet the same fate. 5 eunuchs in total, all ensnared within the tattered cloth. The crown prince, Xiang Long, spoke with trepidation. Changsheng exhaled a deep sigh, releasing the pent-up frustration within him. Tai Fu, you have done me no wrong. I shall not harm you, that I will not impede you. Should you choose to expose me, in any case, I am departing now as for this wretched crown prince. Whoever wishes to assume the role may do so. Of course, the last statement was merely jest. Crown Prince Xiang Long wept bitterly, kneeling on the ground. He declared, cultivation is akin to weaponry. While weapons can defend the people and slay foes, they can also incite rebellion. So with cultivation, I am not a narrow-minded elder. These eunuchs have overstepped their bounds and deserve execution according to the Changsheng was astonished. This old man's thoughts were remarkably progressive, unbound by convention. Xiang Long continued, however, I advise the crown prince to enter the palace and evade this calamity for now. The imperial capital is rife with spies and guards. Should you attempt to leave the city gates, you may be apprehended, resulting in charges of insubordination. It seemed to be a sound argument that in the past. While in the barbaric tribes, Li Changsheng had attempted to escape, but he could hardly step out of the village gates before being discovered. Ding! Key life choices activated. Choice 1. Escape directly, wandering the world. Disengaging from the conflicts of the Yu Dynasty royal family, and living independently. Reward. Shin-level cultivation technique, divine step method. Choice 2. Expose the true nature of the second prince, ensuring that the crown prince's position is not relinquished lightly. Infuriating them. Reward. A vial of truth elixir. Gazing at the 2 life choices, Li Changsheng found himself disinterested in the position of crown prince. However, he was quite intrigued by the prospect of enraging Li Changjian and thwarting their plans. Moreover, upon further reflection, merely walking away would indeed prove difficult. Not to mention the Yu Dynasty's experts and various government officials. He was utterly unfamiliar with the Yu Dynasty, possessing no map. Escaping would be exceedingly challenging. The Shin-level technique was not particularly enticing either. Entering the palace would be a strategic retreat, potentially allowing him to survive. Very well, he would enter the palace and see what they had to say. In the Grand Hall of the Yu Dynasty, civil and military officials were arranged in 2 rows. Yuan exuded an air of regal authority from a throne, flanked by the empress and the second prince. Zhao Xuanji, though an empress, was the daughter of the contemporary Sword King, and the Zhao family was a prominent clan of sacred site. The current prosperity of the Yu Dynasty was also closely linked to the Zhao family. She occasionally attended court with the emperor, and the officials showed no signs of discontent. Your Majesty, I have a petition to present. Yuan waved his hand. Proceed. The crown prince has returned for 6 months, neglecting state affairs and disregarding the laws of our great Yu. Recently, rumors have surfaced of his clandestine escapades with courtesans, which severely tarnishes the dignity of the nation. I second this, as the crown prince is neither martial nor scholarly. Failing to alleviate your burdens or set an example for the royal family, he is devoid of virtue ability, merit, and action. Truly a crown prince of 4 deficiencies, and thus should be deposed. Some oblivious officials wore puzzled expressions. What was happening today? When had the crown prince returned? Hadn't he been back for 6 months? Shouldn't there have been a welcoming ceremony? The officials exchanged glances, realizing that something significant was afoot. Suddenly, Li Yuan bellowed, "Preposterous! The crown prince has been a hostage in the Barbara tribes for 20 years, and upon his return, you call for his deposition. What are your intentions? How is the crown prince lacking in virtue, ability, merit, and action?" At once, dozens of officials knelt, speaking in unison. "We implore your majesty to discern the truth and summon the crown prince to confront these accusations." The others, unaware of the circumstances, fell silent. It became clear. Everyone understood the spectacle unfolding. Suddenly, laughter echoed from outside the hall. Was this all predetermined? Must we put on a grand performance? The officials were taken aback. Someone had entered the grand hall without permission, and the individual bore a striking resemblance to the current emperor, albeit somewhat frail. The ministers whispered amongst themselves, suspecting this to be the crown prince, who had returned in secrecy for 6 months. On the throne, Li Yuan's expression darkened. The crown prince's disregard for protocol was not merely a matter of decorum. It was a blatant disrespect towards his father and the emperor. Rebellious son. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger." Suddenly, a venerable official entered behind him. The crown prince's tutor, Xianglong. He prostrated on the ground, stating, "There are those who intend to harm the crown prince." In his moment of agitation, he rushed in. Had he arrived a moment later, he might have met a tragic fate. Immediately, an official retorted angrily, "Absurd! Our great Yu is peaceful. Who would dare to lay hands on the royal family?" Xianglong interjected. A few treasonous eunuchs dared to ambush the crown prince before this elder, but they were swiftly dispatched. Changsheng felt a stirring within. This old man was taking the blame for him? How noble! Since he had arrived, he might as well claim the position of crown prince, and then make his escape, which seemed far more exhilarating. The second prince seethed. "Xianglong, the emperor merely sent a servant to summon the crown prince. How dare you kill him?" Li Changsheng scoffed. "If the eunuch sought to kill me, how could I not retaliate? Tutor Xiang has done well in protecting the crown prince. I request your majesty to reward him." The second prince vehemently denied. That eunuch has served for many years, having always adhered to palace etiquette and conduct without error. He is widely praised as a good eunuch. How can he suddenly become a murderer? There is no evidence of this, and you seek to kill him unjustly. What a dexterous tongue! Changsheng believed that the eunuch was merely a pawn of Li Changjian, attempting to humiliate him. It was likely a provocation to force his hand. Yet, Li Changsheng was unfazed. He countered, "You are distorting the truth and spreading rumors, as you have done time and again. What need is there for fabricated charges?" Li Changjian roared, "Crown Prince, you have clearly committed heinous acts, indulging in debauchery and neglecting state affairs. Now you seek to kill the very messenger who summoned you. Do you not plot rebellion?" Li Changsheng rolled his eyes. This fool was utterly incompetent. The same tired accusations were being recycled, merely aiming to displace him. If he spoke reasonably, he might have even considered yielding. But now he would not yield at all. The two princes engaged in a heated exchange. The second prince signaled to his close aides, who stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the crown prince is not only devoid of virtue, ability, merit, and action, but has also committed heinous acts, intruding into the court with no regard for the law. How can such a person occupy the position of crown prince? I petition to establish the virtuous and capable second prince as the heir apparent." Following this, over 20 officials knelt in unison, beseeching the emperor to appoint the second prince as the crown prince. They proclaimed him a man of exceptional talent, humility, and renown, skilled in both martial and scholarly pursuits, making him the more suitable candidate. "For the future of our great Yu, for the sake of the realm and the welfare of the people, we must depose the eldest and establish the youngest." At least 100 officials in the court, a quarter of them, were requesting the deposition of the eldest in favor of the youngest, including a number of military leaders. Xianglong exclaimed, "Your Majesty, the laws of our ancestors cannot be altered. The crown prince has served as a hostage for 20 years, enduring hardships, and contributing greatly to the Yu Dynasty. Those slanderous words are unverified. Can we so easily depose him, bringing shame upon ourselves? The court fell into a terrifying silence. Though warriors in this world could defy the heavens and alter the balance of yin and yang, the feudal mindset remained deeply ingrained, and they dared not act recklessly without necessity, lest they incur divine wrath. Changsheng, however, understood that this was all a performance. It was merely a matter of donning the imperial robes, with the officials pressing him into a corner, a desperate measure. The emperor was innocent. It was merely a struggle between his sons, and the officials were at fault, not him. Having caused a great uproar the previous day, was it not suspicious that such arrangements were made today? Could this truly be a spur-of-the-moment decision? Regardless of whether others believed it or not, he certainly did not doubt. Changsheng speculated that the absence of action over the past 6 months was likely a meticulous scheme to orchestrate this deposition of the eldest in favor of the youngest. At the side of the high throne, Li Changjian wore a conspicuous smile. "Crown Prince, you will undoubtedly demand evidence from me, but I've spent 6 months preparing everything. There will be no flaws. Everything about you is within my anticipation. Even if that eunuch is dead, in truth, whether you kill him or not, he would have met his end anyway, but your act only serves to solidify my plans." Suddenly, Li Yuan slammed his dragon throne, unleashing an immense aura of power. Enough! The emperor's outstretched hand suppressed the dozens of officials demanding the deposition, causing them to cough blood. Xianglong was indeed correct. The crown prince had served as a hostage for 20 years and had made significant contributions to the Yu Dynasty. How could he be so easily deposed? As for the accusations against the crown prince, I do not believe them. I will investigate thoroughly and clear his name. Upon witnessing this, Xianglong's tense brow relaxed. The emperor was still open-minded. Yet the next moment, more officials knelt down. "We implore your majesty to consider the future of the great Yu and to depose the eldest in favor of the youngest." As I observed more officials kneeling down, only a handful remained a daze, eventually following suit, thus creating a scene of overwhelming pressure upon me. Li Yuan, witnessing this, erupted in furious exclamations. You are forcing me. Do you realize how much the crown prince has sacrificed for you? We are aware. Since you know, are you plotting a rebellion? The crown prince is the legitimate firstborn, and when he journeyed to the savage tribes as a hostage, I promised him he would return as crown prince. Why coercing me like this? Are you not compelling me to become a man of dishonor, subject to ridicule from the world? Li Yuan's authoritative rebuke summoned dark clouds over the imperial capital, and a tempest raged outside the palace, a clear omen of impending bloodshed. Yet Li Changsheng remained impassive, urging, "Continue your performance, all of you in the court." Xianglong pressed on. "Your Majesty, why do the ministers act so aggressively?" But the faction loyal to the second prince persisted in their counsel. "Your Majesty, we risk our lives for the stability of Diyu, that if you do not acquiesce, I shall dash my head against this court's pillars." Upon uttering this, the minister rose and hurled himself against a nearby column, collapsing unconscious, blood spraying across the court. "Your Majesty, for the sake of the state, for Diyu." The other ministers again prostrated themselves. Li Yuan snorted heavily. The imperial crown upon his head swayed with his wrath, exuding absolute authority. "You are cornering me. You are forcing me into injustice." Li Yuan resumed his seat, and beside him, Empress Zhao Su New Jersey suggested, "Your Majesty, why not inquire how the crown prince intends to plead his case?" Li Yuan sighed and said, "Very well. Crown Prince, what is your stance? What do you wish to express?" "Ah, you wish to know my stance. It has long been a settled matter in my heart, and you ask me to justify myself. I shall argue with you, you scoundrel." Li Changsheng smiled and remarked, "Finished with your performance? Excellent. I concur with the views of the ministers and the emperor." Before he could finish speaking, the second prince's supporters leaped forth to scold him. Boldly insolent. "Though you are the crown prince, what gives you the right to agree?" The officials were taken aback, looking back in astonishment. Should not the crown prince be denying guilt and striving to preserve his position? The royal couple on the throne exchanged bewildered glances, as they seemed entirely unacquainted with this audacious son. They had anticipated a prolonged struggle, yet he had casually acquiesced. Then, Li Changsheng continued, "My dear second brother, I have agreed. You must be quite pleased now, yes? Base. On the court, how dare you utter such vile words? The crown prince has indeed mingled with the barbaric tribes and displays a complete lack of decorum." Several ministers rebuked him angrily. I Changsheng retorted dismissively, "What of it? Is not Li Changjian the second in line? Is he not my beloved younger brother? Is he not my dear second brother? He can become the heir. Does he not relish that? Just look at the smile on his face that he can hardly suppress." The officials urged, "Second prince, do try to temper your expression. The position of crown prince has yet to be officially conferred upon you. But I have a condition." I Changsheng suddenly smiled with intrigue. Upon hearing this word, the crowd furrowed their brows. What trickery does this young man intend? Li Changsheng produced a Jinyin pill. "This is a Jinyin pill. Whoever consumes it will divulge their true thoughts for the duration of an hour. I implore the future crown prince, Li Changjian, to consume this pill and restore my innocence." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Was the crown prince truly foolish enough to believe he could simply present a pill and expect the second prince to ingest it? Li Changjian scoffed, "Do you intend to poison me? Such a pill cannot possibly exist. Brother, I have always respected you. Why must you resort to fratricide?" Li Changsheng was fully aware that Li Changjian would be reluctant to comply. He swiftly seized a civil official, the one who had earlier vociferously advocated for the replacement of the crown prince. "What are you doing?" the official exclaimed in alarm. I Changsheng replied, "Your master is feeling guilty. Let us have his lackey test it first." With that, Li Changsheng swiftly administered the Jinyin pill to the official. Gulp. The official swallowed the pill, showing no immediate signs of distress. The crowd watched, puzzled as to what the crown prince was scheming, that if such a miraculous pill truly existed, would there be a need for torture? Their disbelief was palpable. I Changsheng promptly inquired, "Who has been spreading rumors about the assassination of the palace maidens?" It was the second prince, for those maidens had secretly delivered meals to the crown prince, incensing the second prince, who then had them assassinated, framing you in the process. Who orchestrated the scandal regarding the palace's indulgences? It was the second prince who commanded us to propagate this within the capital, aimed at tarnishing the crown prince's reputation and rallying support for his own claim that a cacophony of gasps erupted among the ministers. The Minister of Rights, who had been spilling secrets uncontrollably, hastily covered his mouth. Fear etched upon his face. He was bewildered, wondering why he had revealed everything as soon as he spoke. The second prince fumed. "Minister Liu, are you mad?" Minister Liu could only stare in disbelief. Unable to contain his outburst, I Changsheng pressed on, "What other treacherous schemes has my second brother devised?" Minister Liu, about to assert that the second prince had done nothing, found himself saying, "The second prince has also bribed palace maids and eunuchs to fabricate evidence. Over the past 6 months, he has suppressed news of the crown prince's return, coordinating with us to compel the crown prince to abdicate." Suddenly, Emperor Yu struck. With a single slap, he killed Minister Liu from a distance. Li Yuan, humiliated and enraged, scolded, "How dare you spread falsehoods in my court?" Silence fell over the assembly, the once boisterous court now as still as death. A death had occurred in the court, and Emperor Yu's fury was palpable. This was no trivial matter. The ministers trembled in fear, hesitant to speak further. I Changsheng regarded this spectacle of intimidation with indifference. No matter what, Li Yuan could not publicly execute his crown prince in court. Besides, this was merely a struggle between him and the second prince. I Changsheng lifted the vial, saying, "I still have 4 Jinyin pills. My dear second brother, would you dare consume one?" Li Changjian's face turned ashen, realizing the implications of the crown prince possessing such a remarkable pill. Could it be that Xianglong had provided it? You, Xianglong, despite years of suppression, have managed to retain such means. I shall remember this grudge. Xianglong, seeing the situation, quickly spoke. "Your Majesty, please observe closely. The crown prince has faced slander upon his return. There must be some intrigue at play. I advise a thorough investigation." Li Yuan promptly agreed, ordering the Supreme Court to investigate who had been defaming his 2 sons, seeking to sow discord between them. "I shall obey," the Chief Justice declared. "Humph, is this matter to be brushed aside? I am wronged, and you feign ignorance, yet when it involves Li Changjian, You call for an investigation. It was no surprise. Li Changsheng had anticipated this. Xiang Long continued. Since the crown prince has committed no wrongdoing and has served you as a hostage for 20 years, ensuring peace in the northern borders, such merit must be declared nationwide. We shall welcome the crown prince into the East Palace, appoint him both civil and military tutors, select a crown princess for him, and provide him with the knowledge of governance to become a qualified heir. Xiang Long rattled off a plethora of benefits for the crown prince. The official scalps tingled with unease. Xiang Long, you truly grow bolder with age. The anxious second prince turned to his mother for help in desperation. With the crown prince's blemishes in question, the argument for replacing him lost its legitimacy, but if they were to force it through, it would be tantamount to pressuring the accomplished Li Changsheng to abdicate. This would not only invite ridicule and scorn from the realm, but would also leave an indelible stain upon his future reign. The royal couple on the throne gazed at Li Changsheng with increasing disappointment and disdain. Why could he not comprehend the difficulties of parenthood? Was the position of heir so crucial? He had spent 2 decades as a hostage, lacking any foundation in governance. Why must he insist on retaining this position? It seemed this eldest son had been corrupted by the barbaric tribes, selfish and power-hungry, devoid of any vision. The second prince, in contrast, was obedient. Furthermore, he had solidified his resolve to replace the crown prince. This ungrateful child, remaining in the position of heir, would surely drive him to madness. The empress spoke. Your Majesty, I suggest we deliberate on this matter another day. Today, S objectives have not been met. Thusly, Yuan had to devise another plan. What wise counsel do you offer, Empress? Zhao Su Nujizi replied. Why not allow the crown prince to undergo some trials, so the ministers may witness his capabilities? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's brow unfurled. Indeed, what skills had the crown prince acquired during his 2 decades as a hostage? He possessed none that a few trivial tasks could easily lead him to chaos. And at that time, he would be faced with a multitude of problems. Achieving merit was arduous, yet exposing his flaws would be child's play. Li Changsheng, realizing his opportunity had arrived, aimed to seize the position of crown prince with legitimacy before departing to you. He understood that ultimately this unfeeling couple would pass the throne to the second prince, yet he would not allow them such ease. He intended for the second prince to ascend amidst the world's scorn. Do you not desire to be remembered as a great emperor? I shall not grant you that. Well, will you not continue your performance? Oh, what a waste of the Jinyin pills I prepared with such care. If you dare not consume them, shall I find another minister to partake? Who will step forward? Li Changsheng approached the ministers with a bottle of medicine in hand. The ministers, terrified, covered their mouths and scattered in all directions. It is often said that while one may eat recklessly, one must not speak carelessly. Lu Shangshu's corpse is yet to grow cold. TSK, is it once again you who instigates this? Are you unable to play your games now? The empress admonished, Changsheng, have you not stirred enough chaos? Zhao Xuanji sighed in resignation. She had initially hoped to strip Li Changsheng of his title as crown prince and reform him closely. However, his rebellion was insufferable. The affairs of the state rest with your father and the esteemed ministers. After being a hostage for 20 years, you still lack understanding of cultivation and etiquette. How can you comprehend governance? As the eldest son of the emperor, you ought to consider the greater good of the Yu and alleviate your father's burdens. Finally, it was Zhao Xuanji's turn to speak. Xiang Taifu quickly interjected. Your Majesty, the crown prince is exceptionally gifted. With but a little guidance from this old minister, he will surely become proficient in state affairs, and matters of cultivation shall be no different that I believe he deserves a chance. Li Changsheng patted Xiang Taifu on the back and remarked, Ah, Xiang Taifu, if you continue in this manner, you shall be suppressed to your demise. That Li Yuan suddenly erupted in fury. Rebellious child, what nonsense are you spouting? I have lived my life with transparency. When have I ever coerced anyone? If you possess any capability, who would dare strip you of your title? What can you bring to the table? Look, they openly disdain us. Li Changsheng retorted. Then I request Father Emperor to permit me to venture to the border. I am willing to wield a 3-foot blade to expand the territories of the Yu and prove that I, as crown prince, possess the ability to defend our nation. The crowd was left bewildered. How could he, who just moments ago insisted on preserving his title as crown prince, now be eager to rush to the front lines to seek death. The second prince struggled to suppress a grin. He was nearly unable to contain his amusement. Chapter 8. Deceiving the old father to tears upon entering the palace. Li Changsheng had discussed the current state of affairs with Xiang Taifu. It is crucial to grasp information. Although to you appears peaceful, the Western Front is under threat from the Demon Tribe. With occasional skirmishes, the Eastern Front has territorial disputes with Defeng, leading to frequent frictions. Recently, Defeng has been plagued by floods, resulting in a poor harvest, and is seeking grain from Diyu. Should Diyu refuse assistance, the two nations may again resort to arms. Moreover, this is an age of martial valor, where military generals hold great importance that in the realm of civil service, there exists the imperial examination, while in martial matters, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is held. This year, the tournament will take place within Diyu. Akin to hosting the Olympics, various nations can invest heavily to recruit young talents who emerge in the tournament. Thus, on his way, Li Changsheng had already determined his path of escape, to the border. To seize military power, Yuan, as eyes gleamed with understanding, he immediately surmised Li Changsheng's intentions. This boy wishes to flee the imperial city. Yuan scoffed. Do you not fear death for lacking cultivation? Li Changsheng feigned sincerity, replying, in response to Father Emperor, I would rather die heroically in battle than be wrongfully executed under baseless accusations. At the very least, I would have fought for you and have no regrets in death. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan rolled his eyes. Could this rebellious child be inherently contrary? Who into you would wrong you? This is merely a roundabout way of insulting me. One minister rose to speak. The crown prince is our heir. If our dynasty should suffer the loss of even the crown prince in battle, would it not render to you a laughingstock for lacking capable successors? Li Changsheng's desire to escape the imperial city was glaringly evident, and many could surmise that if he wishes to leave, he must leave the title of crown prince behind. Li Changsheng turned to the speaker and inquired, And you are Shuming Si, the Marquis of Jiulu, concurrently serving as the Minister of War. Xiang Taifu discreetly added, his daughter is the second prince's consort, the father-in-law of the second prince. Li Changsheng replied, Marquis Jiulu, your words are misguided. They reflect ignorance. Shuming Si retorted with derision. Then I would like to hear what insights the crown prince has gleaned from the barbarian tribes. Laughter erupted within the court. Indeed, the Marquis of Jiulu was a learned man, skilled in both civil and military affairs, a prominent scholar of the age who had left his pen for the sword and achieved military merit. A pillar of the state. Not just anyone could refute him. Changsheng stood tall, speaking with conviction. If the common folk of Diyu could defend their homeland, then as the crown prince, I should serve as an exemplar for all. Which descendant of the Li family is not a hero, a valiant figure? My father is the god of war from the eastern wilderness. A tiger begets no question my capabilities is to question the worthiness of my father's lineage. The Marquis of Jiulu turned pale with rage. Changsheng's words struck a nerve. Xiang Taifu, witnessing this, immediately chastised. Marquis Jiulu, how dare you question the royal bloodline? If you dare to question the crown prince today, tomorrow you shall question the second prince, and the day after, you shall dare question the emperor. What are your true intentions? Li Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Xiang Taifu had played his role splendidly. The Marquis of Jiulu quickly protested. I did not mean it that way. I am merely concerned for the crown prince's safety. Changsheng retorted angrily. You were the one who just claimed I could not alleviate my father's burdens. And now you hinder me from doing so. What exactly do you want from me? His words resonated powerfully. The entire court fell silent, having trapped themselves in a contradiction. The Marquis of Jiulu was momentarily stunned. How could this crown prince be so astute? But upon seeing Xiang Taifu beside him, he concluded that it was Xiang Taifu who had incited this. The Marquis cursed inwardly. Xiang Long, do you still hope to rise by relying on crown prince? Dream on Li Changsheng had fully seized the initiative. Seeing the silence of the ministers, he called out, Why is no one speaking? Speak up. Zhao Xuanji observed the crown prince's newfound audacity after gaining the upper hand in words. A sign of a petty triumph. With disdain, she remarked, Crown Prince, After enduring 20 years of hardship, you wish to head to the border to achieve great feats. Do you not fear death? Li Changsheng replied. Of course I fear death. Li Yuan, hearing this, frowned disapprovingly. How could a man fear death? He scoffed. If you fear death, then why? Before Li Yuan could finish his sentence, Li Changsheng declared loudly, in the military song, "Let us sing of a loving father. I vow to annihilate the barbarian invaders. I shall only know the battlefield for my father's sake. Why should I require a shroud to return?" This was a poem of departure, yet Li Changsheng had modified it, changing it to reflect his devotion to his father. The court officials were moved. None could deny the sentiment. What a filial son! The military song sings of a loving father. Why should I require a shroud to return? Even Emperor Yu could not help but murmur in response. Li Yuan's eyes suddenly glistened with moisture. Had he been too harsh on this eldest son? Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tears that threatened to spill. Perhaps this son had endured so much hardship, ultimately yearning for his affection. Perhaps he was merely a late bloomer in his rebellious phase. That it could be that last night's harsh words about severing ties were simply a plea for paternal love once more. With this perspective, he appeared much more endearing. Observing the silent ministers, Li Changsheng felt satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he sought. Otherwise, how could he escape the capital? Li Yuan rubbed his forehead and stated, "If that is the case, then go to Ningzhou." Ningzhou, located on the eastern front of the Yu, borders Dafeng. While the two nations occasionally clashed, they maintained diplomatic relations, keeping the conflict within limits. Injuries were common, but deaths were few. Moreover, it served as a gilded opportunity for the scions of the powerful. However, Zhao Xuanji interjected, "Your Majesty, if the crown prince wishes to achieve great deeds, he shall find little opportunity in Ningzhou. Perhaps he should go to Yinzhou, where he can earn renown and relieve your burdens." The entire court was taken aback. Yinzhou, located on the western front, is the first stronghold against the demon tribe's invasion. There could be a decade of peace, but when war breaks out, it will last for years, resulting in rivers of blood and countless casualties. Yet those who survive will find promotions akin to riding a rocket. It is a true test of character. Li Changsheng sighed. Did neither of his parents provide him with an option to remain? As expected, he was deemed superfluous, but it mattered not. This was his own choice, and he would accept it. Xiang Taifu, noticing the situation, hastily remarked, "Your Majesty, the crown prince is yet unmarried and possesses no understanding of military affairs. Such haste is imprudent. That I propose that the old minister instruct him for a period, during which he should also take a consort, and then further arrangements can be made." Upon hearing this, the officials were astonished. The old fox still had his wits about him. This suggestion from Xiang Taifu directly arranged all benefits for Li Changsheng. Whether he would go to the front lines was now left in limbo. "Are you two merely performing a duet?" Li Yuan pondered for a moment and declared, "Very well. Since you insist, I shall grant your wish. Proclaim, the crown prince shall be appointed as General Filong, and a consort shall be chosen on a date to be determined. After the grand wedding in a month, he shall depart." Suddenly, the second prince, who was present, pleaded, "Yunzhou." Li Yuan ultimately decided Li Changsheng's destination. Hearing the first half of the emperor's declaration, Li Changsheng felt satisfied. His objective had been achieved. But what was the latter part? A marriage as well. To leave behind an heir, having received such treatment. What would his son fare? "My second son. Now you too shall be content." After the court session, Xiang Long wore a troubled expression. He remarked, "Crown Prince, going to Yinzhou is akin to courting death. Why did His Majesty suddenly change his mind?" Alas, Li Changsheng chuckled heartily. "Taifu, I have long since become accustomed to it. Perhaps being moved is but a fleeting moment. Rationality is the final choice, regardless of where I go. It is all the same to me." Xiang Long replied, "It seems the old minister must be cautious in selecting a consort for the crown prince." That Li Changsheng shook his head. "No, Taifu, please find me someone of poor character, with a notorious reputation. A shrew would be ideal. Let that kind of exceptional woman serve to secure my status as a fine son of Yu Dynasty." Li Changsheng felt that since he was destined to flee, he should not bring misfortune to virtuous women. Thus, seeking a wicked woman would be a more suitable match. Chapter 9. I am studying the art of the bedroom after leaving the court. Li Changsheng was in good spirits. His accomplishments were largely due to his royal lineage. Most importantly, he had successfully thwarted the second prince's bid for the throne, which was a source of great annoyance for him. Dear second prince, the throne is rightfully yours only if I bestow it upon you. You cannot seize it otherwise. Beside him, the cautious Prime Minister Xiang remarked, Your Highness, the faction of the second prince may be waiting for you to make a mistake, providing them with a legitimate reason to dethrone you. That is of no concern. I have achieved my goal of leaving the capital safely. While he suffers great losses, I have profited immensely. However, Your Highness, I worry that the second prince and the Marquis of Julu may become desperate. Xiang continued, It would be prudent to choose a capable consort that no, I must find a notorious shrew, a venomous woman. That is what I desire. I Changsheng vehemently opposed political marriages that he was determined to leave and would not bring harm to virtuous women. However, to Xiang Long, this seemed like a reckless abandonment of responsibility. Xiang believed that the prince wished to escape the capital and live a peaceful life. Yet, having witnessed the prince's cunning methods, Xiang did not dare to press the matter too directly. He could only suggest, Your Highness, we do have opportunities that, if you can establish yourself, many within the court will rally to your side. The current emperor is in good health, and your chances are quite significant. Changsheng understood the old minister's intentions. He was rather traditional, hoping that Li would charge towards the imperial throne, thereby securing a position as a loyal minister and leaving a name in history. However, Li Changsheng held such familial ambitions in contempt. Having long severed ties, he had declared his intent to escape. Xiang continued to prattle on about alliances and studies, which Li found excessive. He had stated his position once. There was no need to repeat it. For the time being, their objectives did not conflict, so he allowed Xiang to continue. Changsheng mused, I will gather some attendants, acquire some funds, and leave the capital with the title of prince. I shall find comfort wherever I go. Once my skills are perfected, I can return and annoy them all. As he contemplated the future while walking along the dragon steps of the palace, a pair of young individuals suddenly emerged from around the corner. Clad in the attire of fourth-rank officials, they belonged to the Li clan. Only members of the Li family could hold official positions. And even then, they were exceedingly rare. Although they wore official robes, their sleeves were embroidered with clouds and sky, a clear indication of their family affiliation within the court. Having been a hostage for 20 years, Li Changsheng did not recognize many of his kin. Yet, the female official boldly confronted him. Li Changsheng, you are truly occupying a latrine without relieving yourself. You possess neither talent nor virtue, and you will surely be burdened by you. The onlookers were taken aback. How audacious of this official! Even if her desire to marry the second prince was well known, to speak out for him in such a manner was exceedingly reckless. Her brother hurriedly attempted to restrain her. Sister, be cautious. He is still a prince. What nonsense prince? A stable prince or a saddle prince? Is there truly such an incompetent prince in the world? Prime Minister Xiang furiously retorted. Li Daren, I shall report you to His Majesty for insulting the prince and showing disrespect. The female official disdainfully raised her fist, saying, Go ahead. Let us see if His Majesty cares about your complaint. If the prince is dissatisfied, let him spar with me. Though merely an official, her connection to the Li clan granted her considerable protection, akin to that of a royal sister, even if a conflict arose. It might be dismissed as a trivial family squabble rather than a matter for the court. The most troubling aspect was that she had accurately perceived Li Changsheng's unpopularity. Prime Minister Xiang, infuriated, was about to confront her when Li Changsheng intervened, pulling him back. The two young individuals were athletic and poised, exuding an air of martial prowess, and wore military ceremonial attire, indicating they were skilled fighters. However, having just entered the Qihai realm, Li Changsheng was at a disadvantage against Xiang Long, who lacked martial knowledge. Pointing at her, Li Changsheng declared, Prime Minister Xiang, I have made my decision. I shall marry her. Please report to father immediately and request the marriage be granted. Tonight, I shall ensure she is left weak and breathless. With that, Li Changsheng strode away. The woman who had just scolded him, Li Qianga, was left stunned as if struck by lightning. Though both hail from the Li clan, the family was vast, with with numerous branches and even some sons-in-law. Their relationship, apart from their surname, could be traced back several generations. Thus, marrying Li Qianga posed no issue. However, at merely 18 years of age, her infatuation with the second prince was well known. During her time training in the Sacred Land, she had followed the second prince, Li Changjian, as an eager shadow. Yet now, Li Changsheng's words had effectively sealed her fate. Even after Li Changsheng had walked far away, she remained rooted in disbelief. Beside her, a man said, "Sister, why did you provoke him?" Li Qianga burst into tears. "Brother, I do not want to marry this good-for-nothing that I want to be with Changjian. The prince is shameless." Li Changsheng had barely settled in Prime Minister Xiang's residence when he was summoned back to the palace. This time, the eunuch who came to fetch him was more understanding, calmly allowing him to eat and rest for half an hour before the next group of eunuchs arrived to escort him to the emperor. In truth, Li Changsheng saw through the situation. It would be as easy as pie for the emperor to eliminate him. Yet the emperor did not wish to bear the infamy of killing his own son and sought to maintain the image of a benevolent father. Thus, he was relatively safe while on the front lines. He could afford to be reckless, facing little more than a harsh scolding. But who truly cared? Upon entering the imperial study, he saw the Li family members, including Li Qianga on the left and on the high seat. Emperor Li Yuan was fuming. "Rebellious son, do you know why you are here? You dare defy my orders?" Li Changsheng replied with righteous indignation. "Father, I was studying the art of the bedroom, and it reached a critical juncture, which is why I was delayed. I end the study." Silence enveloped the men, women, and even the eunuchs. Only Li Qianga's weeping grew louder. "Vulgar," Li Yuan exclaimed disdainfully. "Have you learned such barbaric and licentious ways from the savage tribes?" Li Changsheng maintained his stance. "Father, my study of the art of the bedroom is intended for the lifelong happiness of Sister Qianga and to ensure the continuation of our royal line. What wrong have I committed? Should I not strive to be like Brother Changjian, who has yet to produce an heir? If I do not put forth effort, how will the Li family endure?" This time, even the imperial guards passing by fell silent. Expanding the royal lineage was a noble cause, after all. Ensuring his wife's happiness was his duty, and he had committed no offense. It was entirely reasonable to act in preparation to relieve the emperor's burden sooner. Moreover, he had cleverly criticized the inadequacies of the second prince, taking the initiative. Changjian exploded with rage. "Li Changsheng, you speak foul words. No ivory can emerge from a dog's mouth. This is slander. I urge the emperor to punish the prince." Li Changsheng merely scoffed. "Why not let the ladies of the city's brothel take a dose of the truth pill? Or you could take one yourself." Upon unveiling this formidable tactic, Li Changjian fell silent. This was not something one could casually consume. After doing so, one would be at their mercy. Changsheng immediately added, "See, silence means acquiescence." Emperor Li Yuan, in a fury, slammed his hand on the table. "Enough! Dogs cannot change their nature. While you may be in the right, we shall cease this matter, but I did not summon you to discuss this lewd topic, but to address your intention to marry Li Qianga." Exhausted and irritated, Li Yuan chose to overlook Li Changsheng's defiance. Had it not been for Li Changsheng's 20 years as a hostage, he might have been imprisoned to correct his disposition. But now he only wished to send Li Cha. This statement was deliberately made for Li Changjian to hear. Li Changsheng felt that the relationships within his family were quite extraordinary. He could freely berate Li Changjian. In turn, could plead with their parents to achieve his ends, only for their parents to pressure him back. Absurd. Since the second son was so easily manipulated, he decided to exploit that further. As expected, Li Changjian fell for it. The emperor had indeed stated in court that the crown prince should hurry to the front lines of Yinzhou a month after his marriage. The crux of the matter was not the journey to the front, but the marriage itself. In Li Changjian's eyes, the crown prince aimed to clip his wings. Yet Li Changjian found it quite amusing. He swiftly countered, saying, "Your Majesty, Qingge is my own sister. Since she already has a beloved, I suggest we abandon this matter. However, I do have a candidate in mind." Li Changsheng immediately declared, "I refuse. The woman you propose will undoubtedly be as barren as your wife. Sister Qingge, with her ample form, is capable of bearing children. That I beseech father to grant me this marriage." Upon hearing this, The imperial study fell into an immediate silence. Such words were not to be spoken lightly. They could lead to execution. Bold. Li Yuan indeed slammed the table in fury. Unfilial son, do you truly believe I would hesitate to depose you? Others present were too frightened to breathe, for it was rare to witness Emperor Yu in such a rage. Li Changsheng stood tall and proud, stating, Father, of course you would dare. After all, I am not even considered your son in your eyes. This woman has publicly humiliated me. Have you ever thought of punishing her? If it were not for her shamelessness, would I have any reason to trouble her? You promised me marriage. Why then compel me to change my mind at the behest of a second brother? Li Yuan was left dumbfounded. In truth, he understood everything clearly. He knew that Li Changge had erred first and recognized that Li Changsheng intended to teach Li Qiangu a lesson. Yet he could not fathom why he wished for Li Changsheng to withdraw and endure. Li Yuan's expression fluctuated between stormy and serene, contemplating. No, I'm fair to both of you brothers that I am a good father. It is you who do not comprehend me. Chapter 10. Mother and father act for your own good. Li Yuan was swift and decisive in matters of state, unwavering in his commands. However, when it came to family affairs, he found himself utterly vexed. Recalling the time before Li Changsheng's return, when father and son shared a harmonious bond, with both sons and daughters, there were far fewer complications. Although he harbored disdain for Li Changsheng, the eldest son raised in a savage tribe, he also acknowledged the contributions of his son over the past 20 years and was moved by his military songs sung in the manner of a benevolent father, allowing Li Changsheng to leave behind a legacy before departing. This was also a tradition of the Li family, to prevent the lineage from extinguishing. Moreover, even if his son was unlikable, perhaps a grandson could bring him satisfaction. Yet now, this taking of a concubine had spiraled into turmoil, affecting him directly. Li Yuan, with a stern countenance, addressed the crown prince, Is it possible that I have been too lenient with you? I have already acquiesced to your wishes. Do you still wish to cause me trouble? Li Changsheng, bewildered, replied, What trouble have I caused? I merely requested to head to the border to share in the burdens of the state. It is you, father, who insisted that I marry before departing. Can I be blamed for that? Address me as your majesty. Li Changsheng chuckled, finding amusement in the old man's fluster. If it pleases your majesty, do not send me to Yunzhou. Simply imprison me in the heavenly prison. Punish me, a mere crown prince, for daring to covet the esteemed Li Qiangu. Then perhaps one day I might unexpectedly perish in the heavenly prison, and your family would be satisfied. The imperial study remained so silent that a pin drop could be heard. In recent years, who dared to speak so audaciously to the emperor? This crown prince was seemingly courting death. It was only a matter of time before the emperor could no longer tolerate him and disregarded all decorum to depose him, casting him into the heavenly prison. Meanwhile, Li Yuan was increasingly troubled. Was this not the same predicament as the previous night? His anger surged, and he could hardly suppress the urge to execute this rebellious son. Perhaps he could simply kill him and later claim he succumbed to a sudden illness. Suddenly, Li Changsheng rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms marred with burns and scars from knives, proclaiming, Come, you demand I marry yet obstruct my marriage. And when I choose, you accuse me of causing a ruckus. I willingly enter the heavenly prison. If I perish, it shall not concern the Li family, and my death will not tarnish your reputation. Fetch someone to take me away, and you shall be content. Seeing the scars covering Li Changsheng's arms, Li Yuan's breath became erratic, and his brow furrowed deeply. Even as the foremost warrior of Donghuang and a powerful martial sovereign, his emotions wavered. His imposing aura suddenly softened. Li Yuan spoke in a low voice. Li Qiangu has disrespected the crown prince and shall reflect in solitude for 3 days. The crown prince may select a bride from the 7 grand dukes' households or the 9 marquis estates. Once you have made your choice, I shall grant the marriage point 3 days of solitary reflection. An outsider holds more value than my own son. Li Changsheng chuckled. This esteemed Li official, do you have any unmarried daughters in your family? The room fell into a suffocating silence. Was Li Changsheng still unsatisfied? Did he wish to stir further trouble? Li Qianji's father hastily interjected. Crown Prince, I am willing to offer 100 taels of gold for your wedding. As a form of compensation for my daughter, Changsheng scoffed. At least there are some who understand, he replied nonchalantly. Very well. I await your 100 taels of gold. A dignified crown prince should not resort to extortion. Truly, he had descended to the level of the northern savages, demanding silver from you every year, a striking resemblance. Witnessing this scene, Li Yuan's disdain grew. As Li Changsheng exited the imperial study, he was halted by a palace maid. Your Highness, the Empress requests your presence. Having just received 100 taels of gold, Li Changsheng thought to visit the Empress to procure more funds. Upon reaching Sinang Palace, he encountered Zhao Xuanji and his sister. Li Yuan, upon seeing her brother, the younger sister, with her sharp tongue, remarked, an unnecessary person has arrived. Then she flicked her wrist towards a nearby potted plant, snipping away at it with scissors, muttering, I'll cut you. Cut you. Li Changsheng did not indulge her, retorting, a wretched girl is simply pretentious. You will soon be sent to the savage tribes for betrothal. Li Yuan was taken aback, turning around in disbelief that this useless brother dared to insult her and wished her away from marriage. Had he lost his mind, wishing to return to the stables? But Li Changsheng had already passed her by on the pavilion. Zhao Xuanji was sipping tea with her daughter-in-law. The daughter of the Marquis of Julu was stunningly beautiful, possessing an enchanting figure, a true beauty with fair skin. Clad in resplendent red robes, her slender waist was accentuated and her ample bosom was evident. Yet, she had borne no offspring that in such a feudal dynasty. A hen that does not lay eggs cannot become a phoenix. Upon noticing Li Changsheng's arrival, Zhao Xuanji adopted a serious tone. Changsheng, I hear you had another quarrel with your father. Li Changsheng wished to avoid lengthy discourse, saying, spare me the pretense. If you truly wish to help me, provide me with funds. Zhao Xuanji, surprisingly agreeable, produced a small box, opening it to reveal a bounty of silver notes. Here are 10,000 taels for your wedding expenses. Li Changsheng unceremoniously accepted the silver, deeming it rightfully his. Zhao Xuanji continued, since you have accepted it, you should consider abdicating the crown prince position and passing it to your younger brother. Indeed, there were conditions attached. Li Changsheng, astonished, replied, did you not send me to Yinzhou? Are you so eager to see me perish at the front? Zhao Xuanji retorted angrily, nonsense. Both you and Changjian are my children. I treat you equally. I only wish for you to know when to retreat. Once you marry and remain by my side, I shall educate you well, ridding you of your savage customs. I Changsheng scoffed. So refusing to accept humiliation is a savage custom? Zhao Xuanji countered, what humiliation do you speak of? Your father and I act for your own good. You truly believe you are fit for the position of crown prince? Is it still about the position of crown prince? Li Changsheng did not wish to engage further and return the money. Empress, I do not lack for funds. I take my leave. Stop. I am your biological mother, and you refuse to even call me mother. You were never like this before. Goodness, even you have been thrown off balance? Why do you not understand your mother's good intentions? Must you rush to Yinzhou to seek death? If only you would speak. I could advocate for you, I Changsheng inquired. Then why has my sister and his second brother not faced any punishment for slandering me? When shall I return to reside in my crown prince palace? Can you advocate for me, Empress? Zhao Xuanji fell silent once more. She stated, Yuan was merely joking with you. She is still a child, as your elder brother. Why must you take offense? As for Changjian occupying your residence, did I not say? The position of crown prince is of no use to you. You not wish to cultivate. If I were to accuse Li Yuan of having an affair with a guard suddenly, Zhao Xuanji drew a short sword from her sleeve. Pressing it against Li Changsheng's throat, she revealed the cold demeanor of a martial sovereign. Yet, in an instant, she realized that the person before her was her eldest son and could not be killed. Her hand trembled in fear, and the sword clattered to the ground. No. Changsheng. She stammered for a moment before Zhao Xuanji suddenly recognized her own double standard, a mother's instinct to protect her cubs. A reflexive reaction. I can understand that. Li Changsheng touched his neck, saying, thank you for sparing my life, Empress, that it seems I cannot casually spread rumors about princesses. Yet, it is permissible for a princess to spread rumors about me. What a magnificent display of equality. I had forgotten I am not favored. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Li Yuan'er rushed over, saying, "Look at how you've angered Mother. Can we be the same? We are a family of 4. You are the superfluous one that you should remain in the savage tribes as a hostage. What purpose do you serve by returning?" On the day of your return, a foul stench lingered in the air, accompanied by furtive glances and a sense of disgust. Both Father Emperor and Mother Empress were deeply troubled, and only then did they recall the existence of a son like you. If you had any sense of propriety, you would remove yourself from this household, for you are not welcome here. Am I wrong to resent you? Father Emperor dotes on me. And what of it? What can you do about it? Li Changsheng responded with indifference. That is precisely correct. In the future, do not recklessly claim kinship outside. I share no ties with your family, that I bid you farewell. Chapter 11. Am I truly at fault? No, I am not at fault. After Li Changsheng departed, Zhao Xuanji was left speechless with rage. She pondered, had she genuinely erred? Her suggestion to send Li Changsheng to Yunzhou had merely been a ruse to intimidate him. After spending 20 years as a hostage in the wild tribes, enduring countless hardships, he would undoubtedly avoid further suffering. Thus, his choice to stay was quite reasonable, was it not? Then, she proposed to keep Li Changsheng by her side, for a person who had been deprived of maternal love for 20 years. This was a most coveted opportunity, was it not? The combination of these two conditions should have led Li Changsheng to accept, and yet he did not. Not only did he refuse, but he also insisted on severing ties. You carry my blood. Can such a bond truly be severed? Zhao Xuanji believed that all her actions were for the sake of her child. As for the slander from Li Yuan'er, he had endured half a year of bullying in the stables. Those events were now in the past. She never anticipated that Li Changjian would handle matters so poorly, nor could she have predicted the brothers' fallout. But could she be blamed for it, since it had occurred? The eunuchs were dead. Li Changsheng suffered no real loss. They were still family, and it was best not to dwell on it. As the eldest son, he ought to be sensible and consider the greater good. She could not comprehend this. In her view, Li Changsheng had been corrupted by the barbarism of the northern frontier. Yet, Zhao Xuanji was acutely aware that she was the empress, the divine woman of the foremost sacred land. And such a maternal estrangement could not be allowed to manifest. How could she face the world? How could she confront the scorn and ridicule from within the Li family? Li Yuan'er remarked, "Mother, why not let him go? He knows nothing of cultivation or military affairs. Should he go to Yunzhou, he would not only struggle to gain the respect of local leaders, but might even succumb to illness along the way." Zhao Xuanji's brows furrowed in conflict. She feared for her eldest son's suffering, yet also feared for her eldest son himself. Sighing, Zhao Xuanji's heart became increasingly chaotic. At this moment, another troubled soul was Li Yuan. He picked up a stone of remembrance, reflecting on the past 20 years. Each year, the barbarous tribes of the northern frontier demanded compensation for the trade imbalance at the borders, due to their excessively harsh terms. He had only agreed to half of what was proposed. Should he acquiesce entirely, the wealth of the frontier populace would be siphoned away, resulting in a significant fiscal deficit within Diyu. The detestable barbarians remained unsatisfied. Yet due to the Crown Prince Treaty, hostilities had not resumed. However, they sent him recordings each year of the abuses inflicted upon Li Changsheng, attempting to undermine his resolve. Yuan viewed these recordings annually. Each scar and iron brand on Li Changsheng's body felt as though it were etched upon his own face. After viewing the recordings sent in the 10th year, cracks formed in his resolve, leading to self-doubt. What was he, the foremost emperor of the Eastern Wilds, if he could not even protect his own son? He felt less than a man. Had he not used his own son as a hostage to secure peace in the northern frontier, he too would have faced defeat under immense pressure. In his anguish and fury, he chose to evade the situation. Though shameful, evasion proved effective. Watching his second son, Li Qingjian, grow into a learned and distinguished young man, a core disciple of the sacred land, making steady progress in martial arts, he regained some semblance of paternal dignity and pride that he began to feel that without Li Changsheng, his life would be perfect. Indeed, he slowly descended into delusion. Starting in the 11th year, he sealed away the recordings from the barbarous tribes, no longer viewing them. By the 20th year, he had entirely forgotten that he had an elder son. At times, he mused that if Li Changsheng never returned, he would not have to confront the demons within his heart. Am I truly at fault? Li Yuan gazed forlornly at the heavens, then murmured, "No, I'm not at fault. I have made you prosperous, a timeless emperor. It is that ungrateful son who has become tainted by barbaric ways. Day in and day out, he threatens to sever our ties. I have shown him enough mercy that he chose to seek merit at the borders, and I cannot be blamed. The residents of the esteemed Xiang Taifu, Li Changsheng, receive an apology from the family of Li Qianga. 100 taels of gold. The purchasing power of gold remained commendable, sufficient for him to enjoy a leisurely period. As he found himself with some free time, he silently practiced the Taishu demon god technique. Gauging his progress, the heavenly demon relic indeed proved its worth, as it had been operating autonomously throughout the day, and his energy reservoir was now solidifying. Changsheng executed a set of martial forms, feeling invigorated with each strike. After a while, he noticed Xiang Taifu had returned. "Where have you been, Taifu? Why is your household deserted?" Li Changsheng inquired. Xiang Long sighed. "My family has been slain by the Duke of Jiulu, Su Mingxi. Since then, this old minister has dismissed the servants, facing an empty home daily, which spurs me to live with purpose." Changsheng's heart stirred with realization. And oh wonder this old man steadfastly supported him. It seemed he awaited the prince's return to turn the tide. "Taifu, I shall not remain. This royal family cannot accommodate me. You should retire to your homeland. Your Highness, there are ways to navigate without remaining here. Going to the borders and relying on military authority is also a viable path. The outside world claims the crown prince has been a servant among the barbarous tribes for 20 years. Possessing the nature of a slave, ignorant of etiquette, and incapable of cultivation. Yet I see you have entered the martial path, decisive in your actions that I end the court. You have proven your innocence and outshone the ministers. A true dragon among men." The old and the young exchanged glances for a long while. Suddenly, Li Changsheng smiled. "You old man, your intentions are not as simple as they appear. Proceed as you wish. As long as you keep pace with me, feel free to do as you please. That I merely wish to gather some allies and resources before departing." Xiang Long then produced a series of portraits of women, stating, "The emperor has delineated the range for selecting a consort, and I have conveniently found some candidates for you. Among the 7 great duke houses, there are suitable young ladies, and here are their likenesses. In the 9 duke houses, while many eldest daughters have already married out, there are still numerous younger daughters. This is their album. Changsheng perused them, pointing to a young woman from the Duke of Jiulu's family. "How about her? She appears rather unremarkable. She is merely a younger daughter. I fear Su Mingxi would not care and might instead exploit her. What do the women from these noble houses think upon learning they might be chosen by me? It is said that they live in constant trepidation, with many feigning illness and deliberately spreading unfavorable rumors. Behind the scenes, they compare the crown prince to a crude barbarian, warning that any family marrying him would face disgrace." Splendid. That is splendid." Xiang Long looked on in confusion. "Your Highness, if you could select a wife from a powerful family, it would greatly benefit you. Even if you remain in the capital, you could exert influence. Marriage is akin to a second rebirth. This action should not be taken lightly." Xiang Long viewed it as a means of assistance. However, Li Changsheng, fondling the 100 taels of gold sent by Li Qianga's family, preferred to amass wealth. He grasped the box of gold and waved, "Prepare the carriage. We shall visit each household and discuss matters." Chapter 12. My rules are the rules. Before the residence of the Duke of Yu, Li Changsheng declared his intentions, requesting an audience with the Duke. After a brief wait, a servant of modest standing was sent out. Acting on the butler's instructions, he feigned ignorance of the crown prince, forbidding him entry. This was an attempt to obstruct Li Changsheng's consort selection. Should the emperor inquire later, he would face a brief imprisonment and perhaps a beating, but the duke's household would compensate him with a few dozen taels of silver. Without prior notice of visit, how could he believe you are the crown prince? The crown prince's carriage lacks such humble appearance. Where are your attendants? In this day and age, there are far too many impostors claiming royal lineage. You should leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to act. Get lost. Li Changsheng observed that these people had been stalling for nearly half a stick of incense, only to attempt to drive him away. They even spat phlegm upon him. At this pivotal moment in life, he faced three choices. Choice 1. Endure, leave in frustration, and seek another noble lady. Reward. Tranquility elixir. Anyone consumed with anger will find peace. Choice 2. Wait until the Duke of Yu himself comes to greet him, showcasing his patience. Reward. Soft hedge armor. Choice 3. Kill. Unable to tolerate such humiliation, remind them of the true nature of this world. Reward. Condensed chi, great return elixir. What are you still doing? Get out, get out. Puff. The servant of the Duke of Yu continued to wield his faux authority. Changsheng strode forward, seizing the man by the neck. With a crack, the servant's neck snapped. Those present gaped in shock, though they scoffed at the crown prince's barbaric demeanor. At this moment, memories of the terror from 20 years ago under barbarian rule flooded back to them. Casting the body aside, Li Changsheng remarked coolly, I will count to 3. If the door is not opened, I shall force my way in creek. Before Li Changsheng could even begin counting, the main door swung open. The Duke of Yu hurried out. Crown Prince, please, temper your anger, temper your anger. With a sharp crack, Li Changsheng delivered a resounding slap that sent Yu Guogong spinning on the spot, instantly swelling his cheek. Yet, Yu Guogong could only endure. Why Yu Guogong? Do you dare defy the imperial decree? Are you contemplating rebellion? Your Highness, you misunderstand the old minister. I am eternally loyal to the Yu and to his majesty. The old minister continued, this insolent servant who has offended the crown prince deserves the gravest punishment. Please, your Highness, step inside. Though Li Changsheng was tasked with selecting a bride, he recognized that individuals like Yu Guogong were cunning and slippery, adept at using their words to navigate tricky situations. Moreover, he sensed several menacing auras within the room. The Yu Guogong's estate was not devoid of martial prowess. However, due to his status as crown prince, they refrained from taking action. Having delivered a blow and taken a life, it was time to discuss serious matters. There were many households to visit, and Li Changsheng was not inclined to waste time. He produced a small box containing 100 taels of gold and stated, This is my bride price. I wish to marry your 6th daughter. I hope for your approval. Let your daughter come to me tonight, and in 10 months, I shall present you with a grandson. Yu Guogong's expression darkened. You are rather impatient, aren't you? Those barbarians are so casual. Yet, the more Li Changsheng insisted, the more flustered Yu Guogong became. Your Highness, my daughter, she has contracted an unclean illness. I fear. An unclean illness? A sexually transmitted disease? I presume. No matter, my constitution is robust enough to withstand it. What? Yu Guogong stammered that in any case I am not picky. The bride price is settled. You may send her over and father will issue a decree of marriage tomorrow, and we shall be family henceforth. Yu Guogong's face grew increasingly grim. Becoming in-laws with the crown prince was not merely a matter of marrying off a daughter. It posed a significant dilemma, as it would place him in opposition to the second prince and jeopardize his family's future. How could he face his ancestors after being ridiculed by the high society of the capital? Suddenly, Grand Tutor Xianglong leaned in to whisper a few words in Yu Guogong's ear. A look of enlightenment crossed Yu Guogong's face, and he hastily commanded someone to fetch a small box. Along with Li Changsheng's bride price, he returned it and forced a smile, saying, Your Highness, to my knowledge, the daughter of Ming Guogong possesses extraordinary beauty and robust health. Perhaps. Li Changsheng took the box, barely glancing at it. But it was heavy. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find 200 taels of gold. He patted Yu Guogong on the shoulder and remarked, Yu Guogong, I hope my earlier blow did not cause you any pain. Yu Guogong quickly replied, No, your Highness struck excellently. That it was merely the negligence of my household servants. Your Highness not only struck well, but also acted rightly. Changsheng nodded silently. Since you believe my actions to be just, then it suffices. You must understand that as long as I am the crown prince of Yu, you must either lie low like a tiger or curl up like a dragon. Yes, Yu Guogong bowed, nodding in deference. That it was only after Li Changsheng had walked some distance away that several young people burst forth from within. Father, are you all right? Yu Guogong, clutching his aching cheek, cursed vehemently. What kind of crown prince is this? He behaves just like a barbarian? Oh, the pain. Who said the crown prince was timid and cowardly? Father, I believe this was Xianglong's idea. Indeed, Xianglong is quite cunning. The crown prince has suffered for 20 years in the barbarian tribes. It is unlikely he would devise such a vicious scheme to swindle us out of 200 taels. What if he sets his sights on the seventh sister next? Would he not extort us again? Yu Guogong sighed. All right, quickly take your sister to the countryside to hide for a while. Since the crown prince has accepted 200 taels, he should be satisfied. Consider it a financial loss to avert disaster. In the carriage, Li Changsheng fiddled with a gold ingot the size of a thumb, quite pleased. Making money is so easy. Your Highness, you might offend everyone like this, cautioned Xianglong. Nonsense. This amount is but a drop in the ocean for them. They will be pleased to part with some wealth to avert calamity, that I wager that the subsequent noble families will each send more than the last. Oh, you believe it? Isn't the crown prince thus losing the support of these nobles? Xianglong was at a loss for words. He truly hoped that Li Changsheng would handle the relationships with these noble factions wisely. However, Li Changsheng had severed ties with the royal family and fled without a care. Li Changsheng scoffed. Nobles? Throughout history, have not the lords and ministers taken turns in power? Who occupies the position is irrelevant, that I only recognize one thing. My rules are the only rules. Xianglong shuddered. Staring at Li Changsheng in disbelief, he felt a chill run down his spine, but he saw something distinctly unique within Li Changsheng. After a long pause, Grand Tutor Xianglong remarked, I believe that extorting 200 taels is rather insufficient. Those lords are quite adept at accumulating wealth. One household could easily part with 300 taels without concern. I Changsheng was taken aback. So much. That is a sum I have never even encountered before. Indeed, poverty had restricted his imagination. They truly were deserving of their noble titles. Yet he expressed concern. Grand Tutor, is this not excessively unscrupulous? Xianglong stroked his beard and replied, Your Highness, all roads lead to the royal way. Their laughter resonated, each understanding the other on the way to the next household. Li Changsheng retrieved the condensed qi great elixir, a reward for his life choices. This elixir enhances one's martial prowess and is among the finest at the Qi realm. Gulping it down, the heavenly demon relic activated, gradually converting into medicinal power. His Dantian's Qi began to amass a substantial amount of martial true energy within the span of a single tea brewing. Li Changsheng had already broken through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm. Transitioning from the Qi to the mid-stage often takes even a talented martial artist 1 to 2 years. Even the geniuses of the Holy Lands, with the aid of elixirs and spirit plants, require at least 6 months. This was not merely due to the elixir, but also a testament to Li Changsheng's superior cultivation technique. Clenching his fists, he could feel his vitality and strength surging. He was resolute in his belief that if he continued down this path, he would never again be bullied. Chapter 13. The Crown Prince does not understand the way of cultivation. Li Changsheng took a circuitous route before arriving at the second Ming Guogong estate. Ming Guogong personally came out to greet him, lamenting that his daughter was unworthy of marrying Li Changsheng and even presented him with some gold and jewels, hoping he would seek another. However, before Li Changsheng could speak, Xianglong interjected, Ming Guogong, His Highness holds a particular affection for your daughter. He has heard much of her virtues, wealthy yet unpretentious, noble yet humble. Who in the capital does not know she is the finest of the esteemed young ladies? Even Yu Guogong has praised her and strongly urged the crown prince to seek her hand, emphasizing the Ming family's substantial resources, which would greatly benefit the crown prince. Changsheng grinned mischievously. Xianglong was adept at redirecting trouble. Ming Guogong was taken aback, internally cursing Yu Guogong for his foolishness. But upon observing Li Changsheng's gesture, he understood he needed to increase the bride price. An unappreciated crown prince, soon to face peril at the border, and in opposition to the favored second prince, he could not possibly marry off his daughter under such circumstances. Thus, Ming Guogong added 300 taels, sending him off with tears in his eyes. With the example set by the previous 2 Guogong estates, the other noble families were exceedingly accommodating, but Li Changsheng was not unreasonable, clearly stating a toll of 300 taels that do not wish to marry. Are you prepared for the consequences? Some, unable to tolerate the situation, rushed to the palace to accuse the crown prince of misconduct, likening his barbaric demeanor to that of a savage, treating the esteemed Guogongs and lords as mere chaff. Yuan received these petitions from the Guogongs and noble households, his head throbbing with anger. He had thought that narrowing the selection for a bride would lead to more subdued behavior. Yet this fellow still managed to create trouble. His actions mirrored those of savages, lacking any semblance of decorum, tarnishing the royal reputation and bringing shame upon himself. Furious, Li Yuan berated, "Has this rebellious son never seen wealth? His conduct is akin to a barbarian. He shows not a trace of the dignity expected of RDU. A nation of propriety. Such a person should not exist beside him." Zhao Xinyuan remarked, "Your Majesty, do not let anger harm your health. Changsheng is, after all, our child. If he cannot find a suitable match, perhaps we should send him directly to Yunzhou and allow him to choose for himself." Li Yuan, eager to rid himself of this son, agreed, saying, "Very well. We shall proceed as the Empress wishes. If no families can present a suitable bride for the crown prince, we shall depart for the border at once." Li Changsheng arrived at the final estate, the Dinghua Ho residence. Grand Tutor Xiang Long observed the peeling vermilion paint and the weathered high walls, which had not seen maintenance in years. The lanterns at the entrance were tattered and had likely hung there for ages. And one of the 5 steps was chipped that he remarked, "Your Highness, the Dinghua Ho family has a long lineage of loyalty and valor, with all the men having perished on the battlefield for their country. Now only some women and a 5-year-old boy remained. I advise against demanding wealth from them. That's so?" Li Changsheng replied. "Let us see." Having visited over a dozen households, nightfall had already descended. The enticing aroma of dishes wafted from within. It seemed no one at the Dinghua Ho residence was awaiting Li Changsheng's arrival. Xiang Long knocked on the door. Shortly after, a maid with a bowl of rice peeked out. "Who are you? What brings you to our Ho residence at this hour?" Xiang Long cupped his hands and replied, "The crown prince has come to visit. Please inform your superiors." "The crown prince?" The maid was taken aback, nearly dropping her bowl. "Mother, sister, the barbarian crown prince is here." Upon hearing these words, the 2 individuals realized that the girl, dressed as a maid, was actually the daughter of the Duke of Dinghua. How impoverished they must be unable to afford even a servant. In a brief moment, the matriarch of the Dinghua Duke's household, accompanied by a group of female relatives, emerged. Among them was a delicate woman holding a small boy's hand. "Old madam, we welcome the crown prince." She greeted, "I have met with Master Xiang." The elderly matriarch Yang, along with her daughter-in-law and granddaughter, came forth to receive Li Changsheng. Changsheng remarked, "I apologize for troubling you, old madam. His Majesty has arranged a marriage for me, and I am tasked with seeking a suitable companion. After traversing the estates of various dukes and marquises, I have finally arrived at your residence. There is nothing novel under the sun." Old madam was already aware of the circumstances. After all, it had been over an hour since Li Changsheng had taken the first household, and the crown prince's actions had long since spread like wildfire throughout the city. Unfortunately, the male members of the family had all perished, and they were living solely on the meager support of pensions. How could they afford to dispatch money to appease the crown prince? The weight of imperial authority bears down like a sword upon every subject. Moments ago, the family had been deliberating on which unfortunate soul should marry this crown prince raised among barbaric tribes. Suddenly, a girl of about 14 or 15 sprang forth, declaring, "We cannot allow Sister Wei Yang to marry him. It is clear to everyone that he won't survive long in Yunzhou. Does that mean Sister Wei Yang would have to live a life of widowhood?" With that, she swung her fist toward Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. This girl possessed considerable strength, likely at the pinnacle of her Qi realm. The Dinghua Duke's household was known for its martial prowess, and it was evident that she had been trained in combat from a young age. Her techniques were quite impressive from the outset. However, Li Changsheng's timing demon god technique was even more exceptional and included some inherited martial arts, though there was a disparity in their realms. His movements were more agile, and he adeptly countered her attacks without suffering any disadvantage. The old matriarch observed for a while, puzzled. Isn't it said that the crown prince is unskilled in martial arts? Yet he seems no less capable than Lana. However, he was a male. Such skill was of little consequence. Li Changsheng had only just begun his training, and his mastery of techniques was somewhat lacking. Yet, after gradually adapting, he began to mount a counteroffensive. Facing the powerful energy clash, he skillfully evaded and, leveraging the advantage of his technique, he maneuvered around her strikes, ultimately seizing Shunlan's wrist and pinning her down. Shunlan struggled momentarily before exclaiming, "Ouch! You scoundrel, let me go." The old matriarch hurried forward, saying, "Your Highness, the little girl is merely being impudent. I offer my apologies." Changsheng pushed her away and released his grip, stating, "Enough, old madam. You should be well aware of my purpose here, that I shan't make things difficult for you." Only, just then, a young woman of about 20 emerged, her ethereal gauzy dress swaying gently with her steps. Her eyes sparkled brightly like stars in the heavens, and her lips were luscious and vibrant, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. Her visage was as smooth as jade, her eyes crystal clear, her nose elegantly refined, and her cherry-red lips slightly curved, exuding an air of classical grace. "I am Shun Weiyang," she said, performing a graceful bowl. Changsheng frowned in displeasure, irritated at being interrupted. He retorted, "What business do you have?" Shun Weiyang replied, "If His Highness seeks to wed a lady from the Dingwood Duke's household, I am the only suitable choice, and my elder sisters are already betrothed, and my younger sister is too young to understand, leaving only me unengaged." Changsheng chuckled with amusement. His intention had merely been to berate a few words and depart, yet he had not anticipated someone eager to become his bride. They called him the barbarian crown prince. Yet she was willing to marry him? Truly audacious, he inquired. "Are you not afraid of me? Do you not despise me?" Shun Weiyang responded, "The crown prince is the heir to a nation, a valuable asset to DU for 2 decades. Having endured hardships and achieved great merit, we can only hold respect and reverence for you. Indeed, those lacking strength often possess the gift of eloquence. The previous dukes and marquises had been different. They had not even shown their faces, merely tossing him 300 gold to settle the matter. Changsheng was rare to encounter someone DU who treated him with kindness, which eased his mindset considerably. The men of the Dingwood Duke's household had also sacrificed for their country, loyal and honorable. After his circuit, he had gained quite a bit. He reconsidered and decided to spare this family. "Very well. I shall let you off the hook. Master Xiang." "Yes." "Reward them with a gold ingot." Master Xiang produced an ingot of gold and handed it over. This action left the women of the Shun family bewildered. Chapter 14. The Unease of Li Changjian Master. "This cart simply won't do. It can't bear the weight of even a few thousand gold." At the entrance of Master Xiang's residence, Li Changsheng could not help but scoff at the cart, which was visibly buckling under the strain. In truth, due to differences in unit conversion, the weight of several thousand gold, based on Li Changsheng's understanding from his previous life, would be estimated at around 100 pounds, which was quite substantial. After visiting over a dozen noble families, he had indeed made a considerable profit. However, the old horse pulling the cart was utterly incapable of handling the load. "Tomorrow, procure a cart that befits my status. The funds will come from this." Master Xiang nodded in agreement. Changsheng then asked, "Master, I doubt the Emperor will grant me any more funds. How many men can we recruit with this amount?" "If we consider ordinary folks, factoring in wages, weapons, armor, and provisions, we could recruit about 1,000 men, sufficient to sustain them until we reach Yinzhou. For more capable warriors, perhaps 200, with provisions and wages lasting until we arrive in Yinzhou. Given the recent floods, there are many refugees. They require no wages. If we recruit some warriors as personal guards, we could also train the refugees. Your Highness has keen insight. This not only saves money, but also ensures our forces remain formidable. Recruit 500 refugees and 50 warriors. The higher their strength, the better. Paint a grand picture." "Your Highness, what do you mean by paint a grand picture?" It's just some jargon. It means to exaggerate the benefits, instilling a sense of expectation." "Haha, Your Highness, this plan is brilliant. With a goal and funds, the execution will be much easier." Master Xiang was well-versed and exceptionally talented. Managing money was no challenge for him. However, Li Changsheng's acquisition of several thousand gold from the noble families was a substantial fortune. The second prince felt particularly envious. He did not possess such wealth. Meanwhile, his wife and father-in-law, Lord Shuming of Julu, were discussing strategies with him. Your Highness, the Emperor still favors you. You must not be too hasty. His Majesty and Her Majesty naturally dislike that barbarian crown prince. Were it not for the slightest trace of bloodline, he would have perished long ago. However, now that he is in the capital, he is quite a thorn in the side. Originally, there were plans to depose him during the morning court, but now it seems that the public is discussing how I framed him. Lord Shuming exchanged glances with the crown prince's consort, thinking, isn't this precisely your doing? You dare not consume the truth pill. Your guilt is evident to all. Lord Shuming added, however, while he is in the capital, His Majesty has his covert spies observing him. Even if assassins are sent, it is uncertain whether they could succeed. Changsheng seethed. I do not understand. His Majesty clearly despises this barbaric crown prince, who is insubordinate and disrespectful, yet still allows him to go to the border. It is utterly outrageous. Lord Julu replied, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. Changsheng scoffed, spare me that. If he truly cared, would he allow the crown prince to suffer among the barbarian tribes for 20 years? He is ruthless. I must be even more ruthless. I cannot wait any longer. I wish to take his place immediately. If he manages to establish himself at the border, will I not be in greater danger? Observing the second prince's agitation and lack of strategic composure, Lord Julu sighed, recognizing that it was all due to his daughter being unable to bear children. The two had been married for over 5 years without issue. Lord Julu naturally wished for the Zus to rise further in status. However, without a legitimate heir, and with his obstruction of the second prince taking a concubine, the only way to mend their relationship was to assist him in seizing the throne. Otherwise, the Li family would also voice their objections, and the Su family would lose their greatest support. However, if Li Changsheng were to die, then the Emperor of Yu would have only Li Chengjian as his son, which would not be a significant problem. Yet within the imperial city, it was forbidden to harm the crown prince. Therefore, the crown prince's voluntary request to go to the border to achieve merit was tremendous news for them. They merely needed to wait. However, just moments ago, the emperor had bestowed a marriage upon Shen Weiyang of the Dingwood Duke's household to become Li Changsheng's crown princess. If Shen Weiyang were to become pregnant, the situation would be entirely different. Lord Julu took a few steps and said, we cannot act against the crown prince, but we can act against Shen Weiyang. If we can find someone to tarnish her reputation, causing her to conceive first, the emperor's marriage would bind her to the Shen family, and she would have no choice but to acquiesce. After 10 months, if she gives birth to a bastard, we can expose the truth, slandering the crown prince's inability to sire children. Thereafter, there would be no need for further action. Even if the crown prince survives at the border, it would still be over for him. This is a plan to cut off the enemy's supplies at the source. Chengdin's expression darkened. This scheme was indeed ruthless, yet inexplicably left him feeling somewhat unsettled. After all, he had no descendants with the second prince's consort. Despite the reassurances from those around him, insisting that the time had not yet come, or even blaming the second prince's consort for her inability to conceive, he alone understood that the issue lay with him. He had secretly sought the company of numerous women in the city, yet none had been able to bear his child. This was a truth he kept closely guarded. Fraught with anxiety, if it were universally acknowledged that he would have no heirs, his aspirations of becoming the crown prince and subsequently the emperor would be dashed. His father and mother might very well decide to bear him another brother overnight. In such a scenario, his fate would be sealed, potentially relegating him to the same fate as his elder brother, no longer favored, who knew when conflict might arise, and it could fall upon him to serve as a hostage. The mere thought of this made Li Chengjian's mind buzz with dread. He recalled the year he was merely 3 years old, witnessing the brutal massacre by the Demon Clan's experts against the Yu Dynasty, the marauding iron hooves of the barbarian tribes, and the martial masters pressuring the Li family to abdicate. He had seen his father beaten to the point of spitting blood, driven to the brink of self-immolation for the sake of his country. At that time, a minister had stepped forward, proposing that a hostage from the barbarian tribes be used to alleviate the Yu Dynasty's burdens. Originally, his father had chosen him, the second son, not the crown prince. The barbarian tribes deemed his status too insignificant to agree, ultimately leading to the crown prince being sent as a hostage for 2 decades, hearing her husband and father discussing how to disgrace a woman from a marquis family. Su Fei felt an inexplicable sorrow. That girl from the Shen family was someone she had once known. She remarked, "The Shen family is renowned for their loyalty. Is this truly appropriate?" Su Mingxi scoffed. "That is their own folly. Not everyone wishes to marry off their daughters. Why should the Shen family act out of line? If she bears a royal grandson, what then? Your position would be at stake. And you still consider her?" Such was the perspective of a woman. Su Fei fell silent, chastised by her father. Qian hesitated, believing that his brother should not return. This family did not require him. Ultimately, Li Changsheng dismissed his father-in-law's suggestion, stating, "It matters not. As long as I make no mistakes, his departure from the capital means my victory." Marquis of Jiulu nodded silently, yet he too feared that the crown prince would leave behind a bloodline, which would indeed pose a problem. Having left the crown prince's residence and exited the palace, a carriage approached the Marquis of Jiulu, and a martial attendant came forth to him, stating, "Find some unsavory characters to deal with Shen Weiyang. Ensure it is done flawlessly, without any slip-ups, and that our identities remain concealed." "Understood, my lord," the attendant replied, taking his leave to execute the task. Chapter 15. Your life is chosen by me at Xiang Taifu's residence. Li Changsheng now resided there long-term, but of course, the empress had summoned him to live in the palace, but he had severed ties and refused to go. Consequently, whispers of the crown prince's disobedience and rebellion circulated around him, as if all blame lay solely on his shoulders, leaving the emperor and empress powerless. Perhaps this was the power of public opinion. Yet, it mattered little. Li Changsheng intended to live his own life. Aware that they secretly wished for his demise, he felt that, having received the funds, once he gathered a following, he could escape without much trouble. Although this was a feudal dynasty, it differed from what he had known in his previous life. For this world was imbued with martial prowess. The current emperor of Yu, at the pinnacle of martial cultivation, could single-handedly contend against an entire nation. Thus, Li Changsheng's recruitment of soldiers was akin to acquiring a few servants at home. It posed no threat to the emperor's rule and proceeded smoothly. Xiang Taifu presented a roster, listing 500 names and ages of registered refugees. These refugees had no land, no homes, no wives, no offspring, and were devoid of skills. They were merely young men who would follow for a meal. However, the costs of recruiting martial artists were substantial. In this world of martial arts, the stronger one was, the higher the price. Fortunately, the capital boasted many martial academies, making it feasible to recruit 50 martial artists of the martial master realm. The challenge lay in negotiation. After all, the first pot of gold had been acquired through cunning, under the emperor's nose and with the crown prince's status. However, once outside the capital, circumstances would change drastically. In this regard, Xiang Taifu advised to save where possible. If unable to recruit, enlisting those of the Qixi realm would suffice. In the past few days, Li Changsheng had familiarized himself with the martial progress of this world. Commoners began their training at 5, and by adulthood, achieving the martial master realm was quite commendable. As for those from prominent families like him, due to superior techniques and resources, they generally reached the martial sovereign realm by adulthood. Now 25, if he were regarded as a prodigy in a sacred land. He could even attain the martial king realm. Changsheng pondered. Ultimately, it was one's own strength that mattered most. An imperial decree arrived, requesting the crown prince to step out and receive it. Suddenly, a eunuch's voice echoed from outside. Li Changsheng thought perhaps his father had finally shown some conscience and sent him silver for his journey to Yinzhou, or even a skilled warrior. The decree announced that the emperor bestowed the marriage of the crown prince to the 16-year-old Shen Weiyang. This was absurd. What use was it to marry a young girl when he was planning to flee? He received the decree and rushed to the Shen residence. Upon arriving at the Shen family, he was once again greeted by the same maid who glared at him with discontent. "The crown prince has arrived." "Grandmother, mother, that crown prince is here again." Li Changsheng chuckled, not wishing to engage with a mere child. When a matriarch appeared, she was markedly more courteous this time. Even smiling, "I have met the crown prince." Changsheng wasted no time, stating, "I did not request the emperor to betroth Shen Weiyang to me. I hope there are no misunderstandings." The matriarch explained, "This was our Shen family's decision. It is a blessing for Weiyang to become the crown princess, given your esteemed status. Please rest assured, she is a clever girl, well-versed in literature and the arts. Should she become the crown princess, she will dutifully manage the household. Changsheng frowned. Dutifully manage the household. I understand now. Your Shin family intends to leverage my status to rise again. The matriarch's cheeks flushed with sweat. Such matters were not to be acknowledged lightly. No, it is merely that Wei Yang admires your dedication to the great Yu and wishes to contribute for 20 years. Enough of such excuses. The crown prince would not be swayed. However, since this proposal comes from your family, I wish to meet Shun Wei Yang. She is currently in the eastern part of the city, purchasing cosmetics and wedding garments in the eastern part of the city. A carriage from the Dingwa Marquis's residence rolled along. Arriving at a jewelry store point, two exquisite young women disembarked, their beauty striking enough to make the common folk retreat. Wary of drawing too close to the Marquis, as emblem sister-in-law, you are knowledgeable in gold and silver jewelry. Please help me select some affordable pieces. Wei Yang, dear child, why must you lower yourself to marry that crown prince? Your lifelong happiness does not necessitate such sacrifice. You must consider your own future. Sister-in-law, no more of this. I have made my decision, especially since His Majesty has already arranged the marriage. How can you still speak of this? The betrothal gift is merely a gold ingot. The capital is rife with laughter at your expense, mocking that you were sold for a single ingot, with no dowry, and even having to compensate for your own wedding gifts. They call you cheap and worthless. Yet who knows of your burdens? Remain silent, aware of the truth. However, the Shun family was now impoverished. Most of the women did not understand martial arts, and the path of military service was barred to them. While political avenues were non-existent, they had tried commerce, only to lose their capital entirely. With a household of over 10 mouths to feed, every expense was a burden. But if she were to become the crown princess, it would be different. Even in widowhood, she would be the crown princess, a member of the royal family, and her life would inevitably improve. As they conversed, they entered a renowned jewelry store frequented by the high society of the capital. Upon entering, they felt several intense gazes upon them. Look, it's the young lady of the Shun family. I heard she has been betrothed by His Majesty to that crown prince. The Shun family has truly gone mad, selling her for a gold ingot. They are known for their loyalty, yet even marrying off to that useless crown prince. Word has it that the scion of the undying sacred land favors Shin Wei Yang. ISNT that the crown prince seeking his own demise. Such gossip reached Shin Wei Yang's ears, but she maintained her composure. After all, under the emperor's gaze, the man she was to marry was the crown prince. On the surface, no one could treat her poorly. After selecting a few items, Shin Wei Yang found them all too expensive, unable to assemble a suitable dowry for the Dingwa Marquis as household. Suddenly, a figure clad in martial attire approached her. Miss Shun. Shun Wei Yang slightly bowed, replying, Lordly, a pleasure to meet you. Li Chianga, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, Miss Shun, you are renowned for your virtue and talent, excelling in poetry and music. To marry that barbarian is truly an injustice. Shin Wei Yang frowned and raised her voice. Lordly, please retract your words. Do not slander my future husband. The crown prince is a commendable man of excellent character, noble status, and great ambition. It is my honor to marry him. The surrounding ladies of high society were taken aback, each one astonished. Even before the marriage had been formalized, they were hastily speaking in defense of the crown prince. Chianga wore an awkward expression. She had expected to empathize with the young women she knew and vehemently denounce the extortionist Li Changsheng, only to find herself rendered a fool. With her demeanor shifting dramatically, she remarked, It seems you two have fallen from grace. Truly bewitched. Now you must purchase your own wedding supplies. TSK, the jewelry and fine fabric here are worth 1,000 taels of silver. Can you afford that? Shun Wei Yang's expression faltered. She had already chosen the most modest items available. Yet they remained quite costly. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Wrap all of this up and send it to the Duke of Dingwa's residence. I shall cover the expenses. Chapter 16. You have walked right in my trap. The gentle voice turned heads. Shin Wei Yang was taken aback to see Li Changsheng's arrival. She was puzzled as to why he would pay for her. The crown prince? Li Qiang's heart quivered, and she instinctively stepped back in fear. It was uncommon for royalty to appear among the common folk without even a protector by their side. The noble ladies in the shop knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness." Though reluctant, Li Qianga found herself compelled to kneel as well. Changsheng's voice was cold as he declared, "Just now, someone spoke ill of my fiancé, behind her back. I've taken note of their names. Prepare your coffins for the journey home." The onlookers gasped in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and terror. This prince was exceedingly ruthless. Changsheng continued, "If you believe I would not act, feel free to proceed as you wish. Your Highness, spare us." A woman immediately pleaded for mercy, crawling forth in supplication. The city was already abuzz with rumors of Li Changsheng's violent act of slaying the imperial messenger and extorting noble families. Everyone knew this prince hailed from a savage tribe. Were they not simply barbarians? The prevailing narrative in Du painted the so-called barbarians as notorious for their brutality, leading them to associate the crown prince with such a reputation. They were merely the wives of officials, accustomed to gossiping without consequence, only to find themselves overheard. In truth, they were mistaken. Li Changsheng had not heard a word. He merely sought to intimidate them into leaving. That they had knelt before him was a testament to their sincerity. It was unclear whether he was simply terrifying or they were excessively cowardly. Since they had voluntarily confessed, Li Changsheng saw an opportunity for extortion. When others accuse you of being despicable and shameless, it is wise to embrace that very nature. With my marriage imminent, not only do you offer no gifts, but you also speak ill of me behind my back. Truly believing there is no one to defend the Li family? Li Qianga, your servant is here. Kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, Li Qianga mused, bemused by the crown prince's ignorance of even the simplest proverb. Yet she felt conflicted. Would she be compelled to act? Such a cruel use of a blade hidden in the dark. If she acted, tomorrow would surely be tumultuous. Changsheng inquired. What now? Still not acting. Did you not just claim my fiancé, he had fallen from grace and was bewitched? Your Li family cannot even afford 100 taels of gold. Have you learned nothing from the lesson of loose lips? I could take a consort, and perhaps even a secondary wife, and I deem you, Sister Qianga, to be quite suitable. Li Qianga's body trembled. She was infuriated but could not devise a countermeasure. Why have you not acted? Suddenly, Li Changsheng reached out. Grasping her shoulder, he activated the supreme demon god's technique to siphon her power. Unprepared, Li Qianga felt her vitality and true energy drain away, though she was at the peak of the martial master realm. She was certainly distinguished among her peers. Realizing something was amiss, she sensed her Zifu's energy was being disturbed by Li Changsheng, her vitality plummeting drastically as her cultivation level fell to the initial stage of the martial master realm. What a terrifying technique! There are countless methods in the world that can absorb another's power, each with stringent conditions and requiring considerable time. Yet within mere moments, she had been rendered powerless. Little did she know, Li Changsheng wielded the supreme demonic arts, further enhanced by the celestial demon relic. Its potency could be deemed unparalleled in the contemporary world. She attempted to resist, yet the thought of his royal status quelled her spirit. To act against him would surely invite disaster. Now she could only lament her earlier loose tongue. Suddenly, her vision darkened, and she collapsed to the floor, utterly drained. Li Changsheng, shaking his hand, stood up, feeling reinvigorated. His energy reservoir had expanded significantly, brimming with true energy, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Absorbing another's power could traditionally lead to backlash and instability, yet Li Changsheng felt no discomfort. This was due to the celestial demon relic, which tirelessly assisted him in cultivating his techniques and refining his body. This was a process of solidifying one's foundation. While others might spend years establishing theirs, Li Changsheng was continuously fortifying his. The noble ladies present, witnessing Li Qianga faint, were left in a state of terror, afraid to even breathe. Some began slapping themselves, hoping to atone for their transgressions to earn Li Changsheng's forgiveness. That moment, Shun Weiyang spoke up, "Your Highness, to err is human. Their families have served you loyally. So, I beseech you to show mercy to." Li Changsheng tilted his head, responding, "Having been wronged, you would speak on behalf of those who have wronged you." Shun Weiyang shook her head. "I do not speak in their defense. I simply believe their transgressions do not warrant death, that I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble for your highness. Quite the eloquent speaker, that I, in truth, Li Changsheng merely sought a means of extortion. After all, his royal status would hold little weight once he left the capital. He intended to leverage it while he still could. He scoffed disdainfully. Foolish woman, they wish for your demise, and you would save them? Very well, I shall grant them a chance at life. That my father has named me General Flying Dragon, to confront the demon tribes on the front lines of Yunzhou. That I am in need of manpower. Let their sons, husbands, and brothers join me. You must hurry and prepare them. Upon hearing this, the noble ladies felt as though the sky had fallen. Who would willingly send their loved ones to the brutal battlefield of Yunzhou? These were the children of commoners. They were officials of the capital. Shun Weiyang added, Your Highness, they are merely scholars, lacking the strength to lift even a chicken. Perhaps a ransom would be a more suitable exchange. Changsheng raised an eyebrow. This girl had discerned his intentions. Excellent, he accepted her suggestion. Scholars? Humph. Utterly useless. If that is the case, I shall grant you another opportunity. Pay a ransom for their release. However, what would be a suitable amount per individual? These ladies, being the wives of officials, were not of noble lineage and lacked substantial wealth. If they could not produce the ransom, they might have to sell their land or homes, causing a significant uproar that could reach the emperor's ears, complicating matters further. Shun Weiyang proposed, Let us consider it a congratulatory gift for our upcoming wedding, given the magnitude of a royal wedding. I believe their families would manage. Changsheng slammed his palm onto a nearby table of ornaments, sending a corner of it splintering off, which frightened the noble ladies into silence. Let it be as the crown princess has suggested. Return and prepare the wedding gifts for me and the crown princess with utmost diligence. The second wife of the Shun family stood in shock, pondering how these two had begun to coordinate so seamlessly even before their marriage. This extortion act was impressively orchestrated. Yet, these women had brought it upon themselves. Their earlier mockery of Shun Weiyang had been shameless, even poking fun at her as a widow. They truly deserved this punishment, a delightful turn of events. The noble ladies hastily departed. Changsheng glanced at the pile of wedding supplies, producing a recently exchanged gold note, and generously purchased them all. Having concluded this matter, he was eager to return and break through to a new realm. Your Highness! Shin Weiyang suddenly stepped forward to call out to Li Changsheng. Her exquisite and delicate features bore a look of hesitance, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Finally, she spoke, The journey is long, and I feel anxious traveling alone. May I request Your Highness to accompany me? Li Changsheng initially intended to decline, citing his busy schedule, but then noticed the life choice system manifesting before him. Critical life decision choice 1. Escort Shun Weiyang back to the Duke of Dinghua's residence and agree to the marriage arrangement. Reward, a set of exquisite wedding attire known as the Thousand Phoenix Flawless Wedding Dress. Choice 2. Part ways and hasten back to achieve a breakthrough. Reward, the Dragon Tiger Fist, a commendable martial technique. Choice 3. Take Shin Weiyang directly to his home, imparting the wisdom of following one spouse. Reward, the Nuwa Yin-Yang Jade Pendant. True love can yield unexpected effects. Li Changsheng bit his lip, pondering this. Chapter 17. The Cold-Blooded Butcher, What is this? Li Changsheng scrutinized the three options. Was this truly a critical life decision? Could it be that my earlier choice had touched her? He mused. It is quite reasonable. In such a feudal dynasty, with its hierarchies of rulers and subjects, the absence of choice might foster a desire for harmonious relations. Furthermore, regarding the marriage with the Shun family, Li Changsheng had been the passive party. Follow me, Li Changsheng gestured. Since you are to be my wife, the betrothal gifts must be re-evaluated. After making a choice, Li Changsheng suddenly produced a pair of yin-yang jade pendants from his sleeve, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes that was unmistakably a matching set. Although their purpose remained a mystery, it was said that true love could yield unforeseen effects, which felt somewhat mystical. Nevertheless, in a world governed by martial prowess, this notion seemed quite reasonable. Changsheng spoke, and the two women complied with his directive to change their course. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Shin Weiyang had invited Li Changsheng, hoping to gauge his feelings towards her. If he cared even a little, he would surely escort her home to her surprise. Li Changsheng insisted on taking her with him and even intended to propose again. This left Shun Weiyang feeling somewhat moved. He appeared to be not as despicable as the rumor suggested. He seemed considerate of her dignity. As for his actions of extorting money, though they lacked decorum, they were merely the result of gossiping women who had brought shame upon themselves. Shun Weiyang found it satisfying. Thus, she discreetly collaborated with Li Changsheng in their charade. It allowed them to punish those women while profiting from them. And Shun Weiyang saw no issue with that. She admired Li Changsheng for not sacrificing practical benefits for the sake of empty appearances. After the fall of her family, she had witnessed countless noble women squandering money to maintain their pride, ultimately gaining neither dignity nor wealth. That it was far better to hold real silver in one's hands. Suddenly, the coachman outside let out a startled cry. "What is going on?" A moment later, everyone felt the carriage lurch forward at an alarming speed. "Miss, there are thieves." The sudden acceleration caused chaos within the carriage. Shun Weiyang stumbled, nearly crashing into the wooden panel. Quick as a flash, Li Changsheng reached out, pulling her into his embrace. A soft gasp escaped Shun Weiyang's lips. Her heart fluttering. That it was the first time in her life she had been held by a man, and particularly by one infamous for his poor reputation. Her heart raced, pounding furiously in her chest. It seemed this prince was rather gentle, not as crude and disrespectful as the tale suggested. Li Changsheng, too, was taken aback, his heart racing for the first time in 2 lifetimes of solitude, experiencing the allure of a beautiful woman. Her delicate limbs, slender waist, and angelic visage, coupled with a faint fragrance, quickened his pulse as well. They exchanged a shy glance, both feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Ouch, that hurts," lamented the second sister-in-law beside them, nursing a bump on her head. Li Changsheng steadied her and drew back the curtain, inquiring, "Who?" The ruffian who had commandeered the carriage was clearly a thug from the city's martial arts academy, rough, robust, and with a fierce demeanor. Upon noticing Li Changsheng, he exclaimed, "Hey, why is there a man here?" Li Changsheng responded with a swift kick. Bam! The thug raised his arm to block, but was unable to withstand the force of Li Changsheng's powerful strike, sending him flying. This kick fortuitously allowed Li Changsheng to swiftly absorb the energy of Li Qianga, enhancing his own cultivation. Beyond the Qi realm lay the martial master realm. To ascend to this level, one needed to channel true Qi through the 99 meridian checkpoints. Typically, this required a significant accumulation of true Qi in the Dantian. However, at that moment, every move Li Changsheng made was infused with the Taishu demon god art, and the overwhelming power accelerated his breakthrough. Indeed, practice yields true knowledge. After regaining control of the carriage, Li Changsheng discovered they had arrived at a desolate area west of the city. Surrounding them were a dozen martial artists. Clearly not benevolent visitors. That weren't there just women? "Why is there a man too?" One of them sneered. "Less chatter, bind them all." Before they could finish speaking, one of the thugs charged at Li Changsheng. As he closed in, a small knife flew towards him with alarming speed. Unperturbed, Li Changsheng deftly snatched the knife mid-air and sent it back, striking the thug in the thigh. "Watch out. This guy has some skill," another thug warned. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, lunging with a knife aimed at Li Changsheng's back. Reacting swiftly, Li Changsheng performed a forward roll to evade. Just then, 2 long spears thrust towards him. Due to his inexperience, he was initially overwhelmed by their attacks. However, he soon created some distance, stabilizing himself. Li Changsheng found himself puzzled. These attackers didn't seem particularly formidable, so why did they dare to assault the carriage of the Duke of Dinghua? Just then, the 2 women in the carriage screamed as the bandits lunged towards them. Shun Weiyang, possessing some martial skills, kicked one of the brash thugs in the face. She seized her sister-in-law's hand, intending to join Li Changsheng. The second sister-in-law panicked. "Weiyang, what are you doing? It's dangerous. We must flee." Yet Shun Weiyang understood that retreating now would render any potential marriage meaningless. She called out boldly, "Do you know who we are? To dare attack us, you'd need more than 10 heads." She attempted to intimidate the ragtag group of martial artists, but they paid her no heed. The thug sneered. "Little lady, it doesn't matter who." As he spoke, Li Changsheng produced the land deed belonging to the family of Xiang Taifu. Xiang Taifu was left speechless. The crown prince was indeed merciless, extracting even the funds for his coffin. Yet upon reflecting that he too would accompany the crown prince to Yinzhou, he chose silence, considering it a gift to the pair. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Shen Weiyang finally accepted the items and inquired, "How long will the crown prince be gone?" Li Changsheng mused to himself. How long? Surely, he would prefer never to return. Why did this foolish girl insist on marrying me? He replied, "It is hard to say that. If you cannot wait, you may write to me or come find me." Suddenly, Shen Weiyang declared with unwavering determination, "Then I shall accompany the crown prince. I am willing to share life and death with him." Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng felt a stir within him. It appeared that this girl was indeed traditional, ready to follow her husband wherever he may go. Xiang Taifu interjected from the side, "The crown prince's foundation is still unstable. The crown princess ought to remain behind to support him. The front lines are perilous, and I fear the crown prince may not be able to look after you." Shen Weiyang, being an astute girl, immediately grasped Xiang Taifu's meaning and nodded quietly. Ultimately, the Shen family departed with 600 gold pieces as a betrothal gift. Xiang Taifu remarked, "Your Highness, the celestial maiden is in need of funds at this time. 3 chests of gold may be excessive." Changsheng responded, "She wagers her entire life with me. A mere sum of money is of little consequence. Moreover, numerous officials will soon present wedding gifts to me, which will more than compensate." He then inquired, "By the way, Taifu, is the wedding invitation prepared?" Xiang Taifu replied, "It is indeed ready. However, I have been to the palace to seek an audience that I informed His Majesty that the Crown Prince's residence requires accommodation for the wedding affairs. Yet His Majesty stated that the timeline is too rushed. The Crown Prince's residence is currently occupied by the second prince, and His Majesty suggested that the Crown Prince seek another palace. As various locations within the palace are available, Changsheng had long ceased to expect anything from his biased parents or his resentful brother. He said, "Why go to the palace? Let it be held here. Did you not gift me this house? Just arrange for some decorations, and we shall marry right here." Xiang Taifu fell silent. Since the establishment of the Great Yu, such a situation had never been witnessed. A royal wedding in such humble surroundings? Would not the crown prince become the laughingstock of the realm? Let them laugh. The next time I enter this imperial city, I shall ensure that no one laughs again. Li Changsheng was keenly aware that as he clung to the position of crown prince, the entire family of 4 would harbor resentment towards him. They all anticipated his disgrace, believing him to be superfluous. Yet, he had to assert himself. He must emerge with dignity. This was a world of martial prowess, as long as he continued to cultivate and break through to the realm of martial emperor. Even his father would have to bow before him. After addressing various matters, Li Changsheng inquired about the soldiers accompanying him to avoid inciting disputes. Xiang Taifu had enlisted 300 refugees and 50 idle martial artists under the guise of recruiting servants. The martial artists were all at the level of martial master. Additionally, a substantial supply of grain and carts was already stationed at the nearest pass to the capital. Changsheng asked, "Where do these 50 martial artists hail from?" Xiang Taifu presented a roster detailing each martial artist's origin, background, and master. Those capable of providing such information were all reputable martial artists. Finding so many in such a short time could either indicate Xiang Taifu's exceptional abilities or a lack of corresponding job opportunities in the Great Yu. The former was acceptable, but the latter posed a hidden danger. As for the 50 martial artists, they were currently training at a martial arts field in the eastern suburbs. Changsheng took the roster and promptly set off for the training grounds. This location was typically a gathering place for escort agencies, merchants, and wandering heroes seeking assistance. Many martial artists, having honed their skills, would often linger here, waiting for opportunities. Following the map, Li Changsheng located the resting area where the 50 martial artists were gathered. "Kong Ding," he called out. A fellow named Kong Ding stood up. He was the chosen captain among those selected by Xiang Taifu. "I am Kong Ding. May I ask who you are, my lord?" "I am the one you shall follow." "You are the crown prince?" The commoner knelt in reverence. The others looked on, also kneeling and shouting for longevity. Changsheng waved his hand. "Enough. You are all my trusted aides now that I was just attacked. Prepare yourselves, for tonight we shall take vengeance." The martial artists exchanged glances, surprised by the urgency. However, being loyal to their lord, they deemed it reasonable. As night deepened, Li Changsheng seized the opportunity to familiarize himself with this group of martial artists. Their skills were commendable, with the strongest, Kong Ding, at the peak of the martial master realm. Age 30, he had joined the military due to pressing financial burdens and a lack of viable employment opportunities. Even positions as guards for prominent families were often filled by those with connections. These martial artists, trained in third-rate schools, were often looked down upon. Yet they respected Li Changsheng for his contributions to the peace of the two nations and his 20-year service as a hostage among the barbaric tribes. Obediently following his commands, Li Changsheng contemplated utilizing his knowledge for Blue Star to reform these individuals. If he could devise modern military training methods, he would have a formidable force to protect himself. Observing the darkness of the night, he began to arrange the plan for the impending attack. Chapter 19. Surely, you wouldn't want your father to be imprisoned Jishan Martial Arts School. Among the many martial arts schools in the capital, it was rather unremarkable. Most of the students had already dispersed, leaving only the core disciples of Jishan Martial Arts School behind. Master, it is said that the one involved with Miss Shun is none other than the Crown Prince. Master, we have been deceived. We must flee at once. The 15 disciples had all perished, and the authorities dared not investigate further. This business is too risky. It is too late. Our lives are at stake. Within a room, the master of Jishan Martial Arts School gathered with several of his most trusted disciples. They were merely an ordinary martial arts school, with the most formidable among them barely at the peak of the martial master realm. Recently, they had taken on a significant job: to kidnap the young lady Shun Weiyang and tarnish her reputation in the process. The master had initially hesitated to take on such a task, but the lucrative offer was simply too tempting. The Duke of Dinggua's family had few males and considered women easy to manipulate. For the sake of money, he had taken the risk. Yet, it was a disastrous failure. That was the woman of the Crown Prince. How could he have known that the Yu Dynasty had a Crown Prince? Wasn't the second prince the only one? As a mere martial artist, how was he to know such matters? He scratched his bald head and said, "Take all the money and withdraw immediately." Before long, several disciples from Jishan Martial Arts School were seen carrying 3 large chests of belongings. Preparing to leave, suddenly, a group of masked assailants surged in from all directions. At the forefront was a young man who commanded, "Leave no survivors. Kill them all." The speaker was none other than Li Changsheng, who had already conducted thorough investigations into Jishan Martial Arts School. With numerical and strength advantages on his side, he was confident. Whoosh! Immediately, a volley of hidden weapons flew in from all sides. The first wave of the surprise attack felled several martial artists from Jishan Martial Arts School, who discovered that the weapons were poisoned. "Who are you?" the master of Jishan Martial Arts School exclaimed in alarm, seizing a stack of silver notes to make his escape with the highest level of cultivation. He burst through the encirclement using brute force, yet Li Changsheng had his eyes fixed on him, for he was the key. He alone knew who had hired him to target Shun Weiyang. Although Li Changsheng held no feelings for Shun Weiyang, they were now comrades in arms. The very least, she had preserved his final shred of dignity, preventing him from becoming the laughingstock of the city, where no noble woman wished to marry him. As the master of the martial arts school vaulted over the wall, Li Changsheng launched a surprise attack from behind. The master turned and threw a punch, his true energy manifesting like a dragon's movement. Yet, Li Changsheng, also a martial master, withstood the blow without retreating an inch. Damn it! The master realized his opponent was formidable and outnumbered. Losing interest in the fight and hastily trying to escape, he assumed all the pursuers were concentrated within the martial arts school. However, as he dashed into a narrow alleyway, a large net suddenly fell over him, dragging him to the ground. Whoosh! A hidden dagger pierced his thigh. The master of Jishan Martial Arts School realized he had been poisoned and cried out for help. Yet the next moment, Li Changsheng covered his mouth and directly began to absorb his internal energy in mere moments. Over half of the master's martial prowess was siphoned away. The master stared wide-eyed in terror. What kind of martial arts is this? He was utterly helpless against it, slowly feeling the loss of his vitality and true energy. If you wish to die swiftly, speak the truth. Otherwise, you shall reunite with your disciples. Li Changsheng produced a tattered cloth, upon which several tormented souls writhed, twisted, and exuded an ominous aura. The master of Jishan martial arts school broke into a cold sweat. This was unmistakably a demonic technique. But how could an ordinary martial cultivator wield such power? Regret washed over Jishan martial arts school as they pondered the nature of the formidable figure they had offended. It is the steward of the Julu Marquette. My lord, I realize my mistake, that I was left with no choice. For the sake of silver, please grant me another chance. Upon hearing this revelation, Li Changsheng's expression darkened. So, it was the father-in-law of his dear brother who had sought to tarnish his fiancée's reputation. Were they in cahoots? Li Changsheng's face grew grim. I have yet to seek you out, yet you have come to find me. Who can endure what is intolerable? Li Changsheng cast a person into the care of Kong Ding and his entourage, instructing, keep a close watch on him. He is a person of considerable importance. Although the utility of this hostage remained uncertain, it was prudent to oversee him for the time being. After resolving matters at the Jishan Martial Arts School and seizing several large chests of silver, totaling over 5,000 taels, Li Changsheng graciously accepted his fortune. Half an hour later, clad in a dragon robe, he made his way directly to the imperial palace. The Su family, affluent and powerful, maintained formidable warriors. Presently, Li Changsheng's strength could not challenge the Su family, yet he could exploit the situation to his advantage, potentially extorting a sum of money to Li Changsheng was resolute in his desire to seize any opportunity for gain. If he could incite the emotions of Emperor Yu and bring punishment upon the Su family, he would consider it a victory. In any case, he could not allow matters to conclude so easily. The great Yu imperial palace was vast. Although he had entered, the eunuchs and palace maidens avoided him, and no one offered guidance. After wandering aimlessly for quite some time, he suddenly heard the sound of weeping emanating from a nearby courtyard. Who could be weeping in the palace at such an hour? Li Changsheng approached, seeking someone to inquire about his whereabouts. Who is crying? Crying all day long, he grumbled as he drew nearer to his astonishment. It was Su Fei, the daughter of the Marquis of Julu and the lawful wife of the second prince. Li Changsheng smirked. What troubles you? Is your married life lacking in harmony? Startled, Su Fei quickly rose, wiping away her tears. What are you doing here? This is the rear garden of the Crown Prince's East Palace, she stammered. Li Changsheng retorted. Why shouldn't I be here? I'm the Crown Prince. Su Fei fell silent. For the second prince had long occupied the Crown Prince's East Palace and had grown accustomed to it. Li Changsheng stepped closer, cornering her against the pavilion's edge. Crown Prince, please. Please what? Please mount a horse. Li Changsheng interrupted, grasping her delicate face, causing Su Fei to tremble in fear and remain motionless. Today, your father sent men from the Jishan Martial Arts School to attack my fiancée, Shun Weiyang. Do you think the second prince is aware of this? Do you know? Su Fei's body shuddered. She was well aware of the situation. She had not anticipated her father would handle it so poorly. Claiming that he could not find anyone among the lower classes to investigate the Su family. Yet the Crown Prince had uncovered the truth with ease. That Li Changsheng chuckled menacingly. Su Fei, I trust you do not wish for your father to be imprisoned? Su Fei, frightened, could not muster a response, biting her lip as her body quaked uncontrollably. As Li Changsheng's gaze drifted downward, he noticed her collar was open, revealing she wore no undergarment, and he caught a glimpse of her bosom. The sheer fabric, even under the moonlight, accentuated her graceful figure. Su Fei felt a rush of shame. Her face flushed, yet she dared not utter a sound, fearful of alerting the eunuchs or palace maidens, or even waking the slumbering second prince. Any accusation she leveled against Li Changsheng would be futile, for her reputation would be tarnished. Remove your outer garment, Li Changsheng commanded. Your Highness, please show restraint, Su Fei protested. Unable to suppress her resistance, Li Changsheng shook her face playfully. When the second prince forced me to reside in the stable, you were present, were you not? Did you ever contemplate this moment? Su Fei, after a moment of silence, reluctantly stripped off her outer garment, revealing the thin layer beneath, her prominent curves accentuated. Remove another, Li Changsheng demanded. Su Fei hesitated but complied, revealing nearly all. Li Changsheng took the sheer fabric and ribbon from her, saying, It is hardly amusing to bully a mere flower vase. Let your father calculate the price to redeem this garment. Hearing Li Changsheng's insistence on financial matters, Su Fei found herself somewhat reassured. That was my father's unilateral decision. Neither the second prince nor I consented. Li Changsheng was taken aback. His younger brother had not been involved? Surprising, yet it could be a ruse. Regardless, I am fully aware of how you have treated me. Crying like a banshee at this hour, is it not the second prince who is unable? Su Fei remained silent, her expression awkward. So, it is indeed that he cannot. Su Fei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Having silently borne the pressure of her situation, just that day, the second prince had taken his frustrations out on her after a night of revelry. She dared not resist, retreating to the courtyard to weep under the moonlight. Li Changsheng scoffed. After all these years without a child, there must be others in your position. It seems he is the one who cannot sire an heir. Your beloved youngest son cannot produce offspring. I am curious how you will manage from here on. Having threatened Su Fei, he prepared to depart when, suddenly, she grasped his sleeve, pleading, Crown Prince, please. Chapter 20. If I do not become a demon, who will become a ghost? Crown Prince, please help me. Help you? Preposterous. Why should I assist you? You may languish in this deep palace. Li Changsheng forcefully freed himself from her grasp. Had she never seen a pig run, Li Changjian could not produce an heir. Yet all the pressure fell upon Su Fei, who faced constant criticism for her inability to bear children. Life in the palace would gradually drive her to madness. Plop, but Su Fei sank to her knees. She had contemplated this countless times. She had her own suffering. The Li family sent her daily doses of various unidentifiable, bitter concoctions, packaged as fertility remedies, insisting she consume them. Meanwhile, her father, Marquis Su Mingxi, understood the reality and did not blame her, yet publicly chastised her for failing to provide an heir for the royal family. Li Changjian, on the other hand, indulged in debauchery, testing his own virility while returning to assault her if no results were produced. She had reached her breaking point. Why was there no imperial physician or doctor to examine the second prince's health, instead of constantly criticizing her and forcing medicine upon her? Had she considered finding someone else? Perhaps a child to impersonate. She had conceived this idea repeatedly. The former required a heart of a thief, but lacked the courage of a seducer. The latter would necessitate Li Chengjian's cooperation. Earlier that evening, she had broached the subject of finding an infant outside to appease the pressures from the empress and the Li family. However, Li Chengjian had exploded with rage, expelling the palace maidens and eunuchs, beating her, and then venturing out to indulge in more revelry. After returning from his escapades, he would again unleash his fury upon her, berating her for her inability to conceive, for ending the royal line, and for being a disappointment. Su Fei had endured enough of this life. It was not her fault, yet the world condemned her. She even felt a twinge of envy and admiration for this crown prince who dared to oppose the great Yu royal family. He had done what she had longed to do, but lacked the courage and capability to achieve. As Li Changsheng had said, she was merely a pretty vase with a noble lineage. After being bullied again by the crown prince, a sudden heat surged through her forehead, prompting her to boldly seek his assistance. If the truth were to emerge, at least she would have a child of the Li family, which could provide her some protection. Otherwise, she did not know if she could survive until the next winter. This was both a desperate act of self-preservation and the only rational escape. Crown Prince, I truly cannot endure any longer. I will eventually be beaten to death. If not, the daily 10 bowls of medicine will surely shorten my life. Li Changsheng had no intention of involving himself in the second prince's troubles. Just as he was about to leave, he triggered a life choice system. Key life choice node. Choice 1. Suffering must be alleviated. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Reward. Wandering Soul's banner, undeveloped. Choice 2. Show sympathy for Su Fei and walk away coldly, indifferent to your family's affairs. Reward. 100 taels of gold. Choice 3. Make Su Fei your servant, infiltrating the palace as a spy, and bestow a green hat upon the second prince. Reward. Human Emperor flag, undeveloped. Li Changsheng was astonished. This could be considered a key life choice. What was so critical about it? The second option of 100 taels of gold would have tempted him a day prior. But now he was no longer in need of money. However, what was the difference between the Wandering Soul's banner and the Human Emperor flag? The third option intrigued Li Changsheng, instead of merely assisting his sister-in-law. Becoming an undercover agent would offer him leverage should the second prince or the emperor attempt to act against him. Very well, I desire such a life. I Changsheng turned back to face the kneeling Su Fei, who had dared to act impulsively for once. He approached her step by step. Su Fei, feeling apprehensive, retreated to the corner of the pavilion. Assisting you is easy, but I require your honesty. With that, Li Changsheng produced a truth pill. Consume this truth pill. Su Fei, her fair oval face flushed, brushed aside her disheveled hair, and extended her bruised arms, swallowing the pill without hesitation. Is this a trap? No, what do you think of me? The crown prince defies the royal family, exhibiting barbaric tendencies without a proper background. He will inevitably meet his demise. However, I admire his courage to resist. I harbor no ill will towards you. I Changsheng was amused. This woman held him in esteem. Is this place safe? The palace maidens and eunuchs have been driven away by Li Changjian. He is currently in a drunken stupor. Here, it is just you and me. Are you willing to become my servant, monitoring everyone in the palace? I am the daughter of a marquis. Do not push your luck. You are a devil. A devil. Perhaps if you refuse, then so be it. Your Highness, do not depart. I am willing. You swear to serve me in this lifetime, to toil as a beast of burden, to be a servant and a maid, and to never betray me. I vow that as long as you rescue me, I shall serve you in the same manner, never turning against you. Your Highness, please, be gentle in your actions. With the terms agreed upon by both parties, Li Changsheng showed no restraint. He removed the last garment from Consort Su, revealing her exquisite form, her curves delicate and alluring. Yet, her body bore bruises, one on the east side and another on the west, all fresh from recent blows. Changsheng lifted Consort Su's thigh and gave it a gentle squeeze. Whether it was shyness or the pain from the bruises, she emitted a sound that was both embarrassing and alluring. Quickly, she covered her mouth with her hand, fearful of eavesdroppers. After a brief moment, soft moans intermittently echoed from the pavilion in the garden. Ding! The palace's night watchman struck the gong 3 times. That it was the hour of the tiger. Changsheng rose to fasten her waistband, glancing at the now weak-legged Consort Su, and said, if there are any messages in the future, relay them to the crown princess. Holding Consort Su's satin garments, Li Changsheng turned back and added, by the way, have your father prepare more wealth for me. I am currently in need of funds. Consort Su, drenched in perspiration, looked up at Li Changsheng and inwardly cursed. You devil! The northern barbarians cannot compare to you in the slightest. Wickedness, truly wickedness. Yet, she had no choice. She donned her attire and limped back into the room. Confusion clouded her mind. Half a year ago, when I first met him, he was a mere shadow of a man, covered in wounds and skin and bones, barely clinging to life. How has he suddenly become so robust? Little did she know, Li Changsheng's physique had been transformed by the demon transformation pill. Not only did it amplify his cultivation, but it also granted him a normal body. Dragging her weary form back to her chamber, Consort Su flung herself onto the bed. She touched her abdomen, unsure if this time would yield success. Suddenly, she laughed maniacally. Ha! Ha ha ha! It is you who wronged me first. Do not blame me for betraying you afterward. After leaving the palace, Li Changsheng returned to the Xiong family, initially intending to extort some money. He unexpectedly acquired a servant instead. Achieving remarkable results, he slept soundly until dawn. The following morning, Prime Minister Xiong summoned Li Changsheng. Your Highness, the Marquis of Jiulu requests an audience. Chapter 21. Does that ungrateful son truly not come to seek me? Li Changsheng yawned as he regarded the Marquis of Jiulu before him. He spilled out a chest full of counterfeit gold. Marquis Jiulu, you are indeed a cunning individual, while other nobles grant me the crown prince a modicum of respect. You alone have presented me with counterfeit gold, forged or not. Once the goods leave your hands, I cannot return to confront you without losing face. Yet you dare to send someone to harass my fiancé. That is a capital offense. With that, Li Changsheng hurled the chest of painted gold ingots to the ground. The Marquis's face turned ashen. He had sent a trusted confidant to handle this matter. only for that confidant to approach a trusted servant trained within his estate, who then sought out the housekeeper of the marquis, who in turn consulted a relative that in short. The housekeeper's relative took advantage of the marquis's name and enlisted the help of the Jishan Martial Arts Academy. He was so furious he nearly fainted. Not only had the matter failed to resolve, but also backfired on him. This morning, his daughter informed him that Li Changsheng had caused a ruckus at the crown prince's residence, stealing her undergarments and demanding money. Upon hearing it was money he sought, the marquis was not overly alarmed. He said, "Your Highness, please return my daughter's garments. Name your price." Li Changsheng scoffed. "Your head." The marquis smiled faintly. "It is easy for a ruler to demand the death of a minister. However, even if you claim my life, it will not change the fact that you are unloved by Empress Yu. Since you intend to flee the imperial city, you surely wish to maximize your benefits. Therefore, I offer 1,000 taels of gold to recover my daughter's intimate garments." Li Changsheng silently cursed the old fox. He was emboldened, realizing that the Marquis of Julu was also a martial artist. He took out the intimate veil of Consort Su, deliberately inhaled its fragrance, savoring the soft jade warmth of her from the previous night, and remarked, "Perhaps I should return it directly to my second brother. I find your daughter unworthy of him. Let him find another bride." Su Mingxi darkened his expression. "Your Highness, what good is it to harm others without benefiting oneself? If you take the money, I lose my reason for misunderstanding." Li Changsheng responded, "You are right. Nothing brings me more joy than acquiring wealth. However, I require a grand wedding feast. I ask the Marquis to invite all officials, allowing me to collect gifts until my hands grow weary. Furthermore, I shall not host a banquet." The corner of the Marquis's mouth twitched. "Collect gifts until your hands grow weary. Not hosting a banquet. What sort of game is this? Is he merely seeking money? Truly, this crude crown prince, raised in a barbaric tribe, does not understand how to utilize a wedding to foster relationships with officials that it appears you have gained ample benefits. Yet in reality, you have lost greater political capital." But he did not realize that Li Changsheng had already severed ties with the emperor and cared not at all that Tio maximize his profits. Li Changsheng was determined to collect substantial contributions, but how many people could he invite? Delivering invitations one by one would take an eternity. Instead, he would have Su Mingxi handle it, summoning all officials, regardless of rank, to come forth, simple and efficient. Li Changsheng continued, "Do not forget the 1,000 taels of gold for your head. This time, I will inspect it before letting you leave. Otherwise, Consort Su's undergarments." Su Mingxi seethed with anger. "You barbaric crown prince, you are nothing but a bandit. Never has anyone dared to threaten him so." Yet, Su Mingxi had no choice. No matter how bold he was, he could not kill the crown prince in the capital. Furthermore, the power of the Marquis of Julu largely depended on his daughter marrying the second prince. Wealth derived from marriage. His tightly clenched fist relaxed within the broad sleeves of his official robe. "Time is on my side." Su Mingxi swallowed his anger. He then turned to present a smiling face. "I will comply. Your Highness, may I inquire if the wedding date has been set?" "Tomorrow evening." The Marquis's mouth twitched. A day's notice? Is this not deliberately making things difficult for him? Li Changsheng inquired cheerfully. "Is the time too tight? Will it trouble the Marquis? If not, I could confront my royal brother instead." Su Mingxi awkwardly shook his head. "It is not too tight. I shall attend to it immediately, ensuring the crown prince's doorstep is piled high with congratulatory gifts." Su Mingxi left in a huff, inwardly cursing his daughter's foolishness for allowing Li Changsheng to take her undergarments. The palace fabric is easily recognizable, especially the set of court attire gifted by the empress. It would be simple to trace back to her. When the time comes, she could jump into the Yellow River and still not cleanse her name. Her reputation would be tarnished, and the second prince would surely neglect her. The Su family would inevitably lose power. Yet, he did not realize that Li Changsheng had already gained the upper hand over Consort Xu in the palace. Empress Yu, upon receiving the memorial from Prime Minister Xiang, was so enraged she slammed the table, exclaiming, "Ungrateful son! Ungrateful son! Prime Minister Xiang, a mere commoner, wishes to hold a wedding and truly intends to make my Li family a laughingstock to the world. How shameful for him to be the eldest son. He is doing this on purpose." Just then, Zhao Xuanji entered and picked up the memorial. After reading it, she remarked, Changsheng is to wed the daughter of the Shun family tomorrow night. How hasty it is. Shouldn't a favorable date be chosen, allowing the Ministry of Rites to prepare? Empress, you scolded. Humph, a barbarian's nature. How can he comprehend the rights of the Central Plains? He probably sees the beauty of the Shun family daughter and is eager for her body. Acting so hastily, how lowly, Zhao Xuanji added. I have heard he has extorted money from the nobles and lords, all to recruit soldiers. How will this grand wedding be sustained? Li Yuan coldly snorted. If he runs out of money, he will naturally come to seek me. Last night, the attending eunuch said he entered the palace to see me. I deliberately dismissed all palace maids and eunuchs, allowing him to wander aimlessly within for 2 hours. Zhao Xuanji sighed. Your Majesty, why go to such lengths? Perhaps this is a good opportunity to improve relations with Changsheng. Yuan replied. He must learn the rules. How can a father bow to his son? Am I someone he can see whenever he wishes? If he runs out of money, he will know to come to seek me. Zhao Xuanji continued, but we cannot allow him to be wed without a single guest attending. Can we? Would that not be a great embarrassment for him? Li Yuan stated. As long as he is willing to admit his mistakes to me and follow my arrangements, I shall grant him an opportunity. This barbaric nature must be properly tempered that a hungry dog knows to return home. The next day, at the Xiang residence, Prime Minister Xiang, due to his advanced age, had already taken a portion of the funds and departed first toward the nearest pass outside the capital. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng had employed some farmers to tidy up the Xiang family estate. A large red lantern hung high. Before long, the second sister-in-law of Shun Weiyang arrived. Sister-in-law, have you found the people? This sister-in-law was also a beauty. Yet her husband had been taken to the front lines on the day of their marriage, and he had not returned in 3 years. Thus, she was a pitiful figure, having remained in mourning since her wedding day. She gestured to a few armored imperial guards behind her. These two are my nephews, leaders of the Wuzong Realm Imperial Guards, bringing a squad with them. With them present, your wedding can be assured of safety. They have also met the Crown Prince. The 2 Imperial Guard leaders knelt on one knee. Changsheng replied. Rise that he casually rewarded each of them with a gold ingot. He could not allow them to work for free. The sister-in-law frowned as she looked around the empty room. Apart from the festive decorations, there was no one present. She leaned in and asked, Your Highness, you cannot possibly intend for His Majesty and the Empress to come to such a place. Can you? The Li family would not attend either. Would they? Li Changsheng chuckled awkwardly. They will come. Do not worry. Chapter 22. Did the Crown Prince regret it? What? He has already fled inside the humble residence of the Xiang family. Lord Zhang presented gifts. 2 pairs of golden-laid jade dragon and phoenix ornaments. Minister Ma contributed 1,000 taels of silver. Lord Zhao offered 10 bolts of silk and satin, along with a shop on East Street. As dusk fell, a continuous stream of visitors arrived at the doorstep, delivering their tributes. The attendant Qing Tong announced each arrival in a loud voice while receiving the gifts. These officials, though not as affluent as the noble families, still presented items of considerable value. Su Mingxi, in her fervent quest to reclaim her daughter's personal belongings, exerted every effort to persuade and pressure, managing to attract numerous guests for Li Changsheng. However, while the gifts arrived, the people did not. No banquet was set. The guests simply deposited their offerings and took their leave, observing the incessant flow of wealth and congratulatory gifts entering through the front door, only to be carted away through the back. The second sister-in-law of the Shun family felt overwhelmed. What is this? The Crown Prince merely seeks to profit from the wedding festivities. This will surely become a subject of ridicule. What a barbaric custom. Aunt, did the Crown Prince instruct us to send these gifts to the Shun family? The Shun family? Shouldn't the Crown Prince take them himself? The Crown Prince stated that these are meant for the future use of the Crown Princess. Upon hearing this, the second sister-in-law's heart stirred. It seemed the Crown Prince was not solely concerned with his own interests. Such a substantial sum would indeed alleviate the financial hardships of the Shun family. Indeed, weddings are an excellent opportunity for financial gain. Poor Sister Wei Yang, she sighed. Yet with the Crown Prince's own precarious situation, does he even have the capacity to consider Wei Yang's affairs? What is the Crown Prince truly thinking? It remains a mystery. Meanwhile, within the grand courtyard of the Shun family, the ceremony commenced. First, it bowed to heaven and earth, then to the high hall, and finally, the couple exchanged vows. Changsheng chose to conduct the wedding here. The few invited guests were close relatives with strong ties to the Shun family, making this marriage somewhat clandestine. Changsheng surmised that the Shun family, now fallen from grace, required his status to maintain appearances. He too needed to fulfill his duty of establishing a family to gain his freedom from the Empress Yu. They were mutually utilizing one another. So be it. The officiating matron called out loudly as they entered the bridal chamber. Shun Wei-yang was escorted back to her boudoir. Changsheng remained behind to drink with the guests. Yet, an air of discomfort lingered since, after all, he was the crown prince. Even if he was no longer favored, he should not be reduced to the level of common folk. The Empress Yu was still monitoring this situation. After toasting a round, Li Changsheng excused himself. Upon entering the Shun family's rear courtyard, he beheld the various gifts that had been sent. He refrained from taking any, considering them pocket money for his bride. He pushed open the door to the bridal chamber. "Miss Shun," he began, but she interjected. "No, my lord, please call me wife." Let's forego that," he replied with a chuckle. "After all, you are not genuinely willing to marry me, that we are merely collaborating. I dare not immerse myself too deeply in this role." "You may lift my veil," he instructed. Changsheng took a small red rod nearby and gently lifted Shun Wei-yang's red veil. The glow of the red candles illuminated her, revealing an enchanting beauty. He was instantly captivated. Her visage was as exquisite as porcelain, smooth and flawless, radiating an indescribable allure from every angle. Her long, arched brows and tender, moist lips exuded a unique charm that ensnared his senses. "My lord," Shun Wei-yang spoke softly, "you mentioned that one must follow the chicken when marrying a chicken and the dog when marrying a dog. Did you not?" She reached out to loosen his clothing. But he grasped her delicate hand. Her slender fingers were warm and inviting. In the small chamber, the sound of Shun Wei-yang's heart raced echoed like a drum. They locked gazes for a moment, and she gently nestled into Li Changsheng's embrace, saying, "Am I to marry a second time? Regardless of your circumstances, I have chosen you and shall remain steadfast. How can I trust that you will truly cherish me and not treat this as mere play acting? If I told you that I felt an affinity for you from the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, would you believe me? Perhaps we should let time provide the answer." Time. At a loss for words, Li Changsheng felt the heat of desire surge within him. Unable to contain himself, he pushed Shun Wei-yang onto the bed, swiftly removing her garments, and then pinching her chin. He declared, "You initiated this. If you have regrets now, it is not too late." Shun Wei-yang shyly turned her face away, then retrieved a white cloth from behind the pillow. "My lord, according to tradition, one must use this to mark the occasion." "Woman, you are playing with fire." Changsheng could no longer suppress his urges. He leaned down to kiss Shun Wei-yang's neck, exploring further downwards. Shun Wei-yang wrapped her arms around his back, knowing she could only ever be Li Changsheng's woman. In the palace of Emperor Yu Zhao, a messenger eunuch hurried back with news. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's wedding has seen no guests in attendance." At that moment, Li Yuan was enjoying a meal with his family. Hearing this report, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Rebellious son. Even at this juncture, he does not come to plead to me. Does he wish to embarrass the Li family before the entire world? Li Qingjian interjected, "Father, do not be angry. The Crown Prince was raised among the barbarian tribes and is unfamiliar with etiquette. Perhaps I should go and persuade him to return to court and seek your assistance." Li Yuan nodded. "Yes, it would be best to create a scene, ensuring this wedding does not take place. Otherwise, it will tarnish the reputation of our Li clan. This rebellious son will drive me to madness." Zhao Xuanji expressed her concern. "Are we not pressing Changsheng too hard?" Li Yuan laughed. "Rest assured, he will regret opposing me." Having received the order, Li Chengjian was elated and hurried off to stir up trouble. He rose and Su Fei followed suit, both moving in tandem. However, as a martial artist, Li Chengjian moved quickly, showing no intention of waiting for Su Fei. Since becoming Li Changsheng's servant, Su Fei's mindset had shifted. She seemed less concerned about Li Chengjian now. Following purely out of curiosity about Li Changsheng, as night deepened. Outside the Xiang family's entrance, Several non-duty military commanders stood guard. "The second prince has arrived," shouted a eunuch with a hoarse voice. Changsheng emerged from his carriage. "I pay my respects to the second prince." The guards promptly bowed in reverence. Changsheng remarked, "On such a grand occasion as the crown prince's wedding, why is it so desolate? Where is everyone?" The guards exchanged glances. They were merely summoned to assist. "Second prince, the crown prince has ordered that no one may enter. I come on emperor's command." "Who dares to stop me?" Changsheng thundered, as several armored guards stepped forward. The group forced their way inside, only to find the interior empty. Confused, Changsheng wondered, "What is going on? Where is everyone?" He kicked open each room door, finding nothing. Finally, he arrived at the last room, where a red lantern hung outside, accompanied by a sign that read, Changsheng's bridal chamber. Entry prohibited. Changsheng sneered. "Crown prince, could it be that the young lady of the Shun family has not arrived, leaving you alone and lonely inside?" He pushed the door open without hesitation. In that instant, a basin filled with foul water suddenly fell from above, splattering all over Changsheng's head, causing the surrounding guards to leap back in fright. With a stench wafting through the air, Su Fei could hardly contain her laughter. Clearly, Changsheng had anticipated someone might come and had set this trap. "It stinks. I need water," Changsheng cried out. In the stillness of the night, Changsheng quietly left the Shun family. Accompanied by a loyal entourage, he slipped away under the cover of darkness. After walking for a while, he turned to gaze back at the grand capital of the Yu, murmuring, "Next time I return, I shall have the entire city come forth to kneel and welcome." Chapter 23. The Queen's Regret into Yu. During the court assembly. "What? This rebellious son, the crown prince, has married at the Shun family?" Li Yuan's face turned a mix of green and white upon receiving the memorial presented by the ministers. The entire court fell silent. The crown prince's actions seemed to indicate a firm resolve to sever ties with the royal family, displaying utter disregard for his reputation and the favor of Emperor Yu. Yet this tarnished the emperor's standing. Seething with rage, Li Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not afford any blemish on his name. For he was the emperor acclaimed by the masses. He would not allow any rumors of discord between father and son to circulate. Suppressing his fury, he declared, "Since he is wed, let it be. He is eager to alleviate my burdens, and I am pleased. And my esteemed ministers, you have all suffered during this time." The ministers exchanged awkward glances, aware that they had been coerced into presenting numerous gifts, all of which seemed to have been appropriated by the crown prince. In truth, after Changsheng's departure, Li Yuan's mood improved. He envisioned that in Yunzhou, Changsheng would achieve nothing and would struggle to integrate into the local power dynamics. Thus, he could justifiably depose the crown prince. The public's attention would then shift to his second son, whom he held in high regard. Li Yuan continued, "Notify all provinces and counties to grant passage." After the court session, he took to wandering his garden, in good spirits. However, in stark contrast to his buoyancy, Queen Zhao Xuanji bore a gloomy expression, for she had ultimately failed to keep her son by her side. This outcome was contrary to her expectations. She had intended to keep Changsheng close for proper guidance. Li Yuan, disturbed by her demeanor, remarked, "What is there to cry about? His wings have hardened, and he dares to sever ties. Let him go. I shall observe how long he can endure. I have already sealed off the news, ensuring that no unfavorable words regarding us shall escape." Zhao Xuanji has always been accommodating to her husband. Yet this time she finds it unbearable to a woman. She is particularly sensitive to the bond between parent and child. She had once envisioned scenes of maternal kindness and filial piety, with Changsheng by her side, gradually being cultivated to resemble a person of the Yu Dynasty. However, that dream has shattered. Li Yuan. He is flesh of my flesh, not some random stray he left without a word, as he declared, severing all ties. After 10 months of pregnancy and 5 years of nurturing, how can I accept this? You once promised that your arrangements would allow him to stay. Where is he now? Li Yuan remained silent. He indeed had told his wife that as long as Changsheng received no support, he would inevitably be unable to endure and would return to the palace for help. Once he seeks assistance, he would be at their mercy, allowing them to manipulate him. Yet Li Changsheng, through a marriage, has amassed great wealth and departed without a sound. This has shattered their hearts as parents. Was he not the finest essence I'd cast out? Li Yuan wished to defend himself, stating, "Do I not feel anguish? Why can he not humble himself? If he admits his fault, I would shower him with affection." Zhao Xuanji's emotions grew increasingly agitated. With tears brimming in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Enough, Li Yuan, is this how you fulfill your role as a father? Or do you not wish for Changsheng to return? Would you rather see him perish outside?" Li Yuan's expression darkened. He could sense his wife's genuine anger. "Xuanji, how could I? Enough! I do not wish to hear your explanations," Zhao Xuanji interrupted. "Years ago, I opposed making Changsheng a hostage that it was you, in pursuit of power and the title of the North's greatest warrior, who caused Changsheng to be taken as a hostage. Not forget, you owe half of your current standing to him. You promised me that you could mend the relationship between the two brothers, allowing Changsheng to remain. That I consented to his demotion. Yet where is my Changsheng now? Over these past 6 months, he has endured grievances. When will you compensate him? Perhaps I have erred. I should not have favored Changjian so much. Changjian has already garnered enough. It is we who owe Changsheng." As she spoke, Zhao Xuanji unexpectedly began to reflect upon herself. With a bitter smile, she acknowledged, "Yes, I was wrong. Over these past 6 months, I have focused solely on Changjian and Yuaner. Placing too much trust in you. My excessive faith in you has led me to forget Changsheng's existence for far too long." Li Yuan, rendered speechless. Observe his emotionally unstable and incoherent wife. He attempted to soothe her. "It is my fault, all my fault. Empress, I truly erred. Do not blame yourself." Zhao Xuanji coldly lifted her gaze, shrugging off his hand with a dismissive gesture. She declared with indignation, "Li Yuan, Changsheng cannot go Yinzhou. My intention was merely to intimidate him. But he must not go there. It is far too perilous. You must bring our son back. If one fails to educate, it is the father's fault. The reason Changsheng has become so cold and unfeeling is entirely your fault. And no wonder he wishes to sever ties with me. On the day of his grand wedding, you did not even make an appearance. He even schemed to douse Changjian in filth. What will happen if the two brothers become sworn enemies? You have always cared only for those so-called empty titles, fearing for your own reputation. Have you ever truly cared for your son?" Li Yuan felt speechless within. He acknowledged that he had boasted to the empress of his ability to discipline the crown prince. Yet, have you not neglected to concern yourself with our son? You have been preoccupied with our second son and daughter. He never anticipated that he, the one who appeared to be the most upright, would turn out to be the most mistaken. Zhao Xuanji reminisced about the obedient and sensible Li Changsheng before he turned 5, her heart filled with unbounded emotion, but a tear fell from the corner of her eye as she coldly stated, "Li Yuan, you continue to play your perfect emperor. I shall go find Changsheng. He is my son, and I cannot allow him to take risks." Upon saying this, Zhao Xuanji released her inner energy, her form shifting as she soared into the air, transforming into a pink streak of light that vanished within the palace. Xuanji, Li Yuan's expression darkened. He had not expected that his eldest son, whom he found irksome, would leave, and their family would never return to its former state. This household would remain in turmoil. What has prompted this sudden concern for the eldest son? Is it a newfound conscience? Images of the scars inflicted upon Li Changsheng flashed through his mind. Hastening his breath and draining his strength, Yuan staggered, leaning against a beam, his countenance pale, feeling utterly defeated. His wife had left him, his sons severed ties, and the brothers had turned against each other. Was he truly such a failure? "Father!" At that moment, Li Changjian entered the garden, extending a hand to assist his aged father, as he had just witnessed the quarrel between his parents, leaving him with a bitter taste. From his earliest memories, his family had always been harmonious, never having such fierce disputes. Moreover, having been doused in filth, his anger towards the crown prince Li Changsheng reached its zenith, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. Damn Li Changsheng! If not for his return, this family would not be in such disarray. Everything was once harmonious, and he has ruined it all. Li Yuan, seeing his second son, who had always made him proud, felt slightly better. Changjian was always so understanding, recognizing his father's struggles. Having many children has its advantages. While the eldest is a failure, the youngest thrives. Changsheng reassured. Father, do not worry. I shall fetch mother back. Li Yuan nodded silently. Good, go ahead. Meanwhile, Zhao Xuanji departed the Yu Imperial Palace, heading straight to her family home, the first sacred land. Li Changjian, having received the imperial edict, did not rush to find his mother. Instead, he wished to enjoy the scenic mountains, while also planning to collect a fortune along the way. As for the crown prince's fate, he would not concern himself. He believed that before reaching Yinzhou, the inexperienced crown prince would undoubtedly perish. In the end, he would return with a fortune and seamlessly inherit the position of crown prince, achieving a win-win situation. Chapter 24. My Blade Saint Grandfather. Miss, we have arrived at the front mountains of the Sacred Land. A lavish carriage came to a halt at the outer front mountain area of the current First Sacred Land. Here, many citizens aspiring to master martial arts had long since gathered, forming a vassal town of the First Sacred Land. The First Sacred Land, previously known as the Qianlong Sacred Land, signifies that every disciple within the Sacred Land is like a hidden dragon, destined to ascend to the heavens and become a dragon one day. Zhao Xuanji was the former saintess of this sacred land, which is also her family home. This serves as her greatest source of confidence. The maid Jinxin drew back the carriage curtains, revealing Zhao Xuanji in a gown of pure white, resembling a wandering heroine of the martial world. Jinxin, do you think father will forgive me? Zhao Xuanji questioned. Feeling uncertain, Jinxin had served Zhao Xuanji for over 20 years, now in her 30s and a martial master in her own right. Miss, the Blade Saint will surely understand you. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. The Yu Emperor has entrusted you with all 3 children. How could you manage alone? It is all the Yu Emperor's fault. Zhao Xuanji felt somewhat comforted by this. She sighed, reflecting. Looking back, if I had endured the same injustices as Changsheng, I too would be infuriated. I had the audacity to call him magnanimous and considerate of the greater good. Truly, Jinxin, do you think I set my expectations too high for him? As she recalled her previous indifference toward Li Changsheng, Zhao Xuanji found it rare to empathize with him. She had been a hostage for 20 years, confined upon her return, deprived of care, and stripped of her identity as saintess. Through this introspection, Zhao Xuanji began to feel sympathy for Li Changsheng. Perhaps, in that moment, her maternal instincts surged forth. Perhaps she could not accept that it was Li Changsheng who had chosen to distance himself from her. In any case, she felt an inexplicable guilt for her past actions. Jinxin, sensing her mistress's turmoil, offered a formulaic consolation. Miss, we all know that you love your children. Perhaps the crown prince, after experiencing the outside world, will come to understand your heartfelt intentions. Zhao Xuanji ascended the 1,000-step staircase of the sacred land. Her movements fluid as if she were leaping effortlessly, such as the prowess of a martial master, ascending the mountain as though walking on level ground. The first sacred land, Zulong Terrace. Father, an old man, hunched over, sipping tea while gazing at the waterfall and the mountain scenery, slowly turned around. Why, daughter, what brings you back? Did the Yuan bully you? Suddenly, the waterfall behind the old man ceased its flow, and a pure blade aura enveloped him, exuding the might to contend with the heavens and earth. This man was Zhao Xuanji's father, the supreme elder of the first sacred land, Zhao Shengxiao. Despite his currently gentle demeanor, he had once severed the demonic realm's chasm with a single blade, instilling fear in foreign enemies within this vast world, and boasts a terrifying legend. Even Yu Emperor Li Yuan must tread carefully in his presence. However, having reached the pinnacle of martial monarch, he swore to break through to the next level before stepping out of the sacred land. Thus, for nearly 100 years, he had immersed himself in the mountain, contemplating martial arts. Father, Zhao Xuanji's heart ached. Her father truly cared for her, unlike others. Father, I've been an unfilial daughter, returning only after so many years to see you. It has only been 30 years. Your return proves you have fared well in the Yu Dynasty. Regardless of whether one returns or not, it matters little. My father is a practitioner, blessed with longevity. Zhao Shengxiao restrained his imposing presence, inviting his daughter to take a seat and personally pouring her a cup of tea. Why the tears? Have you suffered grievances in Li household? You bore children for Li Yuan, bringing stability to Yu Chao, embodying the virtues of a mother. Yet he desires to take a concubine. Noticing his daughter's low spirits and the absence of his grandchildren, he sensed something amiss. Furthermore, once a woman is married, she is like water that has been spilled. The affairs of her husband's family are numerous. If there were not a genuine issue, would she really return to see this old man? Yet, Zhao Xingqiao was rather pleased by these developments. It was a rare opportunity for him to see his daughter, who had evidently faced hardship. He could even bask in the glow of paternal affection before her. Father, I was wrong that I should have gathered the talented martial artists to unite against the wilderness in Yu Chao, rather than allowing Changsheng to become a hostage. Now that Changsheng has returned, I have lost him again. Before she could finish, Zhao Xingqiao interrupted with a reprimand. Foolish child, Li Yuan cannot even manage such a trivial matter. How could he allow my precious daughter to suffer? Then, with a hint of jest, he added, But dear girl, who is Changsheng, your secret lover? It had been 30 years since father and daughter last met, and Li Changsheng was merely 25 years old. Although Li Changjian and Li Yuan came to the first sacred land for training, the grandfather and grandson were naturally acquainted, having received much affection and guidance. However, the old man was utterly unaware of the existence of another grandson. Zhao Xuanji, incensed, set down her teacup and retorted, Father, what nonsense are you spouting? I am not that sort of woman that I am a married lady. How could I entertain thoughts of a second husband? Zhao Xingqiao awkwardly grinned. I thought you might still be in contact with those suitors from your past. After all, back in the day, those who pursued you could form a line from the sacred land to the great wilderness. Yet, you chose the son of my sworn enemy. With a chuckle, Zhao Xingqiao pressed on. So, tell me, who is Changsheng? Zhao Xuanji explained, He is my eldest son that I raised him until he was 5. Then he was taken by Li Yuan as a hostage to the northern tribes for 20 years, ensuring peace in the north. What? I have a grandson. The sword saint slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming he, the greatest warrior of the eastern wilderness, traded his son for peace. Ridiculous. Those savages could not possibly provide my grandson with a good life. Zhao Xuanji furrowed her brow. In the initial years, Li Yuan claimed Changsheng was well in the tribal lands that I attempted to cross the 10,000 great mountains twice to see him, but both times I failed. That place, Zhao Xingqiao interrupted with a scoff, that place is rife with miasma and inhabited by demons. No ordinary person could traverse it. That it is understandable that your skills were inadequate back then. But to claim he has a good life, there is pure nonsense. Those barbarians despise us. I suspect he is deceiving you. Zhao Xingqiao's anger flared again, and what of Li Changsheng upon his return? At this, Zhao Xuanji fell silent, for she too had not handled the situation well. She recounted the events as they transpired. After hearing the entire story, Zhao Xingqiao, who had initially been pleased by his daughter's visit, was now seething with rage. Foolishness! Have you been foolish for 30 years? The palm and the back of the hand are both flesh. Yet Li Changjian and Li Yuan have been by your side for years. Receiving your affection, was that not enough? How could their wounds be so great that they require your constant presence? Are they made of clay? You could not rush to see your eldest son, but instead prioritize the feelings of your second son? If you were not my daughter, I would be tempted to strike you, send a mere 5-year-old child to an enemy nation as a hostage. How could you two even conceive such a thing? Clang, clang. Zhao Xingqiao, overwhelmed by emotion, unleashed his formidable sword aura, severing the beams of the nearby wooden hut and leaving deep gashes in the rocks of the distant waterfall. He was truly furious. And what of Li Yuan? Is he busy managing the floods in Jiangnan, too preoccupied to care? Absurd. Does Yu Chao have so many officials, all of whom are merely idle? Must the emperor personally oversee everything? Does the Li clan not have thousands of relatives, each with enough sense? If he wishes to treat someone well, must that person reside in a stable and suffer indignities from eunuchs? Zhao Xuanji timidly replied, That eunuch has been executed. We cannot also punish Changjian. Can we? Zhao Xingqiao thundered. Of course we must. Li Changjian is envious and of poor character. How can you call yourself a mother? If you have 3 children, you must treat them all equally. Is that too difficult? Chapter 25. The Queen, silenced by scolding father, Please do not be angry. I already realize my mistakes. I have awakened to the fact that I owe Changsheng a great deal. Zhao Xuanji replied, her voice filled with sorrow. Zhao Shengqiao shook his head in disbelief. Perhaps his daughter was not truly regretful, but rather fearful of losing this grandson. Father, what matters now is to find Changsheng. He feels utterly estranged from me. But he knows nothing of cultivation nor the treachery of the world. If he is manipulated by others, it would be disastrous. Seeing his daughter weeping profusely, Zhao Shengqiao scolded. Li Yuan cannot even keep his son in check. I suspect he deliberately allowed his own son to leave. Is he not simply wishing for his demise? After suffering for 20 years, you choose not to embrace him but instead resent him. As if he is a burden. Rather than seeking to compensate him, you wish to strip him of his princely status and ignore him. As parents, you are utterly derelict. To sever ties with you would be a light punishment. If it were me, I would never allow such a thing to stand. Zhao Shengqiao was furious at his daughter's lack of resolve, raising his hand in anger. But ultimately, being her father, he restrained himself. Yet the thought that he had another grandson, who had to endure 20 years of suffering due to his inept parents, filled him with sorrow. Zhao Xingqiao waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. There is nothing I can do for you here today. The revered sword saint, respected by all who wield a blade, refused to associate with a daughter who cannot discern right from wrong. Even a tiger does not eat its young. Yet you two are worse than beasts. Zhao Xuanji trembled at his harsh words, along with her servant Jinxin, who quickly knelt. Father, I acknowledge my mistakes, that I should not have treated Changsheng differently. I should not have forgotten him. I should not have indulged in the grandeur of motherhood without considering him. I must learn to show him more understanding. Humph. Regretting now is too late. The old sword saint scoffed. I assist reason, not kinship. If I forgive you, how can I expect my grandson to accept me? He paused before continuing. That child is your own flesh and blood, having suffered for 20 years, laboring and sacrificing. Not only should he not be denied a life of comfort, but we cannot send him to such perilous places as Yunzhou. Moreover, he has been unable to cultivate in the barbaric tribes. You cannot treat your children unequally, nor can you give nothing at all. Zhao Xuanji repeatedly agreed, silenced and only hoping her father would assist her. Zhao Xingqiao added, this child feels utterly severed from you. His heart is deeply wounded. Now he has taken flight, and I fear he may never return. His heart was torn between worry and conflict. Ultimately, he reluctantly made a decision. After all, this was his own grandson. Zhao Shengqiao valued familial bonds. Very well, I have lingered in this hut long enough. After all, he is my grandson. I shall accompany you. But, my dear girl, you are not a child anymore. Your offspring have grown. You must learn the way of moderation and strive for balance in all matters. I can assist you for a time, but I cannot be your perpetual crutch. I may not always be able to clean up the messes you create. At this point, Zhao Shengqiao reflected deeply. He had lived for over a century. His lifelong pursuit had always been to progress further. Yet, no matter how hard he worked, he had struggled to break through that barrier. Now, returning to the world for cultivation, he wondered if he would have another opportunity to fulfill this long-held wish. However, for the sake of his descendants, he felt he must act. He muttered, if only you had chosen that lad from the Xinyuan family back then. Or, if I had firmly opposed your marriage to Li Yuan, perhaps this outcome would have been different. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhao Xuanji's heart surged with joy. Father, are you willing to leave seclusion? Yes, you may seek Li Changsheng, but he will only harbor more hatred for you, as his grandfather. My bond with him is of a different kind. Though he claims to sever ties, the blood connection cannot be extinguished. Father, I wish to accompany you. I only seek a chance to explain myself to Changsheng. Very well. When you find my grandson, you must heed my words. Zhao Shengqiao shook his garments and reached out with a hand. Sword, come! Suddenly, the earth trembled. Beneath the hidden dragon pool of the first sacred land, torrents of water surged upward, scattering across the heavens. The sword aura blossomed in all directions, causing the very structures of the sacred land to tremble. Those unaware might have thought an earthquake had struck. Yet those in the know marveled. Is the sword saint emerging from seclusion? Within 1,000 miles, martial sects and sacred factions, along with many venerable masters of martial arts, emerged to gaze upwards. The dragon-shaped aura in the clouds was the Sword Saint's unique technique. The heavenly sword breaks the firmament, standing alone in its resounding call. The Sword Saint was re-entering the world? What was happening? That old monster had sworn never to emerge unless he broke through his realm. Now, the heavenly sword was once again unleashed upon the world. It seemed the great wilderness would soon be thrown into turmoil. At this moment, Changsheng, unaware that he has been missed by his grandfather, is leading his group to a town called Nanyuan. Disguised as a merchant caravan, they naturally conceal their identities and whereabouts. On the carriage, Changsheng is cultivating his skills, his body being tempered by the celestial magic relic, rapidly enhancing his strength. He also begins to practice martial arts techniques based on the Taishu demon god art through focused intention. Unlike the mastery of soul-searching, bloodthirsty, and power-stealing techniques, these martial arts techniques are more about the forms and stances rather than the manipulation of true energy, with a broader array of martial arts techniques at his disposal. Changsheng finds himself more adept in combat. Each time they set up camp to rest, he engages in sparring with the martial artists among his followers. As his group approaches the city, they observe officials inspecting passers-by, requiring everyone to be identified before being allowed through. Prince Yang Taifu steps forward with small, cautious strides. Changsheng glances at him, prompting Xiang Taifu to quickly clarify, "Young master, the city lord of Nanyuan is here. He is affiliated with the Marquis of Julu and serves as a wingman to the second prince. It seems he is waiting for us, likely to ascertain our movements." Changsheng squints at the city tower, where Qianga is also present, alongside other martial artists clad in the attire of the Leaf family. Is it the emperor or the second prince? It appears that as long as I do not perish in the capital, they will remain at ease, he remarks. Even the members of the Leaf family have mobilized. This place is not safe. An assassination could be afoot. Xiang Taifu replies, "The servants have been traveling for 3 days and nights. They are exhausted and need rest. Shall we camp outside the city?" Changsheng waves his hand, saying, "Supplies are still necessary. Let some stay outside while others enter the city to procure essential goods. We shall divide our forces and enter in batches. Soon, the ordinary servants of the caravan set up camp 10 miles outside the city, while the 50 martial artists split into 4 merchant groups to transport grain, entering the city in batches under Xiang Taifu's guidance. Meanwhile, Changsheng directs his gaze toward a large boat on the river outside the city. Entering the city via waterway would also allow them to avoid scrutiny. He and Xiang Long make their way over. Upon inspection, the vessel is a 3-story private boat, 5 meters wide and 10 meters long. A group of young men and women on board is engaged in martial arts practice, testing their skills against one another. Changsheng seizes Xiang Long and leaps onto the boat, landing gracefully. As he touches down, the surrounding youths turn to him, tensing up, their demeanor shifting to one of readiness for confrontation. "I apologize for the intrusion. Please do not be alarmed. I mean no harm. This is our chartered vessel. What brings you aboard?" One of them inquires that I observed your martial arts sparring and felt a surge of enthusiasm. "I wish to engage in a friendly contest. What status do you possess that you think you can challenge us? Do you even know who we are?" Chapter 26. Who is this young master? Changsheng's bold entrance immediately incites the displeasure of the surrounding young martial artists. "How dare you presume to instruct us? Leave at once, or we shall break your legs. Please, remain calm. Fate has brought us together. I come with sincere intentions to offer guidance." Why such harsh words? The martial artists on the boat are visibly incensed. Each of them has trained since childhood, hailing from prestigious families, and they're the elite among their peers. Instruction must come from those older and more experienced. How could a youth just a few years their senior presume to teach them? Calm yourselves. Practitioners of martial arts must temper their pride and impatience. That moment, a middle-aged woman rises, and the younger ones immediately fall silent. "I am Cheng Shuang, an attendant of the sacred land of Yaoguan. And you are?" The saying goes, first respect the robes, then the person to Li Changsheng, though dressed modestly, wears garments that Xiang Taifu had meticulously selected, fine fabrics not easily found in the market. Cheng Shuang, perceptive and discerning, recognizes the luxurious material and concludes that his background must be significant. particularly since Xiang Taifu, despite his advanced age, carries himself with the demeanor of an individual of high standing. She suspects that this master and servant pair have an extraordinary background, thus deciding to test Li Changsheng's true nature. Li Changsheng bows slightly and introduces himself. I am Zhao Changsheng, a humble wanderer passing through, feeling a sudden urge to engage. Chang Shuang scoffs dismissively. A sudden urge? You dare to tread here without skill? She immediately calls out, since you wish to instruct my disciple. Changing. Uncertain of his motives and whether he has allies, Chang Shuang intends to probe Li Changsheng's capabilities. A girl of about 19 years leaps from the back row, launching a grasping technique toward him, but a spectral hand reaches out, attempting to seize him. This technique, while not rare among martial arts, is nonetheless noteworthy. Li Changsheng, grounded in the Taishu demon god art, has refined numerous skills during the 3 days of travel. He deftly evades, moving not backward but forward, skillfully maneuvering behind the girl and seizing her hairpin. Her hair cascades down instantly. She narrows her brows, flustered by her loss. Had he struck her instead, she would have been gravely harmed. Hell, Changsheng hands back her hairpin with a smile, saying, You left too many openings. Your movements are too stale and your variations too few. Oh. Cheng Ying huffs, retreating to sulk in silence. This critique was more severe than that of her master, offering no mercy. Observing his contemporaries, all martial artists, Li Changsheng is confident that in a battle of endurance, he could prevail, not to mention a contest of techniques, where his skills would clearly outmatch theirs. Who among them could rival the supreme magic of his unparalleled demon arts? Thus Li Changsheng stands undaunted. Chang Shuang watches, captivated. Li Changsheng's agility was both cunning and fluid, truly impressive. Even she, as an observer, is left in awe. Most astonishingly, she cannot identify the technique from any sacred ground. Chang Shuang muses. Could he be a disciple of a powerful figure, specifically targeting my Yaoguang disciples? Suddenly, another young man emerges. Allow me to challenge you. He strides forward, exuding confidence, his hands poised to strike, a clear display of raw strength. After engaging with his technique, Li Changsheng effortlessly counters, using softness to overcome rigidity, sending the young man sprawling. That I concede. Li Changsheng bows with a smile, having easily defeated 2 opponents in a single move each. The disparity in skill is evident, capturing the attention of the others. That I shall go next. This moment, a poised youth in white, holding a folding fan, steps forward. His appearance sparks immediate chatter among the onlookers. The white young master is making his move. He is already a formidable martial sect master. How can that one, merely a martial master, contend with him? It must be said, this young man possesses some skill. But facing the white young master, he is bound to encounter a formidable challenge. White young master, teach him a lesson and bring honor to our sacred land of Yaoguang. Hearing the whispers, Li Changsheng realizes that the white-clad youth possesses extraordinary strength. To achieve the martial sect rank at such a young age speaks volumes of his talent. However, Li Changsheng sees no reason to retreat. The power of the martial sect dwarfs that of the martial master. And under normal circumstances, a challenge across such ranks is unheard of, akin to an adult bullying a child. Unless that child has extraordinary abilities, victory is improbable. Coincidentally, Li Changsheng is that child with extraordinary gifts. Through the celestial magic relic, his formidable physique, and unparalleled demonic skills, the opportunity to win through cunning is very much within reach. Yet, the white-clad youth speaks, if I were to rely on my rank. That would be an unfair victory. I shall suppress my strength to peak martial master level for this battle. Peak martial master level is still significantly stronger than Li Changsheng's early-stage martial master level. Initially expecting to face a higher rank, Li Changsheng is surprised by the youth's willingness to restrain his power. You may unleash your full strength without concern. Humph, are you feeling proud? First, defeat my ultimate technique, the white young master declares. With that, he lunges forward, raising his fan, his hands moving like phantoms in a flurry of strikes. The air reverberates with the sound of his fan against the air. Yet all his attacks miss their mark, as Li Changsheng deftly avoids them. When both are at the martial master level, the speed differential is negligible. In martial arts, speed reigns supreme. if he cannot match in speed. Li Changsheng takes advantage of the Taishu demon god arts techniques to close in, thrusting 2 fingers toward the youth's throat. The white young master reacts swiftly, drawing a small knife to defend against Li Changsheng's advance. As the first attack had yet to return, he could only resort to a desperate gamble. However, with a sudden shift, Li Changsheng opens his hand, deftly grasping the jade pendant hanging from the youth's waist. In an instant, they separate, and though it may seem lengthy, their exchange had transpired in the blink of an EYL. Changsheng successfully countered, retaliated, and acquired the pendant, marking his victory. The surrounding crowd is left in astonishment. 2 moves, the white young master could barely withstand 2 exchanges. What astonishing skill! Who is he truly? Given such talent, why is he only at the initial stage of martial master? Indeed, why is that? Li Changsheng handed the jade pendant to Xiang Taifu, who took it and returned it. Young master gazed at the jade pendant in his hand with a complex expression, his face contorted, filled with jealousy and resentment. He had always been among the top of his peers. Rarely defeated, that it was hard for him to accept that this mysterious individual could defeat him in just 2 moves. Who on earth are you? You need not feel envious that I merely possess some understanding of martial arts techniques. However, as for cultivation, I was born with obstructed meridians. Having utilized secret methods to reach the martial master realm, I can no longer progress. After speaking, Li Changsheng displayed a look of melancholy and sorrow. Xiang Taifu, witnessing Li Changsheng spinning tales to deceive, could not help but chuckle. The prince truly knew how to amuse children. Sure enough, upon hearing this, young Master Bai felt significantly relieved. It turned out he was merely an incapable individual unable to break through. What does it matter if your techniques are superior? Your cultivation has stagnated. If it comes to real combat, he is still stronger, that I concede. Changsheng secretly laughed. These young fellows had quite the temper. He was merely seeking passage. His intent was not to compete with these young warriors, but to infiltrate the city aboard this vessel. Indeed, after effortlessly achieving consecutive victories, he garnered the attention and welcome of the crowd. Strong individuals are respected wherever they go. The middle-aged woman leading the group declared, "Bring forth an additional seat and invite this young Master Zhao," and the elder des Changsheng smoothly took his place. Xiang Taifu admired him inwardly, never expecting the prince could employ such a method to blend into the city. It was truly unexpected. That moment, Changsheng quietly withdrew and summoned a servant. She instructed, "Go inquire about which young talents from powerful factions have appeared in this vicinity." The servant complied and departed on the boat. Li Changsheng found himself seated beside the young woman, Cheng Ying, with whom he had just sparred. Noticing her puffed cheeks, he teasingly remarked, "What's the matter? Is Miss Ching angry? It seems I have wronged you as an elder brother. Allow me to make amends with a cup of tea in place of wine." Cheng Ying raised her delicate brows and retorted, "Flatterer! My father says to steer clear of men like you, who call themselves elder brother at the mere sight of a girl." Changsheng sighed. "If that is the case, I shall freely teach others. Who among you holds any grudge against Miss Cheng?" Cheng Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Hey you! How can you be like this?" Chapter 27. A common man is innocent, but possessing a gem is a crime. Miss Cheng, I was merely joking. Do not be alarmed. Seeing the flustered young lady brought a smile to Li Changsheng's face. You are unwilling to learn, yet you are anxious about those you are at odds with. So what exactly do you desire? Cheng Ying pouted. You are merely relying on your skills. You cannot continue your cultivation. It won't be long before I can defeat you, did Changsheng acknowledged. Indeed, Miss Cheng has limitless potential. That is indisputable. After some idle chatter, Li Changsheng refrained from further remarks. His banter with the young lady primarily served to ease the atmosphere with these individuals, facilitating his successful infiltration into the city. The subsequent matches among the youngsters would also allow him to engage in discussions regarding the merits and flaws of martial arts techniques. Changsheng consistently identified the core issues and assisted them in rectifying their mistakes. This could be considered a form of compensation for his passage, but of course, he merely pointed out a few issues, elucidating them without delving too deeply. After several rounds of sparring, many participants gained insights, significantly enhancing their martial arts skills. Even Changsheng began to appreciate Li Changsheng that in certain aspects. Faced with Li Changsheng's unique insights, she felt a sense of inferiority. Such a person, even if unable to continue cultivating, possesses immeasurable value that, if he could be won over, it would be a tremendous boon for our Yao Guang sacred land. Although all benefited from his teachings, the young woman seated beside him, Cheng Ying, was thoroughly vexed. Each time she sparred with her peers, Li Changsheng would mercilessly criticize her shortcomings, even suggesting she lacked the aptitude for martial arts and should marry while still young instead, infuriating Cheng Ying to no end. Cheng Ying glared at Li Changsheng, who wore a half-smile. "You are truly wicked. Petty, are you even a man?" Li Changsheng merely jested to pass the time on the boat, replying, "TSK, Miss Cheng, you misunderstand. What I teach them is but a fraction. However, what I have shared with you is indeed the most detailed. The reason for my harsh words is to prevent them from envying you and to protect you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Ying's lips quivered with suppressed joy, yet she retorted, "Then, there is no need to say I should hurry and find someone to marry." Changsheng smiled. "Is there a possibility that this person is?" Xiang Long, upon hearing this, instantly recognized Li Changsheng's playful demeanor and thought to himself how adept the prince was at charming the ladies. Suddenly, Cheng Shuang approached, interrupting their conversation. "Young Master Zhao, we are disciples of Yao Guang, sacred land. We have come here to train. It is fate that we meet. If you have the opportunity in the future, you may visit our Yao Guang sacred land as a guest." With that, she handed over a letter of introduction. With this letter, one could be regarded as a guest of Yao Guang sacred land. Changsheng accepted it. Exchanging pleasantries, as the boat glided along, they arrived at the city gate's waterway dock. Here officials were also inspecting, but upon seeing it was a vessel of Yao Guang sacred land, they did not conduct an inspection and allowed passage. Changsheng disembarked smoothly and bid farewell to the Yao Guang sacred land members. "Wait, just a moment." Before leaving, the young woman named Cheng Ying suddenly stepped forward and said, "This is a farewell gift from my aunt. Thank you for your guidance earlier." Changsheng was taken aback. It seemed Yao Guang's sacred land truly valued connections. "Thank you. If there is an opportunity in the future, I shall visit Yao Guang's sacred land again." "You need not come. I do not welcome you." Cheng Ying huffed angrily. "Surely not. Should I teach you a few more moves? Next time we meet, I shall certainly triumph over you." Cheng Ying clenched her fists, brimming with defiance. "Then I must hasten to find you, lest I be defeated and suffer your wrath. Who would care about you?" She stormed off in a huff. Changsheng and Xiang Taifu wandered through the city. Xiang Taifu remarked, "Young master, Kong Ding and the others have settled in their designated accommodations. We shall not engage with them. They will leave the city early tomorrow." Changsheng nodded. Xiang Taifu's arrangements saved him much effort. He produced a silver note and said, "Go ensure they have a hearty meal." Xiang Taifu expressed concern. "Young master, if I leave, you will have no one to attend to you that I will manage. I shall remain at this inn, and you can find me here once your matters are concluded." Li Changsheng pointed, and before him stood Yueli Inn. The two parted ways, and Li Changsheng checked into the inn to rest. It had been 3 days since he left the capital. Li Changsheng could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. Just as he settled in, Li Qiang entered shortly after. She appeared somewhat weak, a consequence of having her energy siphoned by Li Changsheng, resulting in a regression of her cultivation. She approached a corner of the inn, beside a table occupied by a man dressed as a wandering cultivator, and inquired, "Brother, have you found any leads in the city?" The man was indeed a member of the Li family. Li Qinji. The two siblings had come seeking Li Changsheng and no leads. "Brother, he cannot possibly be faster than us. He must have infiltrated the city." Li Qiang spoke with urgency and indignation. "Sister, remain calm," Li Qinji reassured her. "Our family has concealed our movement from the emperor and the Li family to pursue him. He cannot escape. That I will not find peace until I have torn him to shreds and I understand. After all, your original cultivation level. Li Changsheng must have practiced demonic arts in the wilderness tribes, using his dark powers to siphon my energy without any side effects. This is why our family has concealed our actions, to hunt him down and obtain the supreme techniques he possesses that in the future, when facing Li Yuan. This is the path to our family's rise. Brother, I cannot wait even a moment longer. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind them. Waiter, half a gene of beef, a bottle of wine, and 2 side dishes, please. It was none other than Li Changsheng, who had come down to eat after checking into his room. The first floor of the inn provided a view of the outside scenery. Although he had disguised himself, Li Changsheng's voice was too familiar to them. Li Qianga and her brother exchanged glances, their expressions lighting up with surprise. They had found him without any effort after searching high and low. Brother! Li Qianga's pale complexion flushed with vengeful anger. She had finally located the scoundrel who had drained her powers. She intended to torment him severely, avenging herself and the second prince, and seize his hidden techniques. Li Qianji understood the opportunity had arisen, but he restrained his excited sister, saying, Sister, do not be hasty. We are unaware of his current cultivation level. Li Qianga retorted. Brother, you are at the peak of the martial master realm. Are you afraid of him? He can siphon energy. How can I assess his cultivation? Li Qianga navigated the situation with ease. This was not the first time the siblings had engaged in such undertakings. She approached the innkeeper and, after a series of threats and bribes, ascertained the room number of Li Changsheng. Seizing the opportunity while Li Changsheng indulged in food and drink, she stealthily made her way to the exterior wall of his chamber. With a deft hand, she poured a white powder, a lethal poison, through the crack of the door. Li Changsheng, did you ever imagine I would unearth your hiding place? You must be aware that I am in pursuit of you, though you may be oblivious to how you managed to enter the city. Yet here you are, caught in my net. It appears fate is on my side. Others claim you are ignorant of cultivation, but it seems they have been deceived by you. Fear not, for you shall perish in an obscure corner. And the dark powers that enable you to siphon other strength will soon belong to me. The once radiant countenance of Li Qianga now bore a malevolent intensity. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Li Changsheng, who had drained her powers, while simultaneously yearning for the formidable techniques he possessed. She was willing to go to any lengths, even if it meant turning against her kin. Chapter 28. Is this all you've got? In the imperial city of Yuzhou, the Shun family estate had returned to a state of tranquility. With dawn's light, Shen Weiyang gathered her long hair into an elegant updo, leaving 2 delicate strands to frame her face. Approaching her bed, she gazed upon the white sheets, gently caressing a crimson stain upon them before carefully setting it aside. In the days following Li Changsheng's departure, she had organized her personal affairs and employed a cadre of servants. The congratulatory gifts from various officials during her wedding, along with Li Changsheng's betrothal gifts, had mostly been retained within the Shun family to alleviate their pressing needs. Today, she was to leave the Shun household and move to the modest residence of the esteemed Xiang Taifu. Sister, are you truly leaving? A little girl clad in practice attire dashed in, none other than Shun Lan, who had previously exchanged blows with Li Changsheng. Shen Weiyang tenderly stroked her sister's head, saying, Silly child, your sister is now the crown princess. Remaining in the Shun household would only invite calamity. Grandmother, I don't want my sister to go, Shen Lan cried. Clinging to her sibling, in her eyes, her sister had been forcibly taken by the boorish Prince Li Changsheng, ruining her future and happiness. However, the matriarch Shun scolded Shen Lan. Why aren't you training? Why are you causing a ruckus here? Steward. Yes, matriarch, take this girl back to the training grounds and have her continue her practice. Yes, let go of me. I want my sister. My parents are gone, my brother is gone. I want my sister. Shen Lan wailed as she was dragged away. Shen Weiyang sighed, unsure how to explain. Perhaps her sister would understand once she matured. The matriarch grasped Shen Weiyang's hand, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Child, I have caused you distress. Shen Weiyang shook her head. Grandmother, I'm not distressed. In truth, I find the crown prince to be quite admirable. The matriarch sighed, and no matter how admirable he is, it is of no consequence. Alas, have you truly entrusted your body to the crown prince? Shen Weiyang nodded silently. Then let us hope you bear a child. Otherwise, Shen Weiyang instinctively covered her abdomen, recalling the wildness of her wedding night 3 days prior. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, Grandmother, I believe I will conceive. He told me that one must accompany their spouse in all things. He asked me to wait, and I shall wait. The matriarch sighed quietly, uncertain whether Li Changsheng would return. Yet, having something to hope for was a source of strength. Shun Weiyang departed the Shun household with several servants in tow. Arriving at Xiang Taifu's residence without changing her nameplate, instructing her attendants to make preparations. Suddenly, a maid approached. "Your Highness, someone from the palace has arrived." Shen Weiyang was taken aback. Could it be the emperor? She hurriedly tidied herself and stepped out to greet them with all her servants in tow. However, it was merely a eunuch who entered. "Your Highness, the crown princess, I bring a decree. I accept the decree. By the will of heaven, it is hereby declared that the daughter of the Shun Marquis shall be my daughter-in-law. The entire realm rejoices, and a box of gold and silver is bestowed." The proclamation was lengthy, detailing the ties of kinship, ultimately affirming her status as the crown princess and delivering a box of wealth. The eunuchs presented the riches and promptly departed. While she may not be favored, a sum had still been sent. However, upon opening the box, she discovered it contained only a single ingot of silver, weighing perhaps 3 taels. "Your Highness, these people must have greedily taken the emperor's silver." "Indeed, Your Highness, we should go to the palace and demand justice," exclaimed an indignant servant nearby. Yet, Shen Weiyang was unsure if this was the emperor's deliberate humiliation or if the messengers had acted on their own accord. Regardless of the truth, it was evident that the crown prince held little significance, and she, as his crown princess, was equally inconsequential. What could Shen Weiyang do? She was now a wife, yet her husband was absent. Every step she took risked inciting criticism, potentially affecting Li Changsheng. "We must not burden the crown prince," she stated. "We still possess some wealth. It should suffice for our needs." Meanwhile, in the Yuan of Nanyuan City, Li Changsheng had dined well and returned to his room to practice his cultivation. Upon entering, he felt a tickle in his nose and went to the window to let in some fresh air. Gazing out at the cityscape, he contemplated his future. The journey to Yunzhou spanned thousands of miles. It was a considerable undertaking that required careful planning. He had requested Xiang Long to procure a map, yet had received nothing, leaving him to wonder if the old man harbored ulterior motives. Changsheng resolved to prioritize enhancing his own strength. Earning money was also a concern. He lacked a deep understanding of this world, particularly the relationships among various sacred sites at the tea that moment. He felt a sense of urgency. He had much to accomplish. Suddenly, the door of the inn creaked open. In walked the siblings Li Qianga and Li Qijuan, who promptly locked the door behind them. Changsheng frowned, ready to expel them. But upon channeling his energy, he discovered he was unable to muster any strength. His body swayed unsteadily. There is no need to struggle. "Li Changsheng, you have been poisoned. For the next 12 hours, you shall feel utterly fatigued. This exquisite poison was originally reserved for some exceptional young ladies, but you shall have the pleasure of experiencing it first." "Li Changsheng, did you ever foresee this day?" The siblings taunted, their voices dripping with malice. Changsheng staggered, collapsing into a chair. "What do you want?" he demanded, his complexion paling. He truly lacked the strength to fight back. Realizing he had indeed been ensnared, he believed he had exercised sufficient caution, only to fall victim nonetheless. Yet he soon discovered that the Tianma Sherry was reversing the effects of the poison, swiftly neutralizing its impact. This was not an antidote. Rather, he was utilizing his technique to adjust his inner energy, gradually expelling the toxin through his pores. For an ordinary person, their techniques would have faltered long ago, but Li Changsheng possessed the Tianma Sherry. At this moment, beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. "You're skilled in martial arts, are you not? You're not as foolish as you appear. You certainly know how to hide," Li Qianga remarked, stepping forward to pat him down, not even sparing the golden cudgel. Ultimately, she only uncovered a pair of Nuwas Inyang jade pendants, a yet-to-be-activated flag of the human emperor, and a multitude of silver notes. Li Qianga seized the silver notes for herself, pressing a knife against Li Changsheng's throat as she demanded, "Tell me, where do you conceal your techniques?" Li Qijuan interjected, pulling the knife away. "Sister, there are numerous extraordinary techniques in the world. One need not carry them at all times. Let us not kill him and miss the opportunity to uncover that mysterious technique, that we must be cautious. We cannot create a ruckus and draw the attention of others in the inn." Li Qianga nodded in agreement. "Brother, Let us take him back for a thorough interrogation. After all, with his identity, the emperor will not truly pursue this matter should he perish. Once Jian Shixiang ascends to the crown prince's position, he will become the emperor. This stumbling block must be removed. I chide you and coaxed. Crown prince, we are the same kin. I too wish to avoid conflict among siblings. Why not simply reveal your cultivation techniques to us? I shall release you, did I swear. Should I not keep my word, I shall meet a wretched Changsheng let out a long sigh. During their exchange, he had regained his strength and confidence that he scoffed. What are you so pleased about? Are you not afraid I might turn the tables on you? The siblings exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Pointing at him, Chianga proudly declared, "This is a rare and potent elixir produced by a sacred land. It easily renders one powerless. Even a martial sovereign cannot resist it." Do you truly think you can fight back when you're utterly weakened? Li Qijuan added, not to mention the martial sovereigns. There is a martial family in Dongzhou that I encountered last year while wandering. They displeased me, and I poisoned their entire family. Even the martial lords could not withstand it. Their women, alas, all perished at my hands. Li Changsheng was left dumbfounded, taken aback by their shamelessness. How could these siblings take pride in such acts? Was this truly a world that revered the strong? Li Changsheng felt exhilarated, reveling in the chaos. Seeing his astonishment, the siblings assumed he was intimidated and became even more arrogant. Those who recognize the situation are wise. If you yield now, perhaps you may suffer less. Ha. Well said. Li Changsheng grinned wickedly in return. Li Qijuan, incensed, raised his hand and slapped him. You insignificant stable prince. What are you laughing at? Suddenly, Li Changsheng launched a surprise attack. With a swift motion, he deflected Li Qianji's palm and seized his throat with a reverse grip. The reversal of demonic power, bloodthirsty and soul-searching. These moves flowed seamlessly into one another. Li Qianji struggled to resist, but it was futile. His vital energy was swiftly drained, leaving him as nothing but skin and bones. Then, a remnant soul was drawn out by Li Changsheng. Having feasted on the vital essence, Li Changsheng radiated a crimson aura. Li Qianga was horrified. Why had the poison that had always guaranteed their success failed against Li Changsheng? Brother. With a fierce grip, Li Changsheng seized the emperor's flag discarded on the ground and thrust it into Li Qianga's screaming mouth. Li Changsheng sneered coldly. Is this the best you can do? Chapter 29. This time, I choose the path of the demon god. Li Qianga was caught off guard, for the siblings had used this poison many times before without failure, hence their confidence. Unfortunately, this time they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. She witnessed her elder brother visibly withering away, resembling a desiccated corpse. She screamed in terror. Without hesitation, Li Changsheng raised the emperor's flag and forcefully thrust it in her mouth, silencing her screams, shattering her teeth, and spilling blood everywhere. However, being a martial artist, Li Qianga quickly drew her twin swords, ready to fight Li Changsheng to the death. Yet, her sword struck the flagstaff and failed to cut through. Though made of wood, it was harder than iron or gold. Li Changsheng mocked. What happened to your earlier bravado? Go ahead, scream. With a powerful flick, the emperor's flag whipped through the air, sending Li Qianga sprawling. Suddenly, Li Qianga produced a pill and swallowed it. Instantly, her aura surged to that of a mid-tier martial artist, and she launched a surprise attack with her ultimate technique, the flying rainbow sword. Li Changsheng was taken aback. Narrowly evading this lethal strike that moment. He was near the window and had regained his freedom, ready to escape with ease. However, he was unaware that the bloodthirst had ignited a desire for vengeance against the siblings. Otherwise, he would forever be hunted by the Li clan. After all, there is no such thing as 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. Suddenly, the barely alive Li Qianji, in a moment of clarity, mustered all his strength to utter. Kill him. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Flay him alive. To have a fragment of his soul drawn out and still regain consciousness. One had to admit this man was remarkably resilient. Before Li Qianga could retaliate, Li Changsheng struck first in the blink of an eye. They exchanged a flurry of blows. Li Qianga's heart raced. How could he be so fast? Though she was technically stronger, she found herself forced to retreat step by step. This was the gap in martial arts skill. After 30 exchanges, Li Changsheng kicked her sword from her hand, followed by a resentful slap to her chest. Thud. Li Chang'e felt a tremendous impact as she crashed onto the wooden bed. In that moment, the still breathing Li Qianji ground his teeth in fury. How could they lose like this? Had he known, he would have crippled Li Changsheng the moment they met. He had fallen into the trap of past experiences. Li Changsheng leapt onto the bed, brutally pinning down her limbs. You dare to kill me? My father is a martial king. Even the emperor must show deference that if you dare to strike again, you won't survive until tomorrow. The My family is filled with experts. Killing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. Slap. But all that responded to her were Li Changsheng's hands. With each strike, the world fell silent. Once it had come to this point, there was no turning back. In this vast world, where is home? If the Li clan is no longer an option, then so be it. Rather than endure such humiliation, it was better to choose a path of madness and chaos. Key life decisions. Oh, look, your death is crucial to my life as well. Choice 1. Proceed with caution, secretly eliminate the siblings, and minimize your actions to reduce the Li clan's pursuit. Reward. Burning with divine palm, a commendable martial technique. Choice 2. Yield to the situation. Face the power behind the siblings. Choose to forgive. Rescue Li Qianji. Strive for peace. Share martial techniques, and achieve reconciliation in exchange for a respectable position within the Li clan. Reward. Xiangui robe, a garment impervious to blades and arrows. Choice 3. Transform into a demon god and retaliate in kind, that if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, they must be eradicated, await the arrival of his father and brothers, and annihilate them all, showcasing the might of a true prodigy. Reward. Overlord Sky Pill temporarily enhances 3 major realms. Still a turtle? Li Changsheng was enraged. He had already been pushed to this extent. After leaving the imperial capital, enjoying beef and wine, he was suddenly ambushed. Li Changsheng's gaze was fixed solely on choices 1 and 3. That you force my hand. With bare hands, he seized Li Chang's mouth, siphoning her power. Ugh. Li Chang'e struggled, but her limbs were broken by the emperor's flag. Excruciating pain brought tears to her eyes. Her vital energy was gradually drained, her strength waning, until she could no longer resist. Suddenly, Li Chang'e felt her body grow weak. Her last vestiges of power were completely siphoned away. Ugh! Li Chang'e was filled with terror, her eyes pleading for mercy. Without martial arts, she was rendered useless. Her years of effort had turned to naught. Do you understand fear now? Do you regret it? She nodded incessantly, her eyes filled with desperation. She did not wish to die. But Li Changsheng mocked. You do not regret. You realize you are about to die. In the next moment, Li Chang'e's mind went blank, her body stiffening. In Li Changsheng's gaze, she saw absolute murderous intent. That moment, she comprehended Li Changsheng's terror. He was a ruthless man, leaving no survivors and not even granting her a chance to beg for mercy. Li Chang'e wept. She truly regretted her decisions. She should not have stood up for the second prince, repeatedly provoking Li Changsheng. Had she not dared to challenge him, she wouldn't have had her power drained. Nor would her family have become interested in the techniques Li Changsheng possessed, leading to their secret pursuit. Now, her time had come. All the past moments flashed before her like a revolving lantern. She wished desperately for a chance to relive her life. Crack. The simple sound of bones shattering marked the end of her wretched existence. Li Changsheng let out a long sigh, murmuring, from now on, I shall not be as merciful as before. In that instant, Li Changsheng killed his former self, the one who had traversed time, the one who adhered to the 8 virtues and 4 beauties of the past. He would adapt to the brutality of this martial world. That it was a realm where either you perish or I do. Half an hour later, Li Changsheng stood at the inn's entrance. Xiang Long returned after finishing his business. Young master, waiting for someone? Waiting for you, Grand Tutor. Your humble servant is flattered. The esteemed status of the crown prince need not wait. Enough. Let us change locations. There are pressing matters to discuss. Move. Xiang Long furrowed his brow. Sensing a change in the crown prince's demeanor, there was an alluring aura of dominance, coupled with a hint of brutality and excitement. His every word and action made it impossible to refuse. Had the crown prince encountered something fortunate? I acquired a few bags of medicine and 5,000 taels of silver notes. Xiang Long's lips twitched. Who could possibly lose such a large sum? Surely someone had crossed the crown prince and was swindled out of 5,000 taels. But what did that have to do with him? Xiang Long dared not press further. After the two departed, another half hour passed. The innkeeper of Yulai let out a shriek. In Li Changsheng's former room, a withered corpse was discovered, alongside a woman whose limbs had been broken and was drenched in blood. In no time, Li Qiang's family arrived. All 6 of her siblings were present, along with some conspirators. The Li family ordered the inn to be sealed off. When Li Wei arrived and saw his son and daughter in such a wretched state, fury surged within him. Who did this? His roar expanded like a wave, pressing down on the younger generation, causing them to gasp for breath. A martial king was truly terrifying. But how could the dead respond to him? One of his sons, Li Bufan, inspected the scene and said, "Father, according to the innkeeper's description, it should be the crown prince. We must seek vengeance for our sister and 6th brother, Changsheng." Li Wei was incredulous. Was the crown prince truly that formidable? Wait, there are traces of medicinal powder here, but it's that debilitating poison from the sacred land. My sister and 6th brother used it against Li Changsheng. Upon realizing this, the Li family understood they had miscalculated. This pair of siblings had relied too heavily on the drugs obtained from the sacred land. Bufan analyzed. Father, it seems the poison did not succeed in incapacitating Li Changsheng, which means he either has the antidote or is immune to its effects. Boom. Issue a manhunt order. Search the entire city. Li Wei was furious, his aura expanding, shattering the inn and damaging numerous surrounding buildings. The news of the deaths of 2 core members of the Li family spread rapidly throughout the city. The Li family, with its esteemed background as imperial kin and an ancient martial arts lineage, possessed countless capable individuals. Who would dare offend the Li family within the Du realm? Was that person out of their mind? But when asked who the assailant was, the information available is exceedingly scarce. All that is known is that he is a young practitioner of the demonic path. Soon as the Li family's bounty was announced, many responded promptly, eager to heed the call of the Li clan. After all, assisting them would accrue a favor, which is quite a lucrative endeavor. Chapter 30. The Concealment of the Radiant Light, Sacred Land. Li Bufan, in pure white attire, provided a portrait of this individual, who practices demonic techniques that incite the wrath of both gods, and MEN.IT would be ideal for fellow practitioners to capture him alive, but if he must be slain during the attempt, that would suffice. A citywide lockdown has been enacted, with a thorough manhunt underway. Those who capture him alive shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold, and the Li family will owe them a favor, along with a volume of inter-family techniques from their treasury. Those delivering his corpse will receive a reward of 1,000 taels of gold and may choose any one volume of techniques from the Li family's treasury. Informants will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver, a letter of recommendation from a martial arts sect or sacred land, a weapon, and a selection of low-tier techniques from the Li family's treasury. The terms of this bounty are indeed quite generous. In the martial arts world, resources are often more directly concentrated in the hands of the strong, while the common populace merely manages to survive. Some sought to inquire about Li Changsheng's detailed information, but were met only with the response of an unidentified demonic zealot. The Li family, intentionally concealing and fabricating Li Changsheng's background, ensured that his true identity went unnoticed, transforming the narrative into one of capturing a demonic madman as a matter of upholding justice. Li Wei, seated within the Lord's residence, bore a sinister expression. Those responding to the Li family's bounty included local martial arts families, travelers who happened upon the region, as well as disciples from the Radiant Light Sacred Land. With so many participants, escape would be impossible for Li Changsheng. Cheng Shuang furrowed her brow upon seeing the portrait. Is this not the Zhao Changsheng who just entered the city today? No wonder he suddenly boarded my ship, claiming to be overtaken by a bout of excitement. In reality, he was evading the Li family's pursuit. But how audacious of him to dare kill a member of the Li family. The Li clan is a prominent family in the Eastern Wilderness, having produced the first war god of the region. Li Yuan, nearby, her niece Changsheng, upon seeing Li Changsheng's portrait, felt apprehensive. After all, while Li Changsheng had grievances with the Li family, he bore no conflict with her. Why should she concern herself with their affairs? Who could determine whether it was the Li family or that young master who erred? Yet, in truth, this sense of public morality is seldom prevalent, only emerging in grand matters of right and wrong. Protecting one's own, revering the strong, is the norm. Aunt Changsheng shook her head, signaling her maid to remain silent, feigning ignorance. Li Wei, a man who would go to great lengths for revenge on behalf of his children, ignited a storm of unrest within Nanyuan City. As night quietly fell, in the flickering lamplight, the citizens of Nanyuan discussed the audacity of the individual who dared to assault a member of the Li clan. Relying on their formidable backing, the city guards had become mere pawns of the Li family, entering homes at will and scrutinizing any large gatherings. Li Bufon led several constables door to door in search of suspects. The deaths today were of his brother and sister, and thus his heart brimmed with fury. Yet, when he considered that a person returning from a savage tribe, powerless and vulnerable to bullying, could cultivate demonic techniques to slay martial masters at their peak, a fervor surged within him. How could such a transformation occur in mere days? The allure of seizing another's power for oneself is tantalizing, especially with such ease and no side effects. Such supreme techniques are known to only a few at present. Hence, his entire family conspired to suppress the news, deceiving both superiors and inferiors, vowing to seize Li Changsheng's unparalleled techniques. With a creak, he pushed open the door to a humble ranger's dwelling. This was a small community of a dozen households, with wooden houses rented to itinerant martial artists. Someone had reported the presence of that demonic madman here. Did you make the report? It was I who reported. I am merely a rice trader from the vicinity. Very well, leave me there. But sir, what of the promised reward? Capturing him will surely earn my share. Only those who capture him will be rewarded. That if you fail, won't you be offending a demonic overlord? Such a sacrifice is too great. I demand the reward in advance. What demonic overlord? Merely a small devil. Sir, do not jest. The city is in turmoil, and a lockdown is in effect. Could he truly be just a small devil? Li Bufon seethed with rage, cursing the avaricious commoner in his heart. Yet, with a dozen households, if he made a wrong move, it could alert the quarry. He withdrew 500 taels, stating, "Consider this a deposit. If it truly is that demon, I shall pay you the rest. If not, you must return it." The rice trader accepted the money and gestured toward a small house. Li Bufon immediately commanded his subordinates to surround it, just as he intended to enter. The door swung open, and Li Changsheng swaggered out. "Oh, who might this be? Have you come to deliver money and weapons?" Li Changsheng. You. Li Changsheng's ostentatious demeanor prompted Li Bufon to sense impending danger. He turned to find that the constables had all been subdued by a group of martial artists who had seized their weapons. These were all hired henchmen of Li Changsheng from the imperial capital. Li Bufon hastily consumed an antidote. "You didn't think I would be ensnared by your poison, did you? Did you really think I would not anticipate your theft of Li Chenji's poison? I have long been prepared with an antidote." Boom! Suddenly, a trapdoor beneath Li Bufon opened, and he plummeted unexpectedly. He immediately employed martial techniques, attempting to scale the walls of the pit. However, when his hands and feet made contact with the muddy walls, he found them slick with oil, causing him to slip and injure his fingers before crashing to the ground. This pit was 5 meters deep. Boom! In the next moment, a massive stone, previously prepared, was hoisted by several of his subordinates and smashed down. The downward end was tipped with spikes and coated in poison. That a cry of anguish escaped Li Bufon as he writhed in pain below. Subsequently, hot water was poured into the pit. Initially, there were sounds of a martial sovereign attempting to strike the boulder. But soon, silence fell. Clearly, Li Bufon would not have known that the stone was smeared with another toxin, and even if he did, he would lack the composure to respond, let alone suppress the poison. How could he contend with the scalding water that followed? After the passing of an incense stick's length of time, Li Changsheng's henchmen cleared the scene, as if Li Bufon and his companions had never been there. Li Changsheng collected the wealth discovered on their persons, deciding that it was better for him to retain control over the finances. "Your Highness, a carrier pigeon has arrived from the capital at this moment." The leader of the henchmen, Kong Ding, approached with a birdcage. This pigeon is raised by the Shun family. Shen Weiyang said we could use it to communicate. Li Changsheng took the letter and perused it. Filled with trivial sentiments of longing, he dismissed it with a laugh, firmly believing that Shen Weiyang would not genuinely fall in love with him. It was all merely an alliance of convenience. Nevertheless, he could assess her capabilities. Li Changsheng penned a message detailing his persecution by the Li family, curious to see how the emperor would react. Naturally, he held no expectations, having already severed ties. However, he would take pleasure in seeing Li Wei constrained and unraveling the emperor's hypocrisy. Releasing the carrier pigeon, Li Changsheng surveyed his henchmen and said, "This operation went splendidly. For the next endeavor, we shall continue. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? It is difficult to say. Li Changsheng's chosen path was to eliminate the Li Qiang siblings and entice their family to come forth, only to annihilate them all. This was a bloody path. After dispatching Li Bufan, he would receive his reward, a vial of Overlord's Ascendance pills, totaling 3. This signified 3 opportunities for him to masquerade as the weak while striking fiercely. He still possessed the life-saving blood demon, giving him the capital to gamble. No, to engage in a strategic contest. Chapter 31. How will you explain yourself? Emperor Yu. In the capital, a pigeon arrived at Shen Weiyang's new residence. Your Highness, a letter from the Crown Prince has arrived. Quickly, bring it to me. Shen Weiyang took the letter from the carrier pigeon, and her expression changed dramatically upon reading it in Nanyuan City, not far from the capital. The entire Li family was secretly pursuing Li Changsheng. Was this the command of the second prince? But the second prince had departed for the first sacred land 3 days ago and was not in the capital. The emperor? Otherwise, how could Li Changsheng, being a scion of the Li family, be hunted by his own kin? Shen Weiyang felt a mix of fear and anxiety. This was a struggle for imperial power, a matter of life and death, devoid of sentiment. Although Li Changsheng's letter did not request anything of her, nor was it a plea for help, merely recounting recent events, did that mean she could do nothing for him in the face of adversity? Since the emperor and empress seemed indifferent to the crown prince, she would seek the retired emperor. An idea sparked in Shen Weiyang's mind as she thought of the retired emperor, Li Chunguang. The most formidable swordsman of the Li clan in this era was an equal to the sword saint of the first sacred land. Furthermore, he resided in the capital, hidden away in a cottage behind the temple on Daming Mountain in the western suburbs. This was not common knowledge. However, she was the daughter of the Duke of the nation. Her grandfather had once been a general of the Yu Dynasty and had served under the retired emperor. She had visited as a child. Now, as the crown princess, no one could obstruct her. Prepare the carriage. We shall head to Daming Mountain in the Yu Dynasty palace. Following court proceedings, Li Yuan appeared dispirited. His eldest son had departed. His wife had scolded him before leaving, and his second son had followed suit. I am, indeed, at fault. Li Yuan steadfastly believed that he was in the right. His intentions were for the sake of the brilliant populace and the greater good of the Yu. Even though Li Changsheng had been a hostage in the Yu Dynasty for 20 years, earning merit in doing so, he was determined to uphold the principles of ruler and minister, father and son. If he could not learn to appease, what was the harm in enduring a little hardship? Such was the folly of compassion. Li Yuan took a swig of strong liquor, deeming Zhao Xuanji's words utterly nonsensical. He was a father. Without him, where would that rebellious son be? What right did that wayward child have to defy him, his own father? Had he not initially forgotten about the crown prince? What did he mean by sudden enlightenment? A ruse, your majesty. Suddenly, the grand steward, Gong Su, approached, stating, the crown princess has unexpectedly gone to Daming Mountain, seemingly in search of the grand emperor. The crown princess? Ah, that girl from the Shun family. Li Yuan recalled the Duke of Dingware's household, renowned for its loyalty and valor, and felt a twinge of leniency. If she did not come to pay her respects to me, how could she dare to chatter about the Grand Emperor? No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of sword energy erupted from behind Daming Mountain, a beam of glazed sword light soaring into the heavens. The powerful figures from all factions, sects, and sacred lands trembled in response. The Sword Saint has emerged from seclusion as well. What on earth was happening into you? who could have compelled both the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint to come forth simultaneously. A sword light radiated coldly across the 9 provinces, its energy stretching 30,000 miles. The old monster of the Li family had also emerged from his retreat. It appeared that the world was once again on the brink of upheaval. Quickly, summon our ancestor, still lamenting his solitary existence within the palace. Li Yuan was taken aback. Just recently, the Blade Saint had emerged, and now his own father. His curiosity was piqued. "Rebellious son, come here," a thunderous voice echoed like rolling thunder. A formidable warrior, capable of transcending the heavens and earth, transmitted the sword intent that could pierce one's very spirit. Li Yuan felt a tremor in his heart. Subsequently, he leapt into the air and soared on his sword. Arriving in an instant at the grass hut behind the Daming Mountain Temple, his surprise, upon arrival, Li Yuan found that Shun Weiyang had not yet arrived. Present were Zhao Xuanji and his father-in-law, Zhao Shengchao. Noticing the grim expressions on their faces, as if they had just engaged in a fierce argument, he remarked, "Queen, you have returned." Zhao Xuanji snorted coldly, not uttering a word. Zhao Shengchao expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Li Yuan, you have deceived us old fellows terribly. Why did you not mention your eldest son all these years? Were you afraid it would tarnish your reputation?" Upon hearing this, Li Yuan realized they had come regarding the matter of Li Changsheng. Having already sent his son away, why were there still so many troubles to trouble him? He replied, "Blade Saint, I was merely concerned about disturbing your seclusion. Besides, the crown prince is quite well. There is nothing amiss." Li Chuanguang scolded vehemently. "And you did not even inform me. The Grand Emperor? A mere barbarian. What right do they have to take your own son as a hostage? What were you thinking? Does this do justice to your reputation as a war god?" Li Yuan retorted irritably, "Father, back then you were grievously wounded by the barbarian demon and secluded for 10 years to recuperate. How could I speak of such matters with you? Rebellious son, you dare to talk back?" Li Chuanguang suddenly erupted with a fierce aura, causing Li Yuan to stagger back 3 steps. In an instant, his father-in-law, the Blade Saint, applied pressure, unleashing a blade intent that rendered the Yu Emperor unable to move. His feet sinking into the earth, he spoke in a deep voice, "Father, I have not wronged the crown prince. I have neither deprived him of his title nor denied him his desires, allowing him to seek military merit at the borders. Where did I go wrong? Still talking back?" Li Chuanguang rebuked. "Not a single coin spared, not a soldier dispatched, and you expect a hostage who has suffered for 20 years to achieve military merit at the border? Who do you think you are fooling? Li Yuan, how could I have given birth to such a rebellious son? That is my grandson. Had you informed me earlier, I would have rushed to that barbarian tribe to rescue my precious grandson." Zhao Xuanji interjected, "Li Yuan, where is Changsheng now? I must go retrieve him." Li Yuan fell silent. The crown prince had sneaked out of the city without attracting attention, and he truly had no idea where he had gone. He had not even dispatched anyone to search for him, as he could hardly be bothered with such a rebellious child, feeling no inclination to even glance at him if he were to meet his demise outside. He muttered, "In any case, he has not yet arrived in Yinzhou." Suddenly, a beautiful maiden appeared along the secluded path of the grass hut in the mountains. The newcomer was none other than Shun Weiyang, accompanied by several maidservants and a sword attendant. The sword attendant bowed and reported, "Sword master, a woman claiming to be the crown princess seeks an audience." Li Chengguang was astonished and exclaimed, "My grandson is married? Why did no one inform me to celebrate with a toast?" The Blade Saint Zhao Shengchao cursed, "Have I had the pleasure of such festivities?" Li Yuan felt ashamed under their scorn. Despite his authoritative demeanor before the ministers, he remained cautious in the presence of his 2 fathers. Shun Weiyang knelt upon meeting them, pleading, "Please, Grand Emperor, save the crown prince on account of our blood ties. Spare his life, do not send the Li clan after him any longer." The declaration left everyone speechless, family members turning against one another. The crowd turned to Li Yuan, exclaiming, Li Yuan." Li Yuan felt numb. He swore he had not sent anyone from the Li clan to pursue his own son. "Kneel!" Boom! The Blade Saint and the Sword Saint unleashed their combined might. Though both were at the pinnacle of martial prowess, this time their fury was palpable. Li Yuan found himself unable to resist against the 2 of them. Collapsing to his knees, Zhao Xuanji, incensed, shed tears of frustration and struck him across the face, exclaiming, "Li Yuan, you are heartless. Indeed, for the sake of your ambitions, you would go to any lengths, even to the point of wanting to kill Changsheng. Changsheng is my son, born of 10 months of labor." Li Yuan felt deeply wronged, but he protested. "I did not. Crown Princess, why do you slander me? I swear to the heavens that I did not send anyone to pursue the Crown Prince." Shen Weiyang produced a letter from Li Changsheng, stating, "The Crown Prince has gone to Yinzhou, but he has also communicated with me via carrier pigeon. This is a recent incident he encountered in Nanyuan City." Zhao Xuanji took the letter and, upon reading it, gasped in shock. "It is the Li Cheng family. Could it be? Is it Cheng Jian?" "Li Yuan, where's Li Chengjian?" Li Yuan explained, "After you left in anger that day, Cheng Jian said he would pursue you back. Did you not encounter him when you returned from the Sacred Land?" Zhao Xuanji felt as if the world was spinning. It must have been Cheng Jian who, in his quest for the Crown Prince's position, colluded with the Li clan to pursue Changsheng. They were turning against one another. "How could this be? You are all dear to me." Those present fell into silence. This reasoning seemed plausible. Although throughout history there had always been cases of siblings turning against one another, it was an affront to familial ethics and would be condemned through the annals of history. As the elder of the family, one could not tolerate such occurrences. Zhao Shengchao snorted coldly. "Li Yuan, I've always looked down upon you for your lack of responsibility. Now, as you covet power, it is evident you have failed in raising your children. If my 2 grandsons harm one another, if either suffers any injury, I will hold you accountable." With that, Zhao Shengchao soared into the air, racing towards Nanyuan City, fearing that if he arrived late, his eldest grandson would be lost. Chapter 32. "I haven't even tried yet. Why are you kneeling?" "My lord, I have located the whereabouts of the demonic cultist." "Where?" "My lord, please follow me." On a moonless night within the confines of Nanyuan City, a man dressed as a martial artist approached the Li clan members cautiously. Suddenly, Li Wei reached out and seized a man by the throat. Furious, "Do not attempt to deceive me. Speak, were you behind the traps and schemes to murder?" The martial artist trembled in fear, stammering, "My lord, I do not know. I am merely at the martial master level. How could I dare to act recklessly?" Li Wei, filled with rage, cast him aside. He no longer cared for the rewards or information. With the bounties announced, there were informants everywhere. False reports were one thing. At worst, it was a wasted trip, but now, every location was a trap, with each batch of informants falling victim. Nanyuan City was vast. And under the cover of night, so many had already perished. The subsequent search would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, these ruffians had stripped every one of their weapons, money, and valuables, effectively plundering them. Such was the Crown Prince's style. This left the martial families hesitant to trust any reports. Watching yet another victim fall, Li Wei's fury reached its zenith. He had completely disregarded kinship, royal lineage, or supreme martial arts. All he desired was revenge for his children. This was the last dignity of father. However, as rage consumed him, he found himself calming down, thinking. Having secured a substantial gain, there were few places left for them to maneuver. The next step would be to leave Nanyuan City. Li Wei summoned the city lord, ordering him to open the city gates as usual the following day, and to spread false news to confuse the populace. Changsheng's party, numbering in the hundreds, was too easy to identify. Even if they split up to escape, they would ultimately head in the same direction that time. An ambush would be laid in an abandoned farmhouse somewhere in the city. Li Changsheng counted the silver notes acquired from killing pursuers. There is truly no quicker way to earn money than through killing and looting. Of course, it was these individuals who had acted first. Li Changsheng was merely retaliating in self-defense. Kong Ding rushed over, saying, "Your Highness, the city lord's estate and the Li clan have ceased their search and have issued a proclamation to reassure the people. Tomorrow morning, the city gates will open as usual." Changsheng's lips curled into a smirk. It seemed that this was the only strategy left for Li Wei with the densely populated Nanyuan City. He couldn't afford to remain hidden for too long, as prolonged inactivity would inevitably attract unwanted attention. It was better to let him go and pursue later. However, Li Changsheng was not the kind of person to sit idly by. He would never allow anyone who knew of his unparalleled demonic prowess to live. He selected 5 of the most formidable servants from his retinue. "Follow me. We shall strike," Li Changsheng declared, and the 6-man team made a beeline for the city lord's mansion, where Li Wei, Yi, and the Li clan were temporarily residing. Upon arrival at the entrance, the guard shouted, "Who are you?" Slap. One guard was sent flying with a single strike, bang. With a powerful kick, he shattered the doors of the mansion. The occupants inside were stunned. Who dared to kick down the doors of the city lord's residence? Were they courting death? Li Changsheng bellowed, "I am of the Li family, and I have severed all ties with you. Are you still not going to let me pass?" Suddenly, 2 swords flew out from the side, aiming directly for Li Changsheng's vital points. Clearly, the guards of the city lord's mansion were swift and decisive, intent on capturing Li Changsheng without hesitation. Yet, having recently ingested 3 Ba Wang Qing Tian pills, and having taken one just before entering, Li Changsheng's cultivation surged dramatically, nearing the initial stage of the martial sovereign realm. The 2 swords struck at his heart and throat, but with his true energy protecting him, they could not penetrate his defenses. What was this? The 2 assailants, garbed in the attire of the Li clan, were at the pinnacle of the martial ancestor realm, formidable fighters in any setting. Yet their full-force strike felt like hitting a steel plate. Li Changsheng's lips curled into a grin. He evaded with ghostly speed and struck twice with his palms, piercing through the backs of the 2 Li clan members, killing them instantly. The others, including Kong Ding, rushed forward, seizing swords, searching for silver notes, and checking for gold teeth in a fluid motion, as if they were seasoned veterans. The freshly emerged Li Wei Yi's lips twitched in response. What barbaric behavior! No wonder he was raised among the savage tribes. Li Wei Yi leaped, his long sword cutting through the air like a thunderclap, transforming his figure into a lightning butterfly, instantly forming a sword aura that surged forth like a torrent. He was at the pinnacle of the martial king realm. Li Changsheng was merely at the martial master level. He would surely be killed for daring to approach. However, amidst his anger, Li Wei was still able to think clearly that a sudden realization struck him. Why would Li Changsheng come to his demise? Could he possibly have a hidden trump card? Surely, he could not be stronger than Li Wei unless he possessed legendary pills like the Ba Wang Qing Tian Dan or the Jiao Zhuan Shengxian Dan, which could elevate one's cultivation by 3 major realms in a short time. However, such pills were exceedingly difficult to concoct, as their ingredients were rare and the refining process was stringent. They had been lost to time for decades, available only at exorbitant prices. How could a mere prince from the savage tribes possibly have access to them? Did he have allies? Li Wei surmised that it must be Xiang Long who had found some skilled practitioners to assist in ambushing him. Thus, he shifted his approach from close combat to mid-range, maintaining an escape route. With a whoosh, the sword aura, imbued with crackling thunder, surged toward Li Changsheng and his companions. I could see that moment. Li Changsheng's body was ablaze with the effects of the pills, overflowing with power that demanded release. He countered the formidable sword thunder with an unremarkable punch. What? All the masters within the city lord's mansion watched in astonishment as this seemingly mundane punch shattered the renowned and indomitable sword aura of the Li family's thunder sword technique in an instant. Moreover, Li Changsheng's fist radiated with overwhelming power, rebounding with a colossal force. Boom. The punch struck Li Wei Yi, who was 5 steps away. Caught off guard by the imminent danger, he was unable to react in time. As he beheld the approaching fist, imbued with supreme might, it shattered his protective aura and ruptured his heart's meridians behind him. Li Chun soared through the air on his sword, thunder rumbling as he left a scorched earth in his wake. However, with the second Ba Wang Qing Tian Dan consumed, Li Changsheng moved with the swiftness of a shooting star. Their speed surpassed even that of the eagles soaring above by 10-fold. Although Li Chun was more advanced in cultivation, the fundamental techniques contained within the Tai, Su Mo, Shanju allowed him to outpace Li Chun. The more he pursued, the more speechless he became. Who was he? One of the prodigies of the Li clan. He began his martial training at the tender age of 3, gained fame in the Yu at 18, and after enduring countless tribulations by 50, his name resonated throughout the land. By 80, he had raised a family, and by 90, he had retired from the world. Now, at 150, he stood at the pinnacle of the Wu Jun realm, just a step away from the formidable Wu Huang realm of the Eastern Wasteland. Yet now, He found himself unable to catch even a mere martial artist. Should word of this escape, he would be the subject of ridicule. Damn it. Y&T this life choice system warned him of the numerous trials ahead. Others could ascend to immortality or descend into darkness with but a thought, yet here he was, a mere stray dog. Meanwhile, Changsheng, who had been fleeing ahead, cursed as he ran. Finally, after consuming the third Ba Wang, Qing Tiandan, he reached the entrance of the canyon that a glance back revealed Li Chun had fallen far behind. Li Changsheng plunged into the depths, vanishing from sight. Upon Li Chen's arrival, he furrowed his brow. This place was known as the Mo Dao de Xiagu, a canyon carved by the sword of the demon lord, where countless souls had perished, their essence crystallized in the sword intent that lingered below. Moreover, over the years, many adventurers had met their demise here, leading to an ever-growing accumulation of vengeful spirits and eerie occurrences. This place had long since become a realm of utmost peril. Just how many Ba Wang Qing Tiandan did this lad possess? And his technique, how wondrous! Where had he learned such skills? Had he perhaps obtained a legacy and elixir from some great power? The Zhen Yandan, the Ba Wang Qing Tiandan, along with mysterious martial arts, truly. He was fortunate beyond measure. Yet, amidst his curses, a glimmer of greed sparked in Li Chen's eyes. Perhaps if he uncovered Li Changsheng's secrets, he could surpass the Sword Saint and become the strongest within the Li clan. With murderous intent surging, Li Chun fixed his gaze upon the forest within the mountains and declared, Li Changsheng, your sins are boundless. Practicing demonic arts that do not think that you can escape into the woods and elude your demise. You cannot escape death. If you surrender and relinquish all that you have obtained, I, as your kin, will take you as my disciple, help you secure your position as prince, and together we shall dominate the world. To hell with that, Li Changsheng retorted, old fossil. I am within these mountains, and should I see you again, I will take your life. In the forest, Li Changsheng cursed vehemently as he swiftly changed direction. However, as he walked, he noticed that despite the dawn breaking, no sunlight penetrated the woods, leaving an eerie chill in the air. Raising his gaze, he observed that the trees' bases were withered and shriveled, while above, an unnaturally lush canopy blocked the sun. Below, however, the ground was littered with bones, devoid of even the smallest creature. Kicking aside a stone revealed a swarm of centipedes, scorpions, and other venomous insects. What kind of cursed place is this? Li Changsheng muttered, pressing onward. The effects of the Ba Wang Qing Tiandan likely still lingered for a short while he could hear the gentle trickling of a stream. If he followed its course, he might reach the next village safely. Yet, as he continued, he arrived at the canyon's edge. Hiss! This was a marvel. The canyon stretched dozens of meters wide, its depths an unfathomable abyss. It extended endlessly in both directions. A testament to the wonders wrought by a single sword strike in the world of martial arts. Suddenly, a low growl of a beast echoed from behind. Turning, Li Changsheng was startled to see a golden hunting dog, its body adorned with martial secrets, and behind it, the hypocritical sword master Li Chun appeared. With a flick of his bag, the golden hunting dog was instantly transformed into an adorable little doll. Oomph! I have traversed the world for many years and mastered numerous secret techniques. I may not be able to catch you, but I can certainly ensnare you. Oh, you really think entering the Mo Dao de Xiagu will allow you to escape me? Ridiculous! Ha ha! Li Changsheng, you have reached a dead end, and why previous offer still stands. Submit to me, and relinquish all your skills and elixirs, and I will ensure your position as prince remains unchallenged, aiding you in your future ascent to emperor. Li Changsheng retreated step by step, his expression grave. I Chun wore a look of certain victory, saying, thinking of jumping down? I advise you to abandon that thought. Below lies a realm known as the Land of Lost Souls, where countless spirits are eternally trapped and ferocious ghosts abound. Even I would not dare to tread there lightly. What did you say? The aura of the demonic rises. Numerous vengeful spirits. Indeed, obeying me is your last chance for survival. Chapter 34. The Shock of the Emperor. How could the prince master martial arts? In Nanyuan City, Zhao Xuanji and Zhao Shengqiao rushed to the scene. However, they were ultimately a step too late. Li Changsheng had already escaped beyond the city limits. The father and daughter gazed at the ruins surrounding the lord's mansion. Zhao Xingqiao was exceedingly anxious, while Zhao Xuanji remained somewhat composed. The princess consort has indicated that the prince is here. Let us inquire at the lord's mansion. The pair approached the lord's mansion to gather information. The charming maid, Jinxin, led the still-dazed lord of Nanyuan from the rubble before them. Zhao Xuanji inquired, "What has transpired?" "I have seen the Empress and the Sword Saint," the lord of Nanyuan replied, his expression desolate as he recounted the events. "The madman of the demonic path mentioned by Li Chun is named Li Changsheng." "Are you certain? Is there a portrait?" "Your Majesty, the distance was great and the light dim, so I could not discern his appearance clearly. I have seen the portrait, but the Li clan has not circulated it. However, I can confirm that the name Li Chun called out in his fury was indeed Li Changsheng. This was to show you the portrait, but not let you take it, lest it become evidence." Zhao Xingqiao scoffed. "Li Wei's father and son are all dead. How could a prince who knows nothing of martial arts achieve such a feat?" Zhao Xuanji replied, "Father, the lord of Nanyuan mentioned that he consumed special elixirs to forcibly elevate his cultivation." "Ha! My grandson is indeed wise and resourceful. The Wei family as father and son deserve death. Daughter, it is unwise to linger here. Hurry and find Changsheng." When the news reached the imperial capital, the Emperor Yu was filled with disbelief. All 6 of Li Wei's family are dead, but they were at the Wu Wang realm. Li Chun is pursuing the prince. How could he not triumph over a mere Wu Jun peak? No, the prince knows nothing of martial arts. His vitality is nearly non-existent, and his limbs are feeble. This was something he had examined upon the prince's return, noting that his meridians and bones had been shattered by the barbarians. He was practically a cripple. How could it be that in such a short time, the prince could kill a Wu Jun? With a crash, the Emperor Yu hurled the memorial down, scolding, "How could the prince, who knows nothing of martial arts, possibly kill? Do you know the crime of deceiving the emperor?" Beside him, the Grand Emperor scoffed, "It seems the prince has not confided in you. The prince harbors no trust in you." His father, hearing this, Li Yuan's countenance darkened. Does the prince have some fortuitous encounter? Is that his confidence? A sense of discontent swelled within Li Yuan towards Li Changsheng. "How can you deceive your own father? Are you plotting rebellion?" Li Chunong added, "Was it you who instructed Li Chun and his kin to secretly hunt the prince? Or was it the second prince's doing?" Li Yuan's face paled further. He had no knowledge of such matters. He felt as though he might crumble. Why was it that the moment the prince left the palace, he attracted so much trouble? He wished he had no such son. "Father, within the palace, you call me Grand Emperor." Li Yuan fell silent, contemplating the weight of the situation. "Tio, the Grand Emperor, I truly did not know that. I thought his constitution would succumb to illness on the way to Yinzhou." You wish for the prince to die, do you? I believe you would return to seek me at that time. That if it was not you, it must be Li Changjian. That rascal sneaked out of the palace without a trace, perhaps inciting conflict among the clan members. How have you raised your offspring? I am indeed overwhelmed with duties. The Empress oversees such matters. In this moment, the Emperor Yu, faced with his father, dared not utter a word. "Grandfather Sword Saint, my father is innocent." Suddenly, Li Yuan dashed in, her demeanor pitiful as she defended her father, saying, "That prince, he spied on me while I bathed, his body filthy and lacking manners, only obsessed with wealth. Utterly vulgar. Is it wrong for my father to let him pursue his interests? The Sword Saint was taken aback. But he spied on you while you bathed?" Li Yuan averted her gaze, realizing she had inadvertently slandered him. Yet, the words had escaped her lips, and there was no turning back. She braced herself, stating, "Yes, my father punished him to kneel for a meal's worth of time, and yet he dared to rebel against him. Is there a son in this world who would defy his parents?" Slap. Li Chunong struck her hard, sending her sprawling to the ground, stunned. Her grandfather, the Sword Saint, had never scolded her, let alone struck her. Yet now, for the sake of that unruly prince, he had actually hit her. Li Chuangang exclaimed in fury. "The Empress Dowager herself spoke to me, revealing that merely because you harbor disdain for him, you conspired with the second prince, Li Changjian, to bring him harm. Not only that, you commanded the eunuchs to humiliate him and forced him to reside in the stables. Do you think I have lost my wits?" Li Yuan'er felt her cheeks flush crimson and her eyes brimmed with tears. Yet, she perceived no fault in herself. Rather, she believed it was Li Changsheng's return that had disrupted her family's peace, causing even her most beloved sword immortal grandfather to chastise her. The blame lay not with her, but with Li Changsheng. Entering her rebellious phase, Li Yuan'er cried through her defiance. He should never have returned. He should never have existed. Grandfather is biased, and so are you. With that, she fled in tears. Li Chuangang huffed in anger. I warned you against marrying Zhao Xingqiao's daughter. You clearly lack the understanding of proper child-rearing, resulting in a child who cannot discern right from wrong. I urge you to take a concubine, to bear and raise more children, to garner blessings, yet you stubbornly refused. You are driving me to my grave. Li Yuan replied, Changjian is still quite distinguished. I believe there is much misunderstanding in this matter. He may not have been involved at all. It could merely be the reckless revenge of Li Wei and his son. Upon contemplating Li Qingjian, Li Chuangang instinctively chose to believe in him. After all, that grandson had been raised with humility and courtesy, displaying a noble spirit. Given time, he could achieve greatness. Regardless, the priority was to bring the crown prince back. He must not fall into the hands of the first sacred land. With that thought, Li Chuangang soared into the sky on his sword, vanishing like a streak of lightning. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, the second princess consort had been in a state of malaise, her appetite waning. She calculated the days and noted that her greatest aunt had not arrived as expected, though a few days' delay was not unusual. However, after that fateful night, anxiety gripped her heart. Now, with news of Li Changsheng being hunted by the Li clan, should he perish, the secret would remain forever concealed. In this regard, Consort Su inexplicably hoped for Li Changsheng's survival. Undoubtedly, that detestable crown prince still regarded her as a mere servant. Was she cursed to enjoy being treated as such? Her mind was in turmoil, leaving her uncertain of how to confront the situation. Suddenly, a palace maid approached. Your Highness, the crown princess requests an audience. Admit her. Before long, Shun Weiyang arrived. Sister Su, Weiyang. The two, once acquaintances, now found themselves as sisters-in-law, a curious twist of fate. Sister Su, please assist me, help the crown prince. Weiyang, how can a mere woman like me offer assistance? I implore you to persuade His Highness the second prince to spare the crown prince. Consort Su fell silent. The second prince was as unpredictable as the wind, and she had no means of reaching him. Furthermore, their marriage was merely for show. In reality, Li Changjian did not regard her as a person. Consort Su replied, You may convey to the crown prince that the retired emperor is safeguarding him. The sword saint and the empress also wish to have him returned, so there is no need for excessive worry. Upon hearing this, Shun Weiyang's heart soared with joy. It seemed her efforts had borne fruit. Thank you, Your Highness. She even bowed to Consort Su, who quickly stepped forward to support her, unwilling to accept such a grand gesture. However, just as her hand reached out, Consort Su suddenly felt a wave of nausea. As she retched, nothing emerged. Those nearby were left in stunned silence. Chapter 35. A narrow escape and new life choices at the edge of the demonic valley. Li Changsheng spread his arms, plummeting backward into the abyss, embodying the sentiment of defiance against submission. Yet, as he closed his eyes and slowly fell, Li Chen perceived nothing but flaws in his act. Naive. With a swift motion, Li Chen reached out, an immense force pulling Li Changsheng back, seizing him by the throat. Fool! Did you think I would allow you to perish before my eyes? However, as he grasped Li Changsheng, he sensed something amiss. The youth felt strangely limp. Suddenly, blood oozed from Li Changsheng's skin, as if he were on the verge of decay. Blood demon. Li Chen exclaimed in shock that it was said that a blood demon emperor once mastered an unparalleled demonic technique, refining blood demons from mysterious soil and essence to create a false self. This long-lost art had resurfaced. His fervor to capture Li Changsheng intensified. The blood demon emperor was a formidable figure from millennium ago, transcending the martial emperor realm. Should he obtain such a legacy, he would be the mightiest in the eastern wilderness. That Li Chen declared in excitement. You have indeed inherited a great power. But suddenly, from the earth, an individual emerged. With a swift motion, a broken sword severed Li Chen's hand. In an explosive strike, Li Changsheng unleashed his utmost strength, the last remnants of the medicinal king realm coursing through him. The sword energy surged forth, cutting through the air for dozens of meters. The sound of shattering rocks echoed as Li Chun, initially confident in his ability to withstand the ambush, found himself in disbelief as the sword energy pierced through his protective aura, tearing apart his cultivated body of over a century. He watched in horror as his arm flew away like a kite severed from its string, filled with despair that "I will kill you." Li Chun roared, his anger spiraling out of control, his true chi collapsing in a frenzy. Thunderous bolts rained down from the heavens, striking Li Changsheng mercilessly. Li Changsheng endured 3 strikes. Racked with pain, severely injured, the effects of the Overlord's Ascendant's pill had worn off. He was ultimately still a mere martial master. He required time to develop, yet these foes would never grant him that time. Fearing his potential growth, as he rolled on the ground, evading the thunderbolts, Li Chen's arm landed before him, rich with essence. Li Changsheng, reversing his demonic technique, consumed the blood essence, and the heavenly demon relic unleashed its power, mending his injuries and restoring half of his vitality. Miraculously, he even broke through to the mid-stage of the martial master realm. Indeed, the power of a pinnacle martial sovereign was a tremendous boon. Though his injuries had improved, he knew he must flee swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Chun, desperately staunching his own wounds, unleashed a devastating sword energy thunderous strike. Realizing that it had failed to eliminate Li Changsheng, after Li Changsheng absorbed his essence, his injuries healed rapidly. What kind of technique is this? He wondered, astonished that such severe wounds could be mended so easily. You stand right there. His eyes burned with fervor and jealousy. Yet this time, Li Changsheng hesitated no longer, leaping into the depths of the abyss of lost souls. The chasm below was shrouded in darkness, and Li Changsheng tossed a firebrand into the inky void. Following its feeble glow, he leapt from stone to stone along the cliffside, avoiding a fall. After leaping for over a quarter of an hour, he finally reached the ground. Upon landing, he found himself engulfed in pitch blackness. The wails of the undead echoed in his ears, and cold winds swept through, threatening to drain his vitality. Although he had regained some strength, he was still injured from the thunder strikes that Li Changsheng found a stone pedestal to sit upon, gradually regulating his breath to recover his energy and allowing the heavenly demon relic time to heal his body. He also consumed a couple of bonds to replenish his strength. Why does this life choice system not offer me a path of ease? He lamented. There should be adventures at every turn, a life where I can flaunt my prowess wherever I go. Yet here I am, a lost soul, ensnared in dire straits. Can't I receive a favorable choice? Suddenly, a critical life decision emerged before him. Li Changsheng sighed in exasperation, just as he had expressed his grievances. The system reappeared. Choice 1. Follow the river downstream. Return to the imperial city. Seek comfort from the emperor, vowing to reform and become an obedient son. Reward: Shintian battle garb, a set of battle attire. Choice 2. Strive to survive against all odds. My fate is in my own hands. Seek a way to live within the abyss of lost souls. Reward: a bottle of rejuvenation pills. Choice 3. Break free from the abyss of lost souls. Rendezvous with my subordinates at the designated time, and proceed to Yunzhou to astound all. Reward: a soul sword embryo could be refined into a sentient sword. But it seemed he had indeed reached a critical juncture in his life. Li Changsheng managed a wry smile. The first option was clearly a path of regret. Yet he never regretted his past actions. A true man stands by his choices. To retreat would invite humiliation and oppression. He would rather relish a moment of freedom than endure a lifetime of confinement. The second option was merely about surviving in the abyss of lost souls for the time being. However, the third option was evidently the most appealing to Li Changsheng. Had agreed with his subordinates in Nanyuan City that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise and they become separated, they would regroup at Wu Family Fort in the next town. If he failed to arrive in time, his subordinates would suspect he had perished, and the hard-won team he had built would dissipate. Furthermore, most of the military funds had been temporarily entrusted to Xiang Taifu. He certainly could not venture to Yunzhou alone. What news awaited him in the imperial city? Li Changsheng held no illusions that his parents would care about his survival, nor did he expect them to have a change of heart and come to his aid. He did not covet their pity. He was prepared to kill, fully aware that he was embroiled in a life-or-death struggle. His true concern lay in whether the emperor might vent his anger on Shen Weiyang. After all, they had shared a brief romantic connection. He regretted sending a pigeon, detailing his situation back home. What was he even hoping for? Li Changsheng shook his head with a bitter smile. After a brief respite, his eyes gradually acclimated to the darkness beneath the abyss, allowing him to discern faint outlines of his surroundings. Strange luminescent stones illuminated the depths, proving that the chasm was not entirely devoid of light. Was that the lingering sword intent of a powerful practitioner of the demonic path, along with a hint of malevolent energy? Ah, the Tianmo relic seems remarkably efficient here. To his astonishment, Li Changsheng discovered that in this place, the Tianmo relic released energy at a much faster rate, facilitating a swifter recovery from his injuries. Before him lay a stark expanse of bones, all human. The environment was somewhat damp. He refrained from advancing recklessly. In Nanyuan City, Li Changsheng had fervently absorbed information from various regions of Diyu. This demonic valley was, in fact, a mass grave. Each time the Yu Dynasty faced rebellion, captured insurgents were thrown down here to be executed. Additionally, those who succumbed to plague were likewise disposed of in this place to prevent further contagion. The souls of the deceased were bound by the sword intent, unable to transcend their fate. Over time, their resentment grew immensely. Li Changsheng retrieved his human sovereign banner, pondering, could this refine my myriad souls, or rather, the human sovereign banner itself? Chapter 36. Is that the ancient sacred artifact, the human sovereign banner? With a deep breath, Li Changsheng waved the human sovereign banner in his hand, causing the vengeful spirits around him to see their nemesis and hesitate to approach. Such extraordinary weapons required a minimum foundation of true energy to wield. Once Li Changsheng infused the banner with his true energy, the flagpole and the apricot yellow dragon patterns seemed to come alive, voraciously devouring the slower fleeing souls. As the saying goes, the malevolent utilizes the righteous for their own ends. While the righteous may employ the malevolent for their purposes, Li Changsheng felt no burden regarding this weapon. He began to dance wildly with it. A multitude of souls bound by the sword intent were drawn towards him. Hasten hither! I am the crown prince of Diyu, harboring great compassion, here to rescue you from this demonic valley. His voice boomed, echoing throughout the abyss. Fortuitously, he possessed this invaluable treasure. Otherwise, how could he confront so many souls? Each soul that drained him would threaten to deplete his vitality. Now, with the human sovereign banner, the tables had turned, allowing Li Changsheng to absorb them instead. After a round of absorption, dozens of souls were confined within. The banner appeared to have grown slightly larger. The souls within yearned to escape, but it was in vain. Without Li Changsheng's consent, they could not even transmit their voices. Gasping for breath, Li Changsheng realized that in such a short time, his true energy had been nearly exhausted. Forcing the human sovereign banner to operate at his current martial artist level could only be sustained for a brief moment. After meditating for a while, relying on the Tianmo relic, which automatically cultivated his techniques, he began to recover more rapidly. Li Changsheng contemplated how long it would take to replenish the human sovereign banner with his current efficiency. Exiting the abyss seemed even more improbable, but he needed a method to enhance his efficiency. With a single maneuver of the human sovereign banner, one soul after another was drawn forth. That was a chilling sight, unsettling to behold. Yet Li Changsheng maintained control, declaring coldly, I am the crown prince of the current Diyu. How many years have you been in prison here? 5,000 years. Back then, this place was still known as the Great Zhou. 300 years. Your Highness, I am from Diyu. Please save me. 3,000 years. Can we escape from here? After a round of inquiries, it turned out that the souls had been trapped here for as long as 10,000 years, the first to perish in a conflict between righteous and demonic forces. However, due to their prolonged imprisonment and eternal entrapment, they had suffered the piercing torment of sword intent for the longest duration, enduring torment for up to 10 millennia. They only remembered their identities at the time of death. Along with a fervent desire for a chance to escape the abyss, I am the crown prince of Diyu. Submit to me. Join me in conquering and shattering all that obstructs us, and I shall grant you freedom. We are willing to follow the Crown Prince. These souls, having endured years of torment, did not hesitate to pledge their allegiance. Moreover, once they were drawn into the human sovereign banner, it would be effortless for Li Changsheng to extinguish them should he wish. They had no alternate route. At the very least, within the human sovereign banner, they would no longer suffer the piercing sword intent, enduring daily slaughter. Having acquired his first batch of subordinates, Li Changsheng rolled up the human sovereign banner and began his descent deeper into the abyss. Wherever he went, countless vengeful spirits surged forth, but all who approached were captured by the loyal souls within the human sovereign banner. After a period of indoctrination, they all transformed into combatants under Li Changsheng's command. Those who resisted were directly refined and absorbed, enhancing the power of the loyal souls. He even named the loyal souls within the human sovereign banner the Dayu Loyal Soul Army. Thus, Li Changsheng no longer needed to constantly wield the human sovereign banner. Significantly reducing his true energy consumption, he would only expend true energy when refining the disobedient souls. Even so, as vengeful spirits continued to swarm towards him, they fled in terror, leaving him with few opportunities to refine souls. Li Changsheng soon arrived at the edge of an underground river. Following the flow downstream would lead him out of this abyss. With a flourish, he waved the human sovereign banner, which had gathered an impressive number of loyal souls, 5,000 in total, reaching its maximum capacity. This was due to the fact that the human sovereign banner had not yet been officially refined. Only upon proper refinement could its full power be unleashed, returning it to its normal state. However, refining it required spiritual energy, which meant converting true energy into spirit. Martial artists initially cultivated their essence, blood, and physical form. Thanks to the Tianma relic and his bloodthirsty abilities, Li Changsheng had long surpassed this stage. He was now in the phase of accumulating true energy within his purple palace. Upon reaching the martial sovereign realm, he would undergo a qualitative transformation, cultivating the power of spiritual resonance, enabling him to wield sentient weapons. However, these 5,000 loyal souls had been meticulously selected. The loyal souls drawn into the human sovereign banner were chosen based on their strength and competition for positions. Li Changsheng found a piece of wood and cast it into the stream. Stepping onto the water while holding the human sovereign banner, traversing the waves beneath the depths of the vengeful spirit abyss, which specters would dare to approach. The loyal soul army surged forth and tore them apart, feasting upon their remnants. Furthermore, as these loyal souls had willingly followed Li Changsheng, they radiated a golden hue akin to that of a banner. In the darkness of the abyss, they dispelled the shadows. The light of the human sovereign banner intensified, soaring towards the heavens. Above the demonic valley, Li Chun, having lost an arm, dared not descend. The sword intent of the demonic path would suppress his realm and aura, and the multitude of vengeful spirits would relentlessly tear him apart. Li Changsheng was likely dead. However, my lineage should have been exposed. It is time to leave the Li clan. Glancing back, he sensed a flurry of sword lights approaching. Zhao Shengqiao and Zhao Xuanji. Hypocrites. They must have guessed that Li Changsheng had acquired a powerful inheritance that if they truly cared for him, they would not have driven him to this extent. Alas, he has met his end. But it matters not. The valley suppressing the vengeful spirits will be my opportunity to bind his soul and interrogate him thoroughly next time. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly fled the scene. Lest Zhao Xuanji capture him in a mere moment, the three arrived in haste. Zhao Xuanji remarked, "A battle occurred here moments ago. The sword energy of a martial lord spread before us. But where is he?" Zhao Shengqiao examined the ground and uncovered a pool of blood, shaped like a human. Blood demon. The legendary blood demon emperor's secret technique. "Father, we must find that old scoundrel Li Chen first. He is pursuing Changsheng." "Has he captured him?" "My daughter, there's no need to rush. Look, this arm belongs to Li Chen. That old scoundrel gained little advantage. Yet if Changsheng could sever Li Chen's arm here, does that not imply he possesses a wealth of elixirs? How could he have acquired so many? That child likely returned with a trove of riches. He merely saw through your schemes and chose not to reveal them. Father, I was misled by Li Chen before. I will no longer show favoritism that I treat all three children equally. You had better mean it. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from the depths of the abyss, and the silhouette of the human sovereign banner rose into the sky. A powerful ancient aura radiated across the world, and the loyal souls within emitted a golden glow, resembling celestial warriors. Startled, Li Chun, who was fleeing, looked up in astonishment. The human sovereign banner. How could it be down there? Damn it! It must be Li Changsheng. He is still alive. How could he still be alive? What inheritance has he acquired? Even the human sovereign banner, an ancient sacred artifact. Meanwhile, Zhao Shengqiao on the cliff exclaimed, "The human sovereign banner, an ancient sacred artifact. Is there a living person below?" Zhao Xuanji glanced at the abyss of vengeful spirits and replied, "Father, what does it matter if a treasure has emerged? I only wish to find my son. I care not for any artifact." Far away in the imperial capital, Li Yuan observed the aura emanating from the human sovereign banner in the distance. He too looked up in astonishment. The human sovereign banner? Surely a counterfeit. But even if it is a counterfeit, who dares to raise such a banner within my view? Absurd. Do they wish to rebel? Someone, go and investigate immediately. In the Eastern wilderness, as the sword Saint and Blade Saint emerged from their seclusion, news of the human sovereign banner's reappearance ignited fervor among various factions that it turned out that an ancient sacred artifact had been unearthed, and the sword Saint and Blade Saint had taken the lead. We have missed our chance, and oh loss. The Yu is not close, and those two old men are perennial rivals, bound to contend fiercely with this sacred relic. The world shall be unified. Chapter 37. The rift between husband and wife. Should the eldest son be kept? Li Chun, Li Wei Yi, and their direct blood relatives are all gathered here. Your Majesty, Xianji. Behold, eliminate them all. I do not wish to see those who conspired against my son. Kill them. Understood. Summon the guards and imprison all of Li Wei Yi's family in the death cell. Yu Chao. The imperial capital. Li Changsheng's whereabouts remain unknown, and the human emperor's banner has suddenly emerged, threatening the rule of Emperor Yu. Zhao Xuanji is compelled to return and devise a strategy. Similarly, the second prince, Li Chengjian, while on a pleasure boat in Jiangnan, is abruptly brought back by Li Yuan as he was about to engage deeply with a courtesan. He is called forward to confront his accusations. Li Chengjian protests, "Father, mother, I assure you, I have not conspired with Li Wei Yi and his son, that I merely took a leisurely stroll through Jiangnan." He inwardly curses his misfortune. He had gone out to indulge in pleasure and is now apprehended due to Li Changsheng's matters. He wonders why Li Wei Yi is so inept that, if action is to be taken, why must it be done covertly? Just eliminate Li Changsheng outright, and he could then rightfully ascend to the position of crown prince. Li Yuan adds, "Empress, I have dispatched individuals to search for the crown prince. Once he is located, he shall be brought back. Empress, does this please you? Your father and I have also been searching. You need not worry excessively." Li Chengjian wails, "Mother, do you still doubt your son? Have I ever deceived you?" Zhao Xuanji, witnessing her son's aggrieved expression, feels powerless. Li Yuan continues, "I have summoned the national master to divine for the crown prince. Perhaps he can find a solution. The national master of Yu is also the second prince's mentor, having inherited witchcraft in his youth and possesses some knowledge of divination." Shortly thereafter, the national master is summoned. Zhao Xuanji, supporting her forehead, inquires, "National master, what have you divined?" The empress, "I fear this is an ominous sign." "How so?" "The crown prince's fate is intertwined with the downfall of his parents and siblings. If the empress insists on searching for the crown prince, not only will there be no results, but she will also suffer from the crown prince's burdens. National master, how can my son bring harm to his parents?" The national master raises his head, casting a glance at the second prince. The second prince, calm and collected, returns a knowing look. Indeed, this is part of their collusion. He harbors deep resentment towards Li Changsheng, believing that his existence jeopardizes his position. Thus he seeks to tarnish Li Changsheng's reputation. The national master continues, "Based on the crown prince's birth date and time, the crown prince's star is in conflict with the royal family, which is a decree of heaven and a fatal omen. Only by distancing the crown prince from your majesty can..." Zhao Xuanji, enraged, retorts, "Enough. Are you suggesting I abandon my own flesh and blood? National Master, all I require from you is to inform me of the Crown Prince's whereabouts. The National Master responds. According to the astrological predictions, the Crown Prince may appear in the southeast, around Wu Family Fortress, or possibly in Shuzhou. Shuzhou, upon hearing this, the crowd realizes that it is the location of the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Yuan remarks. Empress, currently various factions are stirring. And news is spread that the ancient sacred artifact, the Human Emperor's Banner, has resurfaced. It is indeed a tumultuous time. I believe it is best to refrain from pursuing the Crown Prince. Each generation has its own fortunes. Since he is unwilling to return, let him be. Zhao Xuanji, comparing the location of the Demon Path Grand Canyon, concludes that it is quite likely he could appear in Shuzhou. She pauses momentarily, then swiftly takes to the skies on her sword. Seeking Li Changsheng, Yuan observes but cannot intervene. His dissatisfaction with Li Changsheng intensifies, he muses. This ungrateful child, I ought to bind him and confine him, to prevent him from causing further turmoil, disrupting the family peace. Suddenly, Li Changjian steps forward and kneels. Father, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is imminent. I have just broken through to the martial sovereign realm, and I wish to perform admirably at the tournament. However, I lack a suitable weapon. Yuan, seeing the respectful demeanor of the second prince, nods. Very well. I bestow upon you the sword of the former emperor. The sword of the former emperor? That is the sword wielded by successive heirs. The sword of the former emperor, forged by the progenitor of the Dauli clan, is not only powerful, but also serves as a mark of identity and recognition. This signifies Li Yuan's increasing approval of his second son. Thank you, father, the second prince rejoices, thinking, this imperial throne shall surely be mine. Li Yuan continues. I have recently heard that your wife is with child. Since you have returned, go and see her. And do not waste your time in frivolous pursuits. The second prince is taken aback. His wife is pregnant? When did this happen? Why was he not informed sooner? He quickly responds, yes, father, I take my leave. At the lower reaches of the Demon Path Grand Canyon, Li Changsheng, holding the Human Emperor's banner, sweeps away the various souls of the dead, charging forth from the abyssal gorge, with a resounding splash. He steps onto a wooden plank, racing along a torrential river. After days of fleeing, he appears disheveled, his hair soaked, bearing the scars of hardship. Ahead looms a sheer cliff. He leaps, escaping the waters and landing atop a tree. Gazing at the peak of the mountain, he reaches toward the sky, embracing the gentle breeze with outstretched arms. For the first time since his rebirth, he savors the taste of freedom. I am finally free. Li Changsheng exclaims, one day, when power is in my grasp, I shall slay all those who have wronged me. One day, when the dragon meets the water, I shall cause the Yangtze River to flow backward. He roars defiantly at the heavens, releasing the pent-up frustrations of recent times. From the capital to this moment, he has tread carefully, each step fraught with peril. One misstep could spell his doom. For countless millennia, mortals have competed in martial prowess, seeking the path to divinity. I too shall stand atop that summit one day, relishing the view of the world beneath me. With his inner turmoil expressed, Li Changsheng sheathes the Human Emperor's banner and continues on his journey. As he walks, he encounters some woodcutters and hunters. After some inquiries, he learns that ahead lies Wu Family Fortress, a prominent clan in the area. Upon making a life-altering decision, he receives a reward from his life's choice system. This reward, requiring sustained effort, is slightly delayed in distribution. Suddenly, a cold light descends from the heavens, landing before Li Changsheng and sinking into the ground. A dark red longsword appears, its hilt adorned with black feathers. Li Changsheng pulls it forth with effort, murmuring, is this the sword embryo of my fate? It has yet to fully form and requires refinement to become a peerless sword. He swings it effortlessly, severing a tree as thick as a man at the waist, and a rock is cleaved with a smooth cut, as if slicing through tofu. A fine sword indeed. But where is the scabbard? How can I carry it without one? Such stinginess. This reward was earned through my struggles for survival. Without a scabbard? No choice. Li Changsheng picks up a piece of tattered cloth to wrap it. The dark red blood sword is too eye-catching. Potentially attracting unwanted attention, he prefers to remain low-key, to be a mere shadow. Before long, Li Changsheng arrives at Wu family fortress. This is a bustling town, thriving in commerce, developed by the Wu clan. To enter, one must pay a city tax. In this martial world, as long as you possess sufficient strength, you may claim land as your own. Outside Wu family fortress, Li Changsheng observes a merchant convoy, which is actually a facade created by Xiang Taifu and others. At this moment, within the convoy, Xiang Taifu is anxious, having waited an entire day for the crown prince to arrive as agreed, that he fears for the crown prince's life, for something has befallen him. All his efforts will be in vain. What will become of the hundreds of his loyal followers? Crown Prince, Xiang Taifu, holding a wine gourd, gazes skyward with a sigh. What am I to do? Suddenly, Li Changsheng appears at Xiang Taifu, startled, drops the wine gourd. Li Changsheng catches it, laughing, drinking in broad daylight. Are we, Taifu? Xiang Long, upon witnessing this, rejoices and bows deeply. Your Highness, oh, how I have longed for your return. Li Changsheng assists Xiang Taifu to his feet and inquires, why are there fewer people? Were they captured? Xiang Taifu explains. Some, fearing the risks, refused to come and fled, leaving only about 200. However, the 50 martial artists are all present. Rest assured, all supplies are intact, with no losses. Li Changsheng nods silently. Having capable subordinates makes things easier, he remarks. No matter, quality over quantity. Let us enter the city. Xiang Taifu hesitates. Your Highness, we cannot enter. The inhabitants of Wu family fortress, seeing our numbers, fear disturbances and will not permit our entry. Chapter 38. Brutally defeating the talented. I never show mercy. Not permitted to enter. Why? They say that the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is to be held in Shuzhou soon, and all martial practitioners must compete against the Wu clan's disciples. The victors may enter the city for free, while the defeated must pay double the city tax. Shuzhou, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Li Changsheng contemplates for a moment. Clearly, the contest for the title of the East Wilderness Martial Champion is about to commence. This tournament is only for martial practitioners under the age of 25, with a clear purpose, to gain fame and establish a name. Li Changsheng declares. In that case, let us head directly to Shuzhou. We shall travel now and arrive by nightfall. With a resolute leader, the group promptly set forth. However, after a short distance, they observed over 100 individuals charging towards them for the direction of Wu family fort. A young man at the forefront stepped forward and inquired, Who are you? Why have you appeared here in such numbers? We are merely good citizens and have no dealings with Wu family fort. What business do you have with us? I suspect you are rebels. Seize them. At the command, the men of Wu family fort quickly encircled them. Li Changsheng fell silent, clearly aware that they were targeting his convoy of military supplies. Maintaining his composure, he replied, We are merchants of grain from afar. If Wu family fort refuses to engage in trade with us, we shall take our leave. There is no need for hostility. We will depart from your esteemed territory at once. The leader of Wu family fort showed no intention of retreating, that he was Wu Tianbao, the young master of the fort. Just yesterday, he had heard a group of grain merchants arriving, and Wu family fort intended to suppress their prices by denying them entry into the city. However, this young master had sinister intentions, planning to seize their goods outright. Humph, your words hold no weight. Capture them and take them to the authorities. Clang. Tension escalated instantly between the two sides. Xiang Taifu nervously approached, saying, Your Highness, should we not reveal our identities? There are skilled fighters within Wu family fort. This man is the young master of Wu family fort, renowned for his exceptional talent and favored status. Even if we subdue the young, the old may come for you. Li Changsheng understood the opponent's background. Yet having vowed on the day of his rebirth to no longer endure, he saw this as an opportunity. After all, a troop of servants would find it difficult to achieve greatness without the baptism of blood. Seeing the two conferring, Wu Tianbao drew his sword in a threatening manner. Shall we test the edge of my treasured sword? Li Changsheng unsheathed his own fateful sword and declared, Is my sword not sharp? Attack. In an instant, both sides engaged in combat. The fighters from Wu family fort were numerous and primarily at the Qixi realm, possessing greater combat strength. However, Li Changsheng's side had the advantage in numbers, allowing them to hold their ground for the moment. Ahead, an elder remarked, Young master, this group of fighters is considerable. They are not easy prey. Should we retreat and seek out more skilled fighters? Wu Tianbao arrogantly replied, a bunch of country bumpkins, do we really need to summon experts? I see their leader is that sword-bearing man. Capture the leader first, and watch me take him down. Whoosh! Wu Tianbao leaped into the air, soaring gracefully, and thrust his sword towards Li Changsheng. Enraged, Li Changsheng thought, I sought no trouble, yet they come to attack me first? Clang! Their swords clashed, causing Li Changsheng to lean back and take a step back. A peak martial artist? He was merely a minor realm above me. The gap is not too great. With the first exchange, they both realized the difference in their realms. That Wu Tianbao chuckled, you possess some skill. This sword is impressive, and it shall belong to me now. Xiang Taifu scolded, is Wu family fort nothing but a band of robbers? Must you resort to highway robbery? Do you disregard the laws of our dynasty? Wu Tianbao laughed heartily. Laws? Even if this were to reach the capital, I would not fear you. The value of my Wu family far exceeds that of you mere merchants. Only the weak concern themselves with laws. The strong rely solely on their own strength. Changsheng praised. Well said. Wu Tianbao believed he could provoke Li Changsheng into a rage, yet he remained unfazed. What is your identity? Pretending to be something you're not. Seize him! He roared in fury, brandishing his sword and charging once more. Wu Tianbao's swordplay was bold and powerful, fitting for his slightly higher realm. However, Li Changsheng excelled in finesse and cunning. With a swift maneuver, he gained an advantageous position. Suddenly, he struck with thunderous force. Thud! The battle came to an abrupt halt. The fateful sword had directly sliced Wu Tianbao's throat. What? Wu Tianbao's eyes widened as he clutched his throat. Blood gushing forth, he had never anticipated such a swift end. Not only he, but everyone else was equally astonished. Li Changsheng had progressed far too quickly. While his previous strength may have been due solely to his realm, his recent efforts had also led to substantial mastery of martial techniques. Young master, the people of Wu family fort screamed in horror, rushing towards him recklessly. Li Changsheng evaded, observing his fateful sword that had feasted on the enemy's blood. Clearly, the method of refining this sword involved nourishing it with the blood of foes. To halt violence with violence, to conquer brutality with brutality. That was the path of this sword. The Wu family members were still in shock over the death of their young master, while Li Changsheng seized the moment to pursue. Shouting, charge together! Kong Ding, witnessing the scene, bellowed for the young master. Let us fight our way through. The morale of the servant army surged, and they charged forth together. In an instant, the privately gathered fighters of Wu family fort were scattered and fleeing. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, Li Changsheng raised his fateful sword, which began to absorb the blood. With each drop of hot blood it consumed, the sword became more solid, its slender body slightly widening. Xiang Taifu, seeking to remedy the lack of sheath of the sword, found one and handed it over. Li Changsheng took it and found it reasonably fitting, smiling at Xiang long after regrouping. They resumed their journey toward Shuzhou. Meanwhile, Wu Tianbao's corpse was returned to Wu family fort. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, the inhabitants were engulfed in terror. The fort master, the young master, has been killed? My son, who has slain my child? In the territory of Wu family fort, who would dare to disregard my authority? Fort master, those merchants were unreasonable that we refused to purchase their goods, and when the young master wouldn't allow them to leave, they intercepted him, leading to his death. Evade blame. The servant lied. Initially, it was the young master who coveted Li Changsheng supplies, but it was twisted into a narrative of forced selling. Fort Master Wu was incensed. This is outrageous. Gather our forces at once. I shall avenge my son. Activity stirred within Wu family fort. Later that afternoon, the servants who had remained behind to gather news learned of the events and hurried back to relay the information. Li Changsheng was aware that Wu family fort's people were pursuing them but remained unperturbed. However, Xiang Taifu and Kong Ding were terrified. Your Highness, that fort master is at the peak of the martial sovereign realm. Our numbers are insufficient to contend. Your Highness, perhaps I should take a team to hold the rear while you escape? Li Changsheng glanced at his two loyal subordinates, then calmly touched the imperial flag tied at his waist, saying, There's no need to panic, that we are in the right. Why should we be afraid? Xiang Taifu was greatly troubled. How can we not be anxious? Your Highness is of immense value. The road ahead is long and fraught with peril. Just as he spoke, the forces of Wu family fort caught up from behind. Xiang Taifu was perplexed by Li Changsheng's intentions. However, if a confrontation were to ensue, he would reveal their true identities. In this place, even the powerful families would not dare to act against the crown prince. Yet in the next moment, a long spear shot forth from behind. Whoosh! A spear struck down the laden pack horse, causing the convoy to come to a halt. The spear had been thrown with such force that it resembled an arrow, showcasing the strength of the thrower. Changsheng's expression darkened. Chapter 39. Do you understand? The imperial flag is precisely this dominating. Clop, clop. Several fine steeds arrived before Li Changsheng and his companions. Leading them was a burly figure, resembling a bear, with thick brows and large eyes, exuding a fierce demeanor. He looked at Li Changsheng and demanded, "Are you the one who killed my son?" Li Changsheng replied, "No." The abrupt denial left the people of Wu family fort in confusion. Logically, someone bold enough to kill would not be oblivious to the pursuing forces. Surely, they would be someone willing to take responsibility. The fort master pulled a servant closer, asking, "Is it him?" "Yes, fort master. It is he," the servant responded, daring to act without taking responsibility. "What do you have left to deny? You came to Wu family fort to extort our goods and murdered my son. Today, I shall have your life." Li Changsheng again refuted, "I had no intention of selling anything. It was the young master who attempted to rob me. He sought death himself, and I merely offered a small assist." Upon hearing this, the fort master glanced at the lying servant again. The servant, filled with shame, averted his gaze from the fort master. This was the truth of the matter. With this revelation, Wu family fort found themselves in the wrong. In these times, bandits were plentiful. It was understood that if a bandit was killed while robbing, the authorities would not pursue the matter, let alone the code of chivalry. Changsheng scoffed. "So, can we engage in combat?" The fort master, furious, despite knowing he lacked justification, was determined to avenge his son. "You brat, you seek death. Attack." Xiang Taifu immediately stepped in front of Li Changsheng. He was about to reveal Li Changsheng's true identity for protection, but Li Changsheng pressed his hand down, saying, "Taifu, there is no need for that identity. These mere ruffians are no match for me. Step back. I shall handle this." Everyone was astonished. Was the prince not merely at the martial master realm? His opponent was at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. Was the prince out of his mind? At that moment, the master of Wu Fortress lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed, intending to swiftly subdue Li Changsheng. However, Li Changsheng reacted even more swiftly, brandishing the human emperor's banner. The flagpole transformed into a grand banner, from which emerged the loyal Soul Army. Breaking free from the confines of the flag, in the blink of an eye, 5,000 members of the loyal Soul Army drained the master of Wu Fortress of life, reducing him from a robust warrior to mere dust. The conclusion was astonishingly swift, undoubtedly facilitated by the element of surprise. The master of Wu had never anticipated that a mere flag could be an ancient sacred artifact, nor that the loyal Soul Army within was anything but ordinary spirits. Before the others could recover from their shock, Li Changsheng once again wielded the human emperor's banner, and the loyal Soul Army unleashed a soul-piercing battle cry. In a mere moment, the pursuing forces of the Wu family were all vanquished. The servants stood in stunned silence, and even Xiang Long was left speechless in astonishment. In that instant, he realized that he had fundamentally misunderstood this prince of the Yu. The prince possessed remarkable capabilities indeed. Changsheng instructed, "Gather the spoils and continue our journey." The servants immediately rushed forward to collect the rewards of battle. After these two encounters, their admiration for Li Changsheng had deepened to the core, leading them to pledge their unwavering loyalty. In the imperial capital, at the East Palace, Consort Su gazed at the sumptuous feast of bird's nest and shark's fin lay before her, yet found it utterly flavorless, yearning instead for some tart fruits. However, she could only endure as the imperial physician took her pulse. The physician withdrew his hand and stood, proclaiming, "Congratulations, second prince. It is indeed a joyous pulse, steady and calm." Consort Su feigned delight, but internally remained unruffled, for this was the third physician she had summoned. Indeed, She was healthy. It was the second prince who bore the burden of infertility. But could she maintain the facade? She observed the second prince's expression, which was filled with uncertainty, causing her own heart to flutter with anxiety. Li Chengjian was certainly perplexed as to why only his legitimate wife had conceived. He had indulged in a multitude of affairs, yet none had resulted in pregnancy. Why was it Consort Su? Your Highness, this is splendid news. The medicine that father requested truly works. Consort Su promptly produced a packet of medicinal powder. This was a fertility elixir procured by the Marquis of Jiulu from an unknown source last month, said to be effective only when taken by both partners to at the time. The second prince had paid little heed, believing it merely enhanced vitality, that he had casually incorporated it into his meals. Could it truly be effective? The second prince felt a mix of astonishment and doubt. Was it this medicine that had worked? He was thrilled at the prospect of finally having an heir, fulfilling his obligations to the royal family, the Li clan, and the officials. Yet he remained skeptical, recalling that he had favored several palace maidens during that time, none of whom had conceived. Nevertheless, the second prince was not overly anxious. In this martial world, there were numerous ways to ascertain whether the child within Consort Su bore the bloodline of the Li family. Once born, the truth would be revealed. For now, however, the second prince's expression shifted as he smiled and declared, "Excellent, splendid. Consort Su has made a remarkable contribution. It seemed they had successfully deceived those around them." Consort Su breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, she had calculated the timing, and there was no way this child could belong to the second prince. Fortunately, he was unaware of her menstrual cycles, or else it would have been difficult to deceive him. She gently caressed her belly, thinking, "Child, your mother's fate depends on you." After Consort Su became pregnant, the second prince immediately ordered that she be specially cared for and generously bestowed upon her gold and jewels. His demeanor towards her grew markedly more amiable, fearing any mishap for the child within her. Before outsiders, they appeared to be a loving couple. Consort Su, however, was merely putting on a fade, as long as she could survive. She would be content. After visiting his wife, Li Chengjian exited hastily, summoning the national master and his father-in-law. With Consort Su's pregnancy, his claim to the position of heir would be further solidified. However, he could not allow Li Changsheng to return. He aimed to ascend to the throne with legitimacy, leaving no room for flaws. Let his father bear the brunt of any scorn. The national master and the Marquis of Jiulu exchanged glances. The second prince's trust in them indicated he regarded them as his most loyal confidants. The Marquis of Jiulu had no need for further persuasion. Once the second prince ascended, his own status would surely rise. Not long ago, the national master had committed treason on behalf of the second prince and was now reaffirming his loyalty, stating, "Your Highness, I have calculated. The crown prince's destiny is unfavorable. His fate is one of great potential without fortune. Though such individuals are born into wealth, they often face a downfall due to the adverse influences of fate, leading them from prosperity to ruin, ultimately becoming stagnant." The second prince rejoiced. The national master's divination was indeed accurate. This meant his fate was superior to that of the crown prince. Changjian continued, "In 3 days, I shall journey to Shuzhou. This time, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, I shall make a name for myself." With recent events unfolding favorably for him, Li Chengjian felt invigorated. Just then, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Your Highness, urgent news from 800 miles away." After reading the letter, Li Chengjian remarked, "The crown prince's whereabouts have been discovered. He is at Wu Fortress, heading toward Shuzhou. My elder brother wishes to compete in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament against me." He remained unconvinced. The Marquis of Jiulu interjected, "The crown prince knows little of martial arts. What purpose does he have in Shuzhou?" The national master shook his head. "I have heard that Li Qin's attempts to hunt down the crown prince have failed. I suspect he may have a formidable ally. Alternatively, during his years in the wild tribes, he might have learned their combat techniques. Your Highness, I believe the crown prince intentionally heads to Shuzhou to steal your thunder." Changjian scoffed, "Ridiculous, with my father's aid. I have just broken through to the martial sovereign realm and acquired the sword of the immortal emperor, greatly enhancing my strength. There is no way I would lose to him, if he has the capability." Why did he allow me to train my horses for half a year? He relies only on elixirs, and such substances are prohibited at the tournament. The Marquis of Jiulu proposed. The Crown Prince is concealing his identity, maintaining a low profile. This may, in fact, benefit our plans. I shall take a few skilled warriors and personally attend to ensure we surpass Li Chun. Upon hearing this, Li Changjian was elated. His father-in-law's suggestion pleased him greatly. Father-in-law, are you serious? The Marquis of Jiulu replied, Your Highness, leave this matter to me. When you travel to Shuzhou, you shall receive good news. The second prince laughed heartily. Excellent. In 3 days, Consort Su and I shall head to Shuzhou, and I hope to hear good tidings from you. Father-in-law. Meanwhile, from behind the door, Consort Su overheard the trio's scheming, her heart racing. Her expression wavered, torn between hesitation and resolve, before she quietly turned and departed. Chapter 40. This rebellious son will be the death of me at Wu Fortress. White silk hung throughout the city. Dozens of women and children wept before a multitude of empty coffins. Zhao Xuanji had arrived, intending to inquire with the master of Wu, only to be confronted with such a scene. Ascending into the sky on her sword, Zhao Xuanji called out, I am Zhao Xuanji of the First Sacred Land. What has transpired here? How dare anyone commit such atrocities within the realm of Yu? With her regal presence and renown across the eastern wilderness, her arrival was swiftly recognized as a woman clad in simple white mourning attire stepped forward, saying, I am Wu Min, the wife of the master of Wu Fortress, and why husband and son were slain by treacherous scoundrels. I implore the Empress to seek justice for us. Others echoed her plea. Please, Empress, grant us justice. Zhao Xuanji presented a portrait, inquiring, Is this person? Yes, it is indeed him, cried an injured servant, who had initially accompanied the young master of Wu on a highway robbery, and thus recognized Li Changsheng. This servant distorted the truth, recounting his encounter with Li Changsheng and his companions. Yet Zhao Xuanji knew that Li Changsheng was still on the run, merely masquerading as a grain merchant. He would never truly attempt to sell grain, let alone force Wu's family to buy it. Infuriated, Zhao Xuanji exclaimed, Do you know who he is? He's the Crown Prince of Dayu, you traitorous lot. Upon hearing this, the people of Wu Fortress fell silent. Their cries abruptly ceasing, chaos ensued within Wu's ranks. Zhao Xuanji pointed skyward, sending a divine edict to the First Sacred Land. Whoosh! Upon its arrival, all were stirred. Holy Maiden's edict, from the southwestern direction. The Holy Maiden has summoned all masters of the Sacred Land immediately. The sacred bell of the Sacred Land tolled, resonating 9 times, signaling the most urgent state of affairs, summoning all martial kings to gather. They then soared towards Wu Fortress in unison, in about half an hour. An array of colorful wings, manifesting spiritual resonance, descended upon Wu Fortress. The inhabitants were left in awe. They had never witnessed so many martial kings and martial lords assembling at once. Above them, a kaleidoscope of brilliance and overwhelming pressure rendered them weak and trembling. Sweat soaking the ground beneath their feet. We pay our respects to the Holy Maiden. The entirety of the First Sacred Land nearly emptied, a grand spectacle as they bowed in reverence to Zhao Xuanji. She pointed downward, declaring, Wu Fortress has rebelled and pursued my son. They deserve death. Execute them. A chorus of martial artists echoed in agreement. For them, Zhao Xuanji was not only the daughter of the revered Elder Sword Saint, but also a former Holy Maiden and the Empress of Dayu. A peak martial lord. Who would dare harm her son? Weary of life, one might as well take drastic measures. In an instant, the Wu family estate became a river of blood. Outside, onlookers were hesitant to witness the unfolding chaos. For the elite of the First Sacred Land were out in full force, instilling fear that they too might become targets of retribution. The deceitful servant remained until the end. Zhao Xuanji, observing the terrified servant who had lost control of his bowels, inquired, Speak, recount in detail your encounter with the Crown Prince. The servant stammered. At that moment, the young master intended to rob the Crown Prince's entourage, which led to the ensuing conflict. After the fortress lord pursued him, he never returned, leaving only his torn garments. Humph. It was you who struck first. I have long been aware of the Wu family estate's penchant for ambushing merchant caravans, were it not for the protection of the Marquis of Jiulu. How could you have survived to this day? Now, tell me, who initiated the attack? It was the Crown Prince himself who personally killed our young master. At a flicker of realization ignited within Zhao Xuanji. What was the realm of your young master? The peak of the martial master realm. Zhao Xuanji's heart leapt with joy. Could it be that Li Changsheng's strength was indeed formidable? The mere thought that her son was not the useless individual he appeared to be filled Zhao Xuanji with exhilaration. Truly, my son cannot be worthless. Changsheng must have anticipated my neglect, deliberately provoking me. Yet, why would he choose to conceal his talents from me? Changsheng, this time I shall make it up to you. Emotion welled within her as she grew increasingly eager to uncover the true nature of Li Changsheng. Let the disciples of the sacred land return first, and send word to the imperial capital to inform Emperor Yu of this delightful surprise. The Crown Prince not only comprehends the path of martial arts, but also possesses the power to slay a peak martial master. At the imperial capital, Emperor Yu had just finished his solitary lunch. His mood was somewhat irritable. The once harmonious scene of family camaraderie had dissipated, leaving him a true solitary figure. The appearance of the human emperor's banner within the territory of Great Yu initially led him to believe it was a counterfeit. However, as powerful figures from various factions emerged, he realized something was amiss. It could very well be the genuine artifact from ancient times. Should the human emperor's banner fall into the hands of another nation or faction, Great Yu would be in peril. Recalling the intelligence and the direction of the human emperor's banner's emergence, he felt a chilling suspicion that Li Changsheng had acquired it. If that were the case, wouldn't that confirm the national master's divination? Has he incurred the karmic consequence of harming his parents? This ungrateful wretch, how deeply he conceals his true self. I should not have been swayed by his. Li Yuan recalled the day in the court when Li Changsheng recited the poem of the frontier. In military songs, one sings of a tender father, vowing to eliminate the barbarian invaders. Only on the battlefield does one understand the death of a father. Why must one return wrapped in horsehide? What a splendid poem! Yet it was merely a ruse to deceive him into leaving the capital. Infuriating. Suddenly, Li Yuan slammed his palm onto the dining table, shattering it to pieces. The eunuchs and maidservants on either side fell to their knees. Pleading, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Just then, a shadow guard arrived with news. Read it. The eunuch beside him opened the report and read aloud. The Crown Prince understands martial arts, having slain the young master of the Wu family estate and annihilated the fortress lord. Li Yuan leapt to his feet, his gaze igniting with astonishment. The Wu family estate, is that not a family under the Marquis of Jiulu? I have long sought to bring them under my command. And now I have a pretext. However, that is a master of the martial king realm. This ungrateful wretch has indeed committed the crime of deceiving the sovereign. Bring forth the messenger. Your Majesty, a shadow guard stepped forward. Li Yuan commanded, draft an edict, conveying my decree that this ungrateful wretch shall disband his forces and return to the capital post-haste. As you command. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Crown Princess, a highly esteemed guest had arrived. Lady Su. Dear sister, hasten to inform the Crown Prince. He is in danger. Sister Su. What has transpired? Lady Su recounted the overheard plot of the second prince conspiring with her father to assassinate the Crown Prince. The Crown Princess felt a chill run down her spine. Had the threat become so overt? Lady Su, instead of aiding her husband or father, had chosen to assist the Crown Prince. What benefit could this bring her? Sister Su, why would you do this? Lady Su placed a hand protectively over her pregnant belly, stating, They are committing such treachery. I must think not only of myself, but also of the child within me. Currently, the Empress Mother is seeking the Crown Prince's return to mend their mother-son relationship. If this plot comes to light, I wish to leave a path of survival for my child. Hearing this, Shen Weiyang was deeply moved. Indeed, a woman may appear delicate, but a mother can be ruthless. Yet for Lady Su, the second prince, who regarded her as naught but a pawn, and her father, who saw her merely as a political instrument, had led her to profound disappointment. In contrast, the unborn child promised a future. Moreover, she had become Li Changsheng's servant. Should she fail to cooperate and expose their affair, her own ruin would follow. After dealing with Lady Su, Shun Weiyang discreetly sent a message via carrier pigeon that a day later, outside a small town near Shuzhou, Li Changsheng's merchant convoy was visited by a carrier pigeon. Xiang Long hurriedly sought out Li Changsheng. Upon learning of the second prince's order for the Marquis of Julu to send experts to assassinate him, aimed at preventing Li Changsheng from gaining notoriety in Shuzhou, he thought, Lady Su, this servant, has proven timely indeed that at this critical juncture of life choices, the system for making life decisions reappeared before Li Changsheng. Chapter 41. My life choice is to make a name for myself. Choice 1. Avoid the spotlight. Bypass the martial arts tournament in Shuzhou and take the official road to Yunzhou, traveling overnight to the border. Reward. MO Family Flying Chariot Blueprint. Choice 2. Be humble and seek forgiveness. Return to the imperial capital of Great Yu and be a docile crown prince. Reward. A piece of purple iron stone, a necessary material for forging spiritual weapons. Choice 3. Forge my own path, participate in the martial arts tournament, establish my name, and proclaim to the world that I, Li Changsheng, am not a waste, but one of the contemporary prodigies. Reward. Dragon Essence. Upon seeing these 3 life choices, one was cautious, opting for survival. The second seemed to suggest that by lying low, everything would improve. The third path offered Dragon Essence, a true treasure refined from dragons, granting unparalleled self-healing abilities and significantly enhancing one's prowess. Even without the Dragon Essence, I would not choose the first 2 options. Li Changsheng rubbed his hands together, feeling a plan for the future take shape. After savoring a sweet treat, he stepped outside. Before him, hundreds of servants were engaged in drills, honing their discipline and combat prowess. He had arrived in Shuzhou the previous day, but had not entered the city, opting instead to rent a farmhouse in a nearby market town, with money in hand and attendants at his service. Life was quite pleasant. Had he not become a thorn in the side of the second prince, he could have spent a spell here, peacefully cultivating his skills. After all, in this world, martial power is paramount. Li Changsheng asked Xiang Long, my tutor, what do you think we should do next? Xiang Taifu replied, Your Highness's strength rivals that of certain prodigies from the sacred lands. This martial arts tournament presents a rare opportunity to propel you to new heights and clear your name from past grievances. What Taifu said echoed Li Changsheng's third life choice that he feigned reluctance. Yet I am merely at the mid-stage of the martial master realm, not even a martial sovereign. With so many talents, how can I stand out? Xiang Taifu responded, Your Highness has already demonstrated the ability to slay the young master of the Wu family estate through your martial prowess, a feat rare in this world. Moreover, with a human emperor's banner, you could defeat the martial king realm fortress lord. This is your destiny that I believe your chances of claiming the top spot are substantial. Xiang Long paused before continuing. The martial arts tournament in Shuzhou will attract talents from the Eastern Wilderness. In Great Yu will dispatch numerous personnel. Generally, there shouldn't be any danger. Furthermore, your Highness can participate incognito. If you can astound everyone, perhaps the emperor might reconsider. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng felt displeased. He sought to make a name for himself, not to incite regret in that unworthy father of his. He had no interest in winning the emperor's approval. Xiang Long added, Your Highness, I'm an old acquaintance of the city lord of Shuzhou, Cheng Donglai. He is a reliable individual. Should you require assistance, he can be of help. Li Changsheng inquired. Cheng, is he related to Cheng Shuang of the Radiant Light Sacred Land? Xiang Long nodded. Indeed, Cheng Shuang is his elder sister. The young girl you teased, Cheng Ying, is his second daughter. What a coincidence! The Radiant Light Sacred Land ranks among the top 3 sects in Great Yu by strength. Li Changsheng shook his head. Never mind. I'll suffice with a low profile upon entering the city. Taifu, you remain here to provide support in case of unforeseen events. It's far better to go to Yunzhou with a reputation than to be known by infamy. Xiang Long acquiesced, understood. After giving a few instructions, Li Changsheng entered the city with his 3 close attendants, Kong Ding, Guishun, and Wu Wu. The city walls, steeped in history, were alive with the bustling presence of martial artists. Merchants and common folk, with vendors lining the streets outside, he strolled freely through this water town, contemplating his future. Strength, wealth, status, beauty. I desire it all. This city of Shuzhou will be the starting point of my endeavors. An hour later, the four arrive at the bustling Taohu Lake Commercial District. Welcome to the ascending Immortal Pavilion, gentlemen. Will you be dining or lodging? The enthusiastic innkeeper, despite being utterly fatigued these past few days, still greeted guests with a warm smile. Along the way, Li Changsheng observed numerous extraordinary martial talents. Inside and outside the city, carriages and groups bustling about created a scene reminiscent of a grand athletic event, invigorating the local economy. Kong Ding remarked, "Let us dine and prepare some local delicacies." Ascending to the fourth floor, they settled at a window side table, perfectly positioned to admire the picturesque scenery of Taihu while also observing the lively market below. During their ascent, Li Changxing noticed some martial practitioners engaging in transactions involving spirit stones. Spirit stones are materials utilized solely by cultivators of the martial sovereign realm and above, primarily for enhancing their inherent spiritual resonance. The value of these spirit stones surpasses that of gold. Generally, spirit stones circulate among high-ranking martial artists, with ordinary citizens seldom coming into contact with them. Reflecting on his impending breakthrough to the martial sovereign realm, he lamented the scarcity of resources for his subsequent cultivation. Once seated, the group surveyed their surroundings, ensuring they could make a swift escape if necessary. He believed his discreet appearance in Shuzhou, having donned the attire of a wandering martial artist and affixed a fake beard, would keep him from being recognized. That wretched Li Chun must surely have deduced his presence here. Additionally, with the Duke of Julu sending skilled assassins after him, he needed to remain vigilant. Changsheng pondered this as he summoned the innkeeper for inquiries. "When will the martial arts tournament take place?" "Good sir, are you unaware? It is in 5 days," the innkeeper replied. "Oh, what amusements might one find in the city these days? Well, if you seek entertainment, you could visit the flower boats on Taihu or partake in the poetry competition hosted by Yuelu Academy. If one can compose a fine poem or piece of verse, they will certainly attract the admiration of many young ladies and gain considerable renown, along with rewards from Yuelu Academy." "Rewards? That sounds promising." Li Changsheng, lacking in resources, was intrigued by the prospect of a reward. "But aren't they all here to compete in martial arts? Do they have time for poetry?" The innkeeper chuckled. "Ah, good sir, you are misinformed. Historically, the arts and martial prowess have always been intertwined, that if a martial artist possesses both brawn and intellect, it is a rarity indeed. Surely, you wouldn't want to be the subject of ridicule as a brutish figure, would you?" Thus, the poetry competition was organized. "Moreover, such events attract many young ladies awaiting suitors that I see," he replied, providing a platform for young men and women to ignite sparks of romance. Who knows, they might even remain in the service of the court. The innkeeper continued, "This time, the rewards from Yuelu Academy are quite generous, drawing talented individuals from all corners. Noble scions, gifted scholars, and disciples of sacred places. There are 3 rounds of literary examinations, and today is merely the beginning. The paper in the city is nearly sold out. Furthermore, the saintess of the first sacred land, Anyaoshi, has also arrived. She is renowned as the most beautiful woman of the eastern continent. Catch a glimpse of her would be a lifetime achievement." Such fervent admiration for a celebrity was amusing to Li Changsheng. He found it difficult to comprehend the innkeeper's enthusiasm. He was merely interested in the rewards, while the innkeeper rambled on without clarity. He instructed Kong Ding to gather information, who later returned to inform him that the rewards from Yuelu Academy included 1,000 taels of silver, 100 spirit stones, and a miraculous herb capable of forging extraordinary bodies for martial artists. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Li Changsheng headed straight for Yuelu Academy, eager to enlighten the local scholars with a touch of wisdom drawn from 5,000 years of history. Chapter 42. A poem emerges. Astonishing the audience, securing the first place at Yuelu Academy, a throng of martial artists and scholars from various regions congregated at the entrance. Kong Ding reported, "Young master, I have inquired. The first literary examination requires participants to compose a poem about the Peach Blossom Temple beside Taihu. However, there is a stipulation. It must be inscribed on a stone tablet using a weapon." Inscribing on a stone tablet with a weapon. The emphasis on martial prowess is indeed paramount. Li Changsheng approached the inscription area. He witnessed an ordinary-looking middle-aged woman vociferously protesting, "Why is my poem deemed inferior? Do you possess any appreciation for the arts?" It is exquisite. Uncultured fools, you are all uncultured, she exclaimed, her words inscribed on the tablet revealing a crude poem. 1 blossom, 2 blossoms, 3 or 4 blossoms, 1 bottle of wine, 2 bottles, 3 or 4 bottles. Blossoms are ever present, and wine is also abundant. Yet a confidant is hard to find to share the peach blossom wine. Onlookers laughed at the woman's lack of education. Yet Li Changsheng discerned an extraordinary sword intent emanating from the inscription, showcasing remarkable skill. This woman was a master of her craft, even with his profound understanding of supreme demonic arts. He was awestruck by her swordplay. Fortunately, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament was primarily an event for the youth. Otherwise, he would have had no opportunity for fame in the face of such a formidable opponent. Li Changsheng requested a stone tablet, only to discover it required a payment of 50 taels of silver. Indeed, no profit without effort. He mused, producing 100 taels that I wish to inscribe a poem. Here is 100 taels for the tablet inscribed by this sister. What value does a mere poem hold? Take it, she scoffed. A bunch of simpletons. Kong Ding lifted the stone tablet while Li Changsheng examined it closely. The engraved characters evoked vivid images in his mind of the woman's sword dance moments prior. Her moves were fierce and relentless. Suddenly, a fragrant scent wafted toward him. Da-da. This young man possesses discerning taste. However, given your appearance, it would be best not to embarrass yourself. They're merely looking for a pretext to collect that 50 taels. You are wasting your money. Thank you for the warning, but I must also enlighten these uncultured souls, mustn't I? Ah, I do enjoy your words, but what genuine skill do you possess? Let me tell you, that stone tablet is no ordinary one. Without the strength of a martial sovereign, you cannot inscribe upon it. Following the direction of her finger, he observed other martial practitioners struggling to inscribe letters. Each stroke a daunting challenge. This tested their own capabilities as well. You, merely a mid-level martial master, will find it difficult. Clearly, this unassuming woman was indeed powerful, having discerned Li Changsheng's level. Yet he replied, I am not so foolish as to embarrass myself. With that, he drew his destined sword and directed it toward the stone tablet before him. The sword danced like a dragon, its cold light shimmering as he swiftly inscribed a poem about the Peach Blossom Temple. Moreover, the trajectory of the sword bore traces of the woman's earlier style. The woman raised her brow. What a quick learner to know, it was a testament to a high level of comprehension that he could emulate her swordplay and spirit. Look, another who can inscribe on this Haji stone. What remarkable true energy. A martial master can also inscribe. Wasn't this stone tablet meant to select martial masters? Look at his poem. Before long, the poem about the Peach Blossom Temple was completed. Drawing considerable attention that in the Peach Blossom Grove lies the Peach Blossom Temple. Beneath the temple, a fairy of the blossoms. The blossom fairy plants peach trees and exchanges flowers for wine. Sober, I sit before the flowers. Intoxicated, I sleep beneath them. Half awake, half drunk day after day. Flowers fall and bloom, year after year. I could see this point. The woman was captivated by the poem. Gazing at Li Changsheng, she marveled at his ability to inscribe as a martial master. The poem itself was quite impressive in this era. While many were skilled in martial arts, few could compose poetry with equal finesse. Tio possessed both talents and good looks was a rarity indeed. Continuing, he recited, May I wish to age amidst the blossoms and wine, not bowing before carriages and horses. Others mock me for my eccentricity, yet I laugh at their inability to see. Upon reaching the final line, the woman's face lit up with joy, and she seemed to be entranced. Excellent poem, she exclaimed. What a line. Others mock me for my eccentricity, yet I laugh at their inability to see. This poem resonated deeply with Li Changsheng's current situation. Walking my own path, regardless of the winds from east, west, south, or north. Although the poem was filled with floral imagery, it bore no vulgarity. Instead, its strength pierced through the paper, awakening the audience. The martial practitioners gathered nearby. Despite their lack of comprehension, were profoundly moved. The crowd swelled, with people exchanging verses. Meanwhile, those from Yuelu Academy exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, and hurried inside to summon a teacher for commentary. After reviewing the inscription, the Academy's teacher remained in a state of astonishment. Eventually, he knelt down, gently caressing the sword marks on the tablet, reliving the moment. Muttering to himself, he recited, half awake, half drunk, day after day, flowers fall and bloom, year after year. An exquisite poem, truly exquisite. Young hero, may I inquire your name? Li Changsheng replied. My surname is Li. I have come to participate in the martial arts tournament, and in my leisure, I composed this poem for amusement. Young Master Li. This poem deserves the top honor. Someone hang it up. Immediately, those from the academy rushed to display the stone tablet. The long-vacant top honor for poetry finally found its rightful place. Some onlookers, filled with jealousy, remarked, what gives him the right? How is my poem lacking? Why does his Peach Blossom Temple receive such acclaim? Indeed, is he not one of your own? Is there some trickery at play? Why is the top honor, which has remained unclaimed for so long, finally been awarded today? Li Changsheng brimmed with confidence that I end this grand era of martial arts. While some poetry might be popular, it paled in comparison to the quintessence of 5,000 years of history. The elderly gentleman interjected. In my youth, I was the top scholar at the beginning of the Yuanwu era. Serving as the Grand Minister of Dayu, for 40 years my students scattered across the land. After 2 decades of teaching, I am well versed in evaluating compositions. Can I not have a say? What poetry have you written? Let me take a look. Upon the utterance of these words, it became apparent that he was indeed a scholar of remarkable distinction, a champion of the highest order, revered for his 4 decades of service as a Grand Minister and 2 decades as a venerable elder. Beside him, a person from Shuzhou remarked, Old Master Cheng is a luminary of our Yu Dynasty. Half of the distinguished scholars of the Yu are his disciples. If Old Master Cheng deems it commendable, then it is truly commendable. Indeed, this poetry competition has been ongoing for several days, and the top ranking had remained unclaimed until today. Lack of culture can be remedied by reading more. One might jest, for those endowed with brawn, but lacking cerebral prowess. When the esteemed Old Master Cheng spoke, the dissenters were rendered speechless. Meanwhile, many expressed their admiration for the brilliance of the Peach Blossom Temple. And soon the voices of skepticism were drowned out. The elder was particularly delighted by Li Changsheng's poem and promptly invited him as a distinguished guest to participate in the next round of the literary examination. The top poem from Yuelu Academy was also evaluated, drawing considerable attention. Amidst the crowd, a woman of unremarkable appearance repeatedly recited Li Changsheng's poem, gradually vanishing into the throng. The poem was exquisite, and the poet commendable, indeed. He was the one that this journey to the Eastern Wilderness yielded its rewards. Meanwhile, within the crowd, a nondescript scout cast a lingering glance at Li Changsheng's retreating figure before swiftly departing the academy. Inside Yuelu Academy, a multitude of cultured young men and women gathered. Despite their seemingly refined demeanor, each possessed formidable martial prowess, their ages comparable to that of Li Changsheng. They were undoubtedly the elite of their generation. Distinguished figures in any sacred locale. Yet, Li Changsheng stood apart. His cultivation stemmed from the celestial demon relic and unparalleled demonic techniques, unlike these prodigies who had consumed abundant heavenly materials since childhood. The individuals present had formed a small circle, reminiscent of a social gathering. Almost all gazes were directed toward one woman. Upon overhearing the conversations, it became evident that she was the saintess of the foremost sacred ground. And Miaoshi. Indeed, she possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms and bring calamity to nations. Clad in a flowing blue gown, her graceful figure was accentuated by a mere touch of makeup that rendered others pale in comparison. The students of the academy surrounded her with rapt attention. Li Changsheng cast a glance her way, but remained undistracted. Mused to himself, she is somewhat comparable to my wife, Shen Weiyang. Suddenly, and Miaoshi turned her gaze toward him. The crowd instinctively parted, all eyes turning to Li Changsheng. And Miaoshi spoke, You must be the esteemed young Master Li, who recently claimed the top position in the first literary contest. May I inquire if you have any insights regarding the second round of competition? Chapter 43. The Saintess invites you aboard the flower boat. Li Changsheng had just arrived and was already under scrutiny. The second round of the literary contest featured the exquisite game of Qizhou. An ancient chessboard emanated a formidable energy that captivated the mind. truly extraordinary. The elder of Yulu Academy remarked. This chessboard was left by the chess sage of 500 years it is said that he was without peer in chess. And after spending a year deciphering the intricacies of this Changsheng game, he ultimately succumbed to its enigma. After 10 more years of contemplation, he met his demise, bloodied and defeated, as Li Changsheng approached. He felt an overwhelming force attempting to ensnare his consciousness. Had it not been for the celestial demon relic, he would have been ensnared by the chess game. However, he regained his wits in time. This chessboard possesses peculiar traits. It seems intent on drawing me into its depths, he stated. The surrounding individuals reacted with astonishment, for they had not experienced such a sensation. They casually took their seats and began to play. Yet none could best the Changsheng game. All met with failure. How amusing! Could it be that you are afraid? One scoffed. What could possibly be strange about this chessboard? Another chimed in. Indeed, everyone plays in this manner. Perhaps you simply lack skill? A straightforward admission of incompetence would allow you to bypass this round. They dismissed him with a wave of their hands, believing that no challenger capable of unraveling the Changsheng game had yet appeared. Li Changsheng shot them a disdainful glance. However, Miaoshi maintained her serious demeanor. Do you genuinely sense something amiss? She inquired. Indeed, Li Changsheng replied, that it feels as though my very soul is at stake. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, I would have been trapped in a game against the chessboard at a bystander mocked. Don't mind him, and Fairy, and Miaoshi cast a cold glance at the bystander, silencing him instantly. Elder, it appears the second chess player has emerged, she announced. The elder stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ah, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Though young Master Li's cultivation is modest, his literary talent is unparalleled, and such insight is indeed rare. The crowd was taken aback. Had they misjudged the situation? And Miaoshi continued, esteemed guests, this Changsheng chessboard is a creation of the chess sage, imbued with mysterious powers. When ordinary individuals approach, they risk being drawn into its game. Only those with exceptional insight can evade its influence. Realization dawned upon those who had previously mocked him, leaving them in an awkward silence. It turned out they were the ones lacking skill, and Miaoshi added, only those who can maintain clarity of thought can engage in a proper match and unravel the Changsheng game. Yet, in the past 5 centuries, none have succeeded. Will the first player? Li Changsheng queried. The elder chuckled. Naturally, it is the current saintess of the foremost sacred ground, and Fairy. However, she was unable to triumph over the chess sage. I wonder if young Master Li would be willing to take up the challenge? Li Changsheng had a rudimentary understanding of Go. Yet, he hesitated to claim expertise in such an advanced game as Changsheng. Nevertheless, he suspected that the so-called bewitching force was likely due to the presence of lost souls concealed within the chessboard. This was reminiscent of his own Emperor's Banner, which indiscriminately absorbed all. If he could capture the chess sage's lost souls, the Emperor's Banner would gain a formidable ally. Without further ado, Li Changsheng took his seat and commenced the match. Upon doing so, he felt as though his mind was influenced by some external force. The surroundings shifted, revealing a realm reminiscent of an ink-wash painting, a world of water and sky. Before him stood an ancient chessboard and an elderly figure embodying the lost soul of the chess sage from 5 centuries past. Young man, would you indulge me in a game? Came the deep, resonant voice. In an instant, Li Changsheng found himself atop a mountain. Facing a refined elder across the chessboard, he surveyed the board situation and perceived that the white pieces had little hope of survival. The strategies of life and death had all but vanished. The complexities of the board were overwhelming, a labyrinth of strategies and outcomes. After a moment's contemplation, he felt dizzy. This deadlock is insufferable, he muttered. You call this the Changsheng game? I might as well choose self-destruction. Li Changsheng was no-go master. Comprehending the board was challenging enough. He made a careless move, sealing his own fate. The piece he placed was swiftly encircled, leaving him with 2 true eyes, effectively blocking himself, and a substantial number of his pieces were captured. Why do you not contest? The ancient voice inquired again. Li Changsheng retorted with exasperation. Contesting is futile. Not contesting is a form of contestation in itself. Hurry and make your move. Let us end this. The chess sage raised a black piece, scrutinizing the board, only to find no viable moves left. Li Changsheng's self-destructive strategy had liberated a significant portion of the board, creating newfound opportunities for the previously trapped white pieces. The Changsheng game, unexpectedly, had been unraveled by Li Changsheng's unintentional actions. Li Changsheng noticed the chess sage's astonishment. It appeared that his seemingly random move had revitalized the game. The chess sage, suddenly setting down his piece, mused, "Gains are but losses. Losses are but gains. Ah, how wondrous! How wondrous!" With a hearty laugh, the chessboard vanished. And the ethereal figure of the chess sage stood before Li Changsheng, bowing deeply. "Thank you, young friend. What a divine move. What a profound understanding that in non-contention lies contention, that I depart this world without regrets." The chess sage continued, "I possess nothing to bestow upon you, but this final vestige of my martial energy, a protective aura of the martial emperor. May it assist you in your journey." Suddenly, Li Changsheng felt his consciousness return. The chessboard released a torrent of energy, coalescing around his form, enveloping him in a layer of protective aura befitting the martial emperor's realm. Such a level of protection could withstand any blow the martial emperor and would last for 5 days. A modest gift indeed. The academy resonated with the chess sage's joyous laughter, echoing through the ages. "Ah, splendid! My path is not lonely. The game has been unraveled. Good heavens, he truly did it. Which sacred ground does he hail from? Are there truly such talents?" The shining saintess dashed out of the courtyard, gazing skyward at the dissipating energy, murmuring, "Great ancestor, you have finally found satisfaction. Yet, I can no longer hear your teachings, on the other hand." Li Changsheng clenched his fist, a powerful aura enveloping him. Feeling exhilarated, he had yet to claim the reward for emerging first in the poetry competition, yet had already received the protective aura of the martial emperor. What a delightful turn of events. He now felt fearless against any adversary below that level. Even Li Yuan would be left shaking his head. The elder of Yuelu Academy observed the game with a silent nod. The Changsheng game is indeed intricate. The resolution was most unexpected. "Young Master Li, you have truly astonished us. I hereby announce that the second round of the poetry competition shall once again feature young Master Li. The final round will take place in 3 days. And you are to compose a poem or verse centered around martial prowess. We eagerly await your masterwork." Changsheng replied, "Very well." Around him, the literati and warriors alike sighed, their gazes fixated on the enigmatic figure of Li Changsheng, sparking curiosity about his mysterious origins. Yet, despite their inquiries, they uncovered no leads. With the game concluded, the assembly gradually dispersed, and Li Changsheng prepared to depart. Suddenly, a woman from the first sacred land intercepted him. "Young Master Li, the Holy Maiden requests your presence. Join us this evening at dusk on the flower boat at Taihu. We shall not part until we meet." That a twitch at the corner of Li Changsheng's mouth indicated his surprise. Had he caught someone's attention? As a young man traversing the world, he realized the necessity of safeguarding himself. Chapter 44. Why the stare? Disrobe. Li Changsheng arrived at the Taihu flower boat at dusk as promised. His interest did not lie in the Holy Maiden, but rather in the knowledge that the Duke of Julu had dispatched assassins to eliminate him as a subordinate of the second prince. They were eager for his demise. Li Changsheng was acutely aware of the adversary's intelligence-gathering capabilities. In the martial world, even without divine sight, myriad peculiar methods existed to locate individuals. Hence, he resolved to associate with notable figures. Firstly, to establish his reputation and prove he was no mere wastrel, and secondly, to satisfy his curiosity regarding the Holy Maiden's clandestine invitation. Of course, the term flower boat was a euphemism. Initially, it referred to luxurious family outings, but as it evolved, it became associated with the allure of entertainment and revelry. Earning its name, for the elite, this was a source of prideful conversation. Nevertheless, genuine boat excursions also took place. Not having made a life-altering decision, he surmised it was of no great consequence as the sun began to set. Flower boats dotted the expanse of Taihu, where warriors, scholars, and songstresses vied for attention. "Please, young Master Li, board the boat." The retainers of the fourth young master insisted. "We are not overstepping our bounds. Why should we be denied entry?" Li Changsheng replied, "Brothers, a few small boats beside me will suffice," he nodded. And with that, Kong Ding and Guoshun ceased their following. Upon boarding alone, he found the deck devoid of others, traversing the deck and a small corridor. He entered a spacious cabin adorned with flowers, where the strains of music wafted through the it was in Miaoshi playing the lute. Upon noticing Li Changsheng, she ceased her performance. "Young Master Li, please take a seat," Changsheng inquired. "What prompted the holy maiden to summon me? If you do not clarify, I cannot bring myself to sit." And Miaoshi rose, her long, pale yellow robe flowing elegantly, accentuating her figure with a cinched waist. Her bare feet, adorned with a red cord embellished with gold and jade, peeked out. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, seemingly deliberately unraveled. One could not deny her classical beauty as a martial heroine. Li Changsheng had encountered many prodigies, yet even his wife, Shun Weiyang, paled in comparison to the allure of this holy maiden. "Your Highness," and Miaoshi approached, unexpectedly performing a gesture of reverence. Changsheng was taken aback, feeling the faux beard on his face. How could he be so easily discerned? No wonder she was so forward. She had seen through his disguise. "How did you uncover my identity? The young prince has hardly changed since childhood. Have you forgotten the little girl who played chess by the Qianlong abyss?" Li Changsheng scoffed. "I am no longer a prince that a prince is a prince. That is an unchangeable truth." That he settled into his seat, crossing his legs, feeling a sense of relief at having his identity revealed. "Rise, surely. You did not invite me merely to expose my identity. Speak your purpose." And Miaoshi slowly stood. Yes, she did. The neckline of her robe succumbed to the softness of her bosom, revealing a glimpse of radiant skin. Changsheng was caught off guard. Momentarily mesmerized, he mused to himself. The ancient world was indeed preferable, devoid of constraints, where natural beauty was easily discernible, and in Miaoshi was truly a stunning figure. Li Changsheng chuckled inwardly. No wonder even the tavern servants claimed that a single glance was worth dying for. And Miaoshi fetched some food and wine for Li Changsheng. He chose a spot by the window, facilitating a potential escape. Through the window, he saw the boat had drifted to the center of the lake, surrounded by laughter and merriment that made his ears flush with warmth. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Zhao Xuanji? She seemed to be searching each flower boat, confronting those who resisted and even administering a beating. At this pace, it wouldn't be long before she reached his vessel. Why was she here? Accompanied by an aide, one might mistake her intentions for something nefarious. Li Changsheng had no desire to engage with this biased mother. He could not forgive her. After all, in his time of solitude, she had turned a blind eye, and now that he had risen, she regretted her indifference. He stood abruptly, preparing to leave. "Your Highness?" And Miaoshi, holding a peach blossom wine, asked, "You've barely arrived, yet you wish to depart?" Li Changsheng replied, "Zhao Xuanji is here. I do not wish to encounter her. I bid you farewell." And Miaoshi exclaimed in surprise, "The divine maiden? Your Highness, we are already in the center of the lake. How can you escape in a small boat? Allow me to help you hide." Changsheng responded, "Very well, where can I find a wardrobe to crouch in?" However, there was no wardrobe on the boat, not even a lower deck. Only a large wooden tub for bathing remained, still warm with water. Clearly, and Miaoshi had just bathed before meeting him. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as Zhao Xuanji boarded the vessel. Hearing this is Anne's boat, "I wish to inquire about some." And Miaoshi pointed to the tub and said, "Your Highness, if you do not mind the filth, perhaps you could hide in there. The water can muffle your presence. And even skilled individuals would struggle to detect your aura." Li Changsheng felt he had no other option and reluctantly jumped into the tub. Shortly after, Zhao Xuanji entered. Her attendants immediately began searching the boat, showing no regard for propriety. Zhao Xuanji glanced around, then spotted in Miaoshi, "Divine maiden, I salute you. May I inquire whom you seek?" "There is but myself aboard." Though both were disciples of the first sacred land, Zhao Xuanji not only possessed greater strength, but also held a higher status in the martial world. Zhao Xuanji queried, "It has been some time since I last saw Miaoshi. Why are you alone on this boat, while your subordinates follow in smaller vessels? I heard that your family's precious chess game has been compromised. Where are your guests? Ah, the divine maiden departed early, and Miaoshi replied, "Do, have you just bathed?" Yes, I was about to rest at tea that moment. The attendants had completed their search and found nothing. Zhao Xuanji moved toward the Miaoshi's quarters, reaching into the tub and disturbing the fragrant water filled with flowers. The dim light obscured the bottom of the tub, preventing her from seeing anything amiss. Having found nothing, she turned and said, "As the holy maiden of the first sacred land, it is essential to maintain your virtue before marriage. Do not allow those vile men to corrupt you." In Miaoshi extended her delicate arm, the telltale mark of her purity still visible. "Fear not, divine maiden. I am well aware." Zhao Xuanji continued, "The person I seek is my eldest son. He has recently been driven away by the emperor. If you come across him, please persuade him to return, and of course." And Miaoshi studied the portrait Zhao Xuanji produced, recognizing it to be Li Changsheng without a doubt. Yet, she shook her head in denial. "It is not him. Should you encounter him, inform me immediately." Zhao Xuanji's expression fell with disappointment. Having spoken, she turned to leave, and Miaoshi escorted her to the bow of the boat. Then hurried back, saying, Your Highness, your mother has departed." With a sigh of relief, Li Changsheng emerged from the tub, his body drenched, now imbued with the same floral fragrance as a Miaoshi. "Your Highness," and Miaoshi urged. "Why the days? Disrobe. Surely you cannot be comfortable like this." Changsheng touched his wet face and asked, "Do you have a change of clothes?" And Miaoshi replied, "What nonsense is this, Your Highness? As an unmarried woman, how could I possess men's garments? I shall send someone to procure a set for you. It is a perfect opportunity for you to cleanse yourself." Changsheng found this agreeable and consented. Chapter 45. The Holy Maiden's Small Request. What are you expecting? In Shuzhou City, the Duke of Jilu arrived with a band of assassins near Taihu. The National Master's divination had foretold that the prince was aboard a flower boat on Taihu, instructing them to search meticulously, leaving no vessel unchecked. Find the prince, and upon discovery, eliminate him without mercy. The assassins swiftly plunged into the water, swimming towards the various boats in search of Li Changsheng's figure. Under the cover of night, Zhao Xuanji scoured each boat. Meanwhile, atop a pavilion in Shuzhou City stood the Sword Saint, facing the wind. Nearby, the great Yu Sword Saint lingered on a high tower. Your family's reputation is commendable. Once I locate Li Changsheng, I shall have him change his name to Zhao Changsheng." With one hand behind his back, stroking his beard, Li Chunguang chuckled, unfazed by his old rival's taunt. "It is not our Li family who has wronged this legitimate heir. It is your Zhao family that has failed him. Zhao Xuanji raised her 3 children poorly, and her family bears the responsibility." Zhao Shengtai retorted, "Failure to educate is a father's fault. I accept my daughter's shortcomings. However, the trouble surrounding Li Changsheng stemmed from your son Li Yuan's incompetence." Li Chuangang was reluctant to become embroiled in a futile argument over who was right or wrong. He remarked, "As long as you acknowledge your guilt, that suffices. You should instead observe the prodigies participating in this year's martial arts tournament. Have you not noticed? Humph. I see you are reluctant to speak." Zhao Shengchao commented, realizing that many exceptional talents and prominent figures had arrived in Shuzhou these past few days. Although not overtly disclosed, the heavy atmosphere was unmistakable. Particularly, the presence of individuals with unique bloodlines could not be concealed. High-ranking martial artists possessed a certain sense of awareness. The heirs of the Tianfeng lineage, practitioners of witchcraft, and representatives from the Sanghu Sacred Land had all made their appearances. Additionally, several long-standing adversaries had emerged from obscurity. It seemed they were all drawn by the allure of the ancient treasure, the human sovereign banner. With the human sovereign banner manifesting within the territory of the Great Yu, it rightfully belonged to us. What business do these outsiders have here? Upon hearing Jiansheng's grievances, Zhao Shengchao burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Li Chuangang, you seem to care more about power than your grandson, as I suspected. The human sovereign banner is indeed in the possession of Li Changsheng." Li Chuangang replied, "A child may throw a tantrum, but ultimately they must return. However, these newly emerging talents pose a threat to the first sacred land and to our Li clan. This is no mere childish outburst." Zhao Shengchao retorted, Our first sacred land has in Miaoshi. Who does your Li clan have in this generation? In Taihu, Li Changsheng had his attendants replace the water in the wooden tub before bathing anew. He pondered the implications if Zhao Xuanji were to forcefully bring him back. Would that not conflict with his aspirations for fame? Despite their severed ties, why did the past continue to haunt him so? The notion of returning filled him with dread, fearing immediate confinement upon his arrival. Moments later, a fresh set of garments was delivered, like Changsheng donned a clean attire and exited his chamber, where the two resumed their seats. And Miaoshi urged, "Your Highness, why do you wish to leave the imperial capital? Even the Empress has pursued you. I fear the Yu Emperor may be worried about your safety. I ask this why you summoned me." He inquired. "Not entirely. What child would dare defy their parents? Such behavior is emblematic of disloyalty and ingratitude, which may lead to your future condemnation by the masses. One should not advise others to be virtuous without experiencing their hardships. You must endure my suffering to truly understand my goodness. I recognize your intentions, yet the depths of this matter are too profound for you to grasp. I advise you to refrain from further discussion." And Miaoshi found herself momentarily speechless by his retort. With a hint of resignation, she replied, "You truly are a gifted scholar. Your debating skills are remarkable. I suppose I have overstepped." Li Changsheng, not wishing to quarrel with someone he had just met, asked, "What is it that you seek? If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave, considering this a chance to make a friend." And Miaoshi produced the exquisite chessboard from before. "This board was bequeathed by my ancestor. Have you encountered my forebear regarding the resolution of the chess predicament?" Indeed, the chess sage exuded an ethereal presence, cultured and refined, and seemed pleased before departing. However, this chessboard possesses a unique quality. It ensnares players within the illusory realm of the Taishu chess game once more. "Oh, and what of it? Was the puzzle not already solved? You may have unraveled the puzzle, but the board has now locked onto you. Others can no longer utilize ITT or regain access. A second player must defeat you." "I see. So, it is a mere tool. This is the relic of the chess sage. It rightfully belongs to its owner." Li Changsheng internally chided himself. "Indeed, why would they summon you otherwise? What was I expecting? Surely, the esteemed saintess would not simply observe my solving of a chess conundrum and offer her affection. This matter is straightforward. I shall resolve it for you." He took the chessboard, and once again, the captivating phenomenon ensued. Li Changsheng found himself enveloped in the chessboard's illusion. Only after he activated the board could Miaoshi's consciousness enter. They played a casual game, and it was evident that Miaoshi's skill was no match for him. He swiftly overwhelmed her. Yet, in a show of mercy, he relinquished the game, allowing her to claim victory. Thus, the marvelous chessboard returned to its rightful owner. "Thank you, Your Highness," and Miaoshi said, cradling the ancestral chessboard, now entirely under her control. "Not at all. I too have gained much from this," he replied, glancing at the time. It was already late into the night. He had not encountered the assassins of the Julu Marquis, leading him to believe that he was safe for the evening. "Please take me to shore." Noticing Li Changsheng's urgency to depart without inviting her for another game, and Miaoshi pondered, was she unattractive? Did she possess no allure? During the martial arts tournament, countless warriors had sought her audience, and men had resorted to all manner of tactics merely to catch a glimpse of her. Why then did the prince show no interest? Just as Miaoshi was about to speak, a sudden commotion erupted outside as someone fell into the water. Immediately, she heard Kong Ding's voice. "Assassins!" Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the cabin window shattered, and 4 drenched assassins stealthily boarded. "We've found him. It truly is him. Attack!" The 4 assassins, highly skilled, identified Li Changsheng and simultaneously lunged at him. Instantly, the small flower boat's interior was filled with a surge of spiritual energy, and the tremendous force shattered the vessel structure. However, in the blink of an eye, and Miaoshi dispatched 2 of the assassins. "Martial King Realm?" she exclaimed. "Hey, little girl, you possess commendable strength, but you are no match for us." Alas, and Miaoshi found herself outnumbered, and, after only a few exchanges, the assassins gained the upper hand. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng remained as steadfast as a mountain. Clang, clang, clang. 4 consecutive strikes met the protective aura surrounding him, a gift bestowed by the chess sage upon the completion of the Taijung chess game. This truly saved his life. The assassin's attacks felt as though they were striking an iron plate, causing no discernible effect. Isn't he a martial artist? The intelligence was erroneous. Retreat. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the four assassins attempted to flee, but in the next instant, Changsheng drew forth the human sovereign banner, his expression fierce. You wish to leave? Now it is my turn. Kneel before me. Chapter 46. To fight to the last breath. Never to look back, Changsheng had anticipated the arrival of assassins, but was taken aback by their formidable strength. 4 of them were at the Martial King realm. The investment in summoning such powerful figures was no small matter. Human sovereign banner, loyal soul army. I'm the commander, kill. With his vital energy coursing through him, the once unassuming human sovereign banner transformed dramatically, unleashing 5,000 loyal soul soldiers. Under the moonlit sky, a shadow of the chessboard rose above Taihu's center. Astonishing all the martial experts in Shuzhou, the heroic spirits charged towards the assassins that moment. The martial techniques that had been aimed at Changsheng's vital points were instantly thwarted. The attacks of the loyal soul army appeared ethereal, almost transparent, yet possessed lethal, destructive capabilities akin to sword chi or blade energy. While they could not contend with the Martial King realm, their sheer numbers allowed for a sudden surprise assault, catching the 4 Martial King assassins off guard. Though they were injured by the ambush, they reacted more swiftly than the Wu family's leader. Despite their wounds, they fought for their lives. However, the martial world differed from the military. Typically, one faced only 1 or 2 enemies, perhaps at most a few dozen. In contrast, the loyal soul army numbered 5,000, dramatically amplifying their strength. When one fell, another would immediately take its place, and the wounded could retreat to the human sovereign banner for recuperation. While 5,000 ordinary mortals would undoubtedly falter against the Martial King realm, these 5,000 loyal souls were not mere mortals. They were powerful spirits, carefully selected from the depths of the abyss. The strength of their grievances translated into formidable power in battle. After a fierce clash, the small boat shattered, and 3,000 loyal soul soldiers surrounded the 4 assassins, all of whom bore injuries. Changsheng, brandishing the human sovereign banner and standing in an elevated position, coldly demanded, "Who sent you? Speak, or you shall become sustenance for my human sovereign banner." The 4 assassins were taken aback by Changsheng's possession of such an ancient weapon. They exchanged glances, saying, "Let us team up and fight our way out." However, in the next moment, more than a dozen top-tier experts descended from the skies. Even the martial monarch realm was considered junior among them. The Sword Saint and Blade Saint, with their imposing presence, quickly intervened. "Grandson, your grandfather has come. Who dares commit murder within the territory of the Great Yu?" With a mere strike, both the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint swiftly subdued the 4 Martial King assassins, concluding the battle in an instant. Upon unmasking them, it was revealed that 2 were elders of the First Sacred Land, while the other 2 were notorious figures of the demonic path from the Eastern Wilderness. Li Chuangang exclaimed, "Zhao Xingqiao, how could there be members of your First Sacred Land among them? Are you attempting to kill my grandson?" Zhao Xingqiao was equally bewildered. How could such esteemed warriors from the First Sacred Land engage in such underhanded deeds? The implication suggested a rift among brothers that he found himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng mocked, "What is so surprising about this? Whether it be the Li clan or the First Sacred Land, they all wish for my demise, hoping to leave the position of crown prince vacant so that Li Changjian may ascend without opposition and silence the voices of the talented. Yet, I shall not yield. You need not feign ignorance any longer. You must be aware that I possess the imperial flag, and you are coming for me. I stated in the court that from this moment onward, I sever all ties with you, and do not presume that I will feel gratitude toward you." Li Chang'an furrowed his brow, questioning the child's immense anger. Zhao Shengqiao hastily interjected, "Grandson, I am your maternal grandfather. I harbor no intention of harming you. Those 4 deserve death. I shall take their lives now." Immediately, for waves of blade energy surged forth. The 4 assassins were instantly cleaved in 2, their blood staining Taihu Lake. Li Changsheng cursed, "I am on the verge of capturing them and interrogating the mastermind behind this. Why are you so eager to shield Li Chengjian's conspiracy?" Zhao Xingqiao quickly replied, "No, absolutely not. Alas, how did it become worse? Daughter, quickly explain to your grandson. Zhao Xuanji soared into the air on her sword. She gazed at the imperial flag in Li Changsheng's hand. He resembled a youthful hero, standing valiantly upon the battlefield, exuding an aura of authority. In that moment, she could hardly reconcile him with the frail wretch who had returned from the barbaric tribes 6 months prior. Li Changsheng had undergone a remarkable transformation. Moreover, the imperial flag was indeed his possession. This meant that her great Yu, the future of her first sacred land, was secure. Regret washed over her. She lamented having been deceived by Li Changsheng's acting, for he was undeniably a gem lost to the sea. She regretted allowing that fool, Li Yuan, to lead her astray. Your Highness, silence. Li Changsheng disdainfully pointed at Zhao Xuanji, scolding, the grievances linger like unquiet spirits. If you had allowed me to proceed to Yunzhou in peace, I would not have uttered a word. Yet, after repeated attempts on my life, you shower affection upon Li Cheng. Is my very existence a sin? No, Your Highness, Mother, it is not. Mother has been worried about you. Worried about me. Then why did you not attend my wedding? If you truly cared, you would not have sent me to Yunzhou without a single coin. What a fine display of concern. Zhao Xuanji attempted to draw closer, but was repelled by the loyal Soul Army. She wore a troubled expression and said, Your Highness, Mother truly means no harm. You must believe me. It was all at your father's behest. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept across Taihu Lake that a sinister female voice echoed. You remain unchanged, Zhao Xuanji, always shifting blame onto men. You are blameless. Ultimately, you bear the burden. Who dares? Zhao Xuanji glared furiously that a water column erupted from Taihu, revealing an unremarkable woman clutching a stone tablet. Was that not the poem Peach Blossom Temple that Li Changsheng had transcribed? Zhao Xuanji, stunned at the sight, exclaimed, It is you, the demonic cult sorceress, Lung Qinshui. You dare tread upon great Yu. The sorceress mocked. What do I have to fear? Lung Qinshui goes wherever she pleases. Li Changsheng also recognized the visitor. Senior? Ah, my dear disciple, you ought to address me as master. Master, you stole my sword technique and inscribed this poem. Does that make you my master? The elder replied, I take on disciples based on fate. I see great potential in you. Your good intentions are noted, but I require no master. That's so. Should you refuse, these ravenous wolves will seize you, and even the imperial flag you possess will be taken. Yet, if you become my disciple, you shall have whatever you desire. Li Changsheng was not easily swayed by others' words. However, since his identity had been revealed, he faced it with composure. He raised the imperial flag, and 5,000 Loyal Soul soldiers emerged, encircling him. Loyal Soul Army, he my command. At your service. Fight to the death, do not retreat. Understood. In the center of Taihu, golden spectral warriors surrounded Li Changsheng, ready for battle at a moment's notice. Li Changsheng surveyed the various masters, declaring, When the souls are exhausted, I shall destroy this imperial flag. The item is in my possession. Those capable may come and claim it. Great Yu Empress, you need not say more. I have long been aware of your attitude towards me over the past 6 months, observing the intense hostility emanating from Li Changsheng. Zhao Shangshao and Li Chang'an stood dumbfounded. This was no longer the grandson they had never met, but a sworn enemy. The two elderly figures exchanged glances with Zhao Xuanji, perplexed as to how they had treated Li Changsheng, which was utterly incomprehensible. Zhao Xuanji's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart filled with regret. How had she allowed things to come to this? Chapter 47. The wrathful rebuke of Zhao Xuanji. The first challenge to be, why the shores of Taihu, the Marquis of Julu observed the imposing Li Changsheng, standing defiantly against Zhao Xuanji and her entourage. Frightened, he stumbled and hastily fled. How could this be? How could he have obtained the imperial flag? Cursed be it! The sword Saint and Blade Saint both appeared. For masters of the martial king realm were present. Did they know the stakes I had wagered? I must swiftly inform the prince. Unlike the fleeing Marquis of Julu, many opportunists gathered by Taihu. The ethereal image of the imperial flag towered in the heavens, its radiance illuminating Li Changsheng like a war god. The situation reached a stalemate, and Miaoshi stepped forward, saying, Your Highness, there is no need for such alarm. Within the realm of Great Yu, who would dare to seize your imperial flag? Since you are here to participate in the martial arts tournament, I trust the Empress, Sword Saint, and Grand Elder will ensure your safety. Zhao Shengqiao immediately added, the Saintess speaks wisely. Anyone daring to harm my grandson will face my wrath. I Chang'an cast a knowing glance at the surrounding martial experts, prompting them to consider their own positions. Li Changsheng snorted disdainfully, offering no response, and prepared to depart with the flag. He could not partake in this martial arts tournament. It was time to leave. Logically speaking, with the imperial flag in his possession, he should have gained renown. Suddenly, a young man blocked his path, angrily proclaiming, Great Yu's crown prince? Why are you sharing a boat with the immortal Lin? Li Changsheng replied, I won first place in the poetry competition and broke the Jinlong chess game. Immortal uninvited me for drinks. What of it? Are you jealous? On what grounds do you question me? Step aside. The young man's expression grew awkward as he glanced at Miaoshi, his face betraying admiration. Ah, a sycophant. The young man suddenly lashed out. I am her friend. Great Yu Crown Prince, I have heard much about your infamous reputation. An unworthy, incompetent individual, a murderer of palace maids, a slayer of imperial decree eunuchs. An intruder in the court, disloyal, unfilial, and unjust. A person like you approaching a mortal and with ill intentions is deserving of condemnation. I am merely concerned that a mortal and may be harmed under your oppressive influence. Li Changsheng furrowed his brow. Had he offended this man? Could he be a pawn of the Marquis of Julu or the Second Prince? The slander echoed their words precisely. You cannot compose poetry, nor conquer the Jinlong chess game, and yet you resort to smearing my name because you cannot win over Miaoshi. What do you think of such a man, and Miaoshi? And Miaoshi appeared uncomfortable, suddenly thrust into the spotlight. How was she to respond? She said, Your Highness, this individual is a descendant of the Tianfeng lineage, Dantai Jin. Their clan possesses the mysterious martial path of nirvana and boasts incredible bloodline powers. He is now at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm and a formidable contender in this year's martial arts tournament. The Tianfeng lineage, that is a mysterious martial family with a legacy spanning over a millennium. Located far in the Yu Dynasty, it is said that achieving the pinnacle of their cultivation allows for phoenix rebirth, restoring youth, prolonging life, and even achieving immortality. Changsheng scoffed. What nonsense bloodline? What breed of livestock is he? Is there a need for breeding? So obsessed with bloodlines. Changsheng's mockery elicited laughter from those around him. However, Li Chang'an and Zhao Xuanji furrowed their brows. Li Changsheng's words were far too excessive. The descendant of the Tianfeng lineage bore a significant identity and background. His protector was a pair of martial lord realm experts. Not someone great you could offend lightly. This would undoubtedly result in a monumental diplomatic incident for Great Yu. Zhao Xuanji hastily interjected, Your Highness, do not speak so Changsheng retorted with disgust. So he is free to insult me. Did he not initiate the slander? Must any dog on the street be allowed to insult me? Oh, I understand now. No, Changsheng, I have avenged you against those who bullied you, including Li Wei and his son, as well as the people from Wujia Fortress. Thus are we to bow and apologize to this so-called Tianfeng lineage, which is too powerful to insult me at will, just as you sacrificed me to the barbaric tribes. Zhao Xuanji was left speechless, unable to counter his words. Why do you not heed your mother? I do all this for your own good. Changsheng dismissed her words entirely. He then turned to Dantai Jin, declaring, Will you step aside? Suddenly, Dantai Jin drew his long sword, stating, Where is this? A place where every young martial artist seeks fame. Do you have the courage to duel me? Upon hearing Dantai Jin's challenge to Li Changsheng, the spectators were taken aback. Li Changsheng's strength was only at the mid-stage of the martial master realm, while Dantai Jin stood at the pinnacle of the martial sovereign realm. One had been nurtured by various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, while the other had suffered abuse growing up in barbaric tribes. What miracle could possibly occur in this contest? Zhao Xuanji spoke in a hushed voice. Dantai Shitsi, this matter is inappropriate. My son has just returned from the barbaric tribes and is not adept at cultivation. You are at the pinnacle of the martial sect realm. The outcome is all too evident. Dantai Jin retorted. So he's afraid? Huh. What a useless coward who flees at the first sign of trouble. I am not devoid of compassion. Feel free to escape. Life is long, and there will be many more opportunities to our end at Changsheng. Rather than being angered, felt a surge of curiosity. You resort to the words of others to elevate yourself. Cannot you speak for yourself? Did I ever say I would leave? I merely believe that using the human emperor's flag to win would be unworthy. The mention of the human emperor's flag. Dantai Jin hesitated and began to retreat. The human emperor's flag is an ancient sacred artifact, exceptional beyond compare. It is indeed not something that can be matched by the weapons in his possession. Dantai Jin amended his statement. Indeed, having practiced since childhood, if I, a wastrel from the barbaric tribes, were to defeat you, it would be an unworthy victory, only inviting the ridicule of the world. Therefore, you shall not use the human emperor's flag, and I shall not use my life-bound sword. Let us engage in a fair battle. TSK, how shameless can the heir of the Tianfeng lineage be? Suddenly, the demon sex enchantress, Long Qianxue, interjected. Are you not bullying an honest person? Good disciple, do not heed his words. Changsheng retorted. Elder, I never agreed to be your disciple. Long Qianxue replied. Your paths and cultivation may vary in length, but I have a fair method. Let us compare our talents. Let us see if the Tianfeng bloodline is stronger or if the long-lost Xiaolei bloodline of the Li clan prevails. Xiaolei bloodline? Li Changsheng was unaware that the Li clan possessed such a remarkable bloodline. No wonder Li Chan had pursued him, often wielding thunder with his sword. The power was indeed formidable, and even after consuming a pill that elevated him 3 levels, he could not win. Someone nearby remarked. In the past, Emperor, you had 2 sons. If the crown prince possessed the Xiaolei bloodline, would he have been taken as a hostage? Another chimed in. Indeed, it is clear that the crown prince lacked talent, which is why he was sacrificed. It appears that the heirs of the Tianfeng lineage are indeed more powerful. Li Changsheng, however, was uninterested in such comparisons, yet he wished to ascertain the strength of his own bloodline. Very well, let us compare. Due to the interference of the demon sex enchantress, the heirs of the 2 great families were about to compare their talents. Li Changsheng inquired. How shall we compare? Long Qianxue produced an ancient bell, stating, This is a sacred artifact of our sect, used to test the root and comprehension of disciples, encompassing 9 chimes. An O chime indicates a commoner. 3 chimes signify excellence. 6 chimes denote extraordinary talent, and 9 chimes indicate unparalleled genius. This day, only 1 or 2 have achieved 9 chimes in Eastern Wilderness. Surely, those present were aware of the significance of the sacred bell. Everyone seemed to fall into an unspoken agreement, eager to witness Li Changsheng's talent. After all, he had only returned to Diyu half a year prior. Inexperienced in cultivation, Li Changsheng remained unperturbed. Regardless of the number of chimes, it would not affect him. After all, he was extraordinary. He thought it would be best if there were no chimes at all, allowing these bothersome individuals to depart and grant me peace. Yet he was keen to discover whether he possessed the Xiaolei bloodline. Dantai Jin raised an eyebrow in triumph and remarked, Talent testing, a task suitable for a 3-year-old. What harm is there in doing it again? Allow me to show you what despair truly feels like. Dantai Jin proceeded to test first, placing his hand on the mysterious ancient bell. Ding, 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 ding. The bell rang a total of 6 times, its sound resonating powerfully, as if echoing from the depths of antiquity. The sound was so loud that it reverberated throughout Shuzhou, then across the entire Diyu, before finally ceasing. Dantai Jin, with his chin held high, was brimming with pride. His talent could now overshadow his peers. Now it is your turn. The waste of Dayu's crown prince that a person like you should not stand beside in Xianzi in the future. You shall tarnish your reputation. How petty, you jealous king. Li Changsheng scoffed. He reached out to touch the ancient bell. Ding, 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 ding. Each chime grew louder than the last. The crowd listened intently, their expressions shifting from calm to astonished, for the bell's chimes had surpassed Dantai Jin's. How many chimes? 9 chimes. 9 chimes. Ding, ding, ding. A full 9 chimes, the sound resonating beyond Diyu, sweeping across the Eastern Wilderness, the northern barbaric tribes, and the ancestral lands of the Eastern Sea demons. The entire continent was now aware that an unparalleled genius had emerged in the Eastern wilderness. "This is impossible," Zhao Xuanji gasped in disbelief. In families with martial traditions, children are often tested for their talents at the age of 5 or 6. Though the methods may vary, the results are generally consistent. Li Changsheng had previously been tested and ranked merely above average. How could his talent have transformed so drastically after a trip to the barbaric tribes? The ancient bell of the demon sect was a sacred artifact, with only one or two existing in the Eastern wilderness since ancient times. The last one had belonged to the first emperor of the Eastern wilderness a millennium ago. Now, her son possessed such talent? It all made sense. No wonder he had quickly progressed from a novice to the mid-stage of the martial master realm. "You Empress, how could you have allowed that barbarian to take the crown prince as a hostage?" The amazement surrounding Yu's crown prince's talent was overwhelming, a rarity among thousands. Had he not spent over 20 years without cultivation, one could hardly fathom what he would have achieved had he been practicing all this time. Is the Emperor of Yu truly so foolish to let such a gifted child become a hostage? Listening to the discussions around her, Zhao Xuanji felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. It turned out that her eldest son not only surpassed her second son in talent, but possessed extraordinary abilities. Why had she sent such an exceptional child to the barbaric tribes? It was all Li Yuan's fault. Had he remained by her side, she would now possess a son of exceptional talent, and would not be subjected to ridicule. "My son, you must forgive your mother." Even Miaoshi from the First Sacred Land regarded Li Changsheng with newfound respect. She had not anticipated that he could not only compose poetry, but also engage in chess and strategy, excelling in both the literary and martial arts, with such high martial talent. Given time, he might even lead the Eastern wilderness and become the new martial emperor. The 9 chimes of the demon sect's ancient bell shocked everyone present, especially as a bolt of lightning flickered around the bell, embodying Li Changsheng's Xiaolei bloodline. This indicated that his bloodline power was also formidable. The 9 chimes of the demon sect's ancient bell were indeed well-deserved. Li Changsheng remained calm, fully aware that his talent was not particularly remarkable. After 20 years as a hostage, he had become somewhat of a waste. When he had first returned to Yu, Li Yuan had assessed his talents and bloodline, likely giving up on him at that time. His current talent was entirely due to the Tiangmo, Shunli, and the Tiangmo transformation pill. The Tiangmo transformation pill had completely transformed him, while the Tiangmo, Shunli continuously released energy to reshape his body. How could this be considered inadequate? How then shall I wield the power of this Xiaolei bloodline? Li Changsheng understood that the Li clan, as a martial family with a legacy spanning over millennium, inherently controlled the power of Xiaolei, that if he could not utilize it, would it not be a waste? Surely he did not have to learn the Li family's techniques, did he? Enough, I shall leave this place and consider my next steps. I would rather rely on my own exploration to awaken this Xiaolei power than learn the Li family's techniques. I Changsheng withdrew his hand and glanced at the astounded Dantai Jin. "Sing, it seems that your talent is rather mediocre. You have nothing more to say, do you? Your talent is unworthy of a Miaoshi. It would be wise for you to keep your distance from her in the future." Dantai Jin's expression darkened, that he had believed his talent to be exceptional, only to encounter a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. And Miaoshi blushed, uncertain whether Li Changsheng was merely teasing her or hinting at his interest. Seeing the two exchange glances only fueled Dantai Jin's jealousy. Miaoshi was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Eastern wilderness, and had pursued her for many years, having been spoiled since childhood. He harbored a somewhat pathological desire for control. He had long viewed Miaoshi as his own. Dantai Jin thought to himself, "I cannot allow him to escape so easily that I must stifle his rise here." Suddenly, a voice from behind, that of a protector, broke through. "Shitsi, the Yu crown prince possesses an ancient sacred artifact. How could our Tianfeng lineage be without one? This is the fire phoenix feather, as instructed by the head of the family. To ensure that you secure first place in the martial arts tournament, it may be used." Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The fire phoenix feather, a sacred artifact passed down through the Tianfeng lineage, was immensely powerful. Once cast, it would summon the phoenix fire soul, incinerating everything in its path, and could be controlled at will. Dantai Jin, Witnessing the family artifact brought forth, felt his confidence surge that he scoffed. Li Changsheng, now that we both possess weapons of equal caliber, do you dare to engage me in a fair battle? The crowd exchanged glances, deeming Dantai Jin to be utterly shameless. This martial arts tournament had evidently become a high-stakes affair for the Tianfeng lineage. It seemed that they would not permit the Diyu crown prince to leave easily. After all, this was a martial arts tournament. Conceding was an option, was it not? Concede, you just tested as an unparalleled genius, and then concede? That would weigh heavily on the conscience. The sorceress of the demonic sect withdrew the ancient bell. She had indeed come to Shuzhou with the intention of taking on disciples. Upon witnessing Li Changsheng learning her swordsmanship from the engraved stone tablet at the foot of Yuelu Academy, she developed a profound admiration for him. The ancient bell she had just produced was also a means to assess Li Changsheng's innate talent, that he seemed to be the perfect disciple, one she must secure for herself. She said, Dantai Jin, you have been cultivating since childhood that M.Y. disciple has just returned from the barbaric tribes after 20 years of hardship, and he has only trained for half a year. Is this what you call fair? Dantai Jin, aware of his disadvantage, dared not retort. However, the protector behind him exclaimed, a true hero does not dwell on past glories. The martial arts competition is taking place right now, and it is the present that matters. The sorceress, Lung Chinchua, replied, good disciple, let us ignore him and return with your master. Nearby, a voice from the first holy land shouted in anger, Lung Chinchua, do not recklessly claim kinship. That is my precious grandson. Li Changsheng, if you are willing to join our great Zhou, the emperor will appoint you as a prince consort. Come to our eternal holy land, and you shall become the new holy son. I willingly relinquish my position as holy son. The surrounding factions, eager to witness the spectacle, also extended olive branches to Li Changsheng, attempting to recruit him. This infuriated Lung Chinchua, who shouted, what is the meaning of this? He is my disciple. Do not all of you dare to snatch him away. Li Changsheng was speechless. What was wrong with this sorceress? He politely responded, thank you all for your kind offers, but I currently have no intention of taking on a master or joining any faction. He then glanced at Dantai Jin and declared, I shall first clear the way of this toad obstructing me. Changsheng's desire to compete took everyone by surprise. After all, even without a match, he would not face any repercussions. He was merely at the initial stage of the martial master realm, making this an evidently unfair fight. This child was simply too ambitious. Dantai Jin, possessing the phoenix spirit, could unleash the full power of the fire phoenix feather, while Li Changsheng's emperor's flag could not be fully unleashed. This was indeed unfair. You dare insult me. Seek your own demise. Dantai Jin, furious at being called a toad and a roadblock, was incensed as a descendant of the Tianfeng lineage. He was a natural-born genius, a dragon among men, not someone to be insulted lightly. In a fit of rage, he launched a sudden attack, pointing from a distance. Whoosh! A stream of cold spiritual energy shot forth. Changsheng reacted swiftly, dodging the attack. Moments later, a tremendous sound erupted from the surface of Taihu Lake, followed by an explosion. Subsequently, the two leapt into the air, skimming across the water's surface as they engaged in combat. However, Li Changsheng directly summoned the emperor's flag, commanding his 5,000 loyal souls to relentlessly pursue Dantai Jin as he evaded. The pressure from this weapon was akin to a father beating his son. The fire phoenix feather was a deadly hidden weapon. Without it, Dantai Jin stood no chance against the emperor's flag. After exchanging dozens of blows, Dantai Jin found himself in a dire predicament. Suddenly, after enduring for so long, he leapt onto a flower boat, soaring into the air. Finally seizing an opportunity, channeling his spiritual essence, he hurled the fire phoenix feather forward. Instantly, the fire phoenix erupted in flames, illuminating the dark night over Taihu Lake. The fiery phoenix soared through the sky, following Dantai Jin's finger as it charged towards Li Changsheng. Changsheng raised the emperor's flag, unleashing his demonic powers to the utmost. Loyal souls, gather! The 5,000 loyal souls shouted in unison. Kill, kill! Chapter 49. A battle to deify, shaping the dragon's essence. Above Taihu Lake, Dantai Jin exerted his strength unarmed, continuously channeling spiritual essence to catalyze the fire phoenix feather. Meanwhile, to the left, Li Changsheng wielded the Emperor's flag, unleashing the full force of his true energy as the loyal souls clashed with the flaming phoenix. The fire phoenix feather. Truly, it is the ancestral treasure of the Tianfeng clan, immensely powerful. Even a mere martial sovereign can contend with a martial king. Such was the might of sacred artifacts, capable of challenging those beyond their level. Could Li Changsheng withstand it? Boom! After a tense standoff, a massive explosion erupted at the center of Taihu Lake. The shockwave sent onlookers' garments fluttering, and flower boats were blown ashore. The clash of two ancient sacred artifacts ended in a stalemate. Zhao Xuanji was astonished. It ended in a tie. The Emperor's flag didn't even fully unleash its power and still managed to hold its ground. Zhao Xingqiao countered. Not so. The Fire Phoenix feather is also an ancient sacred artifact, equally powerful. With the release of the Phoenix spirit, its might is amplified. However, the Emperor's flag's reasonable utilization of 5,000 loyal souls managed to endure. The sorceress Lung Qinshu scoffed. Zhao Xuanji, are you blind? Clearly, your son's technique is superior. He possesses greater endurance. Dantai Jin has exhausted his spiritual essence, while Li Changsheng still retains ample true energy. Zhao Xuanji retorted. Do not plot against my son. He will not take you as his master. The battlefield center. The 5,000 loyal souls withstood the strike of the Fire Phoenix, though their power was significantly drained. Yet they had not completely faded away, returning to the Emperor's flag under Li Changsheng's control at the critical moment. Just as the loyal souls exhausted Dantai Jin's spiritual essence, the Fire Phoenix feather remained unscathed. But the 5,000 loyal souls of the Emperor's flag could no longer fight. They needed spiritual essence to recover. The two stared at each other, unable to wield their ancient sacred artifacts any longer. Whoosh! Yet Li Changsheng did not relent. He took the initiative, drawing forth his life sword and sweeping it across. Clang! Dantai Jin immediately raised his own sword to block, having expended all his energy on the Fire Phoenix feather. He was now utterly drained. Despite his higher martial realm, he had no strength left and could only rely on his physical body to resist, which was insufficient against the still capable Li Changsheng. In disbelief, he exclaimed, How can you? Li Changsheng possessed the celestial demon relic, continuously cultivating the supreme demonic art, allowing him to reserve strength point one sword after another, employing the cascading sword technique from the Void Magic God technique. He forced Dantai Jin to retreat in defeat. Ultimately, he shattered Dantai Jin's attire, even sending his hairpin soaring. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, for Dantai Jin was the frontrunner of this year's martial arts competition, a strong contender for victory. Yet now, he was merely being toyed with by Li Changsheng. Prince of Dayu, cease this at once. The protector of the Tianfeng lineage immediately intervened, shielding Dantai Jin that if the mockery continued, their young master spirit would be utterly crushed. Li Changsheng, feeling triumphant, smirked. So, is it still a fair fight? Dantai Jin, disheveled and disheartened, had lost the dignified appearance of a noble scion. Dantai Jin said nothing, turning to leave. This act signified his acknowledgement of defeat. Li Changsheng let out a long breath. He too was nearing his limit after exhausting so much true energy. Thankfully, he had won out a battle that sealed his divinity, bringing him renown into Yu, and thus he received his reward. Dragon essence, an orb of dark red energy, suddenly appeared in Li Changsheng's hand. Dragon essence had materialized before him. Without hesitation, he swallowed whole. Upon consuming the dragon essence, an explosion of crimson light erupted from his body, a faint red dragon shadow swirling around him. Roar! As the dragon essence was absorbed, a dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. The onlookers had yet to process the fact that Li Changsheng had triumphed over the Tianfeng lineage's prodigy when they realized he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Was this the legendary first genius of all ages? Was breaking through this effortlessly possible? Could one truly achieve such a transformation from a single contest? The celestial demon relic swiftly digested the energy brought by the dragon essence. His flesh and blood absorbed and assimilated the unique properties of the dragon essence. By refining this treasure, he would gain extraordinary self-healing abilities and significantly enhance his prowess, As he cultivated, the temperature around him rose rapidly, enveloping Taihu lake in mist. The fog gradually surrounded Li Changsheng. Suddenly, Zhao Shengchao and Li Chungan landed around him, seemingly aware of his impending breakthrough, aiming to prevent any mishaps. However, their concerns were unwarranted, for during the absorption of the dragon essence, Li Changsheng was also cloaked in the protective aura granted by the chess sage from the rare chess game, which emboldened him to dare break through in public. He had refrained from using it earlier out of respect for his opponent. After a brief moment, Li Changsheng exhaled a breath of turbid air. He had broken through to the martial sovereign realm. Of course, breaking through two minor realms was merely a fraction of the dragon essence's effect. The more significant impact was the qualitative leap his physique underwent, granting him self-healing capabilities that in this martial arts era, those with special bloodlines possessed innate self-healing abilities. Yet now, Li Changsheng had acquired the strongest ability and talent inherent to them. This was the true enhancement of the dragon essence. Imagine in future battles, when Li Changsheng and his adversaries exchanged wounds, he would gradually recover, leaving his foes exasperated. As the mist dissipated, Li Changsheng had regained his vitality. He sensed the spiritual essence at his dantian. Unlike true energy, this was not the nourishing essence of flesh and blood. It resembled energy transformed from true energy. Changsheng raised the emperor's flag, channeling abundant spiritual essence into it. The severely wounded 5,000 loyal souls regained their breath, once again igniting powerful battle intent and strength. Boom! One by one, the loyal souls lined up in formation. Long live the emperor! The loyal souls cheered in unison. Buzz, the emperor of souls adorned with the flag of liberation, has been completely emancipated. It manifest in its ultimate form, a dragon-headed staff, its tip resembling a long spear, and the staff itself adorned with peculiar scale-like markings. A larger flag billows in the wind, almost as if it possesses life and vitality. The loyal soul army paved the way. Yes, your highness. Li Changsheng commanded the loyal soul army to clear the path before he departed. He had already achieved fame and secured his rewards. Oh, and there was also the final round of the poetry competition, where he was to compose a poem on the theme of martial prowess. Changsheng glanced back, noticing the assembly of formidable figures gazing at him, not with murderous intent. Zhao Xianin was still weeping, hoping to use her tears to sway this rebellious son. Zhao Shunshao, in exasperation, racked his brain to devise a way to convince this grandson of his. Others hesitated to act, fully aware of the formidable presence of the Sword Saint and Blade Saint. This was still within the domain of Dayu. To stir the Eastern Emperor's foremost war god, Li Yuan, was a perilous gamble, and the decision was made to refrain from action. Observing these individuals, who were so cautious and indecisive, Li Changsheng found it highly amusing. With great bravado, he recited a poem by the illustrious Li Bai. In May, the mountains are cloaked in snow, with no flowers, only chill. From the flute, I hear the weeping willow. Spring's beauty remains unseen at dawn. I march to the sound of drums. At night, I rest with my jade saddle. I wish to wield the sword at my waist, to cleave through the palace gates. He altered the last line to the palace gates, making his intentions abundantly clear. In Miaoshi, please submit this poem for the competition. Should I triumph in the poetry contest, do remember to reserve the rewards for me. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 50. The Emperor of Yu is astonished and recalls the second prince's sword. Overnight news of Li Changsheng's 9 chimes of talent resonated swiftly back to the imperial capital of Dayu. What? That rebellious son possesses a 9-chime talent. Is Lung Qinshue trying to deceive the world with a counterfeit bell? What? He wields the flag of the emperor. No wonder he has defeated the Tianfeng clan, who bear ancient sacred artifacts. The crown prince has claimed victory at the poetry competition in Shuzhou. One sensational piece of news after another reached the Emperor of Yu, leaving him with a pounding headache. The flag of the emperor. It is an ancient relic capable of summoning 1,000,000 heroic spirits to battle. A single individual can command an army. How could it fall into the hands of that rebellious son? No, the crown prince's talent is extraordinary. What went amiss? Upon his return, I feared it might be a trick of the barbarians. I had him tested for his bloodline. and it was indeed mine. Yet, when testing his talent, he was clearly of ordinary quality. The Emperor of Yu was elated. The flag of the Emperor, an ancient relic. It belongs to the Li family. My Li clan shall rise again. Li Yuan acknowledged his regret. He should not have hastily expelled Li Changsheng from the imperial capital. He should have bestowed a bit of affection upon him. The Emperor of Yu immediately declared, "Summon the second prince, Li Changjian." Yes, before long, Li Changjian arrived, clad in splendid robes, the sword of the late emperor hanging at his side, ever eager to flaunt his favored status. "Father, you summoned me. After much contemplation, I believe the late emperor's sword is ill-suited for you." Ah! Without allowing Li Changjian a moment to respond, the Emperor of Yu effortlessly retrieved the sword from him. Changjian's face turned pale. Just the day before, he had hosted a banquet for his ministers, flaunting before numerous officials and brothers of the Li clan. Suddenly summoned by the emperor, he had anticipated an urgent matter, only to face a retraction of his privileges. You are still the sovereign of a nation? Yet Li Yuan, impervious to shame, disregarded the public nature of the retraction that he stated, "The martial arts tournament is imminent. Why are you still here? You make me very disappointed with your lack of ambition. Constantly forming cliques for personal gain. Changjian, you have let me down." Changjian was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Everything seemed fine until he was suddenly reprimanded. He quickly knelt and said, "Father, I have not dared to slacken in my training. I am now in the early stages of the martial sovereign realm." What good is being in the martial sovereign realm? Li Yuan rebuked. "I entered the martial sovereign realm at the age of 16. The Tianfeng clan's prodigy, Dantai Jin, has already reached the pinnacle of that realm. Can you even contend with him?" Li Changjian was too frightened to speak further. Li Yuan continued, "Just moments ago, the crown prince defeated Dantai Jin. Even without seeking fame, he is already renowned across the land." Cold sweat dripped from Li Changjian's brow. He hurriedly protested. "The crown prince is unversed in martial arts. The barbarians have not allowed him to cultivate. Why should he succeed? Fool! He has been back in Dayu for over half a year. Could he not have trained during this time? In just 6 months, he could defeat Dantai Jin." Li Changjian felt the information must be erroneous. "Father, how true is this news?" "It is completely true. If you don't believe me, go to Shuzhou and see for yourself." Dismissing Li Changjian, the emperor summoned his shadow guards. "Your Majesty," Li Yuan handed over the late emperor's sword, saying, "Command the 5 divine generals to escort this sword to the crown prince. Inform him that I have forgiven him. Let him return." The shadow guard accepted the sword and replied, "Your Majesty, the earlier order to summon the crown prince back to court. Quickly, recall him. He must not see the crown prince." "Yes." After the shadow guard departed, Li Yuan mused, "By bestowing him the late emperor's sword, this rebellious son should understand my intentions. He ought to harbor no more grievances." Meanwhile, as Li Changsheng departed Shuzhou, numerous individuals followed behind him, that he was aware that Zhao Xianin would not give up until she brought him back. He merely wished to avoid provoking her and causing annoyance. They would be of no use by force, for Li Changsheng possessed a fragment of the protective aura of the martial emperor, left by the chess saint, and was not afraid of being forcibly taken away. He simply found their persistent following bothersome. Within the manor where he temporarily resided, the servant army was busy packing provisions in preparation for departure. Xiang Long surveyed the notable figures outside the door. Feeling overwhelmed, Zhao Xianin inquired, "Tai Fu, will the crown prince come out to meet us?" Xiang Long replied awkwardly, "Your Majesty, the crown prince has decided to go to Yunzhou and will not return to the imperial capital. As his Tai Fu, should you not counsel him to reconsider?" Zhao Xianin initially intended to suggest he think of his parents, but felt it would only complicate matters and thus refrained. Frustrated, she continued, "Consider the crown princess, who would abandon their newlywed spouse on the first day to head to the borders." Xiang Long countered, "Your Majesty, the crown prince has no other choice. Remaining in the imperial capital offers him no future. That was the case before. Now, I am supporting him. What should be done about the second prince's attempts to assassinate the crown prince? That is a misunderstanding. I am his mother. How could I harm him? Let him come out, and I will clarify. Indeed, do our 2 grandfathers not deserve a chance to meet as well?" Xiang Long glanced at the Blade Saint and Sword Saint, surprised to see the 2 top experts of Diyu remaining so composed. The old minister sought to test the waters. Inside, Li Changsheng was adapting to the changes of the martial sovereign realm. The transformation in his true energy had given birth to a spiritual resonance, and it seemed he possessed a particularly abundant amount of it. If I am not mistaken, what you have absorbed is exceedingly rare dragon essence. Changsheng glanced at the uninvited guest, the demoness Lung Qinxue. She had inexplicably managed to bypass the so-called experts outside and stealthily entered his manor, insisting on taking him as her disciple. Changsheng was not afraid of her and naturally would not agree. However, Lung Qinxue persisted relentlessly. When will you leave? Did you not wish to sever ties with the imperial family of Dayu? If I leave, who will protect you? Do you have any idea how many martial sovereign realm old monsters are lurking outside, waiting to devour you whole? Li Changsheng understood this truth well, that he had not anticipated so many bigwigs would appear in Shuzhou. Unfortunately, I am only at the martial sovereign realm, he sighed. Otherwise, what you say is hardly coherent. Lung Qinxue retorted. For one of your age to reach the martial sovereign realm is already remarkable. Not to mention you have consumed dragon essence. You only achieved this breakthrough after defeating Dantai Jin. So what do you call that? Killing with intent. How fitting for my teachings that Changsheng's lips twitched. He had only fulfilled the conditions for fame and reputation by defeating Dantai Jin, which had then allowed him to obtain the dragon essence. Lung Qinxue then tapped a nearby stone tablet. You still keep the inscription of my sword. Your intentions are hardly concealed. If your swordsmanship were proficient, you would not need to sneakily learn my techniques. I merely intended to gain insights from the strengths of others. This has nothing to do with apprenticeship. Lung Qinxue was not leaving. She had come to the world's foremost martial arts tournament specifically to scout for disciples. Having finally found a potential candidate, she would not give up easily. What? Do you have any conditions for being a good disciple? Li Changsheng did not respond, for he sensed yet another crucial life choice had arrived. Choice 1. Preserve oneself and return to his mother, becoming an obedient child, surrendering the flag of the emperor in exchange for the stability of the crown prince's seat. Reward: 7 return fire elixir. Choice 2. Break through the encirclement and, under the watchful eyes of numerous martial sovereign realm old monsters, carve a path to Yunzhou. Reward: Wuji sword technique, superior swordsmanship. Choice 3. Employ some cunning. Navigating the waters discreetly. Allow his subordinates to proceed to Yunzhou first while he remains in Shuzhou, slaying the hidden assassin, Duke of Jiulu, Su Mingxi. Reward: Supreme sword art, exalted sword technique. Hissed. Li Changsheng was overwhelmed with joy. It was as if his wishes were being granted, a timely assistance in his hour of need. Chapter 51. Refusing the imperial edict, composing a rebellious poem, Li Changsheng now found himself troubled by various factions. There were undoubtedly those fixated on his imperial flag and on him as an individual. He had to admit that if it weren't for his maternal grandfather and biological grandfather guarding him from the outside, he would not be enjoying such ease at present. Knock, knock, knock. Your Highness, I seek an audience. Li Changsheng knew it was Xiang Long who had come to see him and wanted to ask that which to leave. Yet upon turning around, he found that Lung Qinxue had disappeared without a trace. He was perplexed. Indeed, she was a master of the demonic arts. Her methods were elusive and truly formidable. Come in. Xiang Long entered cautiously and said, Your Highness, as per my knowledge, the Sword Saint and the Blade Saint are unaware of your existence. They wish for you to make an appearance. Additionally, it seems the Queen has matters she wishes to discuss with you. Considering his current situation, which heavily relied on his maternal grandfather and biological grandfather, Li Changsheng realized he indeed needed to meet them. He rose and walked outside the mansion. There were many people outside, including numerous experts from the First Sacred Ground, with Li Chang'an leading the Li clan's hidden forces. Upon seeing his son emerge, Zhao Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. That I did not come see you. Li Changsheng snorted, then bowed to the 2 family elders, saying, I pay my respects to the Blade Saint and the Sword Saint. Zhao Shengqiao remarked, Grandson, there is no need for such formality. We are family. Do you believe your mother is unaware of your situation? Your grandfather is quite understanding. If you do not wish to go to the imperial capital, come to our First Sacred Ground, and I will immediately have the Holy Sun relinquish his position. Li Chang'an added, Changsheng, I was indeed unaware of your identity back then. At that time, I was in seclusion recovering from injuries, and by the time I emerged, you had already become a hostage for DU. Zhao Shengchao scolded, Old man, why are you echoing my lines? Li Chang'an remained calm. Did I? I merely spoke the truth. In any case, this is a mistake, one made by your father and mother. Zhao Xuanji seized the opportunity to interject. The queen was also coerced. It was all your father's doing back then. Changsheng waved his hand and said, Enough. If you are here to discuss these matters, there is no need. I have never harbored resentment about being sent to the barbaric tribes as a hostage. As the crown prince of DU, I made sacrifices for the diplomatic relations and peace between our two nations that I did so willingly. What concerns me is that I have been back for half a year. What have I gained? I have given so much, yet what have I received in return? I asked the queen to enlighten me. Zhao Xuanji fell into a profound silence. Zhao Shengchao hastily said, Grandson, we are all family. Let us discuss these matters behind closed doors. If you were to sever ties out of a sense of injustice, we can ensure you receive fairness. The imperial edict has arrived. Before he finished speaking, a sharp voice rang out. Following this, the imperial envoy of Dayu arrived, accompanied by a throng of spirit shadow guards. They were the first batch sent by the emperor of Dayu, tasked with summoning Li Changsheng back to the capital. As the crowd was filled with confusion, the envoy recognized Li Changsheng at the doorway. He had seen him clearly that day in the court. Long live the Blade Saint! Long live the exalted emperor! Long live the queen! Upon finishing the formalities, the envoy straightened up and addressed Li Changsheng. By the grace of heaven, the crown prince is to heed the edict. The decree states, by order of the emperor of EU, I command the crown prince to disband this division, relieve General Filong of his duties, and return to the capital with the imperial flag without delay. This is an order. Changsheng looked at the edict and laughed. He unsheathed his sword and swept it, blood splattering 3 steps away. Changsheng, no, stop. With a single strike, he cleaved the edict in 2, and the envoy, injured in the arm, cried out in pain. You dare defy the edict before the queen and the exalted emperor? You truly intend to rebel. Li Changsheng, the emperor has already conferred the sword of the late emperor to the second prince. Your good days are over. The queen, the crown prince, is plotting a rebellion. Zhao Xuanji was incensed, her fury palpable. She recognized the envoy. He was one of Li Chengjian's people, accustomed to arrogance. That it was truly counterproductive for Li Yuan to send such a person here. Furthermore, bestowing the late emperor's sword upon the second prince before he had been established as the crown prince. Wasn't that deliberately provoking? Li Chang'an was left speechless with anger. Li Yuan, that ungrateful son. Does he even know what the current situation is? Li Changsheng disregarded the expressions and attitudes of the crowd. He coldly stated, Return and inform Li Yuan that I have severed all ties with him. We are no longer connected. Zhao Shengchao, too, was anxious. He had traveled a long way and felt that dawdling was futile. It would be better to bring him back to the first sacred ground for proper guidance. Suddenly, he made his move. Grandson, come back to the first sacred ground with me. Bang. But suddenly, a powerful pale golden protective aura blocked Zhao Shengchao's grasp, sending him flying back. What is happening? The crowd was astonished once more. Li Changsheng laughed heartily. I have broken through the chess saint's rare chess game, and I now possess protective aura. You think you can capture me? No way. The plot has been uncovered. I thought you would truly respect me. Yet in the end, you still intend to resort to force. As of now, I am inferior to you, but wait until I surpass you. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. The renowned rare chessboard indeed held such mysteries. However, the protective aura would dissipate on its own, and it was uncertain how long it would last. But for now, they truly could do nothing against Li Changsheng. They were merely at the martial emperor level. Li Changsheng looked at the helpless crowd, laughing heartily, and composed a poem. When autumn arrives on the 8th of September, my flowers bloom while others wither. The fragrance fills the capital, the city adorned in golden armor. Zhao Xuanji, upon hearing this poem, was utterly shocked. Not only was she astonished by the poetic composition, but also by its content. What a wonderful son! How could he have turned into an enemy? The others were equally left speechless. What had driven the crown prince to rebel? Changsheng. What would it take for you to forgive your mother? Keep your distance from me, and I might consider forgiving you. Changsheng, Changsheng, get lost. I have no mother like you. Li Changsheng closed the door, his mood remaining unperturbed. The tears of a crocodile meant nothing to him. Let them regret it. Watching the tightly shut door, Li Chang'an and the others sighed. They had tried soft approaches, which had failed. They had also tried hard approaches, yet they were still unsuccessful. Why was the crown prince so difficult to handle? Li Chang'an declared, I will return and have a Yuan come personally. You all stay here to follow and protect the crown prince. He must not face any mishaps. Understood. The many experts brought out from the Li clan responded in unison. Zhao Xuanji inquired, Father, what should we do now? Changsheng's demeanor is too stubborn. Zhao Shengqiao replied, He is indeed stubborn, just like you. You insisted on marrying Li Yuan back then that a failure to teach is the father's fault. Look at him. He was not taught well. He deserves it. Father, this is not the time for such discussions. You must think of a solution. You saw earlier, I had no choice but to resort to force, yet that protective aura from the martial emperor. Sai, the chess saint is still my ancestor. I cannot use force against him. What now? Let us follow him. From his attitude earlier, he did not seem too resistant towards me. I believe I have a way. Back in the mansion, Xianglong had mixed feelings and asked, Your Highness, what should we do next? Li Changsheng commanded. Immediately march towards Yuzhou. After giving the order, Li Changsheng returned to his room to ponder strategies. Suddenly, that plain-looking demoness appeared again. Truly, she came and went without a trace. An idea sparked in Li Changsheng's mind. He could utilize her though, so you possess protective aura, and no wonder you've always been so fearless. Little rascal, you have many tricks up your sleeve. Lung Qianxue, do you have a way to help me slip past everyone, to evade all eyes and ears? Upon hearing this, Lung Qianxue was overjoyed. She had been waiting for this moment. Of course, I may lack other skills, but I have plenty when it comes to hiding. If you take me as your master. Chapter 52. The Hawan sect is left with just you and me. If you can assist me in leaving, I will consider accepting you as my disciple. Ha ha. Upon hearing Li Changsheng's words, Lung Qianxue not only did not get angry, but instead burst into laughter. You are quite the amusing person. No wonder Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji cannot tolerate you. They are both so rigid, but you only wish to use me to escape from these people, do you not? If I truly allow you to manipulate me, how could I accept you as my disciple? Li Changsheng asked, What skills do you possess? Lung Qianxue pinched her own face, stretching the flesh into a long strip, and said, I will teach you the art of disguise that allows one to come and go without a trace. The art of disguise? She leaned against the table, her body slanting. You don't think I actually look like this, do you? Upon finishing her words, she turned elegantly, and in the midst of her movement, her garments slipped away, revealing a pair of jade-like, delicate arms. In the blink of an eye, she completed her transformation from a humble attire to a resplendent crimson skirt without sleeves. The transformation rendered Lung Qianxue's previous appearance as an ordinary woman utterly unrecognizable. Her clear, luminous eyes sparkled, her gracefully arched brows framed her face, and her long lashes fluttered gently. Her fair, flawless skin radiated a subtle blush, while her thin lips resembled the tender petals of a rose, ready to weep. Her bosom, voluptuous and well-formed, accentuated her enchanting figure, which was tall and alluring. Such beauty was far from mundane. She was indeed a rare gem among mortals. If one were to compare, the esteemed consort Su was like a crimson peony imprisoned within the palace. While Shun Weiyang embodied the pure jasmine of a noble family, in Miao, she resembled a captivating, yet bittersweet, peony. In contrast, the enchanting Lung Qianxue was akin to a blooming oleander, exquisite yet venomous. Lung Qianxue caressed the visage of the human skin she had previously donned, her expression slightly deranged as she spoke. This is my mother, who passed away when I was but 5 years old. I cut her skin to preserve her memory. Li Changsheng was rendered speechless, harboring skepticism toward her words, for witches were known to weave deceit, possibly to test him. Do you think I am cruel? Every cause has its effect. Did your mother not love you? She inquired, her tone laced with mockery. I cannot say. For when my master found her, she was already surrounded and slain by the righteous. I merely wished for her to remain by my side, so I preserved her visage eternally. It appeared she was a woman deprived of affection from a young age. This was somewhat understandable, yet utterly unacceptable in the eyes of society. While Lung Chinchua spoke, she secretly employed dark sorcery to ensnare Li Changsheng's senses. This young man, with his rebellious nature, intrigued her. Coupled with his handsome features and unique status, he was a delicacy worth savoring. For reasons unbeknownst to him, when Li Changsheng locked gazes with this stunning enchantress, he felt a disorienting jolt, as if struck by an electric current. The energy of the heavenly demon relic coursed through him, restoring clarity to his mind. What is happening? He pondered, recalling a similar sensation during the game of Go. It dawned upon him that she was employing alluring techniques. The protective aura of the martial emperor realm rendered him impervious to physical harm. Yet such beguiling methods were formidable. He immediately feigned enchantment, stating, "You could never partake in my past, but I hope our futures intertwine amidst life's storms." Lung Chinchua beamed with delight, her expression that of a scheming young prince, reveling in her control over him. Observing his smile, she noted the chiseled features of his face, marked by a profound depth and tenderness, exuding both strength and gentleness, evoking a sense of admiration. Damn, such a handsome man. I am losing my composure. She mused internally, beginning to doubt whether her enchantment had backfired upon herself. The heart that had been frozen for a century inexplicably quickened its pace. With her breath unsteady, Lung Chinchua hastily diverted her gaze and composed herself, sitting properly to regain her poise. "How curious, your demeanor has shifted so drastically," she remarked, feigning ignorance. "Are you truly asking that?" Knowing full well. The witch crossed her long legs, her delicate fingers playing with her hair. Contemplating, "I must admit, you possess a certain charm." Cursed be it, had her enchantment rebounded upon her? "I am willing," Li Changsheng replied directly. "I have yet to stipulate the conditions," she countered. "Regardless, I am willing. You do not even know the name of my sect? That matters not. As long as you are present, I shall remain." Lung Chinchua rested her chin on her hand, reveling in his words. Her enchanting sorcery seemed invincible, unmatched by any I Changsheng remained indifferent, intent on outmaneuvering this sorceress before devising his escape. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be the chief disciple of the heavenly and earthly harmonious sect. Not yet finished, from this day on, I shall assist you in your cultivation." Li Changsheng's brow furrowed in cold sweat. What manner of sect was this? Did they believe that appending heavenly and earthly to their name would dispel any misconceptions? Moreover, during this time, he had been gathering information on the Eastern Wilderness. The Harmonious sect was far from a legitimate sect, holding a notoriously poor reputation, approaching its inevitable demise. Rumor had it that very few remained within the sect, and it would not be long before it vanished entirely. The cause? The exclusive cultivation method for male disciples had been lost, leading to a decline in their strength while the female disciples grew increasingly formidable. "You wish to assist me in my cultivation?" Li Changsheng asked skeptically. Yet he was unperturbed. He intended to feign compliance, deceiving Lung Chinchua to distract those outside, before ultimately abandoning her for his freedom. "Pray tell, Master, how many members remain in our harmonious sect?" With a smile, Lung Chinchua replied, "Just you and I. Very well. I possess some human skins. I shall teach you the art of skin shaping." Subsequently, Li Changsheng learned a peculiar technique of skin transformation. As a martial master, he quickly grasped the fundamentals, akin to the art of bone contraction. It required meticulous control of qi and blood, as well as muscle manipulation, showcasing an intricacy that was extraordinary. Lung Chinchua guided him in practice, and within a short time, Li Changsheng's physique morphed into that of a youthful maiden. His garments now hanging loosely, quite impressive. "You demonstrate considerable talent," Lung Chinchua praised with a nod of approval. Then, as if conjured from thin air, she produced a set of human skin. The skin was thin, resembling silken fabric that could be folded at will, treated to eliminate any odor, with a faint hint of her fragrance lingering. "Is this from a woman?" he inquired, astonished. "Only a female identity will prevent others from suspecting you," she replied. "Real human skin? Haha, you guess?" This is a martial world, filled with wondrous things. Why resort to real skin for such a triviality? Li Changsheng scrutinized it closely, concluding, this is a fake. Genuine human skin cannot be preserved for so long. Nor will it be so thin. Why not clarify to the world? Long Qinshue's expression faltered. Since mastering the art of skin transformation, anyone who beheld her methods would label her as wicked, a demon of the dark arts. Deserving of extermination, Li Changsheng was the first to question the authenticity of her human skin and to deduce its falseness. With her slender fingers resting on his shoulder, she said, "Come, let me assist you. Remove your clothing master, please do not overstep," he stammered. "Truly, I have consumed more salt than you have rice. Why be shy?" With a mischievous smile, Long Qinshu would turn her back, hands clasped behind her, while secretly producing a bronze mirror. Li Changsheng was left speechless. This enchantress was utterly whimsical. Due to her failure to teach him the swift art of skin transformation, he could not replicate her previous ease in changing appearances. However, after considerable effort, he gazed into the mirror, discovering that his appearance had entirely transformed into that of an ordinary young maiden. Should he stroll down the street, he would be indistinguishable from the real thing. Suddenly, Long Qinshue's hand caressed his cheek, her head resting on his shoulder as she asked, "How do you find it, my disciple? My skills are unparalleled in this world. Would you like to learn?" "Indeed. What would you offer as tribute for your master?" Chapter 53. Farian, save me. What? Together we bathe? As night fell, Xiang Long commanded his retinue toward Yunzhou, rallying various factions. Yet they were utterly unprepared for Li Changsheng, who mingled among the townsfolk, donning the guise of a frail woman. Once the crowd dispersed, Li Changsheng revealed himself. "Disciple, you must return to the heavenly and earthly harmonious sect to properly pay respects to our ancestor spirit before completing the initiation ceremony." Long Qinshu instructed Li Changsheng produce a note, stating, "Before that, I need to find someone in Shuzhou." This was information he had gathered through his retinue in recent days. The Marquis of Julu was still in Shuzhou. It was that scoundrel who had sent assassins after him. For martial kings attempting to eliminate him when he was merely a martial apprentice, as long as this man lived, he could not find peace. "Very well, I shall accompany you, but you must act discreetly, I understand." The two returned to Shuzhou. However, upon entering the city, they witnessed a fiery phoenix soaring through the sky, a prodigy of sacred ground lying defeated on the ground. A throng of martial artists quickly gathered to witness the spectacle. "You have lost, Saint Son of the Radiant Light, sacred ground." From the air, the sullen Dan-Tai Jin descended, engulfed in flames. "That I have lost. But you shall not defeat the crown prince of Diyu," the Saint Son retorted defiantly. "Silence." Dan-Tai Jin, furious, unleashed a punch, flames erupting and scorching the earth around him. The chattering Saint Son of Radiant Light fled in terror. After venting his frustration, Dan-Tai Jin's expression darkened further. In recent days, he had been relentlessly challenging various prodigies, but somewhere along the way, it was rumored that he could not best the crown prince Li Changsheng, which he found intolerable. Subsequently, every defeated foe of his would invoke Li Changsheng's name, which became increasingly aggravating. Once or twice was tolerable, but the frequency had numbed him to indignation. The crux of the matter was that after Li Changsheng had vanquished him, he had also made a breakthrough, implying that defeating him did not require full effort. With a fierce determination, he declared, "Li Changsheng, next time, I will surely triumph over you." Li Changsheng silently passed by, mourning for a brief moment. Following the intel's address, he arrived at the First Holy Land station. The Duke of Giant Deer was currently residing there temporarily. His intention was quite evident, seeking protection from the martial artists of the First Holy Land. Moreover, entry into the station was prohibited for those not affiliated with the First Holy Land. Li Changsheng pondered how to gain access when Dan-Tai Jin approached the station entrance, holding a gift box. From the Tianfeng lineage, Dan-Tai Jin, seek an audience with Farian. As soon as he finished speaking, another young talent arrived. From the Canggu Holy Land, Han Feng seeks an audience with Farian Miaoshi. Li Changsheng noticed that he too bore a gift. Clearly, they had come prepared. Before long, a group of young talents arrived, each carrying presents. Upon seeing their rivals, They glared fiercely at one another, launching into a war of words. Some even began to spar on the spot. Numerous disciples of the First Holy Land emerged to maintain order at the station's entrance to Changsheng, uninterested in their jealousy-fueled quarrels, seized the opportunity while everyone was concentrated at the front and stealthily slipped to the back entrance. Guards were stationed there as well. "Little one, once things settle here, will you come with me?" Cold Chinchua inquired. Li Changsheng replied. Cold Chinchua then approached and enchanted the two guarding disciples of the Holy Land. Subsequently, Li Changsheng slipped inside. Watching him, Cold Chinchua felt puzzled. This lad doesn't seem enchanted at all. Typically, those under enchantment lack such autonomy. Could it be that my enchantment has failed? Impossible, that cannot be the case. The station was vast, resembling a grand courtyard. Changsheng swiftly traversed the corridor, quickly locating the men's quarters. Without needing to search further, he spotted the Duke of Giant Deer, who appeared troubled, having just released a carrier pigeon by the corridor's edge. Alas, the Duke sighed, feeling the weight of his predicament. He could no longer afford to leave the First Holy Land station lightly. He needed to find a way to apologize to the second prince. However, upon lifting his gaze, he caught sight of Li Changsheng. "Who are you?" "Not a disciple of the First Holy Land." "Why are you here?" With a smirk, Li Changsheng lunged forward, attempting to seize him. The Duke was taken aback and immediately tried to defend himself. Yet, his own cultivation level was merely that of a martial master, and having neglected his martial arts over the years, he revealed a flaw in an instant. With a surge of spirit, Li Changsheng lightly shook, sending the Duke crashing to the ground. Grabbing his hand and twisting it behind his back, Li Changsheng exerted force, snapping it with a crack. The Duke was about to scream in agony, but was silenced by Li Changsheng's hand over his mouth, producing no sound. The Duke struggled, but his efforts were futile. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he asked, "Who are you?" "Li Changsheng." After declaring his name, Li Changsheng raised his hand, striking the Duke's heart with a powerful palm. Slap! This blow was enough to shatter his heart. Ugh! Blood spewed from the Duke's mouth. Disbelief etched on his face. In merely 2 months, Li Changsheng had grown to such an extent. However, as the Duke faced his demise, he produced an iron ball and tossed it outside. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, accompanied by a cloud of smoke. Clearly, this commotion was a call for others from the First Holy Land. Li Changsheng was not afraid of being discovered, but he did not wish to be tracked down by the Holy Land's people that he knew that would only attract a horde of pursuers. After delivering a fatal blow, he intended to leave, only to notice commotion at the front door. "What's happening?" "There's a fight inside." "Quick, there's an assassin." "Hurry, Farian is under attack." "Farian, I'm coming to save you." In an instant, the various talents seeking an audience within Miao, she surged into the courtyard of the station. Li Changsheng, seeing he had nowhere to hide, wandered for a moment and, realizing he could no longer conceal himself, hastily found a room to enter. Who? To his surprise, upon entering, he found a Miao Shi bathing in a large wooden tub. Of course, a screen obscured a clear view. In Miao, she raised her hand, directing her sword at Li Changsheng's throat. Yet, in that moment, he grasped the sword's blade, preventing it from advancing an inch further. This young lady, and Miao Shi, peering through the screen, was unable to discern his true identity. Saintus, the assassin who just killed the Duke of Giant Deer, is running this way. "Are you in danger?" Hearing the chaos outside, she responded, "Assassin, did I hear correctly that Duke Mingxi has died? Did you kill him?" Li Changsheng nodded, but why this time? Some disciples had already rushed to the door, and Miao, she hesitated, showing no reaction to the Duke's death. After all, she had also been attacked during the flower boat incident. She had heard Li Changsheng analyze the assassins sent by the Duke of Giant Deer. Later, seeing the Duke here, she had been unable to act due to her status. Now that he was dead, she felt relieved. "Come in." She gestured for Li Changsheng to enter the TUB. Changsheng hesitated. But noticing the increasing number of people outside, he realized they were about to break in. He gritted his teeth and, with no other option, jumped inside. Chapter 54. The Saintess has taken advantage of the incident was sudden, leaving Li Changsheng with questions about Miao Shi's assistance. However, currently donning a human disguise, and Miao she was unaware of his true identity, that it was equally plausible for her to assist a mysterious woman as it was unlikely. Farian has not reacted. We must rush in. Right, perhaps Farian is being held hostage at this very moment. You mustn't go too far. This is the First Holy Land's territory. You cannot act recklessly. You all are dead, yet you still dither. Quickly, everyone charge. We are merely concerned for Farian's safety. Brothers, charge. Creak. The door to Miao Shi's room was suddenly flung open. The various young talents, upon seeing Miao Shi freshly groomed and glaring coldly at them, were left speechless. The intruders stared, their eyes widening in awe. She truly resembled a lotus emerging from the water. Stunningly beautiful. As she combed her hair, she inquired, "What? You dare to barge into my quarters? Do you think I lack temper?" The crowd's expressions turned awkward as they hurriedly explained the presence of the assassin and their concern for Miao Shi's safety. "Fairy, please do not be angry. We were merely following the commotion. Worried for your safety, I have not seen any assassin. If there was one, they must have gone elsewhere. You should search elsewhere." In Miao, she was displeased with their unauthorized intrusion into her room. Were it not for the number of people present, she would have relished the opportunity to slap them to silence. Dan Tai Jin then presented a gift box, saying, "Farian, my apologies for the intrusion. I tried my best to stop them, but we were outnumbered. Please forgive me. However, this is a Lingjiu immortal fruit. Consuming one will preserve your beauty. A gift for a fair maiden. Please accept it." Upon hearing Lingjiu immortal fruit, the crowd gasped. It was a treasure of immeasurable worth. Consuming one could grant eternal youth, surpassing even some miraculous rejuvenation techniques. In Miao, she furrowed her brow. She truly didn't wish to accept it. Accepting it would imply an inextricable bond between them. She was no green tea, nor did she desire to take advantage of these men's gifts. That I appreciate your kind intentions, young Master Dan Tai. But please take it back. Such a valuable item is beyond my means. Dan Tai Jin, ever the devoted admirer, insisted that once given, he would not retract the gift, expressing merely a desire to spar with Miao Shi. Other onlookers followed suit, offering elixirs, expensive garments, and even spiritual stones. It is worth noting that spiritual stones were a hard currency among martial artists, more precious than gold. In Miao, she felt overwhelmed. What were these men attempting to achieve? Even within the First Holy Land, she had never encountered such sycophantic behavior. After much negotiation, the group finally retreated. In Miao, she let out a sigh of relief. Closing the door, she turned to see Changsheng rolling out from under the bed. He had not jumped into the bathing tub, as that would ruin his disguise. As soon as his head appeared, a sword was pointed at him. "Your Highness the Prince?" Changsheng exclaimed in surprise. "How did you know my identity? Even if you wear different guise, I can still discern your scent. Moreover, your sword is quite distinctive and easily recognizable." Li Changsheng had no choice but to tear off his disguise, revealing his true appearance, and he released the transformation, gradually restoring his original physique. Upon recognizing Changsheng and Miao, she finally felt at ease. If it was indeed Changsheng who had killed the Duke of Giant Deer, it made perfect sense to her. Those who hire assassins should be prepared for retribution from their enemies. "Your Highness, you were supposed to be in Yinzhou. How did you evade so many experts' notice?" "I have my methods," Li Changsheng replied with a smile, glancing at the multitude of gifts on the table. "Farian is indeed quite popular. Your Highness, please do not touch those. I need to return them." "Oh, none of those talents or sons are to your liking. Your Highness." And Miaoshi's emotions were tinged with a hint of anxiety. Miaoshi was not a frivolous individual. Moreover, as the maiden of the foremost sacred land, she was required to maintain her virginity and keep her distance from other men until her betrothal was confirmed. Upon hearing this, Li Changsheng chuckled softly, approaching Miaoshi and saying, "Then why do you not maintain your distance from me?" And Miaoshi's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "Your Highness, you are an exception. You are the crown prince of the Yu, while I am but a commoner. A commoner does not dare. Furthermore, our foremost sacred land is destined to be under the auspices of the Yu royal family." Li Changsheng smiled. "Am I truly an exception? Then it wouldn't be unreasonable for me to take a portion of these gifts without cost." Would it? And Miaoshi, however, was indifferent. If your highness desires them, take them. I shall deal with those others. Li Changsheng was not one to hold back. He did not merely take without offering something in return. He produced the last of his true word pills and said, "Here, I bestow upon you a true word pill. In the future, should you encounter a suitor, you may use this pill to test their character, lest you be deceived." In Miao, she received the true word pill with great delight. Certainly, the gifts from the talented individuals of the sacred land were of considerable value, but she was not without her own treasures. However, this true word pill was something she truly lacked. In a world rife with liars, discerning one's true intentions was perilous, especially for a woman of her standing. Many coveted her, yet few were genuinely sincere. This true word pill would serve as a final measure for her, rendering it invaluable. "Your Highness, you ought to return to the imperial capital," she urged. "Why do you insist on advising me to return? I thought we had forged a friendship during our last encounter on the flower boat. Are you in league with them? Your Highness, intelligence suggests that the demon clan has invaded Yunzhou, and the situation is currently chaotic. Oh, are you concerned for my safety? Your Highness, please do not mock me." "Very well then, I shall take these 500 spirit stones, a bottle of ascending spirit pills, and the Lingji herb, along with the 9 turns blood restoration pill." "Your Highness," and Miao Shi's anxiety grew. How could Li Changsheng be so obstinate? Knowing full well the danger of Yunzhou, he still insisted on venturing there. Was he courting death? Moreover, with Li Changsheng's current talents, he could be the core successor wherever he went. He had many paths available to him, yet he chose the most arduous one. Nevertheless, Li Changsheng understood well that in this world, there were no easy roads. All paths were fraught with challenges. Choices mattered more than mere effort. Li Changsheng busied himself packing, intent on leaving after his gleanings. Suddenly, and Miaoshi exclaimed, "Your Highness, do you not want this Ling Jiao immortal fruit? Just one. You should keep it for yourself. Girls ought to be beautiful." The Ling Jiao immortal fruit not only preserved one's youth, but also had miraculous effects in enhancing one's magical prowess. "Why not share it with your Highness?" With that, and Miaoshi drew her sword and sliced the Ling Jiao immortal fruit in two. As Li Changsheng looked at the half of the Ling Jiao immortal fruit being offered to him, he felt warmth in his heart. It seemed that apart from Xiang Long, and Miaoshi treated him the best. Such a precious treasure, most would hesitate to share. Clearly, in Miaoshi's heart, Li Changsheng held some significance. Li Changsheng was deeply moved, and Miaoshi, indeed, deserved a reputation as the most beautiful woman of the Eastern Wilderness. Who could possibly dislike her? The two shared the Ling Jiao immortal fruit, but as they took their first bites, they sensed something amiss. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy accompanied the fruit as it entered their bodies. And Miaoshi furrowed her brows, realizing the danger. Not good. There is demonic energy. The cursed Dantai Jin has resorted to trickery. "Your Highness, spit it out." With that, and Miaoshi stepped forward, attempting to induce Li Changsheng to vomit. However, Li Changsheng's demonic relic functioned normally, digesting the malevolent energy, which instead became nourishment for the demonic relic. "It's fine." "Your Highness, how are you unharmed?" And Miaoshi stared at Li Changsheng in disbelief, but suddenly her body softened and she collapsed into his arms. Chapter 55. I swear I saw everything in the blink of an eye, and Miaoshi felt her vitality draining away rapidly, leaving her exceedingly fatigued. The flow of spiritual energy was sluggish, and there was a slight pain in her chest. Cold sweat drenched her as she lay in Li Changsheng's embrace. "Your Highness, I am truly sorry that my moment of inattention has brought you trouble." Li Changsheng not only felt no abnormality, but instead sensed a notable enhancement in his physique and spiritual resonance. The Ling Jiao immortal fruit was genuine, but so too was the demonic energy that clung to it. "First, do not apologize. How do you feel? How can I assist you in alleviating this?" And Miaoshi replied, "We need to summon an elder from the sacred land. Hurry, for if we delay, cough, cough, all the elders of the sacred land have been summoned by Zhao Xuanji to monitor my retinue and are now far away." This, how infuriating! That Dantai Jin must be scheming to secure the top spot in this martial arts tournament. Do not berate him just yet. What will happen to you if we do not act swiftly? It could leave a lasting affliction. This demonic energy originates from the secret arts of the demon clan and can taint all things. Touching contaminated items leads to infection, with no elder present. How can I assist you? How did your highness resolve it? Well, I possess a wondrous technique, and I do not feel any unusual effect. Li Changsheng slightly concealed the truth. For him, the demonic energy was not only harmless, but akin to a mere snack for the demonic relic. And Miao, she said, if it is possible, please use your abilities to absorb the demonic energy from my body and then dissolve IT this moment. And Miao, she's complexion had turned deathly pale. She loathed Dan Taijin with a passion that to secure the top position in the martial arts tournament. He had resorted to such despicable tactics. She felt helpless. According to the usual protocols, she would never have engaged with such things. Yet today, she had encountered Li Changsheng. The crown prince of Yu. Was well known that the Yu royal family held a tradition of marrying the maiden of the foremost sacred land. Much like the current emperor and empress, Zhao Xuanji. They were a divine couple, a one-husband, one-wife union, a tale celebrated across the realm that in the future, would Li Changsheng ascend the throne, or would it be the second prince? Li Changjian, in comparison, and Miao, she found herself more favorably inclined towards Li Changsheng. For the second prince, Li Changjian had left a less than favorable impression during her time training at the Sacred Land, appearing somewhat superficial and hypocritical. With the intention of fostering a friendly relationship with Li Changsheng, she had strategically shared the Ling Jiu immortal fruit with him during his moment of need. Surely this would leave a lasting impression on him. Yet that sycophant Dan Taijin had poisoned the fruit. What a waste of resources. Truly, she had stumbled into misfortune. In Miao, she clutched her chest, the piercing pain causing her expression to twist in agony. Her tightly fitted garments accentuated her figure, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Li Changsheng hurriedly lifted her up to the bed, asking, "And fairy, what must I do?" "Undress, take off your clothes." "Huh. For you, together, and fairy, this is demonic energy. Not an aphrodisiac. Ugh, it hurts. And fairy, I get to make a move to no, your highness, I am in pain. I have no strength left. Please, help me rub it. Ugh, it hurts, seeing her in distress, clutching her heart and rolling on the bed. Li Changsheng disregarded the proprieties between men and women that he embraced in Miao Shi, gently pressing on her soft heart, applying gentle yet firm pressure, then releasing his spiritual resonance to circulate her energy and alleviate her suffering. Huffed out of Miao, she instantly felt much better. Her face flushed, she dared not meet Li Changsheng's gaze and said, "Your Highness, the demonic energy has invaded my body, depleting my vitality and spiritual energy to IT is unbearable to suppress. But I feel much improved now." Li Changsheng licked his lips and said, "And fairy, I did not intend to be disrespectful. And Miao, she gasped, but realizing the pain was not from the demonic energy. She blushed and closed her mouth. She shyly replied, "Your Highness, please save me." "What do you propose?" "You must absorb the demonic energy from my body. This process cannot have any barriers, including clothing. Will you not kill me afterward?" "Your Highness, how could you say such a thing? To be saved by you." And Miao, she feels immensely fortunate. "Please, say me quickly that if not, my future will be utterly ruined. Since you have said as much, I shall not hesitate." Without further ado, he reached out and deftly removed in Miao Shi's waistband, revealing a white undergarment beneath. In Miao, she seemed to realize that to avoid lasting repercussions, there was no other way forward. Unfortunately, in the wake of the Sacred Lands battle, not a single elder was present to help her suppress the demonic energy. Encounter Li Changsheng, who could refine the demonic energy, was already a stroke of fortune. If she did not refine it in time, her path in martial arts would be irrevocably destroyed. She could only hope that Li Changsheng would act as a gentleman and not take advantage of her vulnerability. If he did, she would have no choice but to accept it. In Miao Shi, feeling overly bashful, tightly closed her eyes. She sensed her last piece of clothing being removed, followed by the sensation of her bare skin pressing against Li Changsheng's. Huff. She could not discern whether her rapid breath was due to the excruciating pain from the demonic energy or the anxiety brought on by their skin-to-skin contact. But soon, Li Changsheng activated his supreme demonic technique. Seize the technique. His ethereal essence surged into Miaoshi's body, locking onto the chaotic, demonic energy. Then, with the mysterious workings of the Tai Suit Demon God technique, it anchored onto Miaoshi's meridians. Gradually absorbing the energy, the demonic aura began to withdraw from Miaoshi's heart, slowly transferring into Li Changsheng's body. Feeling the demonic energy being drawn from within her, and Miaoshi let out a long sigh of relief and stealthily opened her eyes. Before her sat Li Changsheng, meditating with a clear gaze, utterly focused, silently employing his magical skills to assist her in absorbing the demonic energy, and Miaoshi gazed at Li Changsheng's handsome visage, momentarily entranced. Eventually, after completing his cultivation, Li Changsheng refined the absorbed demonic energy. The two returned to their normal states, and Miaoshi suddenly noticed an additional blanket around her. When she looked up again, Li Changsheng had risen. Fully dressed. "Farian, I beg your forgiveness. I swear I saw nothing just now," and Miaoshi blushed profusely, thinking to herself, "I believe you. Not at all, that I clearly saw everything." Yet she replied, "Your Highness, please call me Shir." Li Changsheng, maintaining his composure, insisted, "I truly did not see your body." However, his mind was filled with the image of Miaoshi's delicate figure. Magnificent indeed, he then found himself with a nosebleed, feeling a warmth in his nostrils. He quickly wiped it clean, explaining, "Please do not misunderstand. This is merely a side effect of dispelling the demonic energy," and Miaoshi could not help but chuckle. For her, retaining her maidenhood was a small price to pay. Otherwise, if the demonic energy completely eroded her body, it would be nearly impossible to expel, thus ending her path of martial arts for life. At that time, she would still be at the mercy of Dantai Jin, becoming his puppet. This outcome, however, was the best possible. Through the screen, Li Changsheng glimpsed a hazy silhouette dressing herself, and he instinctively felt a surge of desire. He had nearly lost control moments ago, but fortunately, he had maintained his moral compass. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life," and Miaoshi said, now fully dressed, slightly bowing in gratitude. "Since all is well, I shall take my leave. In the future, you must be cautious with the gifts you receive. That Dantai Jin, next time I see him, I shall not spare him." "Your Highness, wait a moment." Changsheng's heart raced. Could it be that she wanted him to take responsibility? He already had a wife at home. His brother had a Su Fei as well. "Your Highness, I have a humble request that it is now the time of the martial arts tournament, and you and I have yet to spar. I wish to determine a victor between us." Li Changsheng pondered for a moment and replied, "What is your realm?" "Peak martial sovereign. So formidable. You do not intend to take this opportunity to kill me, do you?" "Your Highness, how could I dare? I simply admire your strength when you defeated Dantai Jin and wish to learn a trick or two from you." "Then let us spar in the Peach Grove at Taohua Temple to avoid attracting outside attention." "Very well, as you wish." Chapter 56. Battling Farian, she surrenders softly in Shuzhou City, at Taohua Temple. Li Changsheng, who had just entered the martial sovereign realm, engaged in fierce combat with Miaoshi in the forest, wielding his still incompletely refined life sword. And Miaoshi launched a series of relentless attacks, her sword slicing through the air like a night hawk taking flight. Changsheng barely had time to react before the blade cut into his skin, followed by a flurry of swift assaults that left him momentarily dazzled. Yet, having absorbed dragon essence, his minor wounds healed almost instantaneously. Miaoshi furrowed her brows. She had witnessed Li Changsheng absorb the dragon essence with her own eyes that day. Such a rare treasure. This meant that unless she revealed her true abilities, she would not breach Li Changsheng's defenses. Once more, she gripped her sword and unleashed another wave of attacks, her essence transforming into ice, causing the temperature around them to plummet. Li Changsheng was taken aback. What was this transformation in martial arts? Such elemental changes could only be possessed by a martial sovereign. The sword energy became sharper, and the cold frost delayed Li Changsheng's blood circulation. True Spirit 9 transformations that in Miaoshi moved with agility, her swordplay becoming increasingly profound, while Li Changsheng appeared somewhat clumsy. This was due to his recent ascent to the martial sovereign realm. His essence was still insufficient, unless he utilized the imperial flag. However, as the holy maiden of the first sacred land, she undoubtedly possessed powerful weaponry. If ordinary weapons could not prevail, he would still face defeat. Li Changsheng shifted to a defensive stance. Relying on the restorative power of dragon essence and the aid of the heavenly demon relic, he held his ground. Moments flew by as they exchanged hundreds of blows, their sword techniques flowing like water. Ever-changing, without fixed patterns or end, this lad adapts remarkably fast to this moment. Atop the high walls of Taohua Temple, the newly arrived Lung Qinshue observed the battle unfolding in the Peach Grove, nodding silently. Although Li Changsheng seemed to be at a disadvantage, in reality, he held firm. With a longer training period and more refined sword techniques, and Miaoshi found it difficult to break through as their strengths ebbed and flowed. This lad, fortified by dragon essence and his own formidable recovery abilities, would not be defeated in this fierce contest. But you, lad, how could you silently run off with the holy maiden to settle a score? Was he truly captivated by me? That shouldn't be possible. My allure never fails. Could it be that he remains as calm as still water? He is already married. How could he possibly retain such innocence? Ah, this disciple truly gives me no peace. I must enchant him properly later. After exchanging 1,000 moves, and Miaoshi still could not subdue Li Changsheng, she resolved to change her strategy and go all out. Your Highness, it is time to determine our victor. Unveil the imperial flag. Li Changsheng's expression darkened. The 5,000 loyal soul soldiers of the imperial flag were currently recovering. Their power was not as formidable as when he faced Tianfengling. But suddenly, Miaoshi's aura surged, invoking her bloodline powers, and she exchanged her sword for a slender blade of flowing frost. Each of her moves became immensely powerful, unmatchable by anyone below the martial king realm. Buzz! The imperial flag was summoned once more, this time in a fully liberated state, though lacking the full might of the loyal soul army. However, nurtured by the ethereal essence, the imperial flag's power surged. With a whoosh, a single strike forced the surrounding frost to retreat, and the entire Peach Grove's blossoms swirled around them, forming a vortex. Boom! As they collided head-on, waves of ethereal energy rippled outward, despite the difference in realms. The ancient sacred artifacts still held the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. After dozens of exchanges, the loyal soul army, fatigued from battle, suddenly surged forth, catching Miaoshi off guard and pushing her to the corner. Seizing the opportunity, Li Changsheng stepped forward, channeling his vast ethereal essence in a full-blown attack. Clang! The spear atop the imperial flag met in Miaoshi's sword, locking them in a stalemate. The immense surge of ethereal energy immediately attracted the attention of many martial artists from Shuzhou City, who swiftly converged on Taohua Temple. Look, the imperial flag. Li Changsheng, did he not leave? What a clever ruse. Never mind the details. Look, he is battling in Miao 11. Miaoshi was momentarily outmatched. The frost sword wielded by Fairy and was also an exceedingly rare treasure. Rivaling some ancient sacred artifacts, as the crowd gathered, Li Changsheng remained fixated on Miaoshi, unleashing his ethereal energy to its fullest. Miaoshi, too, upheld her dignity as a martial artist. She did not wish to lose. She was equally determined to resist. Both were at their limits. Should one hold on, victory would be theirs. Suddenly, Li Changsheng's body erupted in lightning. While channeling the Taisu demon god technique, he felt a surge of power from deep within, igniting an innate force. Through the cultivation technique, after traversing through 81 cycles, he forcibly drew it forth. The Chalet bloodline. Boom! The core ability of the Li clan, establishing their foothold in the eastern wilderness, was unleashed without the aid of special Li clan techniques. With a whoosh, Li Changsheng's eyes radiated with purple lightning, which spread outward. When it struck Miaoshi, her resistance from the frost essence reduced the impact to a mere trickle of electricity reaching her body. Ah! And Miaoshi suddenly felt a jolt at her chest. Wasn't that where Li Changsheng had just massaged her? Her cheeks flushed as she suspected it was intentional. Your Highness! Oh dear, another slight jolt struck at the center of her chest. Repeated shocks reminded Miaoshi of their earlier healing session, leaving her exceedingly bashful. The intent to determine a victor faded. Yet, she misunderstood. Li Changsheng swore it was merely the activation of his bloodline power. Beyond his control, who would have guessed it would land precisely on her chest? In this duel of strength, they were merely a breath apart. Yet, And Miaoshi misinterpreted the moment, her resolve faltering, and she lost the will to continue fighting. Clang! The frost sword was knocked away. The spear of the imperial flag pressed against Miaoshi's throat, and Miaoshi covered her chest with her hand, blushing. Your Highness, you have won. Please, cease your shocking Li Changsheng had yet to respond. Thinking to himself, how am I shocking you? Please do not act as if I'm trying to bully you. He looked up and noticed the commotion their duel had attracted. Lowering his voice, he said, I take my leave. Your Highness, please wait a moment. And Miaoshi produced a small pouch and remarked, I forgot to mention, at the Shuzhou Poetry Conference, your poem Sees the West claimed victory. May snow grace the mountains in May. No flowers bloom. Only frost remains. From the flute, I hear the lament of the willows. Spring's colors have yet to be seen at dawn. The drums sound a battle call. At night, I rest with my jade saddle. I long to wield my sword at my waist, to sever the palace gates. Your Highness, the final line seems rather ominous. Li Changsheng reprimanded. Mind your own business. Do you intend to teach me how to compose poetry? Indeed, I dare not. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. Li Changsheng accepted the prize for first place that he had not anticipated receiving such an award. It seems that the Ulu Academy still holds considerable prestige. The reward consisted of 1,000 taels of silver, 100 spirit stones, and a rare herb capable of forging extraordinary bodies for martial artists. A single silver note, the spirit stones weighed heavily, alongside a sealed box containing the so-called immortal herb, IT turned out to be body-tempering Ganoderma, which could assist martial artists in refining their physiques. Generally of great value yet scarce in the market, it was indeed a rare item. Coincidentally, Li Changsheng had already consumed the heavenly demon transformation pill. This body-tempering Ganoderma was merely one of the medicinal ingredients in its formula. He stated, thank you. Until we meet again, and Miaoshi wished to say more, but Li Changsheng leaped away, disappearing behind a cluster of buildings. Meanwhile, those observing began to murmur, he has won again, first defeating Dan Taijin. And now in Miaoshi, this crown prince of the Yu is indeed a deep well of talent. It appears that the Li clan of the Yu is poised to produce another divine warrior. But I have heard that Li Changsheng is not favored. The true favorite is the second prince, Li Changjian. Haven't you heard? Li Changsheng writes rebellious poetry. He is no obedient subject. There's quite a show to behold. I foresee turmoil in DU. And what does that concern us martial artists? True, but to catch a glimpse of the immortal in, I would die without regret. Chapter 57. The Emperor's ruthless dissection of rebellious poetry in the bustling streets of Shuzhou. Li Changsheng ran while glancing back. Close behind him was the relentless Lung Qianxue. Disciple, you have not succumbed to my charms. You are disobedient. Master must punish you. Li Changsheng glanced back. He saw Lung Qianxue closing in. Just as he was about to be caught, he darted into a nearby brothel. Upon entering, Li Changsheng produced the 1,000 taels of silver he had just won and said, block the women out. Is it a hero or a coward? We shall see on the battlefield. Chapter 58. The Crown Prince surprisingly subdues the rebel army. Truly urgent this time. The demonic valley is, for others, a place of certain death. Yet, with the human emperor's banner in hand, Li Changsheng thrives, truly thrives. Though the human emperor's banner has not been fully unleashed, as he strides through the canyon, all the restless souls are absorbed into it. Moreover, in such an environment, the recovery of the loyal spirit army becomes all the more effortless. Any rebellious souls attacking Li Changsheng are transformed into nourishment for the human emperor's banner, aiding in the rejuvenation of the 5,000 loyal spirit soldiers, in less than half a day. Li Changsheng departed from the Great Canyon, riding towards Yin. This moment, the human emperor's banner had already been restored and had even recruited 30,000 loyal spirit soldiers. They possess no physical form, require no sustenance, and are utterly loyal. Each one capable of contending with a martial sovereign in a fierce exchange. They have but one request, that in the future, Li Changsheng grant them passage into reincarnation. In the wilderness, Li Changsheng made an agreement with Xiang Long to meet at the outpost in Yinzhou, outside Tianmen Pass. Calculating the time, it should be today, after slaying the Marquis of Jiulu and leaving Shuzhou City. He acquired this supreme sword Dao. Observing its intricacies, it is indeed a professional sword scripture, distinct from the heart methods, demonstrating that expertise has its own merits. This one is even more formidable, that he must catch up with the main forces and thoroughly study it. These past 2 days without assistance have certainly been quite uncomfortable. Changsheng rode his horse to a narrow pass in the river valley, spotting numerous abandoned and dilapidated grain carts along the way. Along with some desiccated bones, this was an old, neglected official road, with trees on either side stripped of their bark. Delving deeper, he witnessed 2 factions engaged in combat. One side comprised a servant army, led by 50 martial warriors, methodically conducting a defensive battle. Due to the need to protect a substantial amount of provisions and wealth, the servant army could not charge forth. Xianglong, being an old fellow, could not move quickly either and required protection. The assailants, it appeared, were not highway robbers but rather common folk wielding hoes and wooden sticks. These commoners, though frail, had the advantage in numbers and possessed bows and arrows. Furthermore, these insurgents seemed to employ smoke as a tactic. Upon receiving news of his exploits in Shuzhou City, the various experts had dispersed. It truly felt as though he were commanding from afar. Nevertheless, he too needed to swiftly enhance his strength. The protective aura of the martial emperor realm had dissipated, and he could not afford to fall into a passive position. Changsheng pondered as he observed the battle ahead, estimating the opposing force at around 1,000 they think they can exhaust my men with a war of attrition. He was not versed in military formations. Yet in this martial world, individual strength sufficed. Changsheng grasped his destined sword and flung it forth. A wisp of spirit emerged, trailing a crimson shadow. The supreme sword Dao, sword control technique. This was a newly devised maneuver, the crimson shadow of the sword darting across the battlefield. Changsheng did not aim to kill, but rather to injure. With his involvement, the 2 sides were torn apart, and the fighting significantly eased. Xianglong looked over, elated. Your Highness, Your Highness! Changsheng slowly entered the battlefield, and the servant army knelt, calling out, We pay our respects to Your Highness. He nodded silently. What is happening? Xianglong responded, Your Highness, we have encountered a group of rebels near Yunzhou and Tianmen Pass. Changsheng interjected, Rebels? What rebels? Do you think they can afford to be picky about their food? Just look at their coarse clothing and the farming tools they wield. Each one as gone as can be. This statement left Xianglong momentarily speechless. Even the insurgents opposite were taken aback. The leader of the opposing faction spoke. No need for pretense. They address you as Your Highness. Could it be that you are the crown prince recently returned from the barbarian tribes? Changsheng clarified, I did not return. The crown prince walked back on his own. I have heard you compose 2 rebellious poems. How do you know such recent news? That was merely 4 or 5 days ago. I possess my own abilities, he replied. However, it appears the rumor that the emperor sent the crown prince to Yunzhou to meet his demise is indeed true. Brothers, if we slay this crown prince, we need not fear retaliation. The insurgents raised their hammers, hoes, and sickles, chanting, Kill, kill, kill. Changsheng sighed. Are you certain? Upon speaking, the human emperor's banner emerged. 30,000 loyal spirit soldiers arranged themselves in formation, each clad in armor. Their ethereal forms glowing golden, their presence as imposing as a mountain. The insurgents, upon witnessing this, retreated in fear, having previously held a numerical advantage, which had now vanished. The loyal spirit soldiers could soar, sealing off all escape routes. Now it was the turn of Kong Ding and the others from the servant army to laugh heartily. Rebels, do you not know the prowess of our prince? Quickly surrender, before His Highness. You are nothing. Though the insurgents were terrified, they did not scatter, still surrounding the masked leader. The leader of the insurgents declared, Fellow villagers, having initially slain the officials to aid the disaster victims, we had no choice but to take up arms. We anticipated this day would come. It seems that day has arrived. He is the crown prince of Du. Slaying us will earn him great merit, and he may be welcomed back to the court. So he will not spare us. The leader intended to deliver a stirring speech before committing to a fight to the death, but Changsheng interrupted, Did I say I would kill you? If you wish to die, find a crooked tree to hang yourself from. Why should the rest follow you to death? The insurgent leader scoffed, Do you expect us to believe you will spare us? Do you think we are 3-year-olds? Li Changsheng replied. I will indeed spare you, but on one condition. Upon hearing this, the insurgents reignited their hope for survival. Changsheng continued. Join me, and I will draft a surrender document to incorporate you into my ranks. Xiang Long, alarmed, quickly interjected, Your Highness, you are overstepping. You will be held accountable for this. Minister, which is the greater crime, composing rebellious poems or overstepping authority. Both are grave offenses. Then minister, from the moment I departed the capital, there has been no turning back. If I return, would I not be stripped of my cultivation and relegated to a mere shell of a man? Confined, within months, a rumor of the crown prince's sudden illness and demise would circulate, and my life would come to a close. Xiang Long fell silent, having contemplated this path, but was unprepared for the crown prince's swift actions that be by the way. Minister, the Marquis of Julu is dead. I avenged you. Xiang Long's aged eyes widened in disbelief. The foe who had brought ruin to his family, the Marquis of Julu, was finally dead. Though not by his own hand, he felt as though he had played a part in it. Did he not? His heart raced, and he immediately knelt to thank Li Changsheng for avenging him. Your Highness, Li Changsheng sighed. His decision to return to Shuzhou City was also motivated by the desire to assist this old minister in seeking vengeance. Otherwise, the Marquis of Julu's status meant he could not be so easily eliminated upon returning to the capital. After hearing Li Changsheng's conditions, the common folk began to murmur among themselves, uncertain of what to do. After conferring with his comrades, the insurgent leader stated, If you wish to recruit us, will we have enough to eat? How can we trust you are not deceiving us? Has anyone from the Li family ever cared for our lives? Li Changsheng raised his hand, declaring, Distribute half of the provisions to them. As long as I have food, I need not prove anything to you. Watching the servant army bring forth the grain, the commoners could no longer contain themselves. The first to disregard the leader's commands surged forward, and soon the rest followed suit, rushing to seize the food. Within moments, the insurgents had transformed into starving raiders, scrambling for grain. The insurgent leader could only watch in exasperation, unable to maintain order. They had all been hungry for too long. With their retreat cut off by the loyal spirit soldiers, the insurgents had become famished raiders. He approached Li Changsheng, kneeling and asking, Your Highness, how do you intend to deal with us? Li Changsheng replied, I have said I will not kill you, that a dynasty that cannot ensure its subjects are fed should not force its people into desperation. Those around, both the servant army and the common folk, felt a lump in their throats. Your Highness cares for us common folk. The servant army members, too, had dared to follow Li Changsheng out of desperation for sustenance. Li Changsheng continued, Follow me, and I promise you will have enough to eat. Will you join me? Long live the Crown Prince, someone shouted, and soon others joined in the chant. Long live the Crown Prince. In no time, news of the insurgents in Yunzhou and Tianmen Pass being subdued reached the capital. Long live the Crown Prince? Unruly child, you have chosen the path to your own demise. That Li Yuan, upon receiving the news, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. His teeth clenched tightly. If Li Changsheng's previous disobedience could be categorized as mere childish rebellion, it was still within the realm of tolerable mischief. To demonstrate the grandeur of an emperor's spirit, he would not resort to excessively harsh measures. However, with the creation of rebellious poetry and the audacious proclamation of the crown prince's longevity while unilaterally absorbing rebel forces, he had crossed numerous red lines. This had encroached upon both the emperor's authority and Li Yuan's own limits. This time, Li Yuan refrained from letting his fury explode. He was compelled to consider seriously how to address the issue of the crown prince. In the imperial study, numerous ministers observed the emperor's countenance, which was as dark as thunderclouds. They were all acutely aware of the concerns harbored by Empress Yu. The crown prince had indeed transgressed the boundaries, reaching a point where rectification was unavoidable. Your Majesty, the crown prince's cultivation is merely at the martial sovereign realm that it would suffice to dispatch a general of the martial king realm, or even a martial lord. To quell the situation, one minister suggested that I second this proposal. A martial lord possesses the capability to traverse the skies and, within 2 days, could apprehend the crown prince and bring him back to court. Father, I am willing to lead a contingent of elite soldiers to escort the crown prince back to the capital. The second prince suddenly stepped forward, voluntarily accepting the mission. His intentions were evident. He sought to accrue merit. With the crown prince now jeopardizing his own future, he no longer needed to fret over the succession to the throne. The accolades he would receive for this feat would be ample when he eventually ascended to the throne. He was also filled with resentment. Why should a waste like Changsheng overshadow him? The so-called talent of the ancient bell's 9 chimes was merely a ruse orchestrated by him for defeating the prodigies from various regions. That was solely reliant on the ancient artifact, the human emperor's banner. He could achieve that as well. Seeing the second prince willingly volunteering for the task, Empress Yu recalled the earlier retrieval of the former emperor's sword. The second prince had not shown any discontent and remained obedient. This put her in good spirits, and she remarked, "A son should behave thus. What kind of son constantly defies his father?" With a resolute heart, Empress Yu retrieved the former emperor's sword, which he had not had the chance to bestow. "Very well, I grant you the immortal emperor's sword and command you to mobilize the Changsheng division. You must ensure that the crown prince know that rebellious child is brought back. I accept the decree," the second prince replied, elated that in a twist of fate, this identification of the crown prince was bestowed upon him once more. Previously, it had been a private bestowal. Now, it was a public one, making it difficult to retract. The surrounding ministers, witnessing this exchange, refrained from further comment, clearly understanding that the emperor's resolve was unyielding. The crown prince's faction had thus completely collapsed. The political landscape of the great Yu Dynasty remained unchanged. Meanwhile, within the residence of Changsheng and Shun Weiyang in the capital, Shun Weiyang felt a wave of nausea wash over her at the scent of food. Her appetite entirely absent, longing only for a sour plum. "My lady, your condition..." Silence. "It must not be made public." Shun Weiyang gestured for quiet. Though she was the daughter of a general, she had a keen interest in medicine from a young age and was well aware of her own body, recognizing that she was indeed with child. However, the current situation regarding Changsheng was exceedingly complex, far beyond her expectations. Initially, she had hoped to find support for the Duke of Dinghua's residence, but the circumstances had drastically changed. With the crown prince's defiance and rebellious poetry, she was at a loss for what to do next. Based on past experiences, she believed she could at least rely on the bloodline of the Li family to preserve her life. "Sister!" Suddenly, her younger sister Shunlan entered, exclaiming dramatically, "Sister, it's terrible. The crown prince is planning a rebellion." Shun Weiyang's expression shifted. Had the crown prince truly reached such a point? However, in this martial world, the strong prevailed. How could the crown prince possibly contend against the myriad powerful figures of the great Yu Dynasty? Not to mention that Empress Yu herself was the Eastern Emperor, a war god, and the Li family was the foremost sacred ground. With numerous allied clans that served as unshakable pillars, the crown prince was being foolish. Shun Weiyang lamented, supporting her forehead with her hand. "Sister, now is the time for you to urgently request a divorce from His Majesty. The crown prince has always viewed him as incapable. Now, he has become even more inept and is plotting rebellion. Truly a disloyal, unfilial, and unjust individual. Be quiet. No matter the circumstances, he is not someone you could disparage." Shun Weiyang reprimanded. Shunlan, perplexed, replied, "Sister, why do you still defend him? If he truly cared for your well-being, he wouldn't be contemplating rebellion. I am not a worm in his belly. How could I possibly know what he is thinking?" As the sisters conversed, a maid entered to announce the arrival of Consort Su. Shun Weiyang dismissed her sister, saying, "Lan'er, you should return and inform mother and grandmother that I am well." Shunlan huffed. "Sister, you are far too compliant. If it were me, I would have the crown prince strung up and beaten until he behaved. What audacity does he have to instigate a rebellion?" No sooner had Shunlan left than Consort Su arrived. Despite the news of the death of Duke Jiulu reaching them, the perpetrator remained unidentified. Consort Su, being with child, was exempted from the mourning period, yet she wore plain garments. She harbored little emotional pain for her father, who had orchestrated her life and relentlessly forced her to ingest various dubious fertility medicines. At the least now, she would no longer be a puppet for the Duke of Jiulu's residence. However, her concerns were now directed towards Changsheng. It was not merely that night when Li Changsheng had allowed her to experience the joys of womanhood. Rather, it was the child within her womb, Li Changsheng's child, that a peculiar thought arose within her. What if Li Changsheng suddenly transformed into a martial genius? Breaking through to the martial sovereign realm, becoming the emperor of Great Yu, and she, in turn, became the empress, with her unborn child naturally becoming the crown prince. After all, it was currently rumored that the crown prince possessed extraordinary talent. A prodigy in martial arts. The two women met, exchanging pleasantries. Consort Su remarked, "After consuming my sister's concoction previously, the feeling of nausea has indeed vanished. Consort Su, your pulse is stable. Just be mindful of wind and cold in daily life. And you should not encounter any major issues. I understand. I merely wish to inform you of the crown prince's predicament." Shen Weiyang was puzzled. Why did Consort Su always seem concerned about the crown prince? Shouldn't she be pleased to see him in trouble? He is in quite a bind this time. That it is imperative to command Li Changjian to send the experts of the Changsheng division to apprehend the crown prince. Li Changjian has brought several experts of the martial king realm and 4 martial lords. The Changsheng division was an institution in Great Yu that recruited formidable warriors. Only those above the martial sovereign realm could enter. The strongest among them were martial lords, and their numbers were plentiful. This indicated that, in the eyes of the Great Yu court, the crown prince's antics were about to come to an end. In this martial world, a single martial expert could easily crush a well-trained army. "You must notify the crown prince post-haste," Consort Su stated before taking her leave. "Consort Su." Shen Weiyang rose, watching the departing figure of Consort Su, utterly bewildered. Consort Su is so kind. Even after her father's death, she appears unperturbed and comes to deliver news. Could it be that Shen Weiyang dared not ponder further, knowing that to uncover such truths would not bode well. Hastily, she summoned a carrier pigeon to inform Li Changsheng of the developments. Her own future was entwined with his, and she wished for nothing more than for him to remain safe and sound. As night deepened within the borders of Great Yu's Yinzhou, the environment grew increasingly desolate. The common folk were displaced, merchants vanished, and aside from the core towns, the surrounding villages had been ravaged. Changsheng and his companions set up camp by a river valley. Xiang Long entered, holding a carrier pigeon. "Your Highness, the lady has sent a message." Upon unfolding the letter, Li Changsheng realized he had landed himself in deep trouble. Yet he had anticipated this outcome and remained unfazed. 4 martial lords, but upon seeing this information, Li Changsheng was also at a loss. This would not be an easy challenge. At this pivotal moment in life, he faced 3 choices. Choice 1. We are all family. Forgive my youthful ignorance. Submit to Empress Yu and return to the capital as a dutiful son. Reward. 9 revolutions golden pill. As long as 1 breath remains, it can restore life. Choice 2. Engage in battles elsewhere. Seizing what one can wherever one goes. Succeed as a hero. Fail as a tyrant. Reward. Great wilderness spirit pill. Top-tier cultivation elixir. Choice 3. Take root in Yinzhou. Amass military strength. Inform that man upon the throne that should he continue to meddle, he will face the wrath of the people. Changsheng stared at the presented choices, his scalp prickling. They're truly not a single beneficial option. Chapter 60. The Enchanting Witch Master. Is this the flavor of soft rice? Bitter, more bitter than bitter melon. Changsheng could hardly contain his disdain for this life choice system that offered no paths of ease. Yet the rewards were irresistibly tempting to top-tier dual cultivation technique. Is this an implication that I must return to rescue Shen Weiyang? Within the tent, Li Changsheng observed the newly subdued leader of the righteous army, a martial artist named Han Feng, kneeling before him. Han Feng was a man of the martial world in his 30s, who had lost his parents to famine. After achieving some success in his studies, he returned to his hometown. Unable to bear the sight of his fellow villagers starving, he led a rebellion, killing officials, opening granaries to relieve the disaster, and subsequently became the leader of the righteous army. Han Feng possessed initial cultivation at the martial sovereign realm and was considered a rare talent in martial arts. However, he was not skilled in combat. Rather, he excelled in witchcraft techniques, including divination, spreading plagues, and raising worms. Your Highness, calamity may soon befall you. On a table within the tent lay a topographical map of Yinzhou. adorned with the intricate symbols of tortoise shells and divinatory coins. Han Feng gazed at the recurring divination results. Having witnessed the same hexagram multiple times, Changsheng responded, I am aware that the second prince has brought 4 formidable warriors from the Changsheng sect to capture me and return me to my place. It appears that your highness is quite well informed. That he then inquired, tell me, do I have any chance to break free from this predicament? In a world of genius and fortune, there exists a dynamic interplay. Where there is danger, there must also be opportunity. The crux lies in whether your highness can seize it. Li Changsheng found these words appealing. Crisis, where there is peril, there is opportunity that if he fails to seize it, then he deserves to lose. Yet he firmly believed he would not falter. Are you familiar with the Lord of Yinzhou? Indeed, he replied. He is a brutal yet immensely powerful defender, willing to sacrifice the lives of nearby villagers to preserve Yinzhou, allowing the demon race to slaughter the populace without intervention. Anyone who dares to oppose him within the city meets a grim fate. At this juncture, Xiang Long interjected, Yinzhou is vast yet sparsely populated, with treacherous roads. Although the court allocates funds annually, after the exploitation by those noble scions, little remains. The court has only one stipulation for the Lord of Yinzhou. The city must not fall. This statement served as both a supplement and a caution for Li Changsheng. Life in Yinzhou was arduous, and the court seemed indifferent for various reasons. He would not receive any favorable treatment upon his arrival in the city. Han Feng added, moreover, the Lord of Yinzhou is a member of the Li clan. At the pinnacle of the martial lord realm, Changsheng fell silent, realizing that a situation was akin to being caught between a wolf and a tiger. Xiang Long suggested, Your Highness, why not venture towards Sangzhou? The region is rich in resources and bountiful harvests are imminent with autumn approaching. However, Li Changsheng was not inclined to wander aimlessly or resort to pillaging. That would reduce him to the status of a rebel. He yearned for a territory where he could reside peacefully and cultivate diligently. He wished to prove to those in the imperial capital of the Yu that Li Changsheng, was not inferior to their favored second prince. He even aspired to challenge them. Otherwise, 20 years as a hostage would have been in vain. Deeply furrowing his brow, Li Changsheng exited the tent and approached a stream at the valley's edge. He contemplated, leaning towards a third choice in life, not solely due to the dual cultivation technique, but for the sake of dignity. His life was to be determined by him alone. Even the second path was fraught with thorns. The first path would also present dangers in this era of great conflict. If one is not seated at the table, they shall inevitably become the feast. My dear disciple, you are indeed a challenge to find. A sultry voice suddenly interrupted from behind. He turned to see a peasant woman approaching. Yet as she spun around, her human skin peeled away to reveal a stunningly beautiful demoness clad in red. Lung Chinshua. Li Changsheng's lips twitched. When had this woman managed to follow him? Truly absurd. However, he maintained his composure and said, I am merely testing you. Only upon passing will I consider taking you as my disciple. Long Chinshua, irked, reached out and pinched Li Changsheng's ear, saying, You little rascal, do not push your luck. If it were not for your slight talent and decent appearance, I would have no patience to waste on you. Come, return with me to the Hahuan sect. Li Changsheng replied, Master, a forced harvest is never sweet. I see you as rather sweet yourself. After using me, do you intend to run away? You have said it yourself. The Hahuan sect exists only with you and me. Thus, wherever the disciple goes, there too lies the sect. Upon hearing this, Long Chinshua found some merit in his argument, albeit limited. She retorted, It is wherever the master goes that the sect resides. Do you intend to reverse the heavens? Suddenly, Li Changsheng grasped Long Chinshua's delicate hand and stated, Therefore, master, am I not preparing funds for the reconstruction of our Hahuan sect? Pray tell, how do you intend to deceive me this time? Li Changsheng smiled and replied, You see, Yinzhou is an excellent location. Once we seize it, we can restore the Hahuan sect and secure a place to call home. Long Chinshua countered, Do you think your grandfather and maternal grandfather are fools? They refrained from acting against me, and Shuzhou merely out of disdain. Now, with your little trick of the golden cicada shedding its shell, you've led them away, but they shall return before long. Li Changsheng stated, Master, you may be unaware. When I departed from the barbarian tribe, they planned to tear up the treaty between our nations and launch a massive invasion of Dayu. Hence, if I establish a foothold here, as long as I do not break away from Dayu, the court will not intervene. Upon hearing this, Lung Qinshua's heart stirred. Was there such a matter? Of course. Li Changsheng was fabricating the story. He had no knowledge of whether the barbarians would come or not. An idea struck him, a brilliant solution to his troubles. His demoness master was simply too alluring in a dual sense. The second prince had brought martial lord experts, did he not? Then he would invite his master to take action. The Lord of Yinzhou was a martial lord as well, was he not? What a splendid tool, no, what a splendid master. To partake in the benefits of his master was not to eat soft rice. Master, my intentions are sincere. You see, I have even gathered so many people for the Huan sect. He gestured to the training servants before the camp. Lung Qinshu listened, finding it quite reasonable that if Li Changsheng utilized his identity well, it could be a fortuitous opportunity for her to revive the Huan sect of Yin and Yang. The reason the first sacred land had endured for a millennium was precisely due to its backing by the Dayu imperial family. Should Li Changsheng ascend to the throne, the Huan sect could likewise flourish. Have you finished groping? Li Changsheng awkwardly chuckled a few times, released Lung Qinshua's hand, and remarked, Master, what do you wash your hands with? They are too smooth. I am curious, and wish to buy some for my wife. Humph. I am naturally beautiful. Lung Qinshu retracted her hand, but was not angered. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, Very well, since that is the case, I shall trust you once more that if you deceive me again, I shall not take you as my disciple. You brat, seeking a beating. Master, I was merely jesting. Huh. The two exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a smile, and reached a consensus. Chapter 61. The crown princes gained power, and the barbarians from the north have indeed arrived outside Yinzhou. Several flying swords soared through the skies in the martial arts world. Powerful figures could traverse the heavens and the earth. These sword cultivators from the capital of Dayu had traversed thousands of miles in the blink of an Li Changsheng had just accepted his master. Lung Qinshu in his fold when a commotion erupted outside. Flying a sword. Martial King experts. I suspect there are more. Hurry and inform His Highness. Look, those garments belong to the Kuaishing Bureau of Dayu. What shall we do now? Within the camp, the servant army was busily preparing meals, and upon witnessing the formidable figures above, despair settled over them, for they were not equipped to confront such might that Li Changsheng come out and receive the imperial edict. Suspended in mid-air, Li Changjian wielded the imperial decree with a triumphant air, standing atop the former emperor's sword. This power struggle for the throne, after all, was one he had won effortlessly. Li Changsheng emerged from the tent. With his master present, he was no longer intimidated by such trivial matters. What? My dear second brother, have you come all this way just to worship at my feet? Li Changjian retorted angrily, even facing death. You remain obstinate. Listen well. Do not say that Father does not grant you a chance to be, why, the mandate of heaven. Suddenly, the imperial banner of humanity was unfurled, its grandeur overwhelming. The fully liberated imperial banner absorbed the spirits of 30,000 loyal soldiers, making it capable of contending with martial king experts. Boom, boom, boom. The war drums resounded, and the servant army swiftly entered combat readiness. Observing the actions of the second prince, Li Changsheng felt disdain, believing Li Changjian to be utterly foolish. Did he think that sheer numbers could intimidate? Foolishness, Li Changsheng. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a master of martial arts. Eliminate everyone else and leave only his dog life. As the nearby martial king expert prepared to strike, a surge of demonic energy erupted below, swirling into a cloud of black mist. Huh, who dares to harm my disciple? Lung Qinshua's chilling laughter reverberated, disorienting Li Changjian and his entourage. Demonic soul sound? A martial emperor-level demon cultivator. Someone recognized Lung Qinshua's prowess. A martial emperor was sufficient to suppress them. This was the source of Li Changsheng's confidence. The second prince's men were stunned. How had Li Changsheng managed to recruit a martial emperor expert in such a short time? In Dayu, Recruiting a martial king would entail lavish rewards and often required repeated visits to secure such talent. Akin to those within the Changsheng Bureau, yet here was Li Changsheng destitute, yet supported by a martial emperor. In an instant, the swirling black mist dissipated. Changsheng hastily covered his hands. However, when the smoke cleared, he found himself unscathed, while all his subordinates had vanished without a trace. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, severed limbs fell from the sky, landing beside Li Changjian. Li Changjian's heart seized in terror. 8 martial kings and 4 martial lords. Had they all perished in a single encounter? Did he have no opportunity to escape? Lung Qianxue sauntered forward, licking her fingers. Are you scared now? You are facing the sect master of the Huan sect, the greatest enemy of her mother. Ha ha ha. Cold Qianxue. Given your esteemed status, why would you choose to assist this waste of a prince? Cold Qianxue turned to glance at Li Changsheng and remarked with a smile. A waste, young man. What is your talent? She then produced an ancient bell used by the demon sect to test a warrior's aptitude. Changjian, trembling, extended his hand but hesitated to touch it. His talent was mediocre, relying heavily on various rare treasures to enhance his strength. Cold Qianxue scoffed. You don't even dare to test your abilities, yet you have the audacity to mock my disciple. You are nothing more than a waste raised by that old hag Zhao Xuanji. Inferior even to the saintess of your first holy land. Changjian retorted angrily. Silence. Do not insult my mother. Slap. Cold Qianxue struck him, sending his teeth flying, leaving him utterly speechless. Master, at that moment, Li Changsheng approached. Can you leave someone for me next time? Li Changsheng lamented as he surveyed the corpses scattered around. They were nourishment for his imperial sovereign banner, the essence he had refined. Although the influence of the heavenly demon relic had allowed his body to establish a self-sustaining cultivation cycle, he still felt his progress was slow. These dozen or so top-tier warriors would have made excellent material for absorption. If others were to learn of Li Changsheng's thoughts, they would surely be horrified. What sort of demon was he? Cold Qianxue placed her hands on her hips. Enough. Let us save it for next time. This is your brother. How will you deal with him? First, I'll disable him. Li Changsheng raised his hand, preparing to incapacitate Li Changjian. Wait, Li Changjian cried in panic. Prince, I am your brother. I was wrong. I deeply regret opposing you. This sword of the Crown Prince I bestow upon you. I no longer desire the position of Crown Prince. Observing the terrified and submissive Li Changjian, Li Changsheng, wielding the sword of the former emperor of Dayu, scoffed. You forced me into the stables. Crawl beneath the eunuch's skirts, and now you beg for mercy. You are not repentant. You are merely afraid. With that, Li Changsheng prepared to strike him down. Changjian screamed in terror. Do not kill me. Spare me. I am of use. While I am in your hands, my father will not send anyone to pursue you. He will only send envoys to negotiate with you. Changsheng hesitated with his sword poised over the second prince's head. This seemed to carry some weight. There is a hierarchy in urgency. Vengeance is important, but so is governance. Summon the second prince's Pai Pa Bone and detain him. Yes, Li Changsheng deftly defused the crisis. Then summoned Grand Tutor Xiang to compose an article from the perspective of the Qing army. 2 days later, in the imperial city of Dayu, Yuan stared blankly at the memorial just presented to him. 8 martial kings and 4 martial lords. Such a force could serve as the backbone of a mid-tier sect. With so many warriors, they could dominate any region in the eastern wilderness. Initially, he had assumed Li Changsheng commanded merely a group of servants and some rebels. Even sending just the martial kings would suffice. Now, with the second prince having brought along martial lords, they had all perished as well. Who, then, were the people beside the crown prince? Your Majesty, there is no news as of yet. This rebellious son, he infuriates me. How dare he claim I am surrounded by sycophants who slander him, a loyal and virtuous man. It is time to raise troops to defend the kingdom. This ungrateful wretch. Li Yuan's fury surged, and he slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it to pieces. Your Majesty, please calm down, advise the ministers in the imperial study. The situation remains controllable. There is no need to panic. It seems we must teach this rebellious son a lesson. Li Yuan stood imposing, his expression as cold as water. In the martial world, rank is king. Since Li Changsheng has martial kings at his side, he shall dispatch martial kings in response. In the Eastern Wilderness, the strongest are martial kings, and in confrontations of the same rank, victory typically comes through numbers. For many years, Du has stood tall in the Eastern Wilderness, with a guaranteed number of martial kings. Suddenly, a panicked eunuch rushed into the imperial study. Your Majesty, it is bad news. A grave situation has arisen. The 4 northern towns are under attack by barbarians, resulting in countless deaths and the plunder of livestock. The borders are in a state of emergency. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and sat back down. After a moment's contemplation, he ordered, summon the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Revenue, and the Grand General of the nation, Duke Dingwu, to the palace. Chapter 62. Master, I am still just a child. Inside the imperial study, Li Yuan was genuinely anxious. The matter of Li Changsheng remained unresolved. And now the northern barbarian tribes were encroaching once again. Reflecting on 20 years prior, when the crown prince served as a hostage, the borders had been relatively peaceful, with thriving trade. However, the barbarian regions were cold, plagued by monsters, yielding little in production, and thus suffered from a persistent trade deficit. Yet due to the Crown Prince Accord, they had largely adhered to their promises, refraining from invading the borders. Now, their sudden assault suggested a long-conceived scheme. Noble lords, what are your thoughts? Your Majesty, I advocate for war. The Grand General of the nation spoke directly. For the past 20 years, Du has nurtured its strength. We are no longer in that dire situation. However, the Minister of Revenue interjected. Your Majesty, we must not engage in war. After 2 decades of stability, would it not be foolish to reignite conflict? The Grand General countered. If we do not fight, how will the border populace survive? Should we relocate them inland? Would that not be akin to what happened in Yinzhou City? What difference is there between that and losing territory? As generals, we must be willing to sacrifice for Du. The Minister of Revenue was interrupted, losing the chance to speak further. Li Yuan pondered. In these years of peace, we have received little intelligence regarding the barbarians, aside from their mystical shamanistic techniques. How many martial kings have emerged from their ranks? He turned his gaze toward Duke Dingwu. The latter stepped forward. Your Majesty, the barbarians have been embroiled in internal strife. The discord among their various kings has prevented the barbarian king from uniting them, which is why the minor king has led his forces southward to raid our borders. While there are many martial lords under the minor king, no martial kings have been reported. There is discord among them. Li Yuan felt a surge of relief upon hearing this, that N01 is a monolith. If we can exploit their internal conflicts, we may resolve this issue. He had also been troubled by the predicament of Li Changjian being captured by the Crown Prince. It is challenging to attend to both matters simultaneously. Surely, that lad would not dare take any drastic measures against his own brother. After all, they are bound by blood. I shall grant you one more chance. Li Yuan suppressed his irritation and decided to bolster the defenses of the northern borders. For now, I shall refrain from pursuing Li Changsheng further. After concluding discussions with the court officials, Li Yuan proceeded to the rear garden. He needed to placate his wife, Zhao Xuanji, urging her to continue the efforts to bring Li Changsheng back. Your Majesty, regarding the Crown Prince, you may still need to bring him back. Bring him back? Is it not enough for him to earn his merits in Yinzhou? Why must you send Changjian to capture him? Now, with both of my sons absent, you come to me for assistance? Zhao Xuanji's voice was tinged with resentment. She felt she had been striving for harmony within the family. Yet Li Yuan seemed to only add to her troubles. Li Yuan replied, I do this for you, for Li Changjian. Zhao Xuanji retorted angrily. Oh, so you force them to turn against each other, and this is for me. You use your father to pressure me to be a good daughter-in-law and a good mother. You even expect me to consider you honor, keeping me here to prevent me from wandering, lest the Li family be embarrassed. Now, what do you want from me? Li Yuan, feeling cornered, said, What good would it do for you to pretend to be amiable outside? It cannot change the fact that he will not return. By the time he comes back, you will have already forgotten about him. You may deceive others, but not me. Li Yuan. Zhao Xuanji was furious. She pointed an accusing finger at Li Yuan, but could not find the words to counter his claims. The truth was, Zhao Xuanji had come to a realization, driven by the desire to preserve her image as a devoted mother. Nurturing and benevolent, she paraded this facade, and now the entirety knew that the crown prince had a conflict with the emperor, not with her as the empress. Meanwhile, the empress was striving to mediate, even calling upon her father, the sword saint, from seclusion. What a wonderful wife! What a splendid mother! Tears welled in her eyes. Li Yuan continued. I know you are upset that I did not handle things well. But how could I have anticipated that the crown prince would have martial kings at his side? Now that Changsheng is in his grasp, I must manage the northern conflict while you evade responsibility. Zhao Xuanji replied angrily. It was the same then, and it is the same now. You should apologize to our son and admit your mistakes. Perhaps he will reconsider. Why don't you apologize to him? The couple glared at each other, both unwilling to yield. Apologize? Admit mistakes? They are parents. How could they possibly apologize or admit faults to their own children? After their quarrel, Zhao Xuanji added, I will persuade him to return. You must ensure the Li clan acts behind the scenes and does not implicate me. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well, done on the day, following Li Changsheng's abduction of Li Changjian. He awoke in the tent to discover that the rewards for his life's choices had finally arrived. At a tome of the Zikakshuan Gong lay in his hands. Elated, he realized that this meant the crisis he currently faced had been averted. As he perused the text, he found it replete with various postures and techniques suitable for the bedroom. However, that was merely the surface. This dual cultivation method also encompassed internal martial arts, allowing for the harmonious convergence of yin and yang. Fostering mutual advancement. It was indeed an exceptional practice for couples, growing stronger with each session. Nevertheless, Li Changsheng felt no urgency to begin his training, primarily due to the absence of a partner. Additionally, he had recently been engrossed in the Supreme Sword Dao, a peerless sword technique in the vast expanse of Dongwang. Merely possessing a level of mastery was insufficient. Brute force alone would not suffice. Point 1, must understand that there is always someone more skilled beyond the heavens. And without proper technique, one could easily suffer defeat. Li Changsheng intended to savor this newfound knowledge before delving deeper into its intricacies. He could see that moment. The tent flaps were suddenly drawn open, and a figure entered. Disciple, there's another eunuch outside looking for you, Ditto. As Lung Qinxue stepped in, she caught sight of Li Changsheng holding the volume. She approached and snatched it from him, exclaiming, I wondered why you were taking so long to emerge. What are you sneaking around looking at? Upon flipping to the first page of the Zikakshuan Gong, she was greeted with the sight of a young man pushing a cart, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Having lived this long as a single individual, she had yet to encounter such experiences. Who could blame her? The decline of the Huan sect had left it devoid of male cultivators, with female practitioners gradually disappearing as well. Were it not for her pilfering techniques from other sects, she would not have achieved her current early-stage martial emperor prowess. Yet having never tasted the fruits of such experiences, she found herself intrigued rather than dismissive. Goodness, disciple, you seem rather fiery. Lung Qinxue teased. No, master, it's not. Li Changsheng attempted to explain, but she pushed him onto the bed, her dress cascading down to reveal her long, fair legs, exquisite in their delicate curves. Not wishing to violate propriety, he awkwardly turned his gaze away. Lung Qinxue continued to peruse the text, her cheeks growing ever redder, her tongue flicking across her lips. Now, tell me, how did our Huan sect's long-lost techniques find their way into your possession? What could Li Changsheng say? He certainly couldn't admit to having a cheat. Lung Qinshue's brows knitted together as she leaned closer, her chest rising and falling enticingly. Her strikingly beautiful and frosty countenance conveyed a serious demeanor, clearly indicating her keen interest in the sect's lost techniques. If you cannot clarify, then I shall have to enlist your assistance in my cultivation. Changsheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, gazing at his slender and graceful master, and considered this option not entirely unappealing. I found it, at the Li family estate. Yes, I stumbled upon it in the imperial library of the Dayu Palace. Lung Qinxue furrowed her brow, as if lost in thought. The Li family? At that time? No, wait. Why would it be the Li family? Humph, The debts of your family shall be repaid by you, Li Changsheng shouted in delight. Master, repay it we shall. Let us march on the capital together. However, in an unexpected turn, the enchantress Lung Qianxue leapt onto the bed, pinning Li Changsheng down, her fingers teasingly gripping his chin. Repay? First, let us collect some interest. Disciple, with this technique, it means you can aid me in breaking through to the mid-level of the martial emperor realm. This is a punishment for your Li family. Uncertain whether Lung Qianxue was jesting or serious. Li Changsheng feigned ignorance. Ah, master, I'm just a child. Lung Qianxue replied playfully, a child? I, your master, adore children. Chapter 63. The hypocrisy of Zhao Xuanji and the crown prince's subtle schemes, little rascal. Do you not know the might of our Huan sect's two major techniques? Li Changsheng gazed at his seemingly eager master, shaking his head vigorously. Lung Qianxue elaborated, in our sect, the males practice Zikaxuan Gong, while the females cultivate the Tianyi Hebai Gong. Together, a husband and wife can progress in unison and practice the Hebai sword technique. Should they achieve proficiency, they can firmly establish themselves in this martial world. You might think that we Huan sect practitioners are merely a group indulging in debauchery, but in truth, our sect has a clear mandate, a monogamous system, fostering mutual progress, forbidding polygamy or polyandry. I Changsheng inquired. Isn't that prone to leading one astray? Not quite, she countered, but it often leads to jealousy and strife, resulting in mutual hatred, which could spell doom for the sect. Lung Qianxue shook her head. While there are good examples, there are far more bad ones. I Changsheng remarked. Thus, this technique should not serve as the foundation for the sect. Master, I suggest we burn it. Please return the text to me. I will demonstrate the right way. Instead of returning it, Lung Qianxue tucked it into her bosom, presented her chest towards Li Changsheng, making it appear as if she intended to nurse him. If you dare take it, I shall return it to you, she teased. After all, it is a manual for male cultivators. It would be of no use to me, and the sect consists only of you and me. Li Changsheng could not help but swallow hard in response to Lung Qianxue's boldness. It was no wonder she was dubbed the Enchantress. Her allure was undeniable. Clearly, she defied conventional norms. However, who was Li Changsheng? He was not like the dull-witted Li Chengjian who adhered to rigid customs. You took my technique first. If it's hidden in your garments, I will retrieve it. Just as he reached out, the tent flaps were drawn back again, and Xiang Taifu and Han Feng entered. They had intended to urge Li Changsheng to step out and receive an edict, as news from the capital had arrived. Li Chengjian was tied to a pillar in the camp, making a ruckus that was quite bothersome. However, upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Li Changsheng's hand reaching toward Lung Qianxue's ample bosom. Xiang Long quickly covered his eyes, exclaiming, Your Highness, I seem to have suddenly developed an eye ailment and cannot see. Han Feng, equally embarrassed, stumbled backward, retreating hastily. Observing the poor acting of his two subordinates, Li Changsheng unceremoniously pinched the edge of the slightly exposed pages of the text. With a swift motion, he pulled the technique from her grasp, causing Lung Qianxue's bosom to jiggle slightly. Master, you also said this is for male cultivation. It would be of no use to you. With the technique in hand, Li Changsheng hurriedly exited. Lung Qianxue watched his retreating figure, her dark eyes suddenly gleaming with a crimson light. Good disciple, you truly are a treasure. Outside the camp, Li Changsheng saw a phoenix carriage, accompanied by numerous eunuchs and Li family warriors, among whom were several at the martial emperor level. In truth, Li Changsheng had not been idle. It was simply that Yunzhou was vast, and there remained some distance to the city. With so many people, their pace could not quicken. Thus, they had been discovered by the court officials on 2 occasions. However, with Li Changjian in hand, the Li family's experts did not dare to act recklessly. They were well aware that Li Changsheng had the martial emperor-level enchantress Lung Qianxue by his side. Should a confrontation ensue, Lung Qianxue would surely whisk Li Changsheng away, and they would find it difficult to pursue. Direct confrontation was not a viable strategy. At that moment, Zhao Xuanji descended from the phoenix carriage. A crimson carpet was laid out, and the enchanting, regal Zhao Xuanji approached the camp. The soldiers were all agitated. After all, they were mere martial artists from the rivers and lakes, and to behold the empress's stunning beauty was a rare privilege. Son, Zhao Xuanji's pitiable demeanor caught Li Changsheng's attention. Why, with so many experts from the Li family trailing behind you, do you not simply make a move? Li Changsheng expressed his annoyance. Son, Zhao Xuanji began, but was abruptly interrupted by Lung Qianqua's sharp voice. Enough, Zhao Xuanji, are you not ashamed? Day in and day out, you flaunt your victimhood. Your son has been bullied to such an extent, and yet you remain unmoved. How disingenuous. Zhao Xuanji huffed. Lung Qianqua, keep your distance from my son. Changsheng, this woman is not to be trusted. She is a devilish enchantress. Do you wish to plunge into the abyss of darkness? You are being pursued by Li Chun and others, and your mother has slain Li Chen's entire family for you. When you face difficulties at Wujiao Fortress, your mother eradicated Wujiao Fortress. I only wish for you to return to my side, so I can care for you properly. As she spoke, Zhao Xuanji's eyes brimmed with tears. She pointed toward the Li family experts behind her, stating, "They're sent by your father. I am powerless to stop them. But as long as I am here, I will ensure your safety." I Changsheng, uninterested in prolonging the conversation, inquired, "And what of Shan Weiyang?" "Of course, your mother has always looked after her, ensuring she suffers no harm," Zhao Xuanji replied. I Changsheng responded, "Oh, I thought she might have perished. Did you not abduct her to threaten me in exchange for Li Changjian?" Zhao Xuanji's expression faltered. After all, she was the daughter of the Duke of the nation. The Duke's family had been explicitly named by the Crown Prince for marriage, and after the Emperor's decree, she had vanished without a trace. Outsiders. That Miss Shun was undoubtedly a victim. Are you here to retrieve Li Changjian? Yes. Changsheng, as long as you are willing to return to your mother's side. Name any condition, and I will comply. Your mother truly cannot be without you. Very well. If you pass my test, I shall return. Li Changsheng's lips curled into a smirk, leaving those around him puzzled, unsure of his true intentions. He then commanded his subordinates to prepare 2 oil cauldrons, one to the left and one to the right, both set ablaze with a fierce heat. Above the cauldrons, a wooden platform was constructed, designed to collapse under tension, sending anyone standing upon it into the scorching oil below. Changsheng stood on one side, while the bound Li Changjian occupied the other. Zhao Xuanji, witnessing this scene, quickly grasped the situation. Was this not a cruel ultimatum? Changsheng, why must you force mother into such a dilemma? Zhao Xuanji's eyes glistened with tears, yet her heart was a tempest of rage. Changsheng declared. If you wish to avoid this choice, you may leave now. I will ensure Li Changjian's safety. However, Zhao Xuanji remained motionless, offering no response. Lung Qianqua taunted, Zhao Xuanji, leaving is the only way to safeguard both your sons. Or are you waiting for Li Changsheng to fall into the cauldron and become crippled? You truly are heartless. Zhao Xuanji retorted, did you teach my son to resort to such vile tactics? You wish to see me humiliated and harm my child. Yet she still did not depart. Changsheng, this is but a ruse, is it not? Do not be so naive. Who would willingly inflict harm upon themselves? Suddenly, a servant threw a live turkey into each cauldron. The sizzling sound was unmistakable. Within moments, the turkeys were cooked. Zhao Xuanji's face paled. The cauldrons were indeed real. Bind me. The surrounding servants immediately restrained Li Changsheng as well. Onlookers gazed at the bubbling oil cauldrons, bewildered by Li Changsheng's intentions. Zhao Xuanji felt a surge of panic. What was she to do? If both her sons fell into the oil, whom would she save? Li Changsheng called out, Empress, you still have time to leave with your people. I will guarantee Li Changjian's safety. No, I must bring you back, Changsheng. Zhao Xuanji remained resolute, unwilling to abandon him. Release, Li Changsheng's command. The wooden platform beneath them sprang open, and both men plummeted into the oil. Chapter 64. Capturing the Empress, the night visit of the prince's consort with Li Changsheng's order, the platform beneath the 2 brothers gave way simultaneously. They fell into the boiling oil, having previously tested the cauldrons with live chickens to confirm their authenticity. Zhao Xuanji's expression shifted dramatically. She lunged forward into the camp and caught her second son. Li Changjian, as he fell, and one impeded her actions. Conversely, Li Changsheng's cauldron was kicked open by Lung Qianqua, leaving him unharmed. Changjian, my child, are you hurt? Zhao Xuanji asked anxiously, cradling the frightened Li Changjian in her arms, her hands frantically searching for any signs of burns. Yet, as she saved Li Changjian, she realized this was merely instinct. She cared more for her younger son than her elder. Changsheng, cease this folly. Such tricks are meaningless. You are both equal in a mother's heart. Do not let that witch, Lung Qianxue, deceive you any further. I know you have her assistance. You shall come to no harm. Before she could finish, Li Changjian suddenly raised a bamboo skewer and blew a cloud of poison toward Zhao Xuanji. Cough! What is this? Zhao Xuanji spluttered, astonished. Changjian, why would you poison your mother? Yet Li Changjian abruptly broke free from his bonds, stepping back and tearing away the human skin mask from his face. Beneath, it was the true Li Changsheng. While the figure opposite him revealed himself to be merely a small soldier, resembling Li Changsheng in stature and voice. What? Zhao Xuanji staggered. Feeling dizzy, she glanced from left to right, realizing she had been deceived. She was well aware of Lung Qianxue's notorious methods. She had once been nicknamed the Thousand-Faced Witch. Lung Qianxue possessed the uncanny ability to create lifelike human skins, since Li Changsheng had convinced Lung Qianxue. How could he overlook such exquisite craftsmanship? He had anticipated that Diyu would send more people to seek retribution. Thus Lung Qianxue had crafted the masks over the past few days, even in the event of an escape. It would serve as a convenient guise, although rumors suggested that creating human skins required the brutal flaying of flesh. In reality, it utilized a special concoction that solidified into the desired form. Those tales were mere slanders aimed at tarnishing Lung Qianxue's reputation. Thus, the true purpose behind the oil cauldron charade was not to test which son Zhao Xuanji favored more, but rather to ensnare her as well. Upon inhaling the poison mist, Zhao Xuanji realized it was no ordinary toxin. It was the debilitating powder provided by Lung Qianxue. Even a martial lord would be rendered weak and powerless for 12 hours after a single whiff, unable to channel their energy unless they were at the martial emperor level. The earlier oil cauldron act was merely a ploy to lure Zhao Xuanji into the camp. Zhao Xuanji's expression darkened with fury. Changsheng, you deceived me. I am your mother, Li Changsheng replied. When I first returned to the capital, living in the stables and eating spoiled food, how could you forget that I was your son? Zhao Xuanji, filled with rage, retorted, Is this a hurdle you cannot overcome? Are you not well now? Mother did not wish for such events to unfold. Indeed, this unyielding attitude revealed the true nature of the Diyu Empress. Had you chosen to leave earlier, refraining from participating in this oil cauldron test, I might have considered you a deficient mother. But now, you remain merely the Diyu Empress, Li Changsheng stated coldly. Zhao Xuanji's pupils constricted. Had she chosen incorrectly once more? Years ago, when Diyu faced numerous enemies and was in dire straits, Li Yuan had intended to send their eldest son to the barbaric tribes as a hostage. Though reluctant, she ultimately made the heart-wrenching decision to let him go. Later, when Diyu stabilized, she worried for her son, longing to visit the barbaric tribes. But her younger son, Li Qingjian, and daughter, Li Yuan, cried and protested against her departure, causing her to relent. Eventually, she grew accustomed to their family of four, to the role of a revered mother, to a life of privilege, and to a life unmarred by scandal. 2 decades flew by in the blink of an eye. She had forgotten she had an eldest son. When he returned, she felt unease, fearing he would become a blemish on her otherwise pristine life, using illness as an excuse to let Li Qingjian handle the matters. Later, when the emperor sought to depose the eldest son in favor of the younger, she knew it was unjust but chose silence. Time and again, her reluctance to confront the truth pushed her own son away. But what could she do? She was not the emperor, and her eldest son was disobedient. Bring the Diyu Empress into confinement. Ensure she receives her medication regularly. Li Changsheng's words pierced Zhao Xuanji's heart. The servants, adhering to the protocol for the Empress, escorted Zhao Xuanji into the camp, where she was placed under soft confinement alongside Li Changjian. Starving for days, upon seeing his mother enter, Li Chingjian was elated. Mother, you have come to rescue me. I will kill Li Changsheng, that scoundrel, who has not fed me for 2 days. Yet, when he beheld Zhao Xuanji in handcuffs bound across from him, his joy turned to shock. Mother, how dare he restrain you? Is he rebelling? Outside the camp, the Li clan's experts noticed the Empress had been poisoned and captured. Realizing the gravity of the situation, one expert inquired, "Shall we storm in?" The elder shook his head. "It is a delicate situation, now that both the second prince and Empress are in the hands of the crown prince Tisk. Elder, if we lose the Empress, we cannot explain ourselves. What is there to fear? Even a tiger does not harm its kin. And besides, the Empress has done nothing to wrong the crown prince. What the crown prince desires is merely the throne." "Then shall we summon the second prince's consort?" Soon after, a carriage arrived before the elder of the Li clan. Consort. Despite being a martial emperor-level expert, the elder still bowed to Su Consort. Su Consort asked, "Gentlemen, no need for formalities. How shall we proceed in this situation?" Su Consort had come at her own initiative. Zhao Xuanji misunderstood her concern for the second prince. It was only natural for a wife to worry for her husband. Even while pregnant, she thought that if she could rescue Li Changjian, it would foster a harmonious relationship. However, in truth, Su Consort was genuinely worried for Li Changsheng, wishing to sneak a glance at him. She did not want her child to grow up without a father. The elder of the Li clan awkwardly stated, "The Empress has fallen victim to the crown prince's schemes and has been captured. We are currently discussing how to respond." Inside the carriage, Su Consort inquired through the curtain, "Gentlemen, for the safety of the second prince and the Empress, I believe a direct assault is unwise. That we share the same sentiment. The crown prince is accompanied by formidable foes from the dark arts. If we launch a direct attack, he may harm the second prince and flee, which is not the outcome we desire. As for those servants and commoners, the crown prince would not concern himself with them. So, you seek my counsel to persuade the crown prince. Indeed, I implore the second prince's consort to exert herself. While you negotiate with the crown prince, we can infiltrate the camp to rescue them. Gentlemen, what are your chances of success?" 10 out of 10, as long as we rescue the second prince and the Empress. "We will immediately come to your aid." In the depths of her heart, Su Fei chuckled coldly. This was the price they were willing to pay to exchange her for the second prince and the Empress. If their assumptions were correct, the one being sacrificed would indeed be a pregnant woman like herself. Yet, how could they possibly know that Su Fei had already aligned herself with Li Changsheng? Su Fei stated, "Very well, please make the arrangements, sir." That night, Xiang Taifu entered, announcing, "Your Highness, the second prince's consort seeks an audience." Li Changsheng was taken aback. Why was she here as well? Let her come in on her own. Chapter 65. Su Fei accomplishes great deeds and asks for more affection in the future under the darkened sky. Li Changsheng beheld Su Fei within the tent. She appeared as delicate and beautiful as ever. Adorned in a pale yellow palace gown, exuding an air of youthful grace. "How bold of you to venture into such a place," he scoffed. "Your Highness, I am with child." "And what of it?" he retorted. "A child? How absurd. Who knows if it is mine or another's? The Li family possesses a secret method of blood relation testing. The child could be verified after birth. Oh, what?" She pressed on. "Your Highness, you cannot afford to lose." Changsheng fell silent. This woman had indeed become his servant. "Very well, you have proven yourself to be a loyal servant. Come here and kneel." Thus Su Fei complied without resistance. Crawling to his feet, he grasped her chin, observing her pitiful appearance, and remarked, "It seems you are a woman of your word. Willingly serving as my slave." Su Fei raised her chin defiantly and replied, "Thanks to your Highness, I have gained a position in the palace. The second prince dares not mistreat me. As long as I bear the Li family's offspring, my life will be secure." "I am glad to save your life," Li Changsheng quipped, tossing her aside. "But you came here just to say this." Su Fei, having been thrown aside, emitted a soft, shy sound and continued, "Your Highness, outside, there are skilled members of the Li family preparing to capture you. Moreover, I overheard the Empress conversing with them. Once they take you back, they plan to transfer your talents to the second prince through secret means, rendering you an ordinary person, forever remaining by the Empress's side." Li Changsheng's body trembled at her words. Were they truly intent on transforming him into a powerless being incapable of martial arts? In this world dominated by martial prowess, what significance would his existence hold if he could not cultivate? He had once thought his parents favored others over him, resenting them for their neglect, but ultimately, they regarded him as flesh and blood. Little did he know that in the hearts of Li Yuan and Zhao Xuanji, he held no status whatsoever. Simply because he had utilized the Huan Sect's talent detection bell and revealed his extraordinary gifts, he was deemed unworthy of such abilities. Everything revolved around Li Changjian. Anger surged within Li Changsheng. He had long declared severance from them, yet the Li family continued to covet his status as a human sovereign and his talents. How outrageous! Li Changsheng seethed with rage, realizing that they were still attempting to deceive him under the guise of familial ties and regret. Observing Zhao Xuanji's tearful demeanor was utterly confounding. Fortuitously, Li Changsheng was resolute. Had he been softer of heart, he would already be on the path of death in the capital. The thought of the second prince's arrogant attitude ignited his fury. When did they infiltrate? It should be soon. Please, Your Highness, prepare yourself. Li Changsheng nodded silently, acknowledging that taming Su Fei had proven to be a wise move, alerting him to numerous impending crises. Well done, I am a man of clear rewards and punishments. Consider what you desire, and upon my return, I shall grant it. With that, Li Changsheng exited the tent. He sought out Xiang Long and Lung Qianxue to discuss strategies. The infiltration of two martial emperors from the Li family was no trivial matter. Lung Qianxue could only contend with one of them at most. If the empress and the second prince were rescued, they would lose their absolute advantage. After all, Su Fei alone was insufficient to deter the Li family from capturing Li Changsheng. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Long proposed, Your Highness, if the Li family's experts have infiltrated to rescue someone, we can disguise our soldiers with human skin masks and clothing to create a diversion. When they rescue the wrong person, they will be none the wiser, and we will have captured the second prince's consort, granting us further leverage. Li Changsheng found this strategy agreeable. Master, you must remain busy a while longer. Leave it to me, but when this matter concludes, you must reward me adequately. Certainly, when the time comes, simply speak, and I shall fulfill your wishes within my capabilities. With Lung Qianxue's involvement, the deception would be effortless. The title of the Thousand-Faced Sorceress was not merely a moniker of the martial world. It was a name feared and respected. Soon, they procured a woman from the peasant uprising who bore a resemblance to Zhao Xuanji, and Lung Qianxue crafted a human skin mask for her. After completion, Li Changsheng nodded in satisfaction and returned to his tent. As he entered, he found Su Fei kneeling once more. That he glanced at her and extended a hand to help her up, saying, Su Fei, you have made a significant contribution this time. Speak, what reward do you desire? It is an honor to serve your highness. I only hope that you will shower me with affection. Affection? How would you like me to show you affection? Su Fei suddenly clung to Li Changsheng, her soft bosom pressing against his back. Your highness, you are all I have left. Your highness, I desire your affection. Li Changsheng turned and grasped her hand, pushing her beneath the tent, asserting, isn't this a rather forward request? But, your highness, I am your servant. Whether 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles, I shall deliver. Li Changsheng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, when a woman took the initiative, a man had little say. Your highness, aside from you, I have no other support. All I wish for is to live earnestly. What wrong is there in that? After a brief moment, the tent was filled with chaos. Assassins, quickly, seize the assassins. Form ranks, charge. It turned out that the two martial emperors from the Li family, dressed in night attire, had come to raid the camp but were discovered if they could rescue Zhao Xuanji and the second prince. Their plan would succeed. Ensuring the safety of Zhao Xuanji and the second prince would allow them to eliminate Lung Qianxue and conveniently take Li Changsheng back to the imperial capital. The plan was nearly flawless. Unfortunately, one among them was a traitor. The two martial emperors of the Li family seized an unconscious man and woman, leaping into the air, wings of spirit taking flight. Yet, halfway through, Lung Qianxue struck with a palm from a distance, sending a wave of energy crashing down upon them, instantly halting their escape. Fearing for the second prince's safety, the Li family experts hurriedly evaded. Unwilling to engage, Lung Qianxue laughed heartily. Are you capturing a real person or a fake one? How have you not learned from Zhao Xuanji's lesson? Upon hearing her words, the Li family experts were taken aback and hastily stilled their breaths. Tearing at the human skin masks on the two individuals, After a struggle, they uncovered two commoners. Realizing they had been deceived, they were infuriated and discarded the pair, with hundreds of tents in the camp. Where could the true empress and second prince be hidden? It would not be easy to find, and Lung Chinchue would not allow them to search in peace. Deceived? Shall we just kill them? Kill them! Capture that sorceress to threaten the crown prince. The two martial emperors of the Li family were utterly enraged. Had it not been for their cautiousness, they would have acted without hesitation. Seeing the two experts charging at her, Lung Chinchue summoned her flying sword, her spirit transforming into a long rainbow as she soared through the air. Capture him. Just capture him, and the crown prince will be rendered powerless. Sorceress, do not flee. Suddenly, Li Changsheng emerged, holding the second prince, Li Changjian. Halt. Otherwise, I shall sever one of his fingers. The Li family experts, upon witnessing this, had no choice but to stop, questioning, "Are you again attempting to deceive us with a disguised individual?" Slash. Li Changjian felt a cut on his thigh. I am real. I am Li Xiantian, the Grand Elder. I am Changjian. Save me. Save me. Hearing Li Changjian's cries for help, the Li family experts were filled with both anger and frustration. Li Changsheng, you are turning against your own kin. I will have you removed from the family tree. I do not care. The Li family shall have a separate page from me. Li Changsheng, you barbaric crown prince. Devoid of any sense of propriety, with a swift motion, Li Changsheng inflicted another wound on Li Changjian's other leg, blood splattering everywhere. He coldly declared, "Leave at once, or I shall render him incapable this instant." Let us see how you explain this to Li Yuan. L. Xiantian, startled, exclaimed, "Stop! Crown Prince, you are still a descendant of the Li family, a royal heir. You still bear the identity of the Du royal family. What is it that you truly desire? What significance is there in mutual destruction? It will only serve as a jest for the world." L. Changsheng replied, "Return and inform Li Yuan that he is to issue a self-critique decree and apologize to me. From this day forth, I shall sever all ties with the Daiyu Li family. I will release these two." Chapter 66. The Regret of a Yu Emperor. The self-critique decree is issued, Your Highness. Your demands are excessive. They defy the principles of ethics. Hearing the Li family's experts still prattling on, Li Changsheng issued a direct order. Release the arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Bolts of crossbow arrows shot towards the two individuals. Though they were martial emperors, they were constrained by the fear of consequences. Capturing two impostors had sealed their fate. Zhao Xuanji had yet to show herself. Lung Chinchue, known as the Thousand-Faced Sorceress, had created an unknown number of fake personas. Sometimes brute force could not resolve every issue. The two experts from the Li family exchanged glances and had no choice but to retreat. With the Li family's experts driven back, calm returned to the camp. Li Changsheng re-entered the tent. Finding Su Fei bound by her garments, Su Fei inquired, "Your Highness, will you send me back? Or, the conditions here are arduous. You should return. One ought to know what to say." The esteemed consort, Su responded, "I merely mentioned that I have been wronged by His Highness." Subsequently, she returned. Li Changsheng did not take her words further, but countered with a question. "How? Is Shen Weiyang? Is she not with child?" Consort Su admitted her ignorance, as she refrained from interacting with Shen Weiyang unless absolutely necessary. Thereafter, Li Changsheng dispatched someone to escort Consort Su back to the river valley's entrance outside the camp. Li Xiantian welcomed Consort Su's return. "We have failed in our duties. I seek your forgiveness, Consort Su. The crown prince is indeed exceedingly cunning. Gentlemen need not be so concerned. The situation is intricate. We should return to the capital and let His Majesty decide. However, the queen has been captured. This is a grave sin. Then we shall return to the capital discreetly, ensuring no news leaks. Otherwise, must the second prince endure such bodily pain." Li Xiantian sighed. "To incite murder and arson is within his capabilities. Yet negotiations are not the forte of mere warriors," he pondered. "Why is the crown prince so devious? Surely he has learned from the barbarian tribes. If it were just him." That Li Xiantian felt a deep sense of frustration. How could he, a formidable warrior of the martial emperor realm, be unable to subdue a mere martial sovereign? After much contemplation, he ultimately accepted Consort Su's suggestion, sending someone to keep watch while he returned to the capital in secrecy. With a surge of spiritual energy, Li Xiantian swiftly returned to the imperial palace of Diyu. Li Yuan was troubled by the chaos in the northern territories, as the eastern line of the Great Feng dynasty faced floods, leading to friction with Diyu. Compounding matters, the recent Grand Martial Arts Tournament crowned Miaoxi, the saintess of the First Sacred Land, as the champion. Ironically, and Miaoxi had lost to Li Changsheng. The crown prince possessed such prowess. He should feel pride. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that the crown prince now opposed him. The more capable the crown prince became, the more irate Li Yuan felt. How can he be so exceptional? Li Yuan regretted his initial misjudgment, but out of pride, he would never admit his error. With such an attitude, what did it matter how outstanding he was? Humph, ungrateful son. At this moment, he should have been captured by your mother. Right? This ungrateful child. Surely you cannot turn against your mother. After all, I have always played the villain. Suddenly, the shadow guard arrived. Your Highness, elderly has returned and seeks an audience outside the palace. Oh, which ungrateful child has been captured? Summon him. However, as Li Xiantian and his brother entered, they knelt before Li Yuan. Li Yuan frowned. Where is the queen? Well, the crown prince and the second prince. Li Xiantian recounted the events. Li Yuan was rendered speechless, enraged at Zhao Xuanji for being such a foolish woman, easily deceived. She knew full well that Lung Qianxue was a cunning individual. Li Changsheng had mingled with her, thus becoming equally crafty. Wait. Li Yuan suddenly paused, asking, what does the crown prince call that witch? He refers to Lung Qianxue as his master. Ungrateful child, are you intent on descending into the demonic path? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was filled with fury. He paced back and forth. At such a tumultuous time, having an ungrateful child dragging him down was unbearable. What does he demand? The crown prince calls for his majesty to issue a self-criticism decree and apologize to him. Then sever all ties with the crown prince, ceasing any further entanglements. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan fell silent, utterly shocked. Truth be told, he regretted being deceived by a poem about the frontier. Military songs should evoke a loving father. But alas, ungrateful child, ungrateful child. Li Yuan was consumed by rage. His aura surged, the might of the Eastern Wilderness's foremost war god igniting the skies, the chaotic release of his spiritual energy causing the palace to tremble. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath, implored the surrounding eunuchs and ministers. Li Yuan's chest heaved with tumultuous emotions. How could he remain calm? The crown prince dared to demand a self-criticism decree. This was not merely overstepping bounds. It was a profound disrespect, bordering on rebellion, a strike against his very backbone, exposing him to shame before the world. The reputation he had maintained for decades as the Eastern Wilderness's foremost war god and a virtuous emperor of Diyu was crumbling. Now, both his wife and child had fallen under Li Changsheng's control. He feared what great treachery Li Changsheng might commit. Should family disgrace be made public, it would be even more unbearable. Summon the National Master. Yes, the National Master approached the Emperor, discerning from his martial lord-level cultivation that the Emperor was currently agitated, his inner energy unstable, clearly struggling to regain his composure. The National Master said, Your Majesty, please take care of your health. Li Yuan supported his forehead, reclining on the dragon throne, inquiring, National Master, do you possess a way to divine the crown prince's fortune? The National Master produced turtle shells and half-moon divination tokens, comparing them to the crown prince's birth chart. He immediately began his divination ritual in an MOME. As the National Master recited the ancient incantation and shook the turtle shell, the tokens began to crack. After interpreting the tokens, the National Master stated, Your Majesty, the crown prince has external support and is flourishing. His fortunes are at their peak. Unless faced with immense power, it will be difficult to suppress him, even if ensnared by heavenly nets. He could escape death. Li Yuan fell silent. This meant that to deal with the crown prince would be to act against the tide, requiring several times the effort compared to normal circumstances. While metaphysics may appear nebulous and unreliable, the National Master's divinations had aided the fortunes of Diyu on several occasions. lending credence to his words. This was quite different from the previous nonsensical predictions regarding the second prince. This time, it was a serious divination. Summon Consort Su to the palace. Moments later, Consort Su entered the palace and knelt. Your Majesty, I have heard that, concerned for your husband, you took the initiative to approach the crown prince, pleading for his mercy towards the second prince. Indeed, your highness. However, the crown prince was unwilling, and I found myself powerless. What did he say to you? Consort Su's cheeks flushed inexplicably, but thankfully her head was lowered, preventing the emperor from noticing her anomaly. Consort Su replied, the crown prince expressed that he feels overlooked and desires to create his own path, to prove his strength. He also mentioned his ambition to become a formidable warrior. Li Yuan remained silent for a moment before asking, do you believe the crown prince truly intends to rebel? Consort Su's heart stirred. How could Li Changsheng have guessed the emperor's queries? On that day in the tent, Li Changsheng had instructed her on how to respond if she were to return to the emperor. If questioned, she had prepared answers. Your Majesty, I do not know. However, the crown prince stated that if you do not fulfill his wishes, he will kill Changjian. I implore you to save him. Upon hearing Consort Su's words, Li Yuan deduced that this ungrateful child still harbored resentment over favoritism towards the second prince. Whether he genuinely intended to rebel remained uncertain. It seemed more a display of defiance. Yuan reflected on Li Changsheng's 20 years of suffering among the barbarian tribes. After a moment of silence, Li Yuan opened his eyes, having reached a certain resolution. Bring forth the decree. The gathered officials were taken aback. Was the emperor truly going to issue a self-criticism decree? This was no jest. Such an act would be akin to slapping oneself in the face. And it was well known that the emperor valued his reputation. However, a self-criticism decree held its advantages. Firstly, it demonstrated the emperor's resolve and desire to govern diligently for the sake of the nation and its people. Secondly, it could alleviate various conflicts, be they between ruler and subjects, civil and military factions, or social classes. Thirdly, it could rally the hearts of the people, stabilize the state, and foster an atmosphere of unity and positivity. Yet Li Yuan found himself compelled. If he delayed further, the two princes might turn against each other, leading to a tremendous scandal. I decree. Since my ascension, my actions have been reckless, causing suffering across the realm, and are beyond regret. Henceforth, any actions that harm the people or squander the nation's resources shall be abolished. Foolishly, I have neglected the crown prince, failing to reward merit or acknowledge wrongs, resulting in a rift between father and son. I now self-critique and apologize to the crown prince. Upon reaching this point, Li Yuan glanced at the chief eunuch, who was penning the decree with a cold expression. He continued, yet the crown prince is the heir to the nation, possessing great virtue and sharp intellect. He must labor for the future succession of the throne, and I direct him to return to the capital to oversee the state. Should he refuse, he shall remain as General Phylon, stationed at the border to protect the homeland. After the ministers completed the decree and presented it for review, Li Yuan sealed it with his imperial seal. He then added, summon the crown princess to the palace. Chapter 67. What should I do when my master continually attempts to use seduction on me? Your son pays respects to your majesty. Within the imperial palace, the crown princess knelt before Li Yuan. As she was now the crown princess, she referred to herself as your son, the crown princess. Shen Weiyang felt a mix of apprehension, uncertain how the emperor would treat her, especially as it pertained to matters concerning Li Changsheng. She only hoped that the Shun family would not be implicated. Yuan spoke. You are likely aware of much regarding the crown prince's affairs. Your son, Li Yuan, raised his hand, interrupting Shen Weiyang, saying, deliver this self-criticism decree to him and inform him that the crown prince of Diu will forever remain his, that he bears my blood, an unbreakable bond. His outcry has my recognition. Thank you. Your Majesty, Shen Weiyang responded. Li Yuan continued, Shen Weiyang, you hail from the distinguished Ho family, whose ancestors have contributed to the protection of the nation. You should also strive to match the achievements of your forebears. Now, with both the queen and second prince held captive by the crown prince, they cannot return. You must find a way to persuade the crown prince to release them. Otherwise, if this drags on, the public will denounce the crown prince as unfaithful unfilial, and unjust, which would be detrimental to him. Fortunately, the situation is still under my control, and few are aware that I fear that if I delay, changes may arise. Shen Weiyang thought to herself, the public already speaks ill of him. Who incited such slander? Was it not the second prince? Was it not your majesty who indulged the second prince? Now, are you regretting it? No. Are you worried now? However, she replied, yes, your majesty. After accepting the self-criticism edict, Shen Weiyang did not anticipate that she would be put to use, before long, accompanied by numerous masters from the Kuaitian Gate, as well as eunuchs and palace maids dispatched by the imperial court. A grand procession set forth towards Yunzhou. The next day, a carrier pigeon arrived. Changsheng immediately grasped Li Yuan's next course of action. It seemed that the emperor could no longer withstand the pressure and was willing to reconcile with him, even inviting him to return to serve as regent. Should he refuse, the original plan would dictate that he remain in Yunzhou. The notion of serving as regent was undoubtedly a deception. Yet, presenting Li Changsheng with a choice on the surface indicated a thawing in their relationship. Of course, it was more likely aimed at hastening the return of the empress and the second prince. After all, the matter of the crown prince's kidnapping of the empress and the second prince was still a secret. If it became known, it would turn into a scandal of monumental proportions, a source of great embarrassment. Try to deceive me into returning. Are we? Nevertheless, this emperor's acknowledgement of his mistakes proves that the empress and the second prince hold significant importance in his heart. Li Changsheng glanced towards the tent, where Zhao Xuanji and Li Chengjian, mother and son, were under the constant influence of the soft bone powder, unable to break free from its control. Chengjian's complexion was pale. Having endured 2 knife wounds the day before, he now trembled from the pain. Zhao Xuanji sighed with closed eyes. Changsheng, if only your mother had treated you a little better back then, perhaps you wouldn't be in this predicament. It was difficult to say if given a second chance. Mother would indeed treat you well. Even now, she could. However, you must not continue down this path. I have already severed ties with you all. That it was Li Chengjian who first brought trouble upon me. It was you who relentlessly pursued me. Changsheng, your brother merely wishes to bring you back. Then how do you explain his collusion with the Duke of Jiulu to assassinate me in Shuzhou? Li Chengjian was taken aback. That wasn't something I instructed the Duke of Jiulu to do. It was his own initiative to please me. I had no part in it. Enough of this nonsense. Li Changsheng interjected, I will not believe a single word you say. Just eat your meal and return afterward. Changsheng exited the tent, casting a final glance at the provisions that Chengjian, who had been starving for many days, was now devouring the food voraciously. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the meal had been laced with a type of worm known as the intestinal spirit goo, obtained from the leader of the righteous army. Han Feng was skilled in the arts of witchcraft, divination, and curses that Li Changsheng did not wish to simply let Li Chengjian go, so he sought counsel. Consequently, Han Feng proposed using the goo to control Li Chengjian. This was a mild type of goo that posed no harm to the body under normal circumstances, allowing for coexistence with the host and even alleviating minor intestinal ailments. However, this goo was sensitive to a specific flute sound. Upon hearing that sound, it would become agitated, causing excruciating pain to the host. Furthermore, once it resided within the host body for over a month, it could not be safely extracted. This tactic was akin to cutting off the enemy's supply line, effectively resolving Li Chengjian's issues while turning him into a card in his hand. Returning to the camp, Li Changsheng exhaled deeply. If the information from the carrier pigeon sent by the crown princess was accurate, then he had finally gained the upper hand in his skirmish with Empress Yu and could enjoy a period of stability. Disciple, suddenly his master, Lung Qinshu, Master, why is it beef whip soup again tonight? His master seemed to be concerned that he was overwhelmed with responsibilities even before becoming emperor. Li Changsheng was at a loss for words. Ever since Lung Qinshu discovered his dual cultivation technique, the Zicha Xingong, she had been preparing whip soup for him every night, be it pig, deer, or beef. Yunzhou was not particularly prosperous and resources were scarce. He wondered where she found so many premium ingredients. Master, I think our Hawan sect should recruit more disciples. Having only one disciple makes me anxious. Lung Chinchue giggled. What is there to fear? Are you afraid that your master will consume you? Your matters will soon be resolved. We will arrive at Yunzhou City in just one more day's journey that I wish to establish the most impressive sect in the city. Huh. Master, shouldn't the construction of a sect be set on a mountain? A mountain? Is it to foster mosquitoes or nurture snakes and vermin? You have never lived on a mountain. It is stifling and utterly dull, devoid of anyone to converse with. Changsheng replied. But as far as I know, the first sacred lands, such as the Yaoguang Sacred Land, are indeed situated on mountains. Lung Chinchue countered, you only know one side, but not the other, right? These sacred lands occupy auspicious locations and established towns around them. Now, our Hahuan sect consists solely of you and me, a lone man and woman establishing a sect on a mountain. Are you not afraid your master will consume you? Li Changsheng looked at the gradually approaching Lung Chinchue, chuckling nervously as he quickly averted his gaze. This sorceress master had an unpredictable temperament, oscillating between flirtation and coldness, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Yet, it was certain that she was employing some form of charm. Each time she spoke to him alone, Li Changsheng's mental state would waver, reminiscent of the chess master Zhenlong's game. Thanks to the Tiansha relic, he managed to maintain his composure. Indeed, she was a sorceress. Far too dangerous. Turning his head away, Li Changsheng thought to himself, I must exercise caution and not let my lower half dictate my actions, lest I fall victim to my master's schemes. Meanwhile, Lung Chinchue's expression darkened as she pondered. It makes no sense, absolutely no sense. After consuming so many whips, this young and vigorous body should have succumbed. Adding my charm technique, how has he not yet been enchanted to the point of losing his senses? Could he truly possess the legendary innocent heart, remaining unaffected? No. That cannot be. The three-legged cat is rare, but a man who does not stray is non-existent. And why master once said such a thing would never exist. It seems I must employ some methods that I refuse to believe that with that technique, this little disciple of mine cannot be captivated. Chapter 68. Beef whip, deer whip, not as good as inside the tent the following morning. The emperor's self-criticism edict arrived. The eunuch delivering the edict read it aloud in front of Li Changsheng. Although he had anticipated this, hearing the once mighty Li Yuan finally admit his faults brought Li Changsheng immense satisfaction. Your most favored son has now fallen to such a state, while I, whom you least esteemed, have surpassed your expectations. Li Changsheng did not wait for the eunuch to finish reading and took the self-criticism edict to read for himself. Although it was labeled as a self-criticism edict, its insincerity was evident, aimed merely at persuading Li Changsheng to grant leniency. That he inquired, was it only the Empress who sent you? The eunuch replied, Your Highness, the crown princess has also come. Li Changsheng was taken aback and looked up to see the crown princess indeed following behind. However, she was guarded by martial experts from the Changsheng sect as she approached. Was this not a subtle hint? Your Highness, Shun Weiyang exclaimed, her expression filled with excitement after days of separation from her husband. Li Changsheng said, You may enter with me. Everyone else shall wait outside. Upon entering the tent, Shun Weiyang immediately leaped into Li Changsheng's embrace. Your Highness, I missed you. Why must you do this? Was it Li Yuan who forced you? Shun Weiyang shook her head. The Yu royal family invited me. But I also longed to see you, so I came of my own volition. Moreover, I have good news to share with you. With that, Shun Weiyang grasped Li Changsheng's hand and placed it on her abdomen. Li Changsheng's brows raised in surprise as he sensed a unique flow of vitality. Shun Weiyang was with child. Their offspring had come to be, as the saying goes, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. Their wild night had indeed borne fruit. Li Changsheng thought to himself, My odds of winning the lottery have been quite high. He gently caressed Shun Weiyang's belly, noting that it was still early in her pregnancy. Not yet visibly pronounced. Shun Weiyang said, Your Highness, you are the second person to learn of this child. Li Changsheng felt a whirlwind of emotions. His bond with Shun Weiyang was not profound, as they had both sought mutual benefit. Yet, she steadfastly maintained her role as his wife. It must be said, this touched Li Changsheng. She truly embodied the adage of marrying a chicken with a chicken and a dog with a dog. How traditional, It brought tears to his eyes. One must understand that during this period, Li Changsheng had been engaged in actions that defied convention, provoked imperial authority, and trampled upon Empress Yu's bottom line. She likely endured considerable pressure as well. Suddenly, Li Changsheng pulled her into a tight embrace. In that moment, he acknowledged Shen Weiyang as his wife. "Stay here, you and the child. I will provide for you both." Shen Weiyang trembled slightly, obediently nestling against him. Tears streamed down her eyes. With those words, she felt finally recognized. However, she said, "Your Highness, there are so many people in the Dingwa Marquis mansion that if I do not return, my grandmother and sister-in-law will worry about me." Changsheng fell silent. He understood the implication. If Shen Weiyang could not return, the Dingwa Marquis mansion would likely face dire consequences. The matriarch of the Shen family, having devoted her life for the great Yu, would find it tragically lamentable if her later years were stripped of honor due to him. Ultimately, it was his weakness that left him feeling small in the face of the entire great Yu. He could devise schemes to capture the Empress and the second prince. He could leverage his blood ties to ensure that the Yu royal family would not pursue his annihilation with full force. Yet he remained merely a lowly martial sovereign, incapable of shaking the foundations of the entire great Yu. In this martial world, the strong reign supreme. Changsheng gently stroked her back, saying, "I cannot return until I reach the martial emperor realm. As soon as I return, I shall be placed under house arrest." Shen Weiyang remarked, "Then your Highness should not return, and I can take good care of myself and the children alone." Changsheng furrowed his brow. Yet, he knew this was not a sustainable solution. "Weiyang, grant me a little time, that I will surely return to the capital before the child is born, that I will not allow anyone to bully you and our child." "Your Highness," Shen Weiyang raised her head, her gaze filled with affection. "Your words are enough for me." The two exchanged glances, their hearts entwined in a moment thick with emotion. As the saying goes, a brief separation is more cherished than a new marriage. Coincidentally, during this period, Li Changsheng had endured considerable punishment, a fitting recompense for his actions. Now, with his temper flaring, he swept his wife into his arms, carrying her toward the bed. "Your Highness, I am newly with child. This is precarious, that I know. I shall be gentle." Before long, the sounds of soft murmurs echoed from within the tent, leaving those outside feeling quite awkward. The Crown Prince had abandoned everyone to engage in a philosophical discussion with the Crown Princess. What could be done? All they could do was wait in silence. Outside the tent, Lung Chinchua listened to the sultry sounds with a furtive glance that, Instantly, her face flushed crimson as she fled, unable to shake the vivid imagery from her mind. Although she was a master of the dark arts, a witch from the Hahuan sect, and despite her youthfulness as a martial artist, she was no longer a child. She was of the same generation as Zhao Xuanji, yet still remained untouched. If this were to be known, her fellow practitioners in the demonic path would mock her as a disgrace to the Hahuan sect. Fuming, Lung Chinchue ground her teeth. That scoundrel. All the pig, cow, and deer whips I toiled over are wasted. How could he resist my charms when he has already been deflowered? Where did I go wrong? Could it be my attire was too excessive? Ever since Li Changsheng had evaded her seduction in Shuzhou, she had been both indignant and perplexed. How could someone with such a low cultivation level evade her charms that were formidable even in the martial emperor realm? In her past experience, no one had ever been immune. After an hour, Shen Weiyang emerged from the tent, her face glowing and her demeanor radiating joy. She accompanied Li Changsheng to the tent where Zhao Xuanji was being held. Zhao Xuanji had been on a hunger strike for several days. However, her high cultivation and abundant vitality rendered it less impactful. She intended to leverage her fasting to compel Li Changsheng to release her. While also harboring concerns about the food being poisoned, it must be said, Zhao Xuanji was quite astute in this regard. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Shen Weiyang, she inquired, "Crown Princess, has His Majesty conveyed any imperial edicts?" Shen Weiyang explained the circumstances. Zhao Xuanji was taken aback. "The emperor has issued a self-reproach edict." "Your Highness, you have suffered an injustice." Changsheng chuckled. "Ah, you truly are a family, aside from myself," Zhao Xuanji retorted. "Crown Prince, you will come to regret your actions today." Changsheng dismissed her words. "You have yet to regret." Why should I? Zhao Xuanji persisted. As a mother, what wrong have I committed? Must I feel remorse? I'm not only your mother. I'm also the mother of Changjian and Yuan. Crown Prince, you are exceedingly selfish to— Yes. You are entirely correct. Li Changsheng had no desire to engage further in conversation. Releasing the two women was the only means to evade the pursuit of the Dayu court. Only then would he be truly free. Rather than being a self-reproach edict, it was more accurately a certificate of transaction for his freedom. From the moment he encountered the emperor to the present, engaging in a battle of wits, he had not only secured his own freedom, but had also eliminated the threat from the Dayu court. These accomplishments were not achieved through obedient behavior, but rather through his rebellious actions that, of course, none of this would be known to outsiders. The emperor would undoubtedly go to great lengths to suppress the news. To the public, he would still be viewed merely as a petulant prince who had run away from home and composed rebellious verses. Outsiders would praise the emperor's magnanimity for tolerating such a defiant prince while secretly slandering his character. Yet, none of this mattered. When the day came for him to once again preside over the capital, there would surely be great scholars to defend his actions. Subsequently, Li Changsheng released Zhao Xuanji and Li Chengjian. Before parting from Shun Weiyang, he gifted her a serpentine flute. This item could control Li Chengjian, serving as a safeguard in times of danger. Moreover, the concubine Su could be trusted. Suddenly, Shun Weiyang turned back. A realization dawning upon her. And, oh wonder, concubine, Su always sought her out. It was all part of Li Changsheng's strategy. This husband of hers was far from being as simple as he appeared. Chapter 69. Disciple, I require your assistance in my cultivation. Having received the self-reproach edict and the imperial decree of appointment, Li Changsheng watched as Shun Weiyang and the others departed. At last, he was free from the torment of pursuit. The emperor of Diyu had acknowledged his identity as the flying dragon general of Yunzhou, no longer interfering with his developments in Yunzhou. Li Changsheng feared no reversal from the emperor. A ruler who lacked even this modicum of credibility would inevitably be exposed to public scorn. Moreover, with the northern tribes wreaking havoc, the emperor had no time to concern himself with him. Thus, Li Changsheng led his contingent directly towards Yunzhou City. Yunzhou City, the sole gateway resisting the demonic forces, was also the most prosperous and affluent location in the entire state. The city sprawled over a vast area, housing a population of over 700,000 from the outside. Its towering walls appeared impregnable, while inside, the grand structures soared high, adorned with flying eaves and flourishing commerce, all flourishing vibrantly. Crucially, Yunzhou City was situated within the vicinity of 3 spirit stone mines. Spirit stones were utilized primarily by advanced martial cultivators, particularly in the martial king realm, where their consumption became essential. They were paramount for breakthroughs in cultivation and the forging of divine weapons, constituting absolute hard currency to fortify against the demonic forces. A significant portion of the annual spirit stone yield was withheld. The financial ledgers were traditionally bifurcated. Although this was not a secret, the court had consistently lacked evidence to hold the Lord of Yunzhou accountable. Meanwhile, the Lord of Yunzhou had received word that Crown Prince Li Changsheng was soon to arrive in Yunzhou City. The court had dispatched the Crown Prince, which left Lord Li Wuguo exceedingly displeased. He cast aside the intelligence report with disdain, openly berating Li Yuan, that scoundrel. We agreed that I would govern Yunzhou, and now he sends someone to act as a special envoy. What nonsense about father-son discord. It is merely a grand performance here. He surely intends to reclaim Yunzhou City and covet the 3 spirit mines. Arrange for someone to come here. He is willing to send his own son back. How splendid. Li Yuan, you have not forgotten your intentions, have you? I had long anticipated that you would wish for him to come back without return. I have reached a critical juncture in breaking through to the martial emperor realm. There must be no unforeseen circumstances. The commander of Yunzhou, Li Wuguo, awaits the arrival of the flying dragon general, Crown Prince Li Changsheng, with the entire city's army assembled. Half an hour later, Li Wuguo greeted the arriving general with a beaming smile. Exuding charm, Li Changsheng, upon his steed, merely offered a nod. General Li, no need for formalities. After all, we are both descendants of the Li clan, brothers in arms. The safety of the hundreds of thousands of citizens in Yunzhou City over the years rests upon your shoulders. You are indeed a great contributor. Upon hearing this, Li Wuba found it difficult to pinpoint any faults and was rather courteous. He thought to himself, this crown prince differs from the rumors. He is polite and possesses considerable talent, with a promising future ahead. However, I have also heard he possesses a flag of the emperor and has a protector at the martial emperor level. There are even rumors of a demonic witch. Who can say what is true? In a feudal dynasty, the channels of information were limited. Thus, the intelligence surrounding Li Changsheng's arrival in Yunzhou was scant. The Diyu court had the most comprehensive information about him. However, the court had bungled the operation to capture Li Changsheng, losing a son and a wife, and even issuing a self-reproach edict. Such a humiliating affair would certainly be shrouded in secrecy. Consequently, the versions circulating beyond the court would be varied, although Yunzhou City was nearby. The intelligence network of Lord Li Wuba could not acquire accurate information in a timely manner. Thus, his knowledge of Li Changsheng was limited to events following his departure from Shuzhou before long. Li Changsheng, along with Lung Qianxue, Xiang Long, and Han Feng, were invited into the Lord's mansion. Li Wuba hosted a grand banquet, complete with musicians, singers, and various officials, warmly welcoming Li Changsheng's arrival. Following the feast, he arranged for accommodations in the Eastern military camp for Li Changsheng. After all, Li Changsheng was the flying dragon general bearing the imperial decree, and legally, he was a high-ranking officer under Li Wuba. However, after the banquet, upon arrival at the Eastern military camp, Li Changsheng discovered it was nothing more than an expanse of empty land. Moreover, it was situated quite a distance from Yunzhou City, far from an ideal location. Han Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Does Li Wuba intend for us to fend for ourselves? This is far from treating the crown prince with due respect. Xiang Long stroked his beard, remaining calm, observing the surroundings and noting the fertile land. Though it is barren, the soil can be cultivated. There is a water source nearby and a forest not far off for timber. This is a good place, Han Feng countered, but how is such a place suitable for His Highness to reside? Li Changsheng was unperturbed, replying, what the Grand Tutor says is correct. If there are no houses to build, we shall construct them. If there are no barracks, we shall create them. It is merely a matter of funds. Xiang Long calculated in his heart, Your Highness, our funds are nearly depleted. Although we submitted a request, the court will not provide military salaries, but I believe it is still necessary to draft a formal request. The military funds are dwindling, a fact that Li Changsheng is acutely aware of. You may make the decision, Grand Tutor, he stated. This land is suitable for cultivation. We can sustain our troops through agriculture. I shall also impart some martial arts techniques to supplement the military pay. This should suffice for at least half a year. I will devise a more permanent solution. Furthermore, he suggested selecting those with exceptional potential for specialized training. Xiang Long nodded in silence. Having aligned himself with the crown prince, he understood the hardships of the early stages of their venture. Han Feng had once been the leader of a righteous army, predominantly composed of farmers. Now, they managed to avoid the imperial army's encirclement and have even become a military household, which is a commendable outcome. Previously, their misfortunes stemmed from their lack of land. If they had land, who would wish to be a rebel? Now, they have been fortunate enough to acquire a substantial plot. It feels like a windfall from the heavens. Xiang Long and Han Feng proceeded to arrange the affairs at hand. Li Changsheng made his way to the small river that lay outside the military camp, awaiting the emergence of the life choice system, longing for some rewards. However, none appeared. Selling martial arts techniques? Li Changsheng currently possessed the Taishang Sword Dao, a premier swordsmanship text. Even if he were to sell it piecemeal, it would fetch a handsome price. If he were to remove the most intricate sections and sell them separately, they would still command a good price. Yet, this path seemed akin to fishing a river dry. It could not be sustained in the long term. Changsheng, suddenly, he heard the soft, melodious voice of his master, sweet and enticing. Li Changsheng's heart raced. His enchanting master was back, and he feared she would employ her seduction techniques once more. Master, what is it? He inquired. I require your assistance in my cultivation, she replied at But master, I have yet to cultivate the Zikan Xiangong, and besides, our relationship. Lung Qianxue giggled, her delicate hands swirling over his chest. What are you thinking? Do you believe I am so easily swayed? Li Changsheng felt a tingling sensation in his chest and quickly sidestepped, saying, "It seems I'm misunderstood. How would you like me to assist you in your cultivation, master?" Suddenly, Long Qinshue leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Come to my tent tonight." Li Changsheng felt his ears flush with warmth. Her sweet voice and the warmth of her breath were utterly intoxicating. "You claim not to practice the Ziken Xiangong, yet you exhibit such allure that this not a case of not a penny of silver here." He turned away, adopting a serious demeanor. "Master, I am currently burdened with mundane affairs." However, Long Qinshue had already vanished in a swift motion. "Master, I shall await your return," echoed in the air, leaving Li Changsheng speechless. What could his master possibly want? Surely, she did not harbor feelings for him. As she departed, Long Qinshue mused, "Very well. Tonight, I shall successfully employ my seductive arts to have this little disciple completely yield to me, thereby redeeming my reputation in the realm of enchantment." Chapter 70. The Shame of the Hahuan Sect. Strike through, contrasting master in the stillness of the night. Within the tent, Long Qinshue rarely adorned her exquisite visage with a light touch of makeup. Donning a red garment that bared her shoulders, the hem of her skirt was removed, drawing attention to her fair, shapely thighs. The fragrance of musk wafted from the tea stove. I refuse to believe I cannot enchant even a mere child. Long Qinshue was determined to captivate Li Changsheng, seeking to erase her previous failures. As a sorceress of the demonic path, her skills in seduction had resolved countless crises, allowing her to dominate numerous heroes. If she could not ensnare Li Changsheng, once he advanced in cultivation, she would lose her chance forever. In the demonic realm, strength reigns supreme. The one with the might holds the sway. Given Li Changsheng's burgeoning prowess, it would not be long before she could no longer hold her ground against him. Thus, it was imperative to enchant him while his cultivation remained low. This was a point of misunderstanding for Li Changsheng. He approached his relationship with Long Qinshue from a standpoint of mutual benefit and allegiance, while she sought to suppress and control through allure. "Master, I have arrived," he announced suddenly from outside the tent. Long Qinshue quickly shed her garments, particularly the gold-hued undergarment, which hung enticingly on the semi-transparent screen. She then gracefully leaped into the bathing tub, completely unclothed. "Come in," she beckoned. Changsheng entered the tent, feeling it necessary to clarify with his master that he was not a man to be trifled with, despite his occasional casualness. However, this was a time for serious endeavors. He had to contend with the imperial court's scrutiny and the pressure from the Lord of Yinzhou. "Master, what are you?" Upon entering, Li Changsheng was greeted by the hazy silhouette of his master behind the screen, her alluring curves and delicate form evoking an unexpected sense of pleasure. "What is it, disciple?" "Bring me my clothing," she requested. Changsheng swallowed hard, turning his head to retrieve an outfit. "Not this one. I mean the one on the screen. Can you not manage even this?" He thought. "Master, please, do not be so provocative. You are playing with fire." As he touched the warm gold fabric, he realized it had only recently been removed from her body. He backed away slightly, extending the garment toward her. "Master, I believe this is inappropriate." With a splash, Long Qinshue emerged from the tub, followed by the soft sounds of her dressing. Changsheng felt his face flush with heat. "What is inappropriate, disciple? Has your filial piety soured? Are you too proud to serve your master?" Suddenly, a delicate arm draped over his shoulder, and her head leaned closer, accompanied by a faint floral scent. "Master, I am a passionate young man. You must understand that I might lose control," he protested. "Lose control. That is precisely what I desire. The less self-control one possesses, the easier it is for them to fall under my seductive influence." She thought gleefully. "Then do not hold back. Release your desires." Their gazes locked, and Li Changsheng felt a wave of dizziness, as if some magical force was influencing his will. Yet, as the Qianma shyly spun within him, he swiftly regained his composure, feeling as if he had not been affected at all. Clearly, he had once again fallen under her enchantment, and he was furious. If Long Qinshue continued this way, he would not be pleased. He needed to make it clear that he had chosen her as his master. He would not be merely a puppet to her whims. Suddenly, Li Changsheng grasped Long Qinshue's hand. stating, "Master, you are not behaving appropriately." Long Qianxue was taken aback. She swore she had exerted all her seductive arts, first creating an inviting atmosphere, then setting the stage, and finally showcasing her freshly bathed state. How could he resist her allure? Yet this bold action, holding her wrist, was unexpected. In a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace, tumbling her onto the bed. Long Qianxue felt the world spin, bewildered as Li Changsheng pinned her down. No, she thought, feeling as though her enchantment had backfired, and now she was the one feeling vulnerable. "Master, you are quite the elder," he teased, delivering a playful slap to her reared. Long Qianxue gasped, her body reacting, for it was the first time in her long life that someone had dared to slap her posterior, especially her own disciple. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, attempting to push him away. However, as the last remnant of the Hahuan sect's shame, she recalled her naive self when she first joined under her master's tutelage, with only the two of them remaining in the sect. Eventually, she was left alone. Although she understood the dual cultivation methods, she had never practiced them, let alone engaged in a romantic relationship. A sense of guilt washed over her for seemingly taking advantage of Li Changsheng. Mixed with a thrill from the encounter, caught in this internal conflict, she felt herself growing weaker. "Oh no, I have encountered a man I cannot subdue." Changsheng held her chin, gazing into her captivating eyes. "Master, so you are the one taking the initiative. You keep tempting me with your charms, yet I am left yearning." "Stop that. You are just a disciple," she protested, flustered. "Did you not instruct me to release my desires?" "Then I shall comply," he declared, his grip on her chin slowly descending. Long Qianxue swallowed hard, her body responding to his touch, her thoughts a muddled haze as her heart raced. She felt as if she were the one being enchanted by her disciple. This should not be happening, she thought in despair. Long Qianxue exerted herself to push Li Changsheng away, executing her movements with grace as she soared into the Changsheng. Witnessing this, couldn't help but smirk. Realizing that his master was indeed quite the contrast. On the surface, he appeared carefree and extravagant, yet in reality, he was rather conservative. However, he completely misinterpreted Long Qianxue's intentions. She felt her allure had failed, and she was at risk of being enchanted by Li Changsheng instead. Overcome with shame, she fled, fearing the repercussions of her seductive magic. Changsheng shook his garments and remarked, "Humph, let's see if you dare to use your charms on me again." With that, he made to leave, only to suddenly notice a tome of martial arts beside his master's bed. The heaven and earth harmonization technique? Is this another dual cultivation method from the Hahuan sect? Specifically for women, Li Changsheng casually seized it. He intended for his master to be preoccupied, thereby leaving no time for her to enchant him. Upon returning to his tent, he discovered Han Feng waiting outside. "Your Highness, Han Feng, what brings you here at such a late hour?" The two entered the tent, and Han Feng stated, "Your Highness, I have just consulted the stars and discovered a major calamity star surrounding you." "A calamity star? What does that signify?" "It means that in the days to come, Your Highness may encounter life-threatening situations that In what regard? Chapter 71. The Great Yu is in peril. I to rely on that unruly sun again? In the imperial capital of the Great Yu, Li Changjian, having returned to recuperate for several days, found his health improving. Had it not been for the emperor's suppression of news, the scandal of his attempted capture of Li Changsheng, only to be kidnapped by the crown prince, would have left him utterly humiliated. As a prince of the Great Yu, he felt lost and without direction. Presently, there were idle bandits within the realm, and the northern frontier was besieged by barbarians. The emperor was also temporarily ignoring Li Changsheng. "Father is still too lenient. What nonsense, the crown prince a brother. When he struck me, he never regarded me as kin. My father ought to depose him and reduce him to commoner status." "Father, you are foolish." Li Changjian vented his frustrations within the crown prince's palace. Beside him, the pregnant consort Su cast a cold glance his way. Feeling increasingly disdainful of his incompetence, and no matter how biased the emperor was, the crown prince remained his flesh and blood. As the detestable crown prince grew more capable and amassed greater influence, the increasingly ineffectual second prince stood to lose everything. Consort Su coldly remarked, I have heard that the remnants of the former Crown Prince's faction are stirring once more to Changsheng instinctively raised his hand to strike. Did I ask for your opinion? You dare to interrupt? Your father is dead, and naturally, no one will suppress the Crown Prince's faction. However, just as his heavy hand was about to descend, Consort Su, defiantly cradling her belly, glared back at him. Go ahead and strike. If you do, I might just lose the child. Li Changjian, I tell you, the medicine that my father provided has run out. With my father gone, there is no medicine left. If I lose this child, how will you explain it to His Majesty? Li Changjian glanced at Consort Su, then at her belly. Ultimately, he refrained from striking her. Yes, this child was his only assurance of status. You wretched woman, get out. Naturally, Consort Su had no desire to linger. In fact, she felt a sense of relief. After more than 5 years of marriage to Li Changjian, for the first time, she could hold her head high without fearing for her life from his violent temper. In the past, she had only been able to plead for mercy, and Li Changjian would spare her due to her father's status as Duke of Julu. Now, with her father deceased, she had found a new pillar of support and no longer needed to appease the second prince. Just as Consort Su departed, a eunuch approached. Your Highness, grave news. The 6 towns of the northern frontier have all fallen, and 300,000 civilians are displaced. The northern tribes are closing in on the North Gate. His Majesty is convening the ministers to discuss this matter. Upon hearing this, Li Changjian's mood soured further. Why was it that Li Changsheng had just returned, and those barbarians could not sit still? If the emperor was preoccupied with the northern frontier conflict, when would he have the time to deal with the burgeoning threat that was Li Changsheng? With his innate talent, once it flourished, he would become uncontrollable. No, I cannot sit idly by. I now possess wealth, followers, and the favor of both my father and mother. How can I possibly lose? Li Changjian declared, prepare the carriage to the imperial study. Li Changjian arrived at the imperial study, where Emperor Li Yuan was discussing state affairs with his ministers. The loss of the 6 northern towns had created a precarious situation. Should the North Gate fall, the barbarians would be able to march straight into the capital, posing a grave threat. Currently, the war hawks were silent, while the peace advocates were in uproar. The recent deployment of over 100,000 troops, including tens of thousands of low-ranking warriors, had resulted in their complete annihilation. This colossal loss nearly caused Emperor Li Yuan to faint, while it was said that in an era of martial arts, individual strength determined outcomes. When the numbers of top-tier warriors were balanced, soldiers could effectively wear down the enemy. However, news from the barbarian camp revealed that a martial sage had emerged beside the barbarian prince. The last time a martial sage appeared in the Eastern Wasteland was over 3,000 years ago. This was a matter that shocked the entire Eastern Wasteland continent. When Emperor Li Yuan saw the battle report, he felt as if the sky were collapsing upon Great Yu. Even if he were to be thrust into the fray, victory against a martial sage was not guaranteed should the Eastern Wasteland's foremost war god fail. It was a foregone conclusion that the world would tilt towards chaos. What if we send the crown prince back as a hostage? Suddenly, an elderly minister suggested. The atmosphere in the imperial study, previously chaotic, fell into an uneasy silence. Clearly, this was an impossible proposition and merely served to incite laughter. Yet, all present understood one crucial point: how vital Li Changsheng had been over the past 20 years. Without his existence as a hostage over the past 2 decades, how could Great Yu enjoy peace in the northern frontier? Emperor Li Yuan's face flushed, not with anger, but with shame. Is it truly that Great Yu, a grand nation, cannot find someone capable of resolving this predicament? The ministers fell silent. Before the war, both the hawks and doves had confidence. However, upon learning that a martial sage stood against them, all bravado dissipated. Suddenly, another minister proposed, how about sending the second prince this time? Li Changjian, eavesdropping at the door, recoiled in alarm, hastily waving to the eunuch carrying the palanquin. Quickly, let us depart for the first sacred land. Li Changjian was terrified. He genuinely feared being dragged into negotiations. Would the barbarian tribes treat him as a human being? Just look at how Li Changsheng had returned. It was evident he had endured a life of servitude for 20 years. Inside the imperial study, Emperor Li Yuan's expression darkened. Why must a prince always be sent for negotiations? The humiliation he had suffered 20 years prior still haunted him. He scoffed, Is there truly no alternative to hostage negotiations? At that moment, a minister spoke up, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, the barbarians plundering the borders do so for wealth. Would it not be prudent to establish a yearly tribute to signify goodwill and avoid conflict? Once our dynasty possesses a martial sage, we can settle matters once and for all. Tribute. Does that not equate to paying protection money? Would Great Yu then have to live in constant fear? Presently, Great Yu is already burdened with many unemployed citizens due to a lack of work. Yet, it was undoubtedly better than facing the barbarians at the gates of the capital. After much contemplation, Emperor Li Yuan finally conceded, Very well, send someone to discuss terms that IT was merely a temporary measure to buy time to end this era of martial prowess. To protect the territory, one ultimately needed top-tier warriors. Suddenly, a minister stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a plan that can ensure Great Yu's safety. Emperor Li Yuan inquired, Speak. The minister continued, In this Eastern Wasteland, the realm of martial emperors is merely an endpoint. However, throughout history, it has been understood that the realm of martial emperors is not the ultimate limit, but rather a boundary that can be surpassed by those with sufficient talent. That I propose that we invest our national resources into nurturing the Crown Prince, allowing him to break through to the martial sage realm as soon as possible. Another minister chimed in, I second that. The Crown Prince also possesses the ancient sacred artifact, the human emperor's flag. This is a blessing for our Great Yu. Emperor Li Yuan's lips twitched. Internally, he cursed, You bunch of incompetent buffoons. Do you have no better ideas? The rift between him and the Crown Prince had grown significantly. Were they unaware? The last self-deprecating edict had already been humiliating enough, and thankfully, it had been suppressed and not widely disseminated. Now, they wanted to focus on nurturing the Crown Prince. He could hardly bear to show his face. Even if he could swallow his pride, would the Crown Prince trust him? Must I truly rely on that ungrateful son again? Yet, this path indeed seemed feasible. Chapter 72. The Crown Prince should return. His Majesty regrets it in the military camp on the eastern outskirts of Yinzhou City. Xianglong and Hanfeng were in charge, overseeing the construction of the camp as the servant army began to fell trees and settle the reluctant citizens, cultivating fields and procuring grain seeds to commence production. Everything was falling into place. However, the lack of funds remained a persistent issue. They could not deplete their limited supply of spirit stones for currency, as that would severely hinder their cultivation. Moreover, he himself required sustenance and shelter. He needed to generate income. Furthermore, without funds, how could he possibly revive the Hahuan sect's celestial and earthly harmony? While he may have initially suspected Lung Qianxue of deceit, their shared experiences have fostered a greater understanding between them. Changsheng came to realize that Lung Qianxue was not a malicious individual. Rather, she possessed an endearing charm. She spent her days attempting to flirt with him, only to be startled into retreat when he took the initiative out of course. Li Changsheng was unaware that Lung Qianxue was merely disheartened by her failed attempts at seduction. Primarily, Li Changsheng was reluctant to release his tool-like master. The martial emperor point one day, Li Changsheng sought out Lung Qianxue and said, Master, I have encountered some confusion in my swordsmanship. I implore you to enlighten me. Since the last time Lung Qianxue had invested fully yet failed to captivate Li Changsheng, she found herself harboring a slight apprehension towards him, fearing that she might become ensnared in her own emotions. This would not only be a disgrace to the Hahuan sect, but also a cautionary tale for practitioners of alluring arts. She turned slightly, avoiding direct eye contact, and said, Ahem, perform a dance for me, will you? Li Changsheng brandished his life sword embryo and executed the newly learned Taishang sword technique. His movements seamlessly blended footwork, body technique, and sword play. He wielded the sword with the grace of a dragon in flight and the swiftness of lightning, his steps agile and his body supple, with strength coursing through the sword's edge and energy emanating from its tip. After observing, Lung Qianxue furrowed her brows deeply, captivated by the intricacies of the sword technique. She inquired repeatedly, Where did you learn this sword play? Ah, it must be from the Grand Yu Library. Li Changsheng habitually attributed it to the Grand Yu Imperial Palace. Lung Qianxue replied, This is a sword technique passed down from the sacred land of Lishan. It is said that half of its teachings have been lost, and few possess the knowledge you have acquired in its entirety. Should you encounter individuals from the sacred land of Lishan in the future, they may question you. Changsheng thought to himself that he would simply claim he learned it from the wild tribes, letting them seek out the tribesmen for answers. You wield it well, but it seems you are a novice, slightly awkward in execution. Is there anything you do not understand? When I dance with the sword, I often feel a faint current, as if I cannot fully control it. I need to better harmonize my vitality, spirit, and essence. That it is natural for you, being a scion of the Li clan, to possess the Xiaolei bloodline. No, it appears that what I have now is not the complete Xiaolei bloodline. Master, what does this mean? Lung Qinshui crossed her arms and replied, Many years ago, your Li clan produced a martial saint of remarkable strength, whose Xiaolei bloodline astonished the entire Eastern wilderness. Unfortunately, subsequent generations have dwindled in power, unable to unleash the force of this bloodline. Yet a millennium ago, a master from the Li family devised a unique technique capable of awakening the bloodline's strength. Mimicking the might of thunder, the outside world mistakenly believed that the Xiaolei bloodline had resurfaced within the Li clan, when in truth, it was merely a clumsy imitation. The true Xiaolei bloodline does not require any technique. It is innate. Therefore, neither your father, Emperor Yu, nor anyone else in the Li clan possesses the genuine Xiaolei bloodline. Upon hearing Lung Qinshui's explanation, Li Changsheng suddenly understood that he need not rely on any techniques from the Li clan to harness this authentic thunderous power, saving both time and effort. But master, I feel that every time I strike, the power is beyond my control. Lung Qinshui analyzed, this indicates that your bloodline is, for some reason, in the process of recovering its Xiaolei heritage. At times like this, if you had access to special herbs, such as rejuvenating Lingji, it might yield miraculous effects. Changsheng's heart stirred. Could be the Tianma Sheli. The Tianma Sheli constantly emits energy, much like a heart. Indeed, rejuvenating Lingji, isn't that what I obtained from the poetry conference in Shuzhou? He had initially thought it useless, realizing now how misguided he had been. Truly, Master is incredibly resourceful. She could serve as a living encyclopedia. Li Changsheng returned to the newly constructed commander's wooden cabin and located the rejuvenating Lingji, consuming it with water. As the herb took effect, waves of medicinal energy surged through his body, igniting his vital essence. Previously, he had ingested the Tianma transformation pill, which had altered his body from a frail state to that of a normal person. However, it turned out that his body still harbored untapped potential. Suddenly, as he was refining the herb, a powerful current coursed through Li Changsheng's body. He abruptly opened his eyes, which sparkled with electric intensity, drawing forth his life, sword embryo, and flying out of the cabin. He once again executed the Taishang sword technique, and with a thunderous roar, bolts of lightning accompanied his strikes. With a mere swipe of his sword, it was as if he had unleashed the full force of another strike. Trees shattered, and stones splintered. The power was doubled compared to before. After concluding his swordplay, Li Changsheng compared his performances and realized that indeed, the Tianma Sheli was aiding in the restoration of his original Xiaolei bloodline. While the rejuvenating Lingji expedited the process, that he estimated that in due time, he would completely master the full force of the Xiaolei bloodline, but a surge of joy filled his heart. With this, he would pose a threat to his adversaries without the need for the Emperor's banner. At that moment, Xianglong approached and said, Your Highness, someone from the capital has arrived. Again, Li Changsheng expressed his displeasure. Xianglong explained, They come not to cause trouble, but rather to bring gifts. They also mentioned that the Emperor has some words for your Highness. Li Changsheng's heart raced. He was in need of finances. The Emperor was sending him money. What could this mean? He decided to assess the situation first. Stepping out of the military camp, he saw several eunuchs along with a court official from the Li clan. Your Highness, they bowed deeply in unison. Speak your piece. Your Highness, the Emperor is aware of your diligent efforts guarding the borders and wishes to reward you with 30,000 taels of silver as military funds. Li Changsheng understood. The Emperor was attempting to curry favor with him. Regretful, was he? Li Changsheng was not in a hurry and asked, What else did he say? The court official replied, in response to His Highness. The Emperor expressed that you are exceptionally gifted and possess rare ambition. having made significant contributions to the Grand Yu, making him feel both gratified and proud. He also advised you not to overexert yourself and to take care of your health. Someone chuckled, and it was not Li Changsheng. Indeed, it was Xiang Taifu, who covered his mouth with his sleeve, stifling a laugh. Clearly, even he did not believe it. The emperor seemed to have changed his mind, regretting the pressure he had placed on the crown prince. Now, seeing the crown prince perform so well, he sought to ease relations. Before Li Changsheng could respond, a life choice system suddenly appeared before him. Critical life decision choice 1. Reconcile. After all, he is your father. Love your father once more and return to the capital to assist Li Yuan in resolving the northern crisis, presenting the emperor's banner to exemplify filial piety. Reward. Tianxin pill cures all poisons. Choice 2. Drive away the envoy. Refuse to forgive. One must have integrity and recognize that spilled water cannot be retrieved. They do not regret their actions. They merely face difficulties. You remain that familiar tool. Reward. Comprehensive map of Yunzhou's mineral resources. Choice 3. Be a bit proud and demand more. Showcase your talents to draw your parents' attention, seeking their love once again. Reward. Turtle breathing pill. Seeing these options, Li Changsheng was enraged. Did he even need to choose? It was obvious what to do. They had treated him with indifference before, and now they regretted it. Handing over 30,000 taels and expecting reconciliation? Family ties cannot be bought. It is not a transaction that can be purchased at will. Begone. Chapter 73. Li Yuan's fury. How does the crown prince relate to the Grand Yu's predicament? Is the crown prince to receive nothing? Do you expect them to return empty-handed? What then shall he eat? The northwest wind. It was unreasonable. Calculating it out, the money the crown prince had previously acquired in the capital must have been exhausted. Without funds, how long could that rebellious son continue to thrive? Rebellious son, how can you not comprehend my good intentions? To what extent must you push me? Is there such an unfilial son in the world? In the capital of the Grand Yu, Li Yuan, who was besieged by the small, wise king of the northern barbarian tribes, was infuriated upon hearing of Li Changsheng's rejection of the 30,000 taels in military funds. Mocking him for misidentifying familial ties, that Li Yuan was incensed, his frustration boiling over. Very well, you believe you have grown wings. When you can no longer afford to eat, I shall see how you manage with so many mouths to feed. Li Yuan, too, was filled with rage, feeling utterly powerless against this obstinate and unyielding son. He completely forgot that he had initially planned to deceive Li Changsheng into transferring his talents to Li Chengjian. As though such thoughts had never crossed his mind, Li Yuan, in a fit of anger, swept his hand across the table. Toppling all the dishes, he repeated the phrase rebellious son 3 times in frustration. Yet, with Li Changsheng unwilling to return, he found himself at a loss for what to do. Not to mention, there were also some rebel forces and bandits emerging in the southern regions of the Grand Yu, leading to a turbulent situation. Tensions were also escalating along the Eastern Front, with the Yu Dynasty present. The greatest challenge was not the numerous kingdoms of the Eastern Wilderness, but rather Li Yuan's first encounter with a martial saint of unprecedented strength in a millennium. Even if he could endure a temporary peace through the exchange of annual tribute, there had to be a long-term solution. Why was that rebellious son endowed with such extraordinary talent? Li Yuan found himself unexpectedly stirred by a tinge of jealousy. If only his innate talent had been slightly greater, perhaps he would have had the opportunity to break through to the martial saint realm. But what-ifs are mere illusions. Everything is determined by fate. At this moment, the foremost sacred ground of Diyu, the supreme elder, Blade Saint Zhao Shengqiao, had returned. After being outmaneuvered by Li Changsheng's skin puppet trick during his previous journey to Shuzhou, he encountered ancient masters from various sacred sites, engaging in mutual sparring. Following this, Zhao Shengqiao received news that a minor wise king from the northern barbarian tribes had produced a martial saint-level powerhouse. This was an extraordinarily shocking revelation for the Eastern Wilderness, as it had been a long time since a martial saint had emerged in the region. Many old masters similar to Zhao were still stuck at the martial emperor realm without a breakthrough. And the newcomers were also halted at the same stage that it had been nearly a millennium since a martial saint had graced the Eastern Wilderness. This unprecedented upheaval after a millennium was bound to alter the landscape of the Eastern Emperor's territories. Consequently, both Zhao Shengqiao and Li Chunguang, along with other rising powers from Shuzhou, hastened back to their sacred grounds to strategize. Upon returning to the foremost sacred ground, Li Changjian was pleased to see the disciples of various sacred sites, showing him great respect. He was relieved to avoid becoming a hostage in the barbarian tribes and to have returned to safety. Furthermore, after Zhao Xuanji was released, she had been recuperating here. Mother, his grandfather, and the elders been deliberating on the martial saint for 3 days and nights without any resolution. The existence of a martial saint was of paramount importance, naturally necessitating careful discussion on how to respond, especially since that martial saint belonged to another faction. Mother, why don't you return to the palace? So I could be mocked by your father? Zhao Xuanji huffed in annoyance. Your father always thinks he is invincible and can solve everything. That it would be embarrassing to return after being captured by your elder brother. Li Changjian fell silent, unsure how to respond to such sentiments. He consoled her. Mother, it's all Li Changsheng's fault. He has learned nothing but selfishness from the barbarian tribes. Unlike me, who only cares for you. Zhao Xuanji looked at her younger son, who was affectionately massaging her shoulders, and felt much more at ease. If only Li Changsheng were as filial. She mused, why dear Qingjian is truly obedient. My efforts in raising you were not in vain. She then inquired, now that your father has dispatched envoys to seek peace in the northern territories, it is merely a temporary measure. The key is for our DU to uncover talents capable of breaking through to the martial saint realm. No sooner had she finished speaking than a sacred light emanated from within the foremost sacred ground. That it was the martial resonance summoning the disciples of the sacred site. Zhao Xuanji promptly led Li Changjian to the council hall of the foremost sacred ground, where they found a considerable number of disciples and masters already assembled. Among them were 7 or 8 of the strongest martial emperor realm experts, with the least being elders of the martial king realm. Zhao Xuanji asked, Father, have decisions been made? Zhao Shengqiao nodded silently. Once everyone had gathered, the leader of the sacred ground, Tian Yi Dao Li Hong Kong, began to preside over the assembly. Li Hong Kong, also a member of the Li clan, was a cousin of Li Yuan and a disciple of Zhao Shengqiao, indicating the close ties between the Li clan and the foremost sacred ground. Li Hong Kong stated, as many of you are aware, Dayu's over 100,000 troops were annihilated by the martial experts surrounding the minor wise king of the barbarians. The crowd fell silent, not merely because of the efficient slaughter of the troops, but due to the emergence of a martial saint. This was a sudden catastrophe for the Eastern Wilderness that I have conferred with the elders, he continued, and should the DU court find itself unable to withstand the pressure, the foremost sacred ground may need to relocate. Conversely, if the DU court can hold its ground and negotiate peace with the barbarians, that martial saint could very well enter DU territory, posing a threat to us all. Thus, the leader paused before stating, should you reach an agreement with the barbarians, the sacred ground will develop a strategy for creating artificial powerhouses, seizing the initiative. The assembly fell silent. This strategy involved the loss of personal freedom in love and marriage, instead advocating for the pairing of bloodlines among the strong to produce even more powerful offspring. While it may seem a matter for the young, who can truly know the implications of such decisions? Meanwhile, at the military camp on the eastern outskirts of Yunzhou City, a respectable encampment had been established through the daily efforts of the servant soldiers, even attracting some landless vagrants from within the city. As joining the army promised at least a meal to in this desolate land, such a prospect held considerable allure. Yet, Li Changsheng publicly rejected the 3,000 taels of military funds offered by the Yu Emperor, causing concern among senior generals like Kong Ding and Han Feng. Did the crown prince still possess funds? Without money, who would work for him? However, Li Changsheng did possess wealth, an extensive map of the mineral deposits in Yunzhou. A reward for choosing option 2. This detailed map indicated over 20 mines of various sizes around Yunzhou City, sufficient for Li Changsheng to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Few in the feudal dynasty knew how to prospect for minerals. It all relied on luck and chance. Now, with such a clear geological map in hand, Xiang Taifu was utterly astonished, exclaiming, Your Highness, my heavens! How did you manage to survey such an extensive mineral map? This is boundless wealth. Lung Qinshu gazed at the map with glistening eyes, recognizing several spirit stone mines within. Her prized disciple had indeed not deceived her. He was poised to restore the former glory of the Yin Yang Hahuan sect in Yinzhou. Li Changsheng pointed to the nearest silver mine, declaring, "Tomorrow, we shall commence excavation." Chapter 74. Li Wuguo creates trouble, employing the charm of beauty 30 miles from the eastern military camp. A silver mine was discovered. In the borderlands of Yinzhou, the city itself was paramount, with scarcely any villages in the vicinity, making this akin to a pie falling from the sky. No one was competing for it, even if the emperor were to learn of it. He was currently preoccupied with the northern barbarians' plunder and had no time to concern himself with Li Changsheng's affairs in the distant mountains. Once the servant army unearthed the silver mine, Li Changsheng felt a sense of relief. There were still many more mines indicated on the map. Just this one mine alone was enough to secure his fortune. However, he intended to stabilize the mining operations, accumulate wealth, and then recruit soldiers. The mere thought of it filled him with delight. Long Qinxue observed her extraordinary disciple with a sense of wonder. He had truly risen from despair, and the future seemed promising. "Master, once the silver mine is operational, I will construct a grand palace for the Hahuan sect and then hide you away, ensuring no one can harm you." Long Qinxue playfully tugged at his ear and leaned in close. "Teasing, you naughty boy. Are you trying to keep your master as a caged canary? I shall be the one to consume you first." Li Changsheng was no longer intimidated by her. He grasped her hand and leaned closer, saying, "Master, I am the most filial disciple. Why not allow me to indulge you tonight?" "Ah, you?" Long Qinxue panicked, gazing at Li Changsheng's chiseled features and sharp eyes, feeling an unexpected rush of attraction. "Master, you need not employ your charms on me any longer. With just a flick of your finger, I would belong to you." Alas, the charm technique had once again failed. Startled, Long Qinxue pushed Li Changsheng away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hurriedly made her exit. "If this continues, I shall surely be ensnared by my own charms. I have already mastered the art of seduction." Watching his shy master retreat, Li Changsheng chuckled softly. He knew that beneath her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was quite susceptible to such provocations. Upon returning to the military camp, Li Changsheng resumed his cultivation of the supreme sword Dao. This was far more exquisite than the techniques bestowed by the supreme demonic arts. With each move designed for lethal efficiency, as dusk fell, a visitor arrived at the camp. "Your Highness, the city lord has arranged a banquet in your honor." Li Wuguo was inviting him for drinks. There was no enmity between them. He had no reason to harm him. Could it be that he sought to foster a closer relationship? Li Changsheng, confident in the protection of the emperor's flag, felt untroubled. If things turned hostile, he could always escape under the guard of the loyal Soul Army. He instructed his close aide, Captain Kong Ding, "If my master returns, inform her of my whereabouts." "Understood, Your Highness." With that, Li Changsheng set out with a few trusted attendants. Upon entering Yinzhou City, he was struck by its opulence and prosperity, a place crafted from the wealth of the entire region, the city lord's residence. Li Wuguo welcomed him alongside local officials and martial families. Dismounting, Li Changsheng clasped his fists and said, "Esteemed guests, I appreciate your patience. Let us proceed inside." Within the city lord's residence, Li Wuguo introduced Li Changsheng to various officials and prominent families. Attempting to forge connections in terms of lineage, they were quite close, being cousins within the Li clan. However, Li Changsheng discerned that Li Wuguo held no affection for the greedy Yu emperor. He had also heard from Xiang Taifu that Li Wuguo was a talented youth who had clashed with Li Yuan, but was unable to best him, leading to his current frustration while stationed in Yinzhou. Li Changsheng observed that Li Wuguo exuded a commanding presence, being at the pinnacle of the martial lord realm, accompanied by loyal subordinates. Should Li Yuan meet an untimely end and Li Changjian ascend to the throne, this uncle would not likely heed his cousin's counsel. He certainly paid no heed to the trivial affairs of those individuals. After several rounds of drinks and witnessing the graceful dance of songstress, a remarkably beautiful young woman suddenly entered, clad in minimal attire that barely concealed her upper and lower halves, revealing a cascade of pristine white skin. Her exquisite poise and enchanting dance were indeed a feast for the eyes. Moreover, her stunning visage marked her as an absolute paragon of beauty. However, Li Changsheng, accustomed to the presence of such ethereal beauties, had grown somewhat immune to their allure. The songstress, while dancing, cast her gaze upon Li Changsheng, who savored his drink while appreciating the performance. Could it be that the Lord of Li intended to employ the charms of a seductress? What was his true aim? As the dance concluded, Lord Li introduced the young woman, stating, "This maiden is an orphan, affectionately named Changsheng. I took her in as my adopted daughter, nurturing her in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Upon learning of the arrival of esteemed guests, she insisted on presenting a dance in homage. The officials, upon hearing this, clamored, 'We are indeed fortunate to bask in the grace of the Crown Prince.' Indeed, others echoed, 'Without the Crown Prince, we would not have the pleasure of witnessing such a marvelous performance.' 'Thank you, Your Highness.' The officials inexplicably began to extend their congratulations to Li Changsheng. Lord Li continued, 'Changsheng, raise a toast to the Crown Prince.' The maiden, whose name had yet to be mentioned, approached Li Changsheng with a cup in hand. Speaking softly, 'I offer this toast to Your Highness.' Li Changsheng realized that this was an attempt to curry favor with him through the offering of a woman. However, his current predicament hardly warranted such flattery from Lord Li. Furthermore, his reputation was far from favorable, being known as a figure of brutality. Yet, since arriving in Yinzhou City, he had observed that the Lord of Li possessed the demeanor of a smiling tiger. As he regarded the cup of wine presented to him and the beauty standing before him, her figure accentuated by the curve of her waist, he pondered how many men had been captivated by this professional songstress. Li Changsheng was not one to be so easily swayed. He raised his cup slightly, signaling his intent. 'I find myself somewhat overwhelmed by drink. I must take my leave.' Lord Li hastily stood, exclaiming, 'Your Highness, I have much more to discuss with you. It would be best if you could stay the night in my eastern chamber. I shall have Changsheng attend to your comforts.' Clearly, this was an attempt to offer a woman as a gift. Such behavior indicated that he lacked the fate of a protagonist. Li Changsheng, unaware of Lord Li's ulterior motives, wrapped an arm around Changsheng and suggested, 'Then perhaps Changsheng might accompany me home.' Li Wugua silently scoffed. It seems the exceptionally gifted crown prince cannot escape the clutches of desire. He exchanged a knowing glance with Changsheng, who understood the unspoken message. 'Your Highness, please remain for the evening, so I may extend the courtesy of a host. The military camp is not a suitable place for a woman.' Li Changsheng feigned nonchalance, saying, 'Ah, the night has fallen, and I must ensure my military camp in the eastern outskirts is well guarded. Changsheng would be just the comfort I require.' He pushed aside Li Wugua and took Changsheng by the hand, leaving. After all, refusing this woman might jeopardize his ability to escape this treacherous banquet. The Crown Prince's actions might invite scandal. 'Your Highness, this is inappropriate,' Lord Li and the officials called out, imploring him to reconsider. Yet they merely watched as Li Changsheng departed. Once outside the Lord's estate, Li Wugua's expression returned to one of cold severity. He turned back into the room, followed closely by the surrounding officials and heads of martial families. As he walked, he chuckled, 'Ha ha ha, a sickly courtesan has him in such a frenzy. Soon, our crown prince will find himself afflicted with a venereal disease.' It was evident that they were well aware of the scheme at play. 'Tonight's objective is to ensnare Li Changsheng,' remarked one official, 'that I wouldn't be surprised if he indulges himself tonight. But by tomorrow, ha ha, he will surely come to the city seeking a physician.' Laughter erupted among the group. Soon, the entire city will know of the crown prince's debauchery. Li Wugua reveled in his cunning, believing that the best strategy was to strike without direct confrontation. Although his own strength was limited to the martial lord realm, he held a significant position as a high-ranking official in the emperor's court, with numerous allies in the Li clan. Without just cause, he would invite calamity upon himself. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a graceful figure slipped inside. Li Changsheng instinctively placed a hand on the imperial banner behind him, upon recognizing his master. Long Qinshue, he felt at ease. 'Master, could you not announce your presence? You startled me.' 'Yes, that's so,' Long Qinshue replied, her voice playful. Li Changsheng, speechless, thought, 'Here she comes again. Do not bat those lashes at me, for your charms hold no sway.' Long Qinshue then glanced at the bound Changsheng, remarking, 'You certainly know how to have fun. I was worried when I heard you were visiting Li Wugua's residence, but it seems you have taken his adopted daughter captive instead. Have you been playing a binding game along the way? Li Changsheng replied. Her true identity is that of a courtesan afflicted with a venereal disease. Lung Qinshue, startled at the thought of inadvertently flirting with someone in such a condition, quickly moved away and sat beside Li Changsheng, clearly apprehensive of the shame associated with her sect. Master, do not look down upon this young woman. Have you heard her tale? A father who succumbs to alcohol, a mother who abandons her family, and a young brother and sister left behind. This maiden is but a victim of circumstance. Lung Qinshue displayed little compassion. So, this was Li Wuguo's trap, designed to ensnare you? Li Changsheng nodded. I am contemplating how to exact my revenge. All members of the Li family are untrustworthy, resorting to such insidious tactics. Thankfully, my disciple has not been led astray by his lower instincts. Master, do not scold me as well. You are my teacher, not a member of the Li family, he retorted. Come, do not let the opportunity for revenge slip away. The martial lord realm is nothing to fear. Hearing this, Li Changsheng felt a warmth in his heart. His master truly cared for him. Master, the background of Li Wuguo is not easy to navigate. What? Are you afraid the great Yu court will come knocking? If you have reason, what is there to fear? Do you understand the ways of the dark arts? It is all about clarity of intention that if you are wronged, must you endure? Li Changsheng declared, of course. I would not stand idly by. I was merely waiting for you. Master, you are late. Driver, turn the carriage around. Ha ha ha. Now you're truly a disciple of the Yinyang Hahuan sect, with the formidable support of the cold Qinshue from the martial emperor realm. Li Changsheng felt a newfound confidence in his victory. Otherwise, relying solely on his own strength would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The carriage returned to the residence of the city lord of Yuzhou. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura descended from the heavens, shattering the gates of the city lord's mansion. The guests within, still present, were taken aback. There stood Li Changsheng, brandishing the flag of the human emperor. Li Wuguo furrowed his brow and inquired, Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Has my daughter failed to serve you in some way? Li Changsheng replied coldly, You mean Miss Changsheng? She is merely a courtesan whom you coerced and enticed into pretending to be a righteous daughter, intending to infect me with her illness. She has confessed everything. Li Wuguo's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the behind Changsheng, thinking to himself that the wretch had failed miserably. He then said, It is a misunderstanding, Your Highness, that we are family. How can we resort to conflict over a mere woman? Let us sit down and discuss this calmly. Suddenly, a multitude of figures clad in black surged forth from the city lord's mansion. These were elite assassins from the city lord's network, all at the pinnacle of the martial sect realm, appearing to protect Li Wuguo. Outside, a large contingent of soldiers rushed in, the atmosphere charged with tension. Yuzhou was home to 100,000 soldiers, which was Li Wuguo's greatest assurance. He felt a chill run down his spine. The prince was far too aggressive, even if he had seen through Li Wuguo's treachery. There was no need for such blatant hostility. However, as Li Changsheng raised the human emperor flag, a resonant hum echoed, unleashing the full power of the loyal souls. 3,000 loyal soul army soldiers charged forth. He spoke coldly, What punishment is due for those who conspire to murder the crown prince? The 3,000 loyal soul soldiers echoed in unison, Kill, kill, kill. Li Wuguo, with a furious countenance, exclaimed, Your Highness, you conspire with witches to murder state officials. He attempted to berate Li Changsheng further, hoping to seize the moral high ground. But cold Qinshue, like a specter, dashed into the fray, impervious to any obstacles presented by a martial emperor realm expert, directly confronting him with a swift kick. Though Li Wuguo defended with all his might, he was sent flying, crashing through a section of the wall. Despite possessing 100,000 soldiers, it was virtually impossible for them to penetrate the confines of the city lord's mansion. Li Changsheng, having endured enough humiliation, refused to remain patient any longer. The loyal soul army surged toward Li Wuguo, while many of his subordinates and the heads of local martial arts families joined the fray, attacking Li Changsheng. Seeing this, Li Changsheng shouted, Do you intend to rebel? One retorted, Did you not proclaim a complete severance of ties with the Li family? Laughter erupted. Indeed, so this is your justification for scheming against me? Another added, They indeed sent a sickly courtesan to Li Changsheng, hoping to tarnish his reputation or even bring about his demise. Suddenly, the loyal soldiers of the human emperor flag began to emanate the power of thunder. Even Li Wuguo, who was being subdued by cold Chinchua, was astounded. The thunder bloodline, how could it be unleashed without employing the techniques of the Li family? Unless, had he returned to ancient times? Li Wuguo was greatly shaken. The Li family had not possessed such a complete thunder bloodline for over 1,000 years. If this were to reach the Li family, it would be catastrophic. Li Changsheng would inevitably be revered like a supreme emperor. With the enhancement of the thunder bloodline, the combat prowess of the loyal soul soldiers surged. Those aiding the city lord, even those at the martial king realm, dared not provoke the empowered human emperor flag. The loyal soul army, fundamentally an extension of the human emperor flag, was akin to an ancient weapon. Thus, when Li Changsheng infused the flag with electricity, it was tantamount to bestowing the loyal soul army with the power of thunder. With minimal expenditure of spiritual essence, thunder rumbled continuously, in a brief moment. The night in Yuzhou was illuminated by the brilliance of 3,000 loyal soul soldiers surrounded by crackling lightning. Martial artists and onlookers alike rushed forth to witness the spectacle. Li Wuguo, filled with envy, contemplated how he could dominate the Li family if he possessed the human emperor flag, Li Changsheng. You and your father are colluding to deceive me in Yuzhou. However, his opponent was cold Chinchua. She paid no heed to his words, focusing instead on capturing Li Wuguo to bring the matter to a swift conclusion. Yet, as a prominent official and an expert at the pinnacle of the martial king realm, Li Wuguo could still hold his ground for a time. Moreover, he donned formidable defensive armor, enduring numerous strikes while still capable of fleeing and cursing. Amidst the chaos, Li Changsheng commanded the loyal soul army to charge. Raising his flag high, he proclaimed, "I am the crown prince of Dayu. Today, I expose city lord Li Wuguo's treachery in collusion with the demon clan, oppressing the populace for far too long. Any who slay Li Wuguo shall be rewarded with vast riches." Li Wuguo, enraged, spat blood. How had he betrayed the state? Li Changsheng, you are severing your own retreat. In the past, whatever chaos you caused, Li Yuan would accommodate you. But Yuzhou has been predetermined to be mine by the Li family. If you seek to drive me out, this matter is far from over. Li Changsheng scoffed. If it is not over, so be it. I fear nothing and will not be deterred. Witnessing the loyal soul army storming the city lord's mansion, the martial artists within Yuzhou felt their blood boil. Most were common folk from various counties and towns who had suffered under the enormous strength of the demon clan, while Li Wuguo, as a local tyrant, had led many to lose their homes. Those who opposed him were met with immediate slaughter, for in Yuzhou, he acted as a despot. This was the culmination of internal strife within the Li family. Supported by the martial arts family behind the emperor, Li Wuguo's reign as a local tyrant naturally bred discontent among the populace. Now that the crown prince was clashing with the city lord, opportunists rushed to seize a share of the chaos. Li Wuguo had cultivated a significant following in Yuzhou over the years, yet the prince commanded the support of martial emperor realm experts. Such powerful beings were typically under the control of the Dayu court. Those who were not managed were quickly overwhelmed. Furthermore, within Dayu, the Li family boasted even more martial emperor realm experts. Thus, ordinary martial king realm officials could act with impunity. Yet the crown prince had unexpectedly taken a martial emperor realm demon path expert as his master, leaving Li Wuguo at a distinct disadvantage. Especially when Li Changsheng unleashed the thunder bloodline, it left those martial arts families who had supported him stunned into inaction. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. "Why are you working so hard, Master Fong?" "As if I am. I am merely putting on a show." "Indeed, let them squabble within the Li family. We small families will not interfere." "Exactly. It is best for us to remain uninvolved. Let the city lord take the blame." "Indeed, we do not wish to provoke the wrath of that demoness, cold Chinchua. A single slap could leave us reeling." Given the crown prince's astonishing talent, if they were to intervene and he survived, none would escape retribution. Conversely, should the crown prince perish, they too would be implicated. None were foolish. They weighed their interests carefully. After careful consideration, those martial arts family heads supporting the city lord began to withdraw. However, As these families retreated, the City Lord's faction found themselves in dire straits, unable to withstand the onslaught. The loyal Soul Army, guarding the City Lord's mansion, was an impenetrable force. The arriving soldiers found it difficult to intervene in this high-stakes conflict among powerful warriors. Ultimately, Changsheng seized the opportunity, joining forces with Cold Qinshue to launch an assault on Wuguo. Seeing the two unite their swords, Wuguo cursed, "Crown Prince, you consort with demons and bring disgrace to the martial way." With a flourish, the human emperor flag nearly tore Wuguo's very soul from him. He shouted, "Listen well, you dog. This esteemed lady is the master of the Crown Prince of Diyu, not some demoness." Cold Qinshue giggled. "Indeed, when my disciple ascends to the throne, I shall be the imperial teacher." With a sweep of her sword aura, Cold Qinshue sealed off Wuguo's escape route. Simultaneously, Changsheng commanded the loyal Soul Army to charge. Wuguo was sent flying out of the city. Disheveled and in a pitiable state, he deeply regretted underestimating the Crown Prince's ruthlessness. Had he known, he would not have resorted to such underhanded tactics. He should have seized the Crown Prince at their first meeting and confined him. Seeing no avenue for escape, Wuguo gritted his teeth and unleashed his incomplete Thunder Bloodline, requiring special techniques to harness. Nevertheless, he transformed into a streak of lightning, appearing before Changsheng in an instant. This bloodline power caught even Cold Qinshue off guard momentarily. "Capture him!" He reached out with a grasp. If he could just strike Changsheng, he would turn the tide. However, with a single maneuver of the Emperor's banner, Changsheng's expression shifted drastically. His son? No, it was the face of the thousand-faced and Wuguo beheld a visage resembling that of his Son. It turned out that Changshue had crafted human skins of Wuguo's entire family. Changsheng, adorned with his son's likeness, genuinely startled him. In that fleeting moment, Changsheng seized the opportunity, sidestepped, and evaded a fatal blow. Countless loyal soul troops surged forward. Wuguo realized he had missed the best chance. Just as he intended to employ his martial arts to flee, he suddenly found himself unable to move. He turned in horror, only to discover that his lower body had not followed. Gasp! Wuguo spat out a mouthful of blood. It was revealed that he had indeed evaded Qinshue with the swiftness granted by his bloodline. Yet, in her desperation to rescue Changsheng, Qinshue had executed a distant strike that severed Wuguo at the waist. How could this be? Wuguo was numb. Had he truly fallen like this? Suddenly, Changsheng seized his head, grinning wickedly. "It has been ages since I've had such a substantial feast. Seize the merit, bloodthirsty, soul-searching." Chapter 77. The flustered Yu Huang and the profiteering Crown Prince. Wuguo, bisected at the waist, felt his entire power being siphoned away. How can your demonic arts be so effortlessly effective?" Wuguo pondered, as he reflected that most techniques for absorbing others' power come with significant side effects. Why was Changsheng's different? But he could think no further, for his soul was extracted and cast into the Emperor's banner. After all, Wuguo had been severed at the waist and was on the brink of death. It didn't take long for him to be lost. Yet, in that brief moment, Changsheng felt a tremendous amount of spiritual energy absorbed for his own use. The sea of spiritual energy within his dantian expanded immensely. He sensed the spiritual resonance surging through him. The heavenly demon relic frantically digested and absorbed the spiritual energy while operating the Great Void Demon God technique. Changsheng planted the Emperor's banner and then sat cross-legged to cultivate. With his master by his side, he felt no fear. Qinshue, noticing his sudden meditation, immediately recognized his intent to break through. She stood guard beside him. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Yunzhou City rushed out, their fury ignited upon witnessing the death of their lord. The powerful figures from martial families, upon realizing Wuguo was truly dead, were equally shocked and found it hard to believe. In their minds, they could not comprehend why Changsheng dared to act so brazenly. Even if he were the Crown Prince, what gave him the audacity to kill the lord of a vital border stronghold? Although this was a world of martial arts, where individual strength often determined the outcome, Wuguo was crucial to the current situation that had developed over years of friction between the Great Yu and the Demon Clan. Among the 100,000 soldiers, at least 30,000 were Li Wuguo's absolute confidants. Upon witnessing his murder, their eyes reddened with rage, swearing to avenge him. Form ranks, attack. In the open terrain outside the city, these soldiers finally found a place to unleash their martial prowess, loyal soul troops. Form ranks. Suddenly, a massive wave of loyal soul troops surged forth from the Emperor's banner planted beside Li Changsheng. Kill. A fierce battle was imminent. Under the cover of night, outside Yinzhou City, bloodshed pervaded the air, gradually turning the ground into a river of blood. In the later stages, Xianglong had arrived with the retinue army to protect the crown prince. However, the retinue army was unnecessary. A single emperor's banner sufficed. Until dawn, 30,000 loyal soul troops continued to fight to the death, their feet surrounded by a mountain of corpses. The loyal soul troops, being souls of the deceased, would not tire nor die. To harm them required the strength of a martial sovereign or special weapons. However, the border soldiers mostly possessed only martial master capabilities, albeit a highly elite force. Still, the loyal soul troops inflicted a one-sided massacre. And for any formidable warrior contemplating action, let us not forget the presence of Long Qinshue, a martial emperor. It wasn't until nearly 10,000 had perished that the remaining soldiers finally ceased their assault. Are you convinced? Li Changsheng awoke from his meditation, greeted by the rising sun, soaring through the air, looking down upon the soldiers below and the common folk at the city gates. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Li Changsheng. Floating in mid-air, martial king. How monstrous! Wasn't it said the crown prince was merely at the initial stage of martial sovereign? Even the most gifted individuals, raised in the great holy lands, would only reach such a level. Li Changsheng was indeed at the martial sovereign level, but having absorbed the final power of martial lord Li Wuguo, he had broken through the realm in one fell swoop. Spiritual resonance surged forth, transforming into spiritual energy. The energy enveloped him, allowing him to fly on a sword or traverse the air on a martial king, a symbol of higher martial prowess. The soldiers of Yinzhou City were at a loss, leaderless and unsure of how to proceed. Within the city lord's mansion, Li Wuguo's eldest and second sons were present, yet they too found themselves lacking in strategy. That moment, Xianglong stepped forward, stating Li Wuguo, under the guise of a banquet, conspired to assassinate the crown prince, a treasonous act. The crown prince is wise. Those uninvolved may be spared. Suddenly, the eldest grandson leaped forward, exclaiming, I, Li Wunshu, am willing to serve the crown prince. Observing the eldest son surrendering, the others lost their fighting spirit, casting aside their weapons and bursting into tears. Seeing this, Xianglong approached and said, Your Highness, I recommend placing all those from the city lord's mansion under house arrest. Stripping the martial prowess of those highly skilled as for the other loyal kin of Li Wuguo, we should execute them one by one while they are unaware, lest they become a future threat. This was indeed a complete reshuffle. Li Changsheng had not anticipated Xianglong to be so ruthless. However, if one does not eradicate the roots, new growth will emerge with the spring breeze. His followers would face dire consequences. Li Changsheng nodded silently. Thus, with the aid of his master, Li Changsheng forcefully seized the vital border stronghold of Yinzhou City. At this moment, within the capital of the Great Yu, the court was abuzz. The envoy of the savage tribe's little wise king stood proudly, presenting a map demanding territory and reparations. Since your Great Yu seeks peace, I, the little wise king, am a lord of peace. Sign a treaty to cede 6 towns in the northern border and pay an annual tribute of 10 million taels in silver. And we shall cease hostilities. Otherwise, my savage army shall march on the capital. The officials, incensed by the arrogance of the barbarian envoy, flushed with anger. The expression on Emperor Li Yuan's face darkened. He had been in a state of turmoil for days. As the little wise king's army was already within 800 miles of the capital, having taken a crucial stronghold, countless commoners had been reduced to refugees, and the Great Yu was currently on shaky ground. Should they break through, they could reach the capital within a day. This time, the little wise king had truly caught him off guard. Point 1 could not blame Li Yuan. After all, there had been no warfare in the northern borders for 20 years. Initially, he thought it was merely routine friction, unaware that a martial saint had emerged. Li Yuan sighed deeply. Ceding territory and paying reparations were still acceptable, as long as it remained concealed. Who would know? Li Yuan nodded silently. The officials below understood the emperor's stance. Since he agreed to cede territory and pay reparations, they could simply rebrand it with a more palatable name and perform some superficial work to avoid ridicule from outsiders. The demands of the little wise king were excessively high. If tomorrow the great wise king also invaded our great Yu with such audacity, would there be any resources left to give you? Indeed, can you, little wise king, truly act as the master of the savage king? Withdraw your troops first, and then we can discuss further. Listening to the officials buzzing in his ears, the barbarian envoy was infuriated. Silence. I have not yet finished stating my conditions. The third condition is that we, the little wise king, invite the crown prince of the great Yu to return to the savage tribes. The little wise king has also stated that if your great Yu crown prince agrees to come, we will only require the tribute, not your land. Silence. The court of the great Yu fell utterly still. How did this come to involve the crown prince? Li Yuan was equally perplexed, asking, what does this mean? My son, Li Changsheng, has been a hostage in the savage tribes for 20 years, enduring immense suffering. Will you not spare him? The barbarian envoy replied, it is the great wise king who will not spare your crown prince. Your crown prince and our little wise king grew up together as childhood friends. If you wish for amicable relations between our two nations, then let the crown prince return with us for a visit. The officials exchanged wary glances towards Li Yuan. Now, who did not know that Li Yuan had driven Li Changsheng away? Moreover, he could not bring him back. What were they to do, having treated the crown prince so poorly in the past? They now found themselves relying upon him. Truly, the ways of the world were unpredictable. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. Suddenly, an elite shadow guard landed behind the emperor. This was the emperor's most trusted personal guard, absolutely loyal. Upon nearing the emperor, he also had permission to enter the court directly in emergencies. The shadow guard whispered a few words in Li Yuan's ear. Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he shouted, Rebellious son, my rebellious son has arrived at Yunzhou City. Chapter 78. Li Yuan approaches Yunzhou. The crown prince's death approaches rebellious son. Upon hearing of Li Wuguo's demise, Li Yuan was so taken aback that he erupted into a tirade within the court. Li Wuguo was a paragon of the previous generation of the Li clan, yet he had the backing of the foremost holy ground, achieving far greater heights, despite his father-in-law, Zhao Shengchao's disdain for him. It was he who had married Zhao Xuanji, the holy maiden of the foremost holy ground, reaping significant benefits that enabled him to break through to the martial emperor realm. Conversely, Li Wuguo, after failing in competition and following a series of divisions of benefits within the Li clan, was relegated to a position in Yunzhou City, left to fend for himself. Naturally, Li Yuan harbored no fondness for Li Wuguo. However, having managed Yunzhou for many years and developed a robust defense against the demonic incursions, Li Wuguo was a crucial figure in the border affairs. With his death, the demonic forces would undoubtedly invade the borderlands, and the elders within the Li clan who had supported Li Wuguo would also rise in dissent. They would not direct their ire towards Li Changsheng, perceiving him as a mere pawn, but rather towards Li Yuan himself, that a tempest of rage surged within him, a fury that could not be contained. Li Yuan proclaimed, At once, I shall make my way to tea that moment. A barbarian envoy in the grand hall interjected, Your Majesty of Dayu, what is your intention? I represent the young virtuous king to discuss matters with your court. Yet you depart mid-discourse. Li Yuan retorted, Return and inform the young virtuous king that I shall personally retrieve Li Changsheng. He must first withdraw his troops. With that, Li Yuan, the emperor who had resided in the capital of Dayu for over a decade, set his celestial dragon carriage in motion. This dragon carriage, capable of flight, was not only immense but also exuded an air of dominance, signifying the highest authority within Dayu. In truth, it was manned by 50 experts at the martial king level, manipulating it with spiritual energy, essentially a human-powered vehicle. Yet, with 30 martial king experts, the cost of such manpower was exorbitantly high, also a testament to its authority in this martial world. Despite the vast distance between the capital and Yunzhou, the martial king experts traversed the skies and arrived in no time. Long Qianqiwei was the first to sense their arrival. She hastily approached the encampment and declared, "Multiple experts at the martial emperor level are approaching. We must depart immediately." Clearly, Lang Qinxue did not believe she could take on two opponents simultaneously. Though she possessed the title of the Thousand-Faced Demoness and had mastered exceptional sword techniques, facing even one adversary of the same rank was already her limit. Li Changsheng remarked, "Master, who else could it be but the Dayu Emperor? I possess his edict of self-reproach. He would not dare harm me." Before Li Changsheng could leave, Xiang Long arrived. "Your Highness, the Emperor's celestial dragon carriage has arrived." Just outside the military camp. Along with it are many experts from the Li clan. Li Changsheng understood that escape was no longer an option. However, he remained composed, for he had already made a resolute decision regarding his life's pivotal juncture. Choice 1. The enemy is too formidable. Concede. After all, with your awakened complete Xiaolei bloodline, you will gain the Li clan's favor, surrender the human emperor's flag in exchange for stability, present the mineral map of Yunzhou for personal safety, and return to the capital as a good child. Reward, Xian Gui Gong, a cultivation technique that enhances physical strength and reduces illness. Choice 2. This path is perilous. Retreat is the best strategy. The heavens are vast, allowing fish to leap. Accompany the beautiful master and an old servant to roam freely through the world. Reward, Dragon Blood Elixir, accelerates cultivation progress. Choice 3. Follow my heart's desire. I shall do as I wish. Reward, a vial of Overlord Ascending Pill, 3 capsules. Li Changsheng focused on the third option. The system resonated with his thoughts, finally presenting a life choice that aligned with their aspirations. Upon selecting the third option, a small vial appeared in his sleeve. The Overlord Ascending Pill. He had once consumed it while being secretly pursued by Li Chen's family. It could aid him in ascending 3 realms in a short time. This legendary elixir had long been lost to time. He had previously sought it from various holy grounds without success, only finding it mentioned in historical records. The last documented use was 500 years ago, when a holy maiden from a certain holy ground consumed it to protect herself from a demonic master. Li Changsheng clutched 3 Overlord Ascending Pills and strode confidently outside, in the eastern outskirts of the military camp. Li Yuan, clad in a dragon robe, gazed down at Li Changsheng, who appeared resplendent and fierce, his gaze sharp, an entirely different demeanor from when they were in the capital. Before Li Yuan could speak, Li Changsheng shouted, "Li Yuan, you are a man of contradictions. Have you so quickly forgotten the matter of the self-reproach edict?" Li Yuan slowly descended from the dragon carriage, stating, "I do not come to you as the emperor, but as a member of the Li clan. Even if I did not come, Li Changsheng, taken aback, found this reasoning rather novel. Indeed, this was not a traditional feudal dynasty, but rather a world of martial prowess. He inquired, "What do you intend to do?" At that moment, an elderly man, frail and appearing as though a gust of wind could topple him, emerged from the Li clan. "Patriarch, be cautious not to stumble." He required assistance to walk out. This frail figure was indeed the patriarch of the Li clan. "You are Li Changsheng?" The old man squinted. Changsheng nodded. "That you've grown. Young man, I used to give you candy when you were little. Do you remember?" Li Changsheng pondered for a moment and had a vague recollection. However, his memories of the Li clan were scant, primarily revolving around his studies. "Patriarch, are you here to reprimand me over Li Wugua's matter?" It was Li Wugua who initiated the conflict. The patriarch of the Li clan opened his wrinkled mouth and said, "Even if he was in the wrong, it should not have been you who took action. You are committing fratricide. The circumstances left me no room for contemplation at the time. Enough of this. Cast aside everything here and return to the Li clan for reflection." "What?" Li Changsheng tilted his head. "Incredulous. What audacity. I have painstakingly built a modest estate with people to serve my every need, providing emotional support, and even assisting in mining. Untold riches await me. You expect me to relinquish it?" Li Yuan interjected, "Son, do not make an enemy of the entire Li clan. Dayu is currently unstable. Do not challenge your father's bottom line." Unlike Zhao Xuanji's hypocrisy, Li Yuan was indeed a cunning man, yet he possessed a line he would not cross. A tiger does not consume its own cubs. He could not allow Li Changsheng to perish at his hands. That was his threshold. Regardless, Li Changsheng felt nothing but disdain. I apologize. It is my fault. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan and the others nodded silently, seemingly pleased that the boy had yielded. After all the commotion, he still intended to return to the Li clan. They all nodded in respect to the patriarch, acknowledging that it would take the patriarch's intervention to resolve the matter. Just his status alone was enough to instill fear. Changsheng, surprisingly agreeable, stated, I only wish to sever ties with Li Yuan and the others, but I do not intend to sever ties with the Li clan. From this moment forth, I, Li Changsheng, have no connections with the Li clan. The crowd was astonished. Shut up. You are committing a grave offense. Be silent, rebellious child. Do you comprehend what you are saying? Have you only just entered your rebellious phase? Do you know how many people in the world wish to join our Li clan? Indeed, he was a young bull unafraid of tigers, lacking the tempering of worldly trials. Suddenly, a pair of delicate hands extended towards Li Changsheng, gently resting on his shoulder. Enough of your bickering. Which of you from the Li clan is not a pretender of virtue? What do these old fools know of true heroism when they pressure my disciple? Li Changsheng, do not think that with this demonist backing you, you can escape unscathed. Li Changsheng, we have already set a trap. You cannot flee. Li Changsheng promptly swallowed an overlord ascending pill, declaring, Flee? How absurd. Come at me all at once. The Li clan members were once again taken aback as Li Changsheng's spiritual energy surged after consuming the pill. The winds around him whipping fiercely. The patriarch, buffeted by the powerful gusts, exclaimed, Peak Martial King Realm, Peak Martial Lord Realm, Peak Martial Emperor Realm. What on earth has transpired? Chapter 79. Confronting his biological father. Li Changsheng stuns all. Not only were the Li clan members astonished, but Lung Qinxue was equally stunned. How did her precious disciple possess so many treasures? He even had the legendary Overlord Ascending Pill, a long-lost gem. With this elixir, he could ascend 3 major realms consecutively. Having just broken through to the Martial King realm, Li Changsheng now leaped over that level and attained the pinnacle of the Martial Emperor realm. At this moment, his vitality surged like a roaring river, his spiritual energy vast as the sea, wielding the human emperor's flag and unleashing boundless lightning power. Kill. Suddenly, the servant army within the camp, led by Han Feng, assembled, ready to follow Li Changsheng into battle. Even if it meant being mere cannon fodder, they were willing to lay down their lives for the prince. This was an army that had pledged complete loyalty to Li Changsheng. Xiaolei, the members of the Li clan, were astonished to see the lightning emanating from Li Changsheng. They realized that to awaken their bloodline powers, they needed to practice the clan's techniques, and all their techniques operated similarly. Yet Li Changsheng had clearly acted at will, requiring no assistance from any technique. This indicated that he possessed the most complete bloodline power. From the Li clan, 2 experts at the Martial Emperor level arrived, one being the elder Li Xiantian, who had come previously, and the other his biological father, Li Yuan. Li Changsheng seethed. I was poisoned to death by that Li Wugua, and you turn a blind eye. Now, you come to defend Li Wugua, revealing that you never regarded me as a person. When Li Qin's family attempted to assassinate me, you claimed ignorance. Now, with Li Wugua, am I truly so low that I attract disdain wherever I go? Lung Qinxue stifled a laugh. Disciple, do not speak ill of yourself. I still prefer you as my student. Changsheng's lips twitched slightly as he thought to himself. Master, you cannot extinguish the dignity of one's power. Li Yuan spoke in a deep voice. Li Changsheng, recognize your own identity. Many elders of the clan are present. What do you intend to do? Boom. The battle was about to erupt as Li Changsheng brandished the human emperor's flag, unleashing a stunning bolt of lightning. The skillful members of the Li clan swiftly dodged. After all, this was a strike from the Martial Emperor realm, not something everyone could withstand. Li Xiantian and Li Xuandi, the 2 brothers, immediately positioned themselves in front of the clan leader, drawing their swords to summon thunder, countering the lightning with their OW and D. Oh, you truly wish to rebel so brazenly, Li Changsheng. Have you considered the consequences? My fate is mine to command, not yours. You think you can make me relinquish everything? You 2 brothers can abandon all for a position in my army. In the future, I shall assist you in breaking through to the martial saint realm. How about that? Do not be ungrateful. Nonsense. Suddenly, Li Yuan charged forth. Armed with a blade, he struck down, unleashing a storm of thunder, the force of his attack splitting the ground asunder. Changsheng soared into the air, releasing his martial spirit, and the 30,000 loyal souls surged forward. Witnessing the formidable might of his son, Li Yuan's heart was filled with mixed emotions that he could never have imagined that his eldest son, whom he had looked down upon, would rise so impressively. Displaying a hint of his own demeanor, whoosh, suddenly, a dark figure darted across. Lung Qinshu intercepted him, saying, Li Yuan, do you truly wish to lay hands on your own son? Such a fine son, and yet you are not satisfied? If I were you, I would cherish him. Li Yuan fell silent for a moment and replied, if he disobeys, his growing strength will only lead to greater rebellion. It is my duty as a father to educate him. Ha ha ha. What is good? Your standards or mine? Demoness, do you wish to teach me how to raise children? You, the disgrace of the Huan sect, a leftover from the demon gate. You? I will kill you. Lung Qinshu was provoked by Li Yuan's words. She detested being referred to as a leftover from the demon gate and charged at him with her sword. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, clashing with such ferocity that the heavens darkened and the earth changed color. Even the sacred grounds miles away felt the tremors of this martial emperor conflict. Zhao Shunqiao of the First Sacred Land murmured, indeed, is the Eastern Wilderness about to undergo a transformation. Meanwhile, far in the northern territory, the martial master Taishang Huang Li Chuangang, who was at a standoff with the barbarian tribes, turned southward and muttered, what time is it? And yet there is infighting. How can we pacify external threats if we cannot maintain internal harmony? Li Changsheng wielded the human emperor's flag, and an uncanny magical force nearly caused the souls of Li Xiantian and Li Xuandi to escape their bodies. In response, the two brothers summoned thunder, and Li Changsheng met their challenge. The contest of lightning created multiple craters in the earth. Had they not stepped away from the military camp to engage in this battle, it would have caused collateral damage. The other members of the Li clan were merely spectators. Who would have thought that three martial emperors could not subdue Li Changsheng? Who could have anticipated that Li Changsheng possessed the overlord Qingtian pill? The clan leader of the Li family cried out in anguish. With such a pill, one could confront the savage king without hesitation. Why use it for internal strife? An elder of the Li clan spoke up. Clan leader, does that mean Li Wuwu died in vain? The two on the ground, Xiang Long and his companion, quickly interjected. Li Wuwu sought to poison the prince. It was a death sentence. The prince was forced to defend himself. What fault is that? Clan leader, if we lose a talented member of our clan due to the mistakes of a deceased, it is a loss for the Li clan and for Dayu as well. Xiang Taifu intervened in the discussion. It must be said, Xiang Taifu's words greatly swayed the clan leader. Especially upon witnessing Li Changsheng's complete Xiaolei bloodline, could it not be expected that he would eventually break through to the martial saint realm? The Li clan and Dayu would then ascend to new heights. Stop, the clan leader shouted. Yet, Li Changsheng did not cease. Instead, he pressed on, using the human emperor's flag to force Li Yuan's brothers into retreat. This was the human emperor's flag, even against opponents of the same realm. Li Changsheng's overwhelming power suppressed them fiercely. Yes, they watched Li Changsheng engage two opponents simultaneously. The members of the Li clan were left without direction. If they could not win, what else could they do? Suddenly, Li Changsheng noticed his master being driven to flee by his biological father. Though Lung Qinshu was formidable, Li Yuan, as the foremost warrior of the Eastern Emperor, was indeed a force to be reckoned with. After 100 exchanges, she began to falter. Changsheng promptly abandoned the two clan elders and rushed toward Li Yuan. With a sweep of the human emperor's flag, Li Yuan felt a wave of unease wash over him, as though his very soul was being called away. Fortunately, his cultivation was strong enough. With Li Changsheng's use of drugs to enhance his power, he narrowly escaped the calamity. Unfilial son, do you dare strike your father? This is an act of great rebellion. Li Changsheng laughed heartily. Is that so? Li Wuwu, come forth. As the human emperor's flag emerged, the vengeful spirit of Li Wuwu appeared. During his time within the flag, he had been tormented into submission, long having lost his former arrogance. Iwugua's vengeful spirit unleashed a punch from afar, wielding thunderous fury. Boom! With Li Changsheng's power augmenting him. Li Wugua's destructive potential was considerable, forcing Li Yuan to respond earnestly. Yuan gazed upon what was once his fellow clansman, now reduced to a spirit under the control of his own son. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Loyal Soul's army. Charge! Kill! The 30,000 loyal souls surged forth. Although Li Yuan wielded his fierce blade to withstand the onslaught, the sheer number of loyal souls wore him down, alongside the ambushes from Li Wugua's spirit. Meanwhile, Li Changsheng continued to summon souls. He aimed to absorb Li Yuan's very essence. As Li Yuan fought on, his scalp began to prickle with dread. If this continued, he would surely perish at the hands of this ungrateful son. Stop. At this moment, the clan leader spoke. I will pass judgment. Li Changsheng's act of slaying Li Wugua is without guilt. Changsheng retorted. I have stated I wish to sever ties with you. Cease your claims of kinship. I was peacefully in the military camp when you unexpectedly came to kill me. Can we simply let this go? Is it so easy to dismiss? Do you have the audacity to act this way? The members of the Li clan fell silent, realizing how difficult it was when the tides had turned. Chapter 80. A body full of scars. The inner demons of Emperor Li Yuan that if he could obtain the Overlord Qingtian pill from Li Changsheng, the crisis in the Northern Territory could be resolved in an instant. Not to mention the potential resolution of the Northern Crisis, Li Changsheng's ancestral return phenomenon. This Xiaolei bloodline is a blessing for the Li clan. We may yet produce another martial saint. I truly believe Li Changsheng has the potential to break through to the martial saint realm. Disregarding the effects of the Overlord Qingtian pill, he is already a formidable martial zone. Quickly, tell them to cease fighting. Clan leader, does that mean my son Li Wugua will die in vain? Are the clan's rules to be disregarded entirely? It was Li Wugua who struck first. Li Changsheng was forced to defend himself. If he possesses the Overlord Qingtian pill, he surpasses my son Li Wugua, making this an act of fratricide. You are guilty. The biological father of Li Wugua was filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing of his son's death, he immediately rallied the forces of the Li clan, pressuring the clan leader for revenge against Li Changsheng. However, upon arriving, they found Li Changsheng to be overwhelmingly powerful. Not only did he have the assistance of the demoness Lung Qianxue, but he also possessed the legendary pill rumored to enhance one's abilities by 3 tiers, all while controlling his son with the human emperor's flag. Boom! 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 The flagpole soared, and within the human emperor's flag, Li Wugua grew increasingly formidable. Iwugua's biological father watched in despair, his teeth grinding in frustration. Suddenly, Li Changsheng called out, Uncle Li, you should lend a hand as well. If your son loses, he shall perish, and you won't even have the chance to speak to his spirit. The members of the Li clan fell silent. At this moment, Li Changsheng was indeed engaged in combat with his own father. What was happening? The clan leader shouted, Enough! Li Changsheng, cease your actions. The Li clan has no grievances against you. You need not harbor such disdain for the world and turn against us. It will not benefit you to... Li Changsheng raised the human emperor's flag and cackled. What benefit could there be? Those who harbor hatred against me, those who target me, shall become the souls under my human emperor's flag. Old man, I have no grudges against you. You traveled thousands of miles to seek to control my freedom. By what right do you do so? By the thickness of your skin. The clan leader was furious, smoke streaming from his nostrils. Never had there been a descendant so lacking in decorum within the clan. Yuan roared. Li Changsheng, be silent. How dare you speak to the clan leader in such a manner? Boom! The human emperor's flag struck down directly. Li Yuan hurriedly blocked it, the clash of thunder and lightning creating multiple craters upon impact. By what authority do you command me to be silent? I am your father. I gave you life. Merely giving life without nurturing counts as fatherhood. With a rip, Li Changsheng tore open the buttons of his collar, revealing the scars that marred his body. Li Yuan was struck with immense shock. He was once again confronted with the source of his inner demons, his own disgrace. Look, this is what nurtured me, that I survived not because I am the Prince of Dayu, but because I possess an indomitable spirit. Li Yuan gazed upon the myriad scars adorning Li Changsheng's body, his heart in turmoil. no longer inclined to continue the battle, the once lauded god of war. He stood before Li Changsheng as a mere coward. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Li Changsheng seized the opportunity. His spear swept through the air, striking Li Yuan's hairpin, causing his hair to cascade down in disarray. With a deft flick, he disarmed Li Yuan, sending his weapon flying. With a thud, Li Yuan fell to the ground, staggering back a few steps before managing to regain his footing. Strangely, he felt no embarrassment. His momentary lapse was a result of his own mental turmoil, not a reflection of inferiority. Moreover, witnessing Li Changsheng's ferocity ignited a flicker of pride within him, an emotion he had never experienced before. In the past, he had only harbored disdain for Li Changsheng, resenting his resemblance to himself. Yet now, from every angle, Li Changsheng bore an uncanny likeness to him. As Li Changsheng landed gracefully, he exhaled a sigh of relief. A small measure of vengeance had finally been avenged. However, after such a protracted battle, the effects of his medicinal elixirs had begun to wane. He immediately retrieved a second pill, poised to swallow it. "Stop! Do not consume it!" the clan leader shouted. "Do not squander such precious elixirs in this internal strife. I was wrong, and I sincerely apologize. Changsheng, please forgive me." Li Changsheng was taken aback. The clan leader, appearing near death, was surprisingly swift to admit his fault. "I had presumed that you would be willing to make sacrifices for the greater good. I now understand that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw." "What do you mean by that?" "You are in the right, and I stand with you on behalf of the Li clan." Upon hearing these words, Li Wu's father seethed with anger. "Clan leader, do you truly intend to take such a stance? This is unjust." With a resounding slap, the clan leader retorted, "What would you have me do? Am I not clear on who is right and who is wrong?" Everyone apologized to Changsheng.